To prove that wealth can indeed make the devil turn the millstone, I, despite having the option of an amazing infinite resurrection, chose instead a talent with no combat power, Super Ming. Thus, I was mocked by everyone as a miserly Scrooge. However, I simply smiled lightly because I, having lived again, knew that underworld money was the most crucial tool after the bazaar descends. It could buy various attribute points and equipment in the mall, as well as purchase active and passive skills to strengthen oneself. Global bazaar descends, please prepare yourselves, players. As the countdown ends, the originally bright and sunny sky turns dreadfully gloomy in an instant. What the heck, who is playing such a boring joke? Damn it, why has it turned so dark? This doesn't seem like a prank. Just as the whole classroom turns chaotic like a stirred pot of porridge, a boy sitting in the last row suddenly lifts his head, his eyes full of shock. I have lived again. Damn it, remembering how my legs were broken and I was thrown in front of the bazaar in my previous life, my fists involuntarily clenched. My talent in the last life was resurrection, which allowed me to come back to life 30 minutes after dying, with a cooldown of 10 hours. At first, I thought I was unbeatably strong. But after being killed 4 or 5 times, I realized this talent was trash. What use is reviving without means of attack or defense? However, this resurrection talent seemed to have a hidden ability. After dying 4 times, I was reborn at the very beginning, 5 minutes before the bazaar attack. I must redraw a talent. Summoning the player interface, player Chen Foam, Strength 4, Agility 6, Intelligence 6, Underworld Money 500. A large button hovered on the main page, Draw Talent -100 Underworld Money. With previous experience, I knew the importance of talent, and once decided, it couldn't be changed. I immediately clicked the Draw Talent button, Underworld Money -100, obtain Talent Resurrection. Now, many people regret the initial 500 Underworld Money, unaware of the importance of talent. They confirm whatever they draw, thus forfeiting the only chance to change their talent. In my last life, I was one of them. Seeing the Resurrection talent, I immediately clicked Redraw, Underworld Money -100, obtain Talent Invisibility. This talent, like Resurrection, seemed strong but was actually complete trash, as many bazaars have anti-invisibility abilities. Without hesitation, I redraw again, Underworld Money -100, obtained Hidden SSS Tier Talent, Underworld Money Printer. Every second, gain Underworld Money equal to the health of bazaars in visual range. With this talent, one cannot learn active skills nor actively attack. Holy crap, I first learned that talents even had grades. If not for my past life's experience, I wouldn't have known the strength of this SSS Tier talent. With Underworld Money, you can buy attribute points, equipment, and various skills to strengthen yourself in the mall. The initial 500 Underworld Money is nothing. Once the game truly begins, many channels to gain Underworld Money emerge. The largest channel is Slaying Bazaars, but Slaying Bazaars is easier said than done. The Underworld Money Printer talent is so strong that just seeing bazaars allows you to make money. As for the negative effect of not being able to attack actively, it seems not so hard to accept in comparison. This is it. After confirming the talent, I directly ran to the rooftop. If I remember correctly, this bazaar first appeared in the women's restroom. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, I indeed saw a swirl of black air in the women's restroom. The moment this bazaar appeared in my sight, I saw the system prompt, Underworld Money plus 352, Underworld Money plus 352, Underworld Money balance greater than 500, mall interface opened. As I focused on watching the women's restroom, I clicked on the mall page, finding strength, agility, and intelligence, 3 basic attributes. 100 Underworld Money can add 1 point. The importance of physical qualities goes without saying. As Underworld Money rolled in, it flowed out like water. So what if I can't attack? As long as my strength is high enough, bazaars can't kill me. As long as my agility is high enough, bazaars can't catch me. As long as my intelligence is high enough, what do I need intelligence for if I can't use active skills? While I was crazily adding points, I suddenly saw a fat, short old woman rush towards the women's restroom. I was instantly alarmed. Running towards the women's restroom at this time, isn't that seeking death? Once this bazaar rushes into the school's teaching building, my view would be blocked, and I wouldn't be able to watch the opponent being copied. But perhaps it's enough for now. Player Chen Foam, Strength 50, Agility 50, Intelligence 6, Underworld Money 3279. In my past life, I lived until the 3rd bazaar descent and never broke through 20 in any attribute. Now, before the first bazaar has officially descended, both agility and strength have reached the significant mark of 50. After passing 50, each point upgrade costs 1000 Underworld Money. I didn't continue to upgrade my attributes but instead found the equipment and skills page in the mall. Passive skill, Mud Aura, Level 1, reduces the movement speed of hostile units within 5 meters by 10%, price 500 Underworld Money. Speed Boots, increases own movement speed by 35 points, price 550 Underworld Money. Counterattack Shield, increases own 15 points of armor, blocks 30 points of damage with each attack, price 3000 Underworld Money. This counterattack shield is a life-saving god-tier equipment for the early game. After completing these things, I finally felt my own strength. Although I can't kill the bazaars, they can't do anything to me either. A hysterical scream came from the women's restroom downstairs. I sighed, exchanged 10 pieces of Underworld Money bills from the system. 10 yuan Underworld Money bills, green and eerie, printed with the Bank of Heaven and Earth logo and images of Oxhead and Horseface. They looked very bizarre. Casually, I folded these 10 pieces of underworld money into a paper airplane and flew it from the 5th floor rooftop to the entrance of the women's restroom. I had heard some rumors in my past life. Some bazaars with higher intelligence might scam players' underworld money and then kill the players. If these rumors are true, then the economic systems of players and bazaars might be the same. As an underworld money printer, I decided to personally verify this important guess. Half a second after the scream in the women's restroom abruptly stopped, I noticed I was gaining an extra piece of underworld money every time. Underworld money plus 352, underworld money plus 1. I was slightly startled but then quickly realized what was happening. There was an eerie creature with a health value of 1. It seems that in the women's restroom, after killing, the eerie creature could transform the dead into its own eerie servants. Bang! A pair of ferocious ghostly hands violently pushed open the door of the women's restroom. An eerie creature, enveloped in a dense black mist, slowly floated out from the women's restroom. In the black mist, a greenish, withered body could vaguely be seen, with faint female features. The seaweed-like floating hair was even longer than the body, and 2 glowing green ghostly flames hovered where its eyes should have been, devoid of any human emotion. Around the eerie creature, there was a small black dot, constantly circling it. Zhang Yan estimated that this must be the eerie servant transformed from the death of the director of the teaching office, bringing an additional +1 nether coin income. The moment the eerie creature stepped out, it let out a sharp and piercing howl, echoing through the entire campus. Every classroom, filled with chaotic students, clearly heard this dizzying howl. The eerie creature had arrived. Zhang Yan couldn't help but recall what had happened in his previous life. The eerie creature made the exact same appearance, and what followed was a one-sided massacre. This eerie creature wasn't strong, but the students were even weaker. Faced with the sudden slaughter, the unity that the teachers usually emphasized was nowhere to be seen. Instead, trampling and betrayal were everywhere. Just as Zhang Yan was about to escape the school gate, he was forcefully pushed back by his best friend, directly crashing into the arms of this eerie creature. Without any suspense, Zhang Yan, forced to stay behind, was slapped to death by the eerie creature. And his best friend, thanks to Zhang Yan's sacrifice, managed to escape the school. The only thing worth being thankful for was that Zhang Yan was the last person to die in the school, resurrecting half an hour later. By that time, the eerie creature had already disappeared from the empty campus, moving on to harm other places. In his previous life, Zhang Yan barely survived the first wave, but didn't get enough nether coins. By the second and third times, the eerie creatures were stronger, and Zhang Yan could only survive longer, eventually dying in despair. If it weren't for that push, Zhang Yan's ending in his previous life might have been different. A cold light flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes as he muttered to himself. This time, I won't give anyone a chance to hurt me. Under Zhang Yan's watch, after the eerie creature let out its sharp howl, it was preparing to pounce into the teaching building and begin its massacre. But just after walking a few steps, it suddenly stopped. The eerie creature, with its ghostly eyes flickering with green flames, lowered its head to look at the paper airplane made of nether coins on the ground. Although it had been folded, the 10 nether coins were so dazzling that, as an eerie creature, it couldn't mistake them. Whoosh! The eerie creature stretched out its ghostly claws at an incredibly fast speed and picked up the paper airplane, tucking it somewhere. Zhang Yan, on the rooftop, smiled a deeply mysterious smile when he saw this. So that's how it is. In this case, my money printing talent might be even more useful than I initially thought. Zhang Yan's gaze fell upon a bloody contract on the special items page in the mall. Eerie contract, both parties voluntarily signing the contract must strictly abide by its terms. Price, 100 nether coins. Chapter 3, I'll take you away. Zhang Yan silently thought. Let's see how smart this eerie creature is. If we can communicate, I might be able to activate a non-stop money printing mode. Seeing the eerie creature about to enter the teaching building, Zhang Yan turned and ran back to his classroom. The classroom had become even more chaotic compared to when Zhang Yan had left. The students, seeing the eerie creature in front of the women's restroom through the window, finally realized that the eerie creature game mentioned by that cold voice was not a prank. A wave of screams, cries, and pleas echoed, layer upon layer, in the classroom, sharp and piercing. Zhang Yan, where did you go just now? I've been looking for you for half a day. A boy grabbed Zhang Yan, his face full of worry. This person is named Wang Hucheng, Zhang Yan's best friend. He is also the one who pushed Zhang Yan at the school gate, causing Zhang Yan to crash into the strange figure. Zhang Yan glanced deeply at Wang Hucheng and smiled. I went out to check the situation. Wang Hucheng was about to say something when suddenly a loud sound interrupted him. Everyone be quiet. Class monitor Li Ming jumped onto the podium and struck 2 metal dustpans together, making a deafening noise, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Although we still don't know the specifics, we must unite. Everyone listen to my orders, immediately block the doors and windows with desks. We'll use the classroom's layout to hold out until the police arrive to rescue us. Looking at the scene before him, exactly the same as the previous life, Jiang Yan sneered coldly in his heart. Class monitor Li Ming usually does well in school and knows how to please the class teacher, but he's obviously not very smart. Blocking the doors is useless against the strange creatures and would actually waste their best chance to escape amidst the chaos. The teaching building has several side doors. If they had escaped amidst the confusion, most of the students in the classroom would have survived. But with Li Ming's blocking, only 3 people from their class managed to escape, and even Li Ming himself died at the hands of the strange creatures. Moreover, Li Ming, who usually acts sanctimonious, actually has a terrible character. After blocking the doors, this guy took advantage of the chaos and secretly hugged his female deskmate, reaching his hand into her pants. The female deskmate was so scared that she didn't dare to resist and let Li Ming do whatever he wanted. Jiang Yan had accidentally caught sight of this scene but didn't have the ability to do anything at the time, so he had to pretend he didn't see it. As for now, although he was living another life and had gained an SSS-level talent, Jiang Yan didn't think of himself as a savior. This group of fools gave him a headache just by looking at them. If he were to take charge and protect them, these people might end up getting him killed again. Saving those he cares about would be the best outcome in this damn apocalyptic world. Li Ming directly stood on the podium and began giving orders. Jiang Yan, Wang Hucheng, you two are good at sports, lead the boys to start moving the desks. Girls, use the tape in your hands to bind the desks together. Then girls, take off your clothes and cover the hallway windows. Don't let that thing see us. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. This pervert had finally found an opportunity to openly order the girls in the class to take off their clothes. Jiang Yan, why are you standing there? Didn't you see Wang Hucheng already starting to act? Do you want to get us all killed? Li Ming pointed at Jiang Yan, shouting fiercely. Jiang Yan looked at him disdainfully, took 2 steps back to his desk, and grabbed his panicked female deskmate. This girl's name was An Xiaoxin, the class representative and the class's flower. The teacher placed her next to Jiang Yan to help improve his grades. The teacher never expected that after sitting next to Jiang Yan for a few months, An Xiaoxin had secretly developed feelings for Jiang Yan, who exuded a strong, masculine charm. In the previous life, when the strange creature first attacked the classroom, An Xiaoxin rushed towards the creature to protect Jiang Yan, allowing him, Wang Hucheng, and the others to survive long enough to reach the school gate. Before dying at the creature's claws, the relieved smile An Xiaoxin gave him and her brief confession, "I like you," had been a lingering knot in Jiang Yan's heart. Living again, Jiang Yan didn't care about anyone else in this school, but An Xiaoxin, who was willing to give her life for him, must be saved. When Jiang Yan grabbed her hand, An Xiaoxin looked at him, confused. Jiang Yan smiled and gently asked, "I want to take you with me. Do you trust me?" An Xiaoxin was stunned for a moment, looking at Jiang Yan's serious gaze, and then nodded firmly. "Yes. I trust you." She didn't know where her courage came from. She only felt that Jiang Yan's gentle, determined smile and serious gaze were the only thing she could rely on in this chaotic classroom. Jiang Yan grabbed An Xiaoxin and immediately turned to run out of the classroom. In the classroom, Li Ming's frantic voice echoed. "Jiang Yan, do you even know what you're doing? In the face of danger, how dare you disobey the class leader's orders? You're a deserter. A coward. Bah! An Xiaoxin! Come back. Only I can protect you." Li Ming was desperate to chase after them, to take the most beautiful An Xiaoxin back from Jiang Yan's hands. But as he watched their rapidly disappearing backs, Li Ming ultimately didn't have the courage to leave the classroom. The monster was downstairs. Going out would only mean dying faster. An Xiaoxin followed Jiang Yan, out of breath, begging, "Can you slow down a little? I can't keep up." Now, Jiang Yan's agility was 10 times that of an ordinary person, and he was wearing shoes that increased his speed. Even though he had deliberately slowed down, it was still impossible for An Xiaoxin to keep up. Helpless, Jiang Yan turned and picked An Xiaoxin up in his arms. "Ah! What are you doing?" An Xiaoxin screamed, feeling Jiang Yan's strong embrace. Blushing, she tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, nervous beyond measure. At this moment, the sound of footsteps quickly approached. "Jiang Yan! Wait for me. That's so unfair. Why are you pulling a girl and not your brother?" Turning his head, Jiang Yan was surprised to see Wang Hucheng chasing after them. Jiang Yan was a little surprised, but then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "I was afraid I'd drag you down." Wang Hucheng punched Jiang Yan with no good humor and said, "We're brothers, why are you being so distant? Li Ming is just waving a chicken feather like a military order, who knows what stupid things he'll do. I'm not following him. Let's run together." Jiang Yan sneered coldly in his heart. Truly, he was my good brother. If you hadn't pushed me toward the weirdness in my past life, I would never have abandoned you in this life. What a pity. But Jiang Yan didn't show any of this on his face and nodded. "Then keep up. I run fast." Wang Hucheng grinned. Jiang Yan, don't forget, in the track team, I've always been faster than you. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Jiang Yan beside him turn into a blur, disappearing at the end of the corridor like the wind. What the hell? Wang Hucheng looked at Jiang Yan's retreating figure, his eyes full of shock. The two of them were in the same track team, best friends, and also each other's competitors. Wang Hucheng knew just how fast Jiang Yan could run. But right now, Wang Hucheng took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with uncertainty, and then took off after him. Jiang Yan ran all the way from the third floor to the lobby on the first floor, where he was greeted by a scene of destruction. Screams echoed throughout the first floor, with shattered wooden doors and aluminum window frames scattered on the ground, and even the walls had been torn open by the weirdness. Seeing the scene, An Xiaoxin swallowed hard, realizing how correct it was to have left the classroom and followed Jiang Yan instead of listening to Li Ming's orders. You, don't come over here. Who are you? In broad daylight, how dare you commit such heinous acts to our country's flowers? Don't hurt my students. I'll fight you to the death. A voice full of fear but filled with courage shouted, catching the attention of Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin. It was a young female teacher holding a broom, trying to fight against the weirdness. Jiang Yan recognized her. She was their class's beautiful history teacher, Chen Tiantian. Although she had only recently become a teacher, Chen Tiantian was knowledgeable, humorous in class, and genuinely cared for her students. At this moment, Chen Tiantian was standing in front of a classroom door, using her small body to block it. Inside, there were terrified students. Facing such a terrifying weirdness, Chen Tiantian was also afraid, her legs trembling, but she did not take a single step back. The eerie presence slowly closed in, and the broom in Chen Tiantian's hand seemed so ridiculous. She knew she was going to die here. But I am dying to protect the students. A flash of determination crossed Chen Tiantian's eyes. It drove away the fear. Just as the eerie creature reached out with its ghostly claws, about to snap her slender neck. A green, ghostly paper airplane with a funeral coin on it fluttered and struck the eerie creature on the head. The eerie creature instinctively grabbed the funeral coin airplane, paused for a moment, and looked toward the direction from which the airplane had come. Jiang Yan, hiding behind a counterattack steel shield, beckoned with a finger at the eerie creature, shouting arrogantly. Come at me. The mighty eerie creature, who killed without a second thought, could not tolerate this. With an angry roar, the eerie creature turned into a shadow and lunged at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was already prepared. He lifted An Xiaoxin and turned to run back up the stairs. An Xiaoxin, looking at the eerie creature chasing madly, rolled her eyes and fainted from the fear. The eerie creature's speed was extremely fast, almost entirely becoming a black-green blur. But Jiang Yan's speed was no slower. With 50 agility and the acceleration boots bonus, he kept up with the eerie creature, both of them evenly matched for a while. Seeing it couldn't catch up to Jiang Yan, the eerie creature grew even more furious. Green ghostly fire rose from its body, like a ghostly meteor, speeding up by 30%. Damn! You still have speed-boosting skills? Jiang Yan sucked in a breath, cursing, you ghost thing might not have much health, but you sure have plenty of tricks. A cruel and brutal smile appeared on the eerie creature's lips. But just as the eerie creature closed in to within 15 meters of Jiang Yan, a sticky sensation suddenly wrapped around its feet. It felt as though it was walking through a swamp, its speed dropping by 26%. Swamp aura. Jiang Yan had anticipated this. He took a few quick steps and once again increased the distance between himself and the eerie creature. At this moment, an urgent sound of footsteps rushed down from the upstairs. It was Wang Hucheng, who had been chasing Jiang Yan and had arrived late. Seeing Wang Hucheng, Jiang Yan immediately ran towards him. Run, Hucheng! Whoosh! Jiang Yan, like a gust of wind, ran past Wang Hucheng. What the hell? Wang Hucheng was left stunned. Unable to catch up to Jiang Yan, the eerie creature turned its ghostly eyes, burning with green fire, towards the frozen Wang Hucheng. Die! With a shrill scream, the eerie creature swiped its claw at Wang Hucheng. Bang! Wang Hucheng was sent flying 3 meters, rolling down the stairs and landing on the hall floor, blood spraying from the deep wounds on his body. He was already dead. A cold smile flashed across Jiang Yan's lips. Although this money-making machine can't fight you, I can help you draw the aggro. If it weren't for the fact that the money-making machine's talent couldn't attack, Wang Hucheng wouldn't have survived this long. But Jiang Yan had always felt that Wang Hucheng's gaze towards him was a bit strange. It was different from last life. Forget it, he's dead anyway. Jiang Yan shook his head and shifted his focus back to the present. After killing Wang Hucheng, the eerie creature knew it couldn't catch up to Jiang Yan, so it turned and headed back to the hall, straight for Chen Tiantian, the history teacher, who had just sighed in relief. Ah! Chen Tiantian, seeing the creature return, turned pale with fright, her eyes filled with despair. The fierce ghostly claws reached out, sharply striking at Chen Tiantian. The result of being directly attacked by the eerie creature had already been demonstrated by Wang Hucheng. Chen Tiantian was doomed. At that moment. Slap. A stack of green, ghostly funeral coins slammed heavily onto the eerie creature's head. The eerie creature froze, lowered its head to look at the butterfly-like scattering 10 yuan funeral coins on the ground, then raised its head to look at Jiang Yan, who had returned. Take your funeral coins and get away from my teacher. Jiang Yan, holding An Xiaoxin, hid behind the counterattack steel shield, pointing his finger at the eerie creature, speaking with powerful momentum. An Xiaoxin, just regaining consciousness from her faint, was almost scared into another faint by this scene. She didn't understand why Jiang Yan would provoke this terrifying creature. Ah! The eerie creature let out a sharp, screeching cry at Jiang Yan. Then, it quickly bent down and picked up all the 10 yuan ghost coins on the ground. Die! The eerie creature straightened up and let out a hoarse, piercing screech at Jiang Yan. An Xiaoxin was almost scared to pee herself. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and laughed in surprise. You can really speak, huh? Smack! Another stack of green ghost coins slammed onto the eerie creature's head. The sound of coins scattered loudly. The eerie creature? The eerie creature. Damn! This time, the eerie creature bent down to pick up the money even faster than before. After picking up the money, it must kill this female teacher to vent its anger. But before it could finish picking up this batch, another stack of 10 yuan ghost coins slammed onto its head with a smack. The eerie creature was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on with this guy? Where did he get so many ghost coins from? Did the wind blow them here? Seeing the eerie creature's movement freeze, Jiang Yan threw another stack of ghost coins with a smack and said arrogantly, "Why aren't you moving? Hurry up and pick them up." The eerie creature looked up, its eyes full of awkwardness. Watching the world in a panic, but only for a few scattered silver coins. But these few silver coins can calm the panic of the world. Jiang Yan sneered coldly, looking down at the eerie creature, and said indifferently, "Pick them all up in 3 seconds, and I'll give you a job opportunity that pays 10,000 ghost coins a month." Job opportunity? 10,000 a month? The eerie creature was stunned for a moment, then saw Jiang Yan raise 3 fingers and start counting down. 3. Whoosh! In an instant, the eerie creature transformed into a black-green spinning top, desperately spinning and picking up money like mad. 2. Jiang Yan lowered 1 finger. "I've picked them all up, bro." The eerie creature stood up, eyes full of expectation, its hoarse voice unintentionally carrying a bit of flattery and respect. Jiang Yan slowly took out a blood-stained contract from the mall. Eerie contract, both parties who voluntarily sign the contract must strictly follow its terms. Price, 100 ghost coins. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had seen others use this kind of contract, always between people. But this contract was labeled eerie, and Jiang Yan wanted to see if a human and an eerie creature could sign it. Jiang Yan's thoughts moved, and the contract displayed the content he wanted. Eerie contract. From the moment of signing, Party A employs Party B as a subordinate. Party A must pay Party B 10,000 ghost coins monthly as compensation. Party B must ensure Party A's safety. If Party B dies during work, Party A will pay Party B 10 times the salary as compensation to Party B's designated account. During work, Party B must obey Party A's every command. Work hours, 31 days per month, 24 hours per day. Party A, Jiang Yan. Party B, blank. Looking at this contract, the eerie creature's eyes went wide. Holy shit, 10,000 ghost coins written out in numbers, and it's this long? This job, too good to be true, right? If I get this job, I can buy so many skills and equipment next month. Jiang Yan looked down at the eerie creature and asked arrogantly, "Are you satisfied with this contract?" The eerie creature, surrounded by black smoke, nodded like crazy, its floating ghostly eyes full of longing. "Boss. From now on, I will obey you completely." If the eerie creature had a tail, it would definitely be wagging like a fan. Jiang Yan held a shield in one hand, guarding against any trickery or surprise attack, while he pushed the contract into the eerie creature's face. Without a second word, the eerie creature signed its name at lightning speed. And it will increase the smoke charm's attack power by 1 point. After confirming that the bizarre contract would bring him income, Jiang Yan felt as though a brand new door had been suddenly opened before him. He waved his hand and said, "Lead the way, go find your bizarre friends. The more blood, the better." The smoke charm happily skipped ahead, fawning and saying, "Boss, this way please." After leaving the school, Jiang Yan's eyes stayed fixed on the smoke charm, but his mouth kept talking to An Xiaoxin. The talent An Xiaoxin received was an SS-level talent Violent Manic. Violent Manic, attack power plus 30%, critical hit rate plus 30%, can equip 10 weapons at the same time, non-current weapons only grant attack power. When Jiang Yan saw this talent, he was shocked. A woman with such a broken talent, in his previous life, never even left the school gates, only to sacrifice herself for him? But this talent's name doesn't quite match with An Xiaoxin, a gentle and delicate girl. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then took out a bazaar contract and handed it to An Xiaoxin. The contents were simple. Bazaar contract, Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin promise never to harm each other. An Xiaoxin glanced at the contract, feeling somewhat wronged, and asked. You don't trust me? Jiang Yan smiled lightly, gently holding An Xiaoxin's hand, shaking his head and saying. Of course I trust you, otherwise, I wouldn't bring you along. But, people change. The push from Wang Hucheng in his previous life had taught Jiang Yan a great lesson, making him understand many things. An Xiaoxin's face blushed, and she instinctively tugged at her hand, but couldn't break free from Jiang Yan's strong grip. She shyly signed her name on the contract. Once the contract was in effect, Jiang Yan no longer had any worries. He took out a stack of golden 100 yuan hell coins and handed them to An Xiaoxin, telling her to exchange them in her store, saying. You should add your agility to 50 points. An Xiaoxin seemed to understand, and following Jiang Yan's guidance, she clicked agility 45 times. Then Jiang Yan had An Xiaoxin exchange for several pieces of equipment. Equipment, agile boots, increases movement speed and attack speed by 40 points. Price, 2,500 hell coins. Equipment, critical strike ring, increases critical hit rate by 15%. Price, 1275 hell coins. Equipment, Desert Eagle pistol, attack power plus 15, range plus 50, ammo capacity, 7, price, 1000 hell coins. Equipment, alloy dagger, attack power plus 7. Price, 200 hell coins. He bought 2 Desert Eagles and 8 alloy daggers, stuffing An Xiaoxin with them. The violent manic talent allowed An Xiaoxin to equip 10 weapons at once, meaning all the weapons' attack power would be counted. Just these 10 weapons alone gave An Xiaoxin a total of 86 points of attack power. With 50 points of agility boosting her ranged attack power by another 50 points, An Xiaoxin's total attack power reached a terrifying 138 points. If An Xiaoxin now used these 2 Desert Eagles to shoot the smoke charm wildly, combined with the violent manic talent's attack and critical hit bonus, it would only take half a second to kill this terrifying bazaar that almost wiped out the school in the previous life. Looking at An Xiaoxin holding the shiny Desert Eagles in both hands, with 8 sparkling daggers strapped to her waist, Jiang Yan couldn't help but exclaim. The unique beauty of violent manic. But ordinary people really can't afford violent manic. If it weren't for Jiang Yan, this money printing machine, being willing to nurture her generously, An Xiaoxin probably wouldn't have been able to buy so many weapons and equipment even after the third bazaar event. Staring at how Jiang Yan had filled her up, An Xiaoxin was stunned, unable to come to her senses for a long time. Where did you get so many hell coins? Why do I only have a few hundred? Before Jiang Yan filled himself, An Xiaoxin clearly remembered that she only had 400 hell coins, enough to buy just 2 alloy daggers. The smoke charm floating ahead, leading the way, saw An Xiaoxin get stuffed by Jiang Yan like this and once again confirmed that she had followed the right big boss. Noticing the smoke charm's envious gaze, Jiang Yan gave a wicked smile and, in a tempting tone, asked. Do you want it too? Yan Mei froze for a moment, then nodded wildly. Who wouldn't want to be filled by such a big shot like this? Jiang Yan grinned and took out a strange contract. Strange contract. After friendly negotiation between both parties, Party A agrees to advance 10,000 ghost coins as salary to Party B for this month, of which at least 8,000 ghost coins must be spent under Party A's guidance. Chapter 6, Crazy Spending. Seeing this contract, Yan Mei's ghostly eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, the big shot. He's so considerate of this little leg hair of mine. As for the 8,000 ghost coins to be spent under guidance. Even if the meat is rotten in the pot, if he's guiding me to spend money, it still benefits him, right? Yan Mei nodded repeatedly, almost wanting to kiss Jiang Yan on the face. I agree. The boss is the best person in the world. Looking at Yan Mei's eager acceptance, Jiang Yan sighed inwardly. This naive, eerie one doesn't understand the evil of the human heart. The contract was signed, and Jiang Yan handed Yan Mei a stack of shiny 100 ghost coins, totaling 10,000. Then he began to guide Yan Mei on how to spend. Boss is going to speak a few heartfelt words to you. When you come out to work, how much money you earn is secondary, safety is always the most important. If you accidentally die, no matter how much money you make, it's meaningless. Don't you agree? Yan Mei nodded repeatedly, feeling that the big shot truly had a higher realm than himself. In the end, Yan Mei's spending results were as follows. Equipment, Vital Ghost Shoes, increases movement speed by 30 points and health by 400 points. Price, 3,000 ghost coins. Equipment, Evil Blood Pendant, increases health by 300 points. Price, 1,000 ghost coins. Equipment, Cataclysm Hammer, increases attack by 20 points and health by 300 points. Price, 1,500 ghost coins. Equipment, Human Bone Ring, increases health by 300 points. Price, 1,000 ghost coins. Strength X 33 points. Total expenditure, 9,800 ghost coins. As for why the agreed-upon 8,000 ended up being 9,800, Yan Mei thought it was the result of a high-level resonance in spending ideas with the boss. After being filled up, Yan Mei's health had skyrocketed from the original 352 points to 1,982 points. Looking at the numbers constantly popping up on his panel. Ghost coins plus 1982. Ghost coins plus 57. Jiang Yan felt that he had fully grasped the essence of this game. Just 5 seconds later, the money Jiang Yan had thrown at Yan Mei was already refunded. 5 more seconds passed, and the money thrown at An Xiaoxin was also returned. Another 5 seconds later, Jiang Yan swapped out a set of equipment for himself. Equipment, Swift Shoes, increases movement speed by 60 points, can trigger a blink every 5 seconds, crossing 5 meters in the direction of movement. Price, 5,500 ghost coins. Equipment, Golden Bell Robe, increases armor by 40 points and reduces damage by 30%. Every 5 hours, 1 fatal blow can be negated. Consumes 10 magic points per second. Price, 7,500 ghost coins. Equipment, Mysterious Pocket Watch, increases health by 600 points and magic by 600 points, increases health and magic recovery by 5 points per second. Price, 4,000 ghost coins. Equipment, Hidden Black Raven's Old Pipe, Hidden Black Raven set 1/8, upgradable, increases health by 1,000 points and life recovery speed by 10 points per second. Reduces observer's sanity by 10 points. Price, 10,000 ghost coins. The previous equipment, Speed Boots, was sold back to the system shop at half price, and the counterattack Steel Shield was temporarily kept. Then Jiang Yan bought a few auras and upgraded them to level 5. Passive skill, Counterattack Aura, level 5, all friendly units within a 25-meter range counterattack 70 damage to the attacker when hit by a melee attack. Price, 8,000 ghost coins. Passive skill, Power Strike Aura, level 5, all friendly units within a 25-meter range gain plus 35% attack power. Price, 8,000 ghost coins. Passive skill, Durability Aura, level 5, all friendly units within a 25-meter range gain plus 30% movement speed. Price, 8,000 ghost coins. Each skill upgrade requires the same amount of ghost coins as the previous level's price. To purchase requires 500 ghost coins, from level 1 to 2 also requires 500 ghost coins, from level 2 to 3 requires 1,000, from 3 to 4 requires 2,000, from 4 to 5 requires 4,000, and so on. A level 5 aura costs 8,000 ghost coins to obtain. The Swamp Aura was also upgraded to level 5 by Jiang Yan, with a slowing effect of 35%. As a money printing machine. Since I can't actively attack, I'll just be a halo monster. The extra money, Jiang Yan added all of it to his attributes. First, he raised the useless intelligence attribute to 50, then continued to increase strength and agility. These 3 basic attributes are crucial and cannot be ignored, among which each one strength plus 2 melee attack power, plus 10 health, plus 0.1 health regeneration. Each one agility plus 1 ranged attack power, plus 1 melee attack power, plus 1 attack speed, plus 1 movement speed. Each one intelligence plus 3 magic attack power, plus 10 mana, plus 0.1 mana regeneration. In addition to these, attributes also have some hard to quantify hidden effects. As a printing machine that cannot attack, Jiang Yan's attribute gains are far less than An Xiaoxin's. Among them, attack power, attack speed, and all the intelligence bonuses are useless to Jiang Yan. But Jiang Yan's thoughts were very clear: just for the health brought by strength and the movement speed brought by agility, he had to put points into these 2 attributes. Otherwise, how could he confidently print hell coins? A printing machine that can be exploded is definitely not a good printing machine. After level 50, each plus 1 attribute requires 1,000 hell coins, which is quite costly. Jiang Yan hadn't finished yet, and the smoke charm in front stopped and respectfully said to Jiang Yan, "Boss, we have arrived. In this hospital, there is a strange pig demon. Its health has reached 1,300 points." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. An incredibly potential printing material. Boom! A distorted MRI machine smashed through the hospital's outer wall, spinning and flying out from inside. A series of terrified and desperate screams followed from inside the hospital. Boom, boom, boom. A low, rumbling footstep echoed from the hospital building, and a giant pig demon flashed past from behind the broken hole, its blood-red pig eyes filled with excited light. Jiang Yan hummed lightly. "This pig is very arrogant. Smoke charm, clear the way." "Yes, boss." Smoke charm turned, hugged Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin, and the black smoke-covered, ghostly green body floated like a falling leaf towards the big hole. Chomp chomp. A series of chewing sounds echoed inside the hospital building. The previously desperate, sharp screams now fell completely into dead silence. Jiang Yan, being held by smoke charm, fell into the hole and saw the plump pig demon holding a human corpse, devouring it greedily. While eating, it laughed joyfully. "Ha ha ha! Humans! Delicious meat! Tasty. So tasty. An Xiaoxin directly retched and turned pale. Jiang Yan, however, remained calm. In his previous life, he had experienced 3 strange descents and had seen far more horrifying and disgusting scenes than this. Smack! A soft sound echoed as a green, ghostly 10 hellcoin paper plane fluttered and poked the pig demon on the back of the head. The pig demon froze for a moment, lifted its head from the blood-soaked mess, and suddenly turned around. Chapter 7, Boss, give me another chance. Kid, did you throw hell coins at this grandpa? Are you tired of living? The pig demon wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, its blood-red eyes filled with violent killing intent. Jiang Yan looked at the hell coins entering his player panel and nodded in satisfaction. Hell coins plus 1982. Hell coins plus 57. Hell coins plus 1754. Smoke Charm had said this pig demon's health was around 1300, but now it seemed that after rampaging in the hospital for such a long time, it had improved quite a bit. With 1754 health, it was now comparable to the fully stocked Smoke Charm, indeed full of potential. Jiang Yan took a puff from the secret Black Crow's old pipe, exhaled a blue smoke ring, and waved his hand lightly. First, make its pig mouth crooked. Smoke Charm nodded heavily. Yes, boss. The pig demon finally noticed Smoke Charm, its blood-red eyes filled with suspicious confusion, and it shouted. Smoke Charm? Did you just call this kid something? Boss? This is a human player. You call him boss? Are you out of your mind? Smoke Charm lifted the catastrophic iron hammer. Slowly floated in front of the pig demon, and said in a deep voice. I advise you to show some respect to my boss, or else you won't be in for a good time later. The pig demon snorted loudly, disdainfully saying. You probably don't know how much I've gained in the hospital. Right now, you're no match for me. Before the words were finished, the mighty calamity hammer of the Smoke Charm had already smashed into the pig demon's pig head. Boom! The pig demon was sent flying by this hammer, crashing through 3 walls of the hospital before falling to the ground. A huge damage number popped up above the pig demon's head. Minus 325. The pig demon, covered in blood, slowly crawled up from the ground, holding his shocked pig face, and asked in a hoarse voice. Aren't you supposed to be focusing on agility? Why are you using a hammer to attack a tank like me? Smoke Charm, holding the hammer, proudly said. This is the agility tank hybrid route developed by my boss. The pig demon was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Nonsense. I've already allocated my strength to 35, are you ready to fight me in close combat? Let me see how strong you really are. Boom 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 boom. A series of heavy footsteps echoed as the pig demon charged at Smoke Charm, like an indestructible armored tank. Smoke Charm smiled proudly. Is 35 strength really that much? Under Jiang Yan's guidance, Smoke Charm's strength had already reached 50. She stretched out one hand, grabbing the pig demon's chin, and performed a shoulder throw, slamming the pig demon onto the ground. Boom! The pig demon's head directly crashed through the floor, creating a large hole in the reinforced concrete. Jiang Yan, standing behind, while printing money, provided Smoke Charm with an aura, rubbing his chin and pondering. The output of this agility tank hybrid route is indeed a bit low. If Smoke Charm had followed her usual agility route, with increased attack speed and critical hit, and equipped with agile melee and ranged weapons, that pig demon would have probably been killed already by a set of storm combos. But the agility tank hybrid route does have its advantages, especially in crowd control. Jiang Yan quickly revised his training plan based on the battle feedback, reassessing Smoke Charm's role in his team. Cough 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 cough, the pig demon struggled to pull himself out of the large hole, his disheveled appearance could not hide the shock in his pig eyes. Before the pig demon could speak, Smoke Charm slammed him with another hammer, striking his face. Boom! The pig demon was once again sent flying by the powerful calamity hammer, his health dropping by half. Smoke Charm stepped on the pig demon's chest, leaned over to take a look, and turned to report. Boss! His pig mouth is crooked now. The pig demon was pinned down by Smoke Charm, unable to move, and from his twisted pig mouth came a series of pig-like shrieks. Smoke Charm! You traitor! Why are you doing this? Smoke Charm chuckled. I'm doing this for your own good. My boss wants to hire you, so behave, and later he won't treat you unfairly. The pig demon spat, shouting. Foolish dreams. Even if I starve to death or jump from the building today, I will never accept a human as my boss. The pig demon's face was full of rage and determination. Strange, never a slave. Smack. A stack of green 10 yuan ghost money was heavily slapped onto the pig demon's crooked pig face. The money scattered like flowers, covering the ground, making it seem as if the pig demon was lying on a carpet of ghost money. Ha! The pig demon's bloodshot eyes froze, unable to react. How could this happen? This is all ghost money. Does this human have no basic respect for ghost money? Jiang Yan, with a shocked expression, pulled An Xiaoxin forward, and also stepped on the pig demon's chest, holding a stack of golden 100 yuan ghost money. He slapped it heavily onto the pig demon's crooked face, while cheerfully asking. The pig's skull is tough, huh? Smack! The thick 100 yuan ghost money made a crisp sound as it struck the pig demon's face. The pig demon's pig eyes trembled violently. The gaze couldn't help but follow the thick stack of $100 ghost money as it rose and fell. This, so much? This must be 10,000 ghost coins, right? How many good things could I buy in the mall with this? Slap. A backhand slap came again. Jiang Yan chuckled and scolded. You'd rather starve to death and jump off the building than admit me as your boss? Slap. Another slap. This is troublesome. I really wanted to hire you, but you treat ghost coins like dirt. Jiang Yan held the thick stack of $100 ghost bills in his hand and, in front of Pighead, quickly counted each one, flipping through them. Exactly 100 bills, 10,000 ghost coins. Then Jiang Yan placed the 10,000 ghost coins in Yan Mei's hand, smiling. Since you don't want it, then give what should have been your salary to my excellent employee Yan Mei as a bonus. Ah! Pighead let out an unbelievable cry, his pig eyes fixed on the stack of ghost coins, unable to move even half an inch. This was my salary? Can I really get this much salary? Do I deserve it? Ah! Yan Mei stared at the ghost coins in her hand, completely stunned. I never expected this. A job that pays 10,000 a month, on the first day of work, not only did I get an advance on this month's salary, but I also got an additional 10,000 as a bonus. The big boss is truly a big boss, a level beyond any ordinary person like me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yan Mei sincerely thanked Pighead. If it weren't for his hard pig bones, this money would never have reached my hands. Pighead felt as if a steel knife had been thrust into his chest. And it carved a beautiful knife wound. It hurt more than being slaughtered like a pig. That was 10,000 ghost coins. 10,000 ghost coins that should have belonged to me. And just like that, it slipped away from in front of me and became Yan Mei's bonus? Boss, I admit that I raised my voice just now. Can you give me another chance? Pighead grabbed Jiang Yan's pants leg, his eyes clear with a pleading look. Chapter 8, Wang Hucheng's Refreshing Rebirth. Facing Pighead's plea, Jiang Yan chuckled, pulled his foot out, shook his head, and said, I gave you a chance, you refused it yourself. The road of the Jianghu is long, let's part ways. Yan Mei, let's go. Jiang Yan, holding An Xiaoxin's hand, was led by Yan Mei and floated down to the hospital's ground floor. Watching Jiang Yan's back as it floated away, Pighead felt like the peak of his pig life was rapidly abandoning him. No. Boss. I've already decided to follow you. This life, Pighead, will follow you to the death. Boom. Pighead jumped directly from the large hole in the outer wall and crashed onto the hard cement ground below the hospital. His pig legs shattered into pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Pighead, kneeling, crazily knocked his head on the ground in front of Jiang Yan's back. Boss. Pighead, said the wrong thing just now. Now, Pighead, have jumped off the building. Please accept me, boss. Pighead's clear pig eyes were filled with tears. Full of regret. Jiang Yan stopped in his tracks, smiled lightly, and showed no surprise on his face. He turned and said, Since your attitude in admitting your mistake is so good, I'll give you another chance. Jiang Yan said, taking out a bloodstained contract and handing it to Pighead, his tone calm. Every employee of mine only gets one chance to make a mistake. You've already used yours. If you make a mistake again, don't blame me. Pighead shuddered, nodded repeatedly, and with great reverence signed his name on the contract. At the school. Because Jiang Yan had taken Yan Mei away, the threat of the strange arrival that had loomed over the entire school seemed to have ended early. A few teachers had organized the students to begin cleaning up the current mess and awaited external rescue. That body is my student, please carry it here. History teacher Chen Tiantian pointed to a body, exhaustion clearly visible on her face. She had never imagined such a terrifying and bloody scene would unfold in her teaching career. Luckily, she survived. Not everyone was as lucky as she was. The student named Wang Hucheng in front of him. Wang Hucheng's broken body was lifted to Chen Tiantian's side. When her fingers touched Wang Hucheng, Chen Tiantian suddenly froze. This body, it still seemed to have warmth and elasticity? Just as Chen Tiantian was surprised, the blood-covered Wang Hucheng suddenly sat up with a jerk. He almost instinctively cursed. Jiang Yan, damn your horse. If it weren't for his resurrection talent, he would have really been killed by Jiang Yan this time. Wang Hucheng angrily cursed, I didn't expect it, Jiang Yan, you're such a venomous villain. Ah! Chen Tiantian almost fainted from the shock. Wang Hucheng looked around quickly, calmed down, and forced a smile at Chen Tiantian, saying, "Teacher Chen, I'm not dead." Chen Tiantian took a deep breath, about to say something, but then saw Wang Hucheng start running towards the school gate. "Where are you going?" Chen Tiantian shouted at his back, "It's dangerous outside now. Come back." Wang Hucheng ignored her and disappeared outside the school gate. He had died so unexpectedly this time, and the most precious half-hour was spent lying on the floor as a corpse. He had to act immediately. While running at full speed, Wang Hucheng's teeth were almost grinding to dust, and all he could see in front of him was Jiang Yan's face. Confirmed. Jiang Yan must have also been reborn. This time, he must have chosen a speed-type talent, that's why he can run so fast. Jiang Yan, just wait. I won't let you screw me over like this again. Wang Hucheng turned a street corner, and at a glance, he saw a blue treasure chest quietly lying in the grass by the roadside. A flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. Jiang Yan, you're not good enough. Reborn once, wasted half an hour of mine, and you didn't even find this crucial treasure chest? With this chest, the resurrection talent will be complete. Wang Hucheng took a deep breath and opened the blue treasure chest. A skill scroll entered his line of sight. Active skill, refresh, level 1, instantly ends the cooldown of selected skills, items, or talents. Cooldown, 10 hours. Wang Hucheng's face showed wild joy. This is it. Just like last time. With this skill, his resurrection talent could truly unleash its unique power. Talents can't level up, but refresh can level up. When the refresh skill reaches level 10, the cooldown time will only be 1 hour, and with some special items, players with the new resurrection talent will hardly ever die. Moreover, this rare refresh skill couldn't be bought in the system store, only treasure chests could drop it. Before Wang Hucheng died last time, this skill had already skyrocketed to 60,000 underworld coins in the player market. Without hesitation, Wang Hucheng immediately used this priceless skill scroll. As he saw the refresh skill appear on his panel, Wang Hucheng refreshed his resurrection talent's cooldown, then let out a long sigh of relief. Although the strange phenomenon in the school had disappeared for unknown reasons, there were still many strange phenomena in this city. With the resurrection talent at his side, Wang Hucheng dared to explore more treasure chests around him, quickly strengthening himself. Wang Hucheng, back at the starting point, knew very well that in the next month, this city would never calm down, the battle between humans and the strange phenomena would continue to drag on. Many humans had died in the first sudden appearance of the strange phenomena, and those who struggled to survive gradually became familiar with the rules of the game, starting to grow stronger and stronger in adversity. This time, I will be the fastest growing player. A cold light flashed in Wang Hucheng's eyes, a look that could only appear after struggling to survive in the strange game for a long time, filled with ruthlessness and coldness. Jiang Yan, provoking me will be the most regrettable thing you'll ever do in this life. Wang Hucheng turned around, leaving a determined back behind. Not bad, once you wear this gear, your pighead aura is completely different. Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, looking at the fully armored pig gangly, and nodded in satisfaction. He had just advanced pig gangly a salary of 10,000 underworld coins and guided him in buying gear and skills. Gear, Iron Wall Helmet, Iron Wall Set January 8th increases health by 500 points and armor by 20 points. Price, 3,000 underworld coins. With the helmet, armor, and pants, the 3-piece set activated the first set effect directly. Iron Wall, health plus 1,000. The remaining 1,000 underworld coins, Jiang Yan allocated entirely to increasing strength attributes. Now, Pig Gangly's health had soared to 4,354 points. As expected from a tank, he's much stronger than Smoke Charm in terms of a nimble tank. Underworld coins plus 2,788. Underworld coins plus 57. Underworld coins plus 4,354. Jiang Yan looked at the underworld coins rolling in on his panel, very pleased, and nodded. Chapter 9, Does your family run a printing factory for money? Smoke Charm's health, after Jiang Yan injected her with a bonus, had risen again to 2,788 points, completely lost on the path of a nimble tank. Jiang Yan made Smoke Charm exchange for the skills, Blunt Strike, and Kidney Punch. With the support of strength and agility attributes, Smoke Charm could now deliver very effective first control effects. Now, in the team, we have 1 money printer for logistics, 1 damage tank, and 1 nimble tank controlling. Jiang Yan counted on his fingers and calculated. We're missing a berserk damage dealer. As he said this, Jiang Yan's gaze fell on the nearby An Xiaoxin, who looked completely confused. She still hadn't adapted to the sudden change. This girl had always been quiet and reserved, and in this strange, descending era, it was very hard to survive. Even with an SS-level talent, it was still the same. A heart willing to survive is the prerequisite for any talent to function. Although Jiang Yan could protect her, the SS-level talent needed to be utilized. Take this. Jiang Yan threw a large box of bullets, a total of 500 rounds, to An Xiaoxin, telling her to store it in her system for later use. Item, silver bullets, double damage against strange targets, half damage against non-strange targets. Price, 100 underworld coins. Jiang Yan had used these bullets in his past life, but he was always stingy with them and wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. This life, however, he casually exchanged 500 rounds and handed them over to An Xiaoxin. 100 underworld coins might seem cheap, but that's the price for one bullet. After one battle with the strange, 100 rounds wouldn't be considered much, which would cost 10,000 underworld coins. In contrast, normal bullets only cost 1 underworld coin per round, aimed at being economical. In his past life, Jiang Yan would have knelt and begged any player who dared to use silver bullets. And Xiaoxin looked at the box of priceless bullets, swallowed hard, and hesitantly said, But, I don't know how to shoot. Jiang Yan smiled and pointed at Pig Gangly. Stand 50 meters away, raise your shield, and be a target for An Xiaoxin to practice on. He casually exchanged a special flag-like item from the mall and planted it into the ground. Protection battle flag, duelists will not be dealt fatal damage. Price, 100 underworld coins. Pig Gangly showed no reluctance and happily ran 50 meters away, raising his newly purchased counterattack steel shield, and said in a deep voice, Boss, I'm ready. With the 3-piece iron wall set, his health nearly hitting 5,000, what was it to be a target for the seemingly harmless young girl? Pig Gangly was even excited to have a chance to show loyalty and courage in front of Jiang Yan. After Jiang Yan had taught for a while, An Xiaoxin finally understood how to open the gun's safety, aim, and shoot. Bang! A flash of fire shot out from the Desert Eagle's muzzle. The sound of the gunshot was deafening. A cloud of dust rose beside Pig Gangly's feet, and the bullet missed. Zhu Ganglai curled his lips, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He really didn't know why the boss had to bring along such a burden. Bang! Another gunshot, the bullet flew past Zhu Ganglia's scalp. Zhu Ganglai even thought about putting down his shield, holding it up was too tiring. Bang! The third shot rang out, and this time, it finally hit Zhu Ganglai. Right on his counterattack steel shield. Zhu Ganglai was knocked straight onto the ground, a swirl of dust rising up. A big damage number jumped up from Zhu Ganglai. Critical hit, minus 1023. Zhu Ganglai? Holy shit! One shot, 1000 damage? Is this something a human can do? Jiang Yan clapped his hands and said, Quick! Don't stop firing. Players who focus on agility have fast attack speeds, high critical rates, and their single-hit damage often doesn't match that of strength-based melee fighters. And Xiaoxin had gradually figured out the trick, and with Jiang Yan's encouragement, she fired her 2 Desert Eagles repeatedly. The rate of fire was extremely fast. Bang, 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 bang. A series of damage numbers shot out from Zhu Ganglai. Minus 548. Critical hit, minus 1241. Minus 487. Critical hit, minus 974. Critical hit, minus 1054. Zhu Ganglai screamed as he was shot, holding his shield, scrambling to escape behind a car, crying out. Help! Boss, save my pig life. I'm gonna die. Zhu Ganglia's health had already dropped to 1 point. If it weren't for Jiang Yan's protection flag just now, Zhu Ganglai would have been killed by An Xiaoxin. With the violent maniac talent, An Xiaoxin could equip 10 weapons at once, her attack power was already absurd, and Jiang Yan filled her bullets with silver that doubled damage, her critical rate was high too. Nearby, Jiang Yan was giving a plus 35% attack buff from the level 5, strong strike aura. With all the amplifications, Zhu Ganglai, who had just spent 10,000 hell coins on becoming a meat shield, still couldn't handle An Xiaoxin's output. An Xiaoxin stopped shooting, swallowed hard, and looked at the Desert Eagle in her hand, full of disbelief. Is this the damage I caused? I am this strong? Jiang Yan, standing beside her, pinched his chin and muttered. Not bad. An Xiaoxin. Zhu Ganglai. Jiang Yan checked the shop again and bought another gun for An Xiaoxin. It was a bright red assault rifle, with a pure gold Qilin head at the muzzle, spitting out the dark hole of the barrel. Equipment, Fire Qilin, Level 1, can be upgraded attack power plus 250, range plus 150, attack speed plus 50, critical hit damage plus 20%. Magazine capacity, 30. Price, 20,000 hell coins. Critical hit damage increase is different from critical hit rate. With the Fire Qilin in hand, An Xiaoxin's critical hit damage was no longer 200%, but 220%. An Xiaoxin? A 20,000 hell coin weapon? Where did he get so many hell coins from? Does his family print hell coins? Zhu Ganglai? This gun is too broken. Thank goodness I'm on the team. Otherwise, I'd be dead without even showing my head. Wei looked at An Xiaoxin, then at herself, and secretly thought. As a woman, how can I gain the boss's favor like that? Let me see if there's any beauty-enhancing item in the shop. Jiang Yan bought a few healing potions, restored Zhu Ganglia's health, and placed another protection flag, saying, "One more time." Zhu Ganglia's huge body shuddered, fear deeply showing in his eyes. Although he wouldn't die, the pain was real. Zhu Gangli didn't dare disobey Jiang Yan's order, trembling as he got up, raised his shield, and stood ready. And Xiaoxin got familiar with the fire qilin and fired a 3-round burst at Zhu Gangli. -1487. Critical hit, -3314. Critical hit, -3177. Zhu Gangli was blasted away several meters, unable to get up from the ground for a long time. These 3 shots nearly took away double his health. So terrifying. Jiang Yan nodded and said with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Chapter 10, Shang Group. Just as Jiang Yan began to think about where to catch the weird creature next, An Xiaoxin suddenly spoke up. Somewhat tangled, she said. Well, Jiang Yan, can you do me a favor? I want to find my dad. I don't know if he's survived the strange event. An Xiaoxin had been in a panic before, but now she had finally calmed down a bit and started worrying about the safety of her family. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said. I overlooked that. Where is your dad? He casually pried open the door of a BMW parked by the side of the road, connected the circuits under the dashboard, and easily started the engine. In his past life, he wasn't good at fighting against strange events, but he had learned plenty of little tricks like this. And Xiaoxin sat in the passenger seat and said. Shang Group, it's just past the bridge. Upon hearing the words Shang Group, Jiang Yan froze for a moment, then immediately became serious and asked. Shang Group, the surname is An? Your dad is An Baosheng, Uncle An? And Xiaoxin blinked her big eyes. You know my dad too? Jiang Yan smiled thoughtfully and said. He's well known. Don't worry, your dad will be fine. After the second strange event, An Baosheng, also known as Uncle An, became well known in Nandu City. The Dingxing Society, which An Baosheng had founded, was the largest player organization in Nandu. With a stomp of his foot, the whole city would shake, and even the official organization, the Weird Hunting Bureau, had to give the Dingxing Society some face. According to some rumors Jiang Yan had heard in his past life, An Baosheng had started in the earthwork business, essentially being a local king. Later, he founded Shang Group, specializing in engineering construction, successfully washing his hands and becoming legitimate, and the bloody past was no longer mentioned. But after the strange event, An Baosheng and Shang Group's concealed fangs, which had been hidden for years, couldn't be kept under wraps anymore. A disciplined, well-organized Dingxing society, which was bold and fearless, easily crushed the disorganized players after the strange event. It was said that many secret realm explorations, treasure hunts, and strange event hunting operations were secretly controlled by the Dingxing society. In his past life, Jiang Yan could only look up to such a massive force like the Dingxing society. But this time, everything was different. Yan Mei sat in the back seat, while Zhu Gangli, due to his large size, squeezed into the trunk, making the car lean a bit backward. Jiang Yan stepped on the gas, and the BMW shot forward, heading toward the Shang Group. After the strange event, there were very few vehicles on the road, but all sorts of bizarre obstacles frequently appeared, greatly testing driving skills. Watching Jiang Yan concentrate on driving, and Xiaoxin couldn't help but ask. Aren't you worried about your parents? Jiang Yan smiled and said. My parents are both researchers, studying the big icebergs in Antarctica. They'll be fine, don't worry. In his past life, after the second strange event, Jiang Yan had received a phone call from his parents, knowing that they hadn't encountered any strange events, which brought him some comfort as he struggled to survive. There was strong evidence showing that the strange events were greatly related to population density. In places like Antarctica, where no one lived, strange events would be unemployed. Shang Group occupied a whole office building, which was one of the landmarks in Nandu. But when Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin saw the building from a distance, they found that it was already in ruins, with hardly a single intact piece of glass. And Xiaoxin immediately became nervous, instinctively gripping Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan gently held An Xiaoxin's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, Uncle An will be fine. I can already hear movement downstairs. As the car got closer, the two indeed saw a group of people in the plaza below the Dingxing Group building. These people were armed with various weapons, machetes, chainsaws, steel axes, golf clubs, and even a few holding shotguns. Among them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a gentle and approachable appearance. It's the famous Uncle An Baosheng. An Xiaoxin saw An Baosheng from a distance, let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the tear stains on her cheek, and only then realized she had been crying anxiously. Jiang Yan, what is that thing in the middle of them? An Xiaoxin pointed ahead and asked. A massive, dark, strange creature's corpse lay on the plaza of the Shang Group, surrounded by An Baosheng and his group. It looked like it was already dead. Jiang Yan sighed. That's an abnormal creature. It's already been killed by your father and them. When the first abnormal creature appeared, humanity was as fragile as tofu in front of it. Just one abnormal creature could easily slaughter thousands of humans. If the Abnormal Hunting Bureau hadn't stepped in quickly, human society might have already collapsed in the first wave of abnormal creatures. But even in such an unexpected situation, these people from Shang Group were able to calm down so quickly and kill this abnormal creature, which is really remarkable. After killing the abnormal creature, all players who participated in the kill would receive corresponding rewards such as soul coins, skill scrolls, and equipment based on their contributions. The various rewards from the first round of abnormal creatures were worth about 10,000 soul coins, but with so many people at the Shang Group Plaza, each person would probably end up with less than 1,000. Although the rewards from team combat weren't as impressive, the advantage was in the lower risk and sustainability. Jiang Yan deeply understood one thing: only by surviving can one have the capital to look forward to everything. Before getting off the car, Jiang Yan thought for a moment, bought 2 items from the shop, and gave them to Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai. Item: mist bottle, envelopes the user in an invisible mist, making them undetectable. Cannot be used when there are hostile targets within 500 meters, and will be seen if the attribute difference is above 20 points. Will reveal the user if they attack or are attacked. Price: 5,000 soul coins. This item has no offensive or defensive abilities and is priced so high that almost no players would buy it. But for Jiang Yan, who was constantly followed by abnormal creatures, the mist bottle had significant practical value. After Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai used the mist bottle, other players would find it hard to detect their presence. Otherwise, these two shadow-like abnormal creatures might frequently cause trouble for Jiang Yan. An Xiaoxin pushed open the car door, her face filled with the relief of surviving, about to call her father when she suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a black jacket riding a motorcycle, stopping at the edge of the plaza, shouting, "Big brother! I've been to check. There's another abnormal creature in the nearby commercial street." An Baosheng, in the crowd, raised his head, a cold glint flashed under his gold-rimmed glasses, and he waved his hand. "Brothers! Kill this abnormal creature and see what good stuff we can get." A group of men dressed like employees of the Shang Group, holding various weapons, surrounded An Baosheng, charging toward the commercial street. Jiang Yan. As expected of the Shang Group, which could walk through Nandu, they were this fierce from the very beginning. Chapter 11, No one is allowed to mention retreat. Seeing her father lead his brothers into battle, An Xiaoxin quickly shouted twice. But amidst the chaotic footsteps, it was clear that An Baosheng didn't hear his daughter's call. A group of people quickly disappeared at the end of the plaza. An Xiaoxin frowned tightly, muttering, "He's always been like this. Fighting and killing all his life, never having a moment of peace." Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "In such a world, people like your father are the ones who survive. Let's go check, your father and them might have run into trouble." An Xiaoxin looked at Jiang Yan in confusion and asked, "How do you know?" Jiang Yan smiled, "I calculated it." He vaguely remembered that the abnormal creature in the commercial street was on the first cleanup list from the Abnormal Hunting Bureau in his past life. Since it was eventually wiped out by the Abnormal Hunting Bureau, it meant that An Baosheng and his group had suffered a loss at the hands of this abnormal creature. Although it was the first wave of abnormal creatures. But the bizarre talent and skill choices differ, and so does the strength. Especially now that an hour has passed, the bizarre creature in the commercial street might have already slaughtered many humans. Just like how humans get rewards for killing bizarre creatures also get rewards for killing humans. On the way here, Jiang Yan had already asked Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai, and learned that when a bizarre creature kills a human player, it receives 1% of the total value of the victim's belongings in underworld coins as a reward, with a minimum of 1 underworld coin. When the bizarre first appeared, most players had little wealth, only a few hundred underworld coins left after selecting their talents. So now, killing a human player only earns 1 to 4 underworld coins, with the risk of being counterattacked. In comparison, the tens of thousands of underworld coins Jiang Yan casually threw out made Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai completely submit. This news also made Jiang Yan more alert. Although he had a lot of money, he was also a target. If a bizarre creature could kill him, even though it would only get 1%, it would still be an enormous fortune. Zhu Ganglai, Yan Mei, clear the way ahead. Jiang Yan waved his hand, following the two bizarre creatures, printing money while calculating how to spend the money next, so that he could turn himself into an invincible, immortal, indestructible, and almighty money printing machine. When they reached the entrance of the commercial street, Jiang Yan stopped An Xiaoxin and ordered the two bizarre creatures to slow down, exploring the situation inside the street little by little. The terrain inside the commercial street was relatively open, and there were many people. The bizarre creatures' massacre was easy to carry out, and after an hour of killing, the bizarre might have already earned thousands of underworld coins. With such a large expenditure of underworld coins, the strength of the bizarre creatures in the commercial street was no longer what it had been when it first arrived. The group of An Baosheng was likely to be badly beaten when they came over. The entire commercial street, once bustling and lively, was now in ruins with bloodstains everywhere, corpses lying around, a terrifying scene. An Xiaoxin's face turned pale from fear, and she subconsciously clung to Jiang Yan's arm. Inside was dead silence. The two of them and the two bizarre creatures moved carefully, afraid of being ambushed by a lurking bizarre creature. Jiang Yan didn't know when, but he had already pulled An Xiaoxin into his arms. This girl was now the only source of damage in the team, and her equipment had no survival ability. If she got ambushed, he couldn't find another SS-level violent talent like her. Jiang Yan. I'm a little scared. An Xiaoxin clung to Jiang Yan, almost like a koala, her small body tightly pressed against his chest. Zhu Ganglai, walking ahead, staggered, his face full of indignation but not daring to speak. Are you scared? Do you think you have the right to be scared? You can explode over 3,000 with a single shot, aren't the bizarre creatures in the commercial street trembling with fear? Jiang Yan, holding An Xiaoxin, comforted her. Don't worry, I'm here. In the previous life, An Xiaoxin died for him. In this life, Jiang Yan would never let An Xiaoxin suffer even the slightest harm. An Xiaoxin looked up at him, touched, and whispered. Jiang Yan, you're so good to me. Can I be your girlfriend? She had already realized that their current position was very awkward, but at the same time, she realized that she was only shy, not rejecting Jiang Yan's closeness. She confirmed once again that she really liked Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled softly and said. Okay. Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai in the front both shivered, with goosebumps all over their bodies. In the face of a great enemy, can you two stop being lovey-dovey here? Yan Mei turned her head to look at An Xiaoxin in Jiang Yan's arms, her face full of happiness, and tentatively said. Boss, actually. I'm also quite scared. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. You, a bizarre creature with 50 strength, are not afraid of anything. So cowardly, do you not want this bonus anymore? Hurry up, go ahead and open up the view. Yan Mei. Alright, boss. As soon as she heard there was a bonus, Yan Mei became full of energy, happily rushing forward. At that moment, a sudden shout erupted from an underground entrance on the commercial street. There! So fast! Then a deep shout from An Baosheng sounded. Don't mess up the formation. Little tiger, you have the resurrection talent, hold the shield up. Second dragon, get ready to shoot. Get closer, don't accidentally injure anyone. Pockmarked, use your shield skill to protect little tiger. Jiang Yan listened from the outside, constantly praising. The setup is quite complete. Before he finished speaking, there was suddenly a dull bang from the underground entrance. Then came a series of sharp sounds, clang clang clang. A twisted shield was thrown out from the underground entrance, bouncing continuously on the ground. Then came a roar. Little tiger. No. Looking at the twisted shield on the ground, Jiang Yan felt his teeth hurt. This was a alloy shield sold in the system shop, providing 7 points of armor and 100 points of health, with decent blocking ability, priced at 500 hell coins. To think it was destroyed into such a broken shape with just one hit from the monster inside? Goodness, this monster looks really strong, Jiang Yan murmured. And Baosheng's furious shout immediately came from below. It's too fast. Retreat. A group of people immediately rushed out, flustered but not chaotic. A few men holding police riot shields were covering the rear, and in the second row, there were a few thugs with shotguns, always ready to shoot through the gaps in the shields. Big brother, what should we do? That thing inside is too fast. We feel like we can't win. How about we retreat first? And Baosheng's face turned pale, no longer the scholarly look under his gold-rimmed glasses, his bloodshot eyes filled with anger and frustration. He slapped the terrified subordinate's face hard and shouted. Shut your damn mouth. Little tiger is dead inside. He will resurrect in half an hour, and how desperate will he be if he can't see us? He followed me because he believes I won't abandon him. And so do you. I will never abandon any of you. Think of a way to save little tiger. Until then, hold the entrance. No one is allowed to mention retreat. Chapter 12, Uncle An's treasure hunting talent. These people were so nervous that they didn't notice Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin watching them from not far behind. Hearing An Baosheng's roar, Jiang Yan's heart suddenly clenched. To make the dominant guild the top in Nandu, An Baosheng definitely relied not just on courage and determination. His current actions, whether it was to deliberately win people's hearts or truly unwilling to abandon his subordinates, made him seem more human than most in this disaster. Especially the one named Little Tiger who died below. Like Jiang Yan in his past life, he also had the resurrection talent. But unlike Jiang Yan, Little Tiger was not abandoned by the team. An Baosheng stared at the deep underground entrance, took a deep breath, and said, "Wait a minute, my treasure hunting talent has cooled down. Let's see if there's anything good." With that, An Baosheng made a digging gesture. A black iron shovel appeared out of thin air in An Baosheng's hand. Whoosh! An Baosheng swung the shovel and dug into the ground. A treasure chest glowing with green light appeared. Another chest. An Baosheng muttered. But this time, it's green. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment. Treasure hunting talent? This is interesting. This talent, Jiang Yan never even heard of it in his past life. It seems like quite a rare ability to dig treasure chests right on the spot. Jiang Yan pulled An Xiaoxin, tiptoeing behind An Baosheng to look into his green treasure chest. An Baosheng opened the chest, and there were quite a few items inside. Equipment: Glock pistol, attack power +8, range +40, ammo capacity 5. Price: 500 underworld coins. Equipment: swift dagger, attack power +3. Price: 70 underworld coins. Skill: heal, level 1, restores 30 health points to an allied unit, costs 30 mana. Price: 100 underworld coins. Underworld coins, 300. The contents of this green chest are worth around 1,000 underworld coins, which aligns with Jiang Yan's impression of treasure chests. He actually remembers the locations of many treasure chests nearby, and it's said that many good things have been found inside. If he hadn't unlocked the SSS level money printer talent, Jiang Yan would definitely have gone around searching for treasure chests, focusing on them for early development. However, for someone with a money printer, the items inside these ordinary chests no longer piqued his interest. What really caught Jiang Yan's attention was An Baosheng's talent. Now, it had only been an hour since the strange event began, and An Baosheng had already dug up 2 chests. So, his treasure digging talent had a cooldown time of 1 hour. It seems the quality of the chests he digs up is random. This means An Baosheng's talent might dig up blue, purple, or even gold and red chests. So much potential. An Baosheng reached into the green chest to take its contents, but suddenly felt something was wrong behind him. He reacted quickly, grabbed his Glock pistol, and swiftly turned around, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Jiang Yan's forehead. An Xiaoxin was startled and quickly shouted, "Dad! It's me! Don't shoot!" An Baosheng froze for a moment and then clearly saw An Xiaoxin, who was hugging Jiang Yan's arm. An Baosheng was overjoyed. "Xiaoxin? How did you come here by yourself? I told Uncle Yan to pick you up, didn't you see him?" An Xiaoxin shook her head and said, "I didn't see Uncle Yang. I came here with Jiang Yan." An Baosheng's gaze swept over Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin hugging each other's arms, a dark glint flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. "Is this your classmate?" An Baosheng asked. An Xiaoxin nodded, her face slightly shy as she said, He's my deskmate. We ran away from school together." An Baosheng quickly shifted his attention and said in a deep voice, "You two find a place to hide, wait until Dad deals with that thing, and then come out, understood?" An Xiaoxin held up the fire qilin in her hands and said, "Dad, we can help. Jiang Yan and I are very strong." An Baosheng glanced at the fire qilin, thinking it was some extravagant toy, and said irritably, "Stop causing trouble. Go hide in that shop." An Baosheng pointed to the milk tea shop behind him, which was filled with blood, then glared at Jiang Yan and said, "Kid. You're a man. Protect her well." As he said that, An Baosheng roughly shoved Jiang Yan's chest. As for the 2 strange creatures beside Jiang Yan, due to the mist bottle's effect, An Baosheng and his group had not noticed their presence at all. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. After thinking for a moment, he still grabbed An Xiaoxin and led her into the milk tea shop. An Xiaoxin was a bit anxious. Jiang Yan whispered, "This milk tea shop has a great shooting angle. Just help with the long-range fire support later. That strange creature is obviously agile, its health won't be very high, 1 shot from you is enough to decide the outcome." By bringing An Xiaoxin into the shop, Jiang Yan wasn't scared, but rather using this as an opportunity to train An Xiaoxin's combat abilities. An Xiaoxin immediately became nervous, especially when she thought about the fact that her father was facing the danger. If she made a mistake, it might hurt him, making her even more tense. Jiang Yan stood behind An Xiaoxin and said gently, "Take a deep breath, focus, don't overthink it. The strange creature is about to come." An Xiaoxin was taken aback. "How do you know?" Jiang Yan said calmly, "I heard it." His agility was very high now, and his senses were extremely sharp. He had heard a faint footstep sound from around the underground entrance. Almost as soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, a shadow, carrying a gust of evil wind, silently lunged out from the underground entrance. An Baosheng and several of his seasoned subordinates were quietly discussing how to rescue Xiao Hu in half an hour, yet they never expected that this strange creature would directly burst out. The few burly men in front, holding blast shields, all let out a startled cry and instinctively raised their shields to defend. Boom! In the silent ambush, the power hidden within was far greater than it appeared, sending all the burly men with blast shields flying, scattering on the ground, rolling wildly as if they were bowling pins knocked over. Jiang Yan slightly furrowed his brows, feeling that the strength this strange creature displayed was far stronger than he had imagined. Is this really a strange creature with an agility path? Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel. Soul coins plus 2,788. Soul coins plus 57. Soul coins plus 4,354. Soul coins plus 3,317. The last number represents the health value of this ambushing strange creature. Jiang Yan was startled. Such high health? And such fast speed? This strange creature is not right. While surprised in his heart, Jiang Yan didn't hesitate and directly said to An Xiaoxin beside him. Now! Seeing the ferocious target, An Xiaoxin instead calmed down, aiming at the strange creature which had paused for a brief moment due to the attack, and decisively pulled the trigger of the fire cannon. Bang! 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 3 gunshots. That shadow was a magic wolf-shaped strange creature. Its claws were sharp and long to a terrifying degree, its mouth was full of thick blood mixed with saliva, and its body was covered with pieces of human flesh. The magic wolf strange creature had swollen muscles all over, looking like a strength-based creature, but for some unknown reason, its speed was astonishingly fast. Bang! 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 And Xiaoxin fired a 3-round burst from the fire cannon. 3 silver bullets turned into streaks of light and shot through the air. 2 of the bullets brushed past the magic wolf strange creature's body, falling into empty space. Only 1 bullet struck directly at the magic wolf's chest. Critical hit, minus 3,124. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. And Xiaoxin's face was full of frustration. Why did I only hit 1 shot? Nearby, hidden in the mist, Zhu Ganglai shuddered heavily, recalling the painful experience of being shot by An Xiaoxin, and the psychological trauma was overwhelming. Jiang Yan stroked his chin, his face calm. Growth always comes with all sorts of pain. The magic wolf was clearly scared out of its wits. With 3317 health, how terrifying was this health value? He could even swear that his current health was definitely ranked number 1 among all the strange creatures in Nandu. It's not that I'm a wolf killer. But with such terrifying health, I was shot by 1 bullet and left with only 193 health? If I wasn't killed instantly, it was completely just luck, right? Oh whoa! The magic wolf strange creature screamed, its tail tucked between its legs as it dashed out of the commercial street, running away without looking back. Humans! I've memorized your scent. Wait for me. The vicious voice echoed in the commercial street, but the magic wolf was already nowhere to be seen. And Xiaoxin kept aiming for a long time, but the magic wolf's speed was so fast that she couldn't lock onto it, watching helplessly as it escaped. Jiang Yan frowned. The strange creature lying in ambush was dangerous, but he couldn't do anything about the fleeing magic wolf. For a moment, the commercial street became silent, and pairs of shocked eyes turned toward them from the front. Those 3 shots just now were fired by An Xiaoxin? The people from Shang Group all knew An Xiaoxin's weak and introverted personality, and they couldn't believe their eyes. An Baosheng swallowed hard, looking at the exaggeratedly designed fire cannon in An Xiaoxin's hands with smoke still rising from the barrel, murmuring. As expected of my daughter. An Xiaoxin smiled shyly and softly said. I told you. I can help. An Baosheng regained his composure, lightly coughed, and gently grabbed An Xiaoxin's slender arm. Go home with me. Young man, you better go back to your own home. With that, An Baosheng turned around without looking back, ready to leave Jiang Yan behind in the blood-soaked commercial street. An Xiaoxin, however, jumped up, broke free from An Baosheng's grip, grabbed Jiang Yan's arm with her other hand, her face flushed red, yet she stammered, saying, Dad. His name is Jiang Yan, he is my boyfriend. His family isn't in Nandu, can we take him home with us? An Baosheng slowly turned his head, his face dark with anger, and his eyes, hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, bore a murderous gaze, staring fiercely at Jiang Yan. He had already noticed the ambiguous relationship between his daughter and this guy. But to make his shy daughter, who had just turned 18, say such words in front of so many people was truly not easy. Boyfriend? Xiaoxin, I've told you before, you are not allowed to date early. Come home with me right now. Otherwise, I will break this kid's legs. As An Baosheng spoke, he slowly snatched a bloody chainsaw from the hands of a burly man beside him, his eyes locked on Jiang Yan, trying to intimidate him. But Jiang Yan remained calm, not sensing any threat at all. During this time, he had been improving his strength and agility attributes. Once his attributes exceeded 100 points, the cost for upgrading went from 1,000 underworld coins per point to 10,000 underworld coins per point. This price was already terrifying, and the cost effectiveness was very low. However, with the high health values of Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai, Zhang Yan's ability to mint money was no joke. He was earning 7,199 underworld coins per second, and within 3 seconds, he could add 2 points. Now, Zhang Yan's player panel looked like this. Player, Zhang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 174, Agility, 174, Intelligence, 50. The average for a normal person is 5. Underworld coins, 11247. His strength attribute had surpassed that of an average person by 35 times, and with the defense of the golden bell armor, even if he just lay there and let An Baosheng saw him, it would still be hard to break his defense. Seeing Zhang Yan so calm, An Baosheng's expression grew even colder, and he said in a low voice. "What's this, kid? You think I wouldn't dare?" Zhang Yan shook his head and said calmly. "Uncle An definitely dares." His tone was still very relaxed. An Xiaoxin tightly held onto Zhang Yan's arm, giving a dry laugh and saying, "Well, since we're not getting along, I'll elope with Zhang Yan first. If you need help, just give me a call." With that, An Xiaoxin actually grabbed Zhang Yan and started running madly to the other side of the commercial street. An Baosheng was stunned at first. He instinctively wanted to chase them down and chop Zhang Yan into pieces to feed to the dogs, but then he noticed the speed at which An Xiaoxin and the kid were running. They were so fast that they left after images. Damn! An Baosheng clenched his fists, helpless, and shouted loudly. All right. Take him home too. Is that fine? Quick, get your ass back here. An Xiaoxin abruptly stopped, pulling Zhang Yan back a little, and warned. You're not lying to me, are you? If you lay a hand on Zhang Yan, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. This time, it really will be for a lifetime. An Baosheng looked helpless, bitterly smiling and shaking his head. All right, I promise. An Xiaoxin showed a look of joy and pulled Zhang Yan back to the commercial street. When Xiaohu was revived, the group finally started walking back to the Shang Group building. Zhang Yan had not said anything all this time. He just wanted his girlfriend to be happy, and as for whether he lived in An Xiaoxin's house or in the house his parents had left him, it made no difference to him. Maybe soft rice was actually better to eat? However, Zhang Yan had a feeling that this matter was definitely not over. An Baosheng was not the type to give up easily. Back at the Shang Group building, An Baosheng did not immediately pay attention to Zhang Yan and An Xiaoxin. Instead, he arranged for them to stay in 2 separate guest rooms. With such a big incident suddenly occurring, the entire Shang Group was in chaos, with An Baosheng needing to handle everything. If it were an ordinary company boss facing such a situation, they would probably disband on the spot and run for their lives. But someone like An Baosheng, a remarkable figure, clearly knew how to manage such bizarre situations. Smelling the opportunity coexisting with danger, Zhang Yan brewed a cup of tea at his room's tea table, printing money while teaching the mist-covered smoke charm and Zhu Ganglai how to play poker, waiting for An Baosheng to arrive. If nothing unexpected happens, this big shot will surely come for a heart-to-heart with me. However, before Zhang Yan could wait for An Baosheng, he was met with An Xiaoxin. Like a thief, she quietly pushed open Zhang Yan's window from the outside and jumped in directly. Chapter 14, Trying to Fool Me with Fake Money? Outside on the 20th floor, An Xiaoxin's action of pushing open Zhang Yan's window was like a female version of Spider-Man. With her 50 points of agility, this move only required a bit of courage. Seeing Zhang Yan's somewhat surprised gaze, An Xiaoxin's delicate face turned slightly red, and her beautiful eyes flickered as she said, I'm alone in the room, a bit scared of a strange ambush. And with my dad's character, he'll definitely have someone watch us in the hallway. I had to come in through the outside. The strange events around the Shang Group had been cleared, but the entire southern city, even the whole world, still remained under the shadow of the first strange occurrence. Zhang Yan and An Xiaoxin could occasionally hear terrified screams from distant streets and even explosions in the city, accompanied by flashes of fire. This chaotic state didn't truly ease until the Bureau of Strange Creatures intervened and suppressed it, giving the frightened people time to breathe, lick their physical and emotional wounds, reflect on everything about this game, and slowly grow amidst the pain. The peace Zhang Yan and An Xiaoxin found in the Shang Group's building was extremely rare at the moment, and it could even be said to be the only one in the whole of southern city. But no one could guarantee how long this peace would last. The massive Shang Group could become the new target of a strange attack at any time. Moreover, neither Zhang Yan nor An Xiaoxin had forgotten the threat from the demon wolf's strange departure from the commercial street. Zhang Yan poured a cup of tea for An Xiaoxin and placed it in front of him. Then, he moved his chair slightly and gently patted his thigh, signaling for An Xiaoxin to sit beside him. An Xiaoxin's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her delicate face flushed red, and she repeatedly shook her head, her voice full of embarrassment. No. I won't go. Zhang Yan smiled and reached out, grabbing An Xiaoxin and pulling her into his arms. Ah! A short, sharp cry echoed, and the room fell into a long silence, with only their breathing sounds slowly closing the distance between them. Zhang Yan gently kissed An Xiaoxin's delicate red lips and laughed. What, you dare to ask me to be your boyfriend, but you don't dare give me a hug? Instantly losing her first kiss, An Xiaoxin's face turned so red it seemed like it would bleed. She burrowed into Jiang Yan's arms, too embarrassed to look at him. The two of them quietly held each other for more than 10 minutes, and An Xiaoxin's intense heartbeat gradually eased. Just when Jiang Yan's hands began to get restless, his ears suddenly moved, hearing a faint noise from the hallway. A big man guarding the hallway on this floor whispered into An Baosheng's ear, who had just stepped out of the elevator. "Uncle An, that kid has been very well behaved." An Baosheng nodded, his face dark, and knocked on Jiang Yan's door. "It's me, An Baosheng." In the room, An Xiaoxin's delicate face instantly turned pale, panic written all over her face. If An Baosheng finds out when she snuck into Jiang Yan's room, he'll surely explode with anger, right? An Xiaoxin was both ashamed and anxious. She had only wanted to stay with Jiang Yan when she came, but never expected this situation. Jiang Yan, however, was not surprised at all. With a cheerful grin, he quickly grabbed An Xiaoxin and hid her in the wardrobe, giving her a should gesture. "Uncle An, you're finally here." Jiang Yan calmly opened the door and said with neither servility nor arrogance, "I still haven't thanked you for taking me in, please come in." Jiang Yan walked back to the table and poured a cup of tea for An Baosheng. An Baosheng sat down with a dark face. He didn't drink tea, with a pair of sharp eyes, coldly staring at Jiang Yan. Behind him, two burly men in black suits stood firm, their murderous eyes also focused on Jiang Yan, full of warning. With years of experience as a major figure in the underworld, An Baosheng often didn't need to speak. Just a glance was enough to make his opponents panic and retreat. Faced with this young punk who hadn't even graduated high school, An Baosheng was even less willing to waste words and wanted to make Jiang Yan back off. However, Jiang Yan seemed unaware of the subtle shift in the room's atmosphere, calmly looking at An Baosheng, equally silent. For a moment, their gazes met in the air, one filled with murderous intent, the other as calm as an ancient well. Minutes passed before An Baosheng finally spoke first, coldly saying, "Kid, you really don't know your place. Do you know why you're still not a corpse right now? Since Xiaoxian's mother passed away, Xiaoxian has hated me. If I hadn't provoked so many enemies in my younger years, her mother wouldn't have met with an accident. Over these years, I've owed her a debt and have been working hard to make up for it. In the last few years, my relationship with Xiaoxian has finally gotten better. I don't want to ruin the father-daughter relationship we've struggled to maintain just for you, a filthy little brat. Otherwise, you would already be ash right now." And Baosheng's tone shifted, narrowing his eyes as he said, "But kid, don't think that this means you can act without fear. Do you really think my daughter, and Baosheng's daughter, is so easy to win over? This world has changed. My daughter is very talented and has great potential. As for you, you're not worthy of her. If you don't know your place, I'll have to teach you what respect really means." After saying this, An Baosheng slapped a thick stack of green ghost money onto the table in front of Jiang Yan, coldly saying, "Take this ghost money and leave the Shang Group. Don't ever come back. I hope you live, but if you appear in front of Xiaoxian again, I'll make sure you die. Do you understand?" Jiang Yan glanced at the stack of 10 yuan green ghost money and couldn't help but laugh. A total of 1,000 ghost coins was indeed a fortune now, with the bizarre calamity still not over. But it wasn't enough to increase Jiang Yan's attributes even a little. Jiang Yan casually exchanged a stack of golden 100 yuan ghost money from the system mall, totaling 10,000, and neatly placed it in front of An Baosheng, saying seriously, "Uncle An, Xiaoxian and I are serious." An Baosheng stared at the stack of golden ghost money in front of him, stunned, his eyes involuntarily widening. The 100 yuan ghost coins, completely golden, had the words Huaxia Tiandi Bank printed on the front, with a vivid image of the 10 Yama kings. The back depicted the golden Yama palace, with golden light rising above the palace, surrounded by worshipping ghosts. The eerie atmosphere was less than other denominations of ghost money, yet there was a divine glow that made one feel solemn. After 3 seconds, An Baosheng slowly lifted his head, glaring at Jiang Yan, suppressing his anger as he said, "Kid, are you trying to fool me with fake money? I've ruled the underworld for so many years, and you dare try such tricks in front of me?" And Baosheng drew his Glock handgun from his waist and pressed it against Jiang Yan's forehead. The two burly men behind him quickly drew their own pistols, aiming them at Jiang Yan. Chapter 15, Have Father and Daughter Both Been Bought? And Baosheng's experience in the underworld was extremely rich, so he made a very simple deduction. With so many people under his command, and even having drawn a treasure chest skill, none of them could come up with 10,000 ghost coins. Why would this brat be able to take out such a huge sum? Since it wasn't possible, it must be fake. And Baosheng had seen this kind of black-on-black scam countless times in his life. Even he himself had pulled off many similar tricks. What made An Baosheng the angriest was that this brat actually used such a filthy trick, saying that he was sincere toward An Xiaoxin in front of himself. Could that be sincere? How could An Xiaoxin be happy following such a liar? An Baosheng's fingers twitched, nearly pulling the trigger to blow this little brat's head off. These 3 guns could hardly threaten the ramped-up Jiang Yan, but he still pretended, slowly raising his hand, his expression calm as he said, "Uncle An, why don't you try to see if you can exchange back what you spend in your system, then you would know if it's real or not." And Baosheng, looking at Jiang Yan's calm expression, frowned slightly, realizing that things were not simple. This kid is too deep. In the face of his own gun, this calmness and composure was definitely not something one his age should have. With a gun pointed at him, An Baosheng skeptically grabbed the 10,000 nether coins that Jiang Yan had pulled out. The next moment, the golden nether coins disappeared from An Baosheng's hand. And in An Baosheng's system shop, a balance of 10,000 appeared. An Baosheng? An Baosheng. Really? It turned out to be true? This kid could casually pull out 10,000 nether coins? You? An Baosheng looked at Jiang Yan in shock and asked in disbelief, "Where did you get these?" Jiang Yan shrugged and pulled out another stack of golden nether coins, placing them in front of An Baosheng, smiling and said, "Uncle An Xiaoxin and I are truly in love." An Baosheng looked at the second stack of golden nether coins on the table, completely stunned. 20,000 nether coins? This kid is a big shot. Taking a deep breath, An Baosheng shook his head heavily, taking back the 10,000 nether coins he just exchanged and placing them back on the table, saying, "What do you little brat know about love? Now you speak so surely, but after eating and drinking, you'll run away faster than anyone. My daughter cannot date anyone until her prefrontal cortex fully develops at 25. You take your nether coins and roll out first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." Jiang Yan smiled again, pulling out another stack of golden nether coins, placing them on the table and leisurely asked, "Really don't want them? This is not just nether coins. With this money, the brothers from the Shang Group will become stronger than now, and facing dangers, the survival rate will be much higher. This is survival." And Baosheng looked at the 30,000 nether coins on the table, his breathing suddenly becoming heavy. What Jiang Yan said, didn't he know? But... And Baosheng raised his bloodshot eyes, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yan, questioning, "Are you buying my daughter? Do you think I, An Baosheng, would sell my precious daughter to you?" Jiang Yan shook his head and smiled. "I am just telling you, I have the strength and sincerity to protect her. If Uncle An really doesn't want..." Jiang Yan pulled out another 30,000 golden nether coins from his system shop and placed them on the table, turning to the 2 shocked armed men behind An Baosheng and said, "Then you too, help me kill Uncle An, 30,000 each." This light-hearted sentence echoed in the room. Combined with the 60,000 dazzling golden nether coins, it struck at the hearts of the people. One of the men behind trembled and asked instinctively, "Really, is it true?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off. Facing him, Jiang Yan's mocking gaze landed on him. "What do you think?" Jiang Yan exchanged a Desert Eagle pistol from his system shop, the gun's muzzle aimed directly at this man, calmly saying, "Uncle An, this subordinate of yours is not loyal enough. As long as Uncle An says the word, I'll help you clean up the house." The room fell into a deathly silence, a pin dropping could be heard. With the talent of the nether coin printer, Jiang Yan actually couldn't shoot, as it was an active attack, violating the talent limitation. But that didn't stop him from aiming. Jiang Yan's gun was aimed at the man, but his gaze remained calmly on An Baosheng. An Baosheng squinted his eyes into slits behind his golden-rimmed glasses, fixating fiercely on Jiang Yan, never once looking back. After a long pause, An Baosheng finally let out a long breath. He pressed the barrel of Jiang Yan's gun down with a serious expression. Jiang Yan smiled broadly, his tone light and cheerful as he said, "I hope you can give me a chance." An Baosheng collected all the 60,000 nether coins on the table into his system store, squinting his eyes coldly as he said, "Kid, wanting to be my son-in-law, it's not an easy thing. You need to be able to gain everyone's respect. Power is a poison, if you can't bear it, you'll die in the pleasures of wealth. I'll give you a chance. You can date Xiaoxin now, but you cannot sleep with her. At the same time, you must prove your abilities within the Shang Group. When everyone respects you, then, and only then, will you become my son-in-law." And Baosheng's tone gradually filled with a chilling murderous intent. "If you can't do it, you will die a miserable death. These 60,000 nether coins might eventually become the knife that kills you." And Baosheng sneered coldly. "Kid, are you afraid? If you're afraid, you can ask me to return your 60,000 now and disappear from my sight by tomorrow morning." Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, slowly shaking his head as he said, "A mere 60,000, how could it kill me?" As he spoke, he took out stack after stack of golden nether coins, filling the entire table. This time, it was a full 120,000 nether coins. And Baosheng looked at the dazzling gold coins on the table, feeling like he was about to lose his mind. He once again began to doubt the authenticity of these nether coins deep down. In total, this kid had taken out 180,000 nether coins. Could all this possibly be real? The Huaxia World Bank printed on these nether coins, did you open it yourself? An Baosheng asked, unable to control his tone, questioning loudly. Jiang Yan smiled and said nothing. I'm just an ordinary money printer, that's all. An Baosheng, in a daze, walked out of Jiang Yan's room. When he reached the elevator, he suddenly stopped, grinding his teeth and muttering to himself. Damn, why do I feel like both father and daughter are being kept by someone else? In the room, Jiang Yan watched An Baosheng leave. He didn't even bother to clean up the 120,000 coins on the table, casually taking 20,000 and throwing it to the two mysterious figures hidden in the mist, Smoke Charm and Pig Head. Bonus. Jiang Yan saidly. These two figures, covered in mist, had been standing by An Baosheng's side just now. If a real fight had broken out, they could have torn them all apart in an instant. An Xiaoxin had just crawled out of the wardrobe when she saw Jiang Yan push the remaining 100,000 coins from the table toward her and said, "Take it and spend it." Chapter 16, Dad's nether coins are also many. An Xiaoxin stared at the golden nether coins on the table, somewhat stunned and confused as she said, Jiang Yan, where did you get so many nether coins from? I can't spend this much. You should keep some to strengthen yourself. Otherwise, if something happens to you, I won't live either. Jiang Yan smiled and said, This is my talent. Don't worry, keep spending. I have plenty more. As he spoke, Jiang Yan began pulling coins from his pocket again. Seeing Jiang Yan quickly lay out another table full of golden nether coins, and Xiaoxin and the two mysterious figures were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. It is well known that the more nether coins one puts into themselves, the stronger their power becomes. With so many nether coins, how strong could the boss really be? Smoke Charm and Pig Head both swallowed hard. Until now, the two figures had suddenly realized that they had never seen their boss actually take action before. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're the best boss in the world. Pig Head sincerely praised Jiang Yan's character. Jiang Yan smiled, reached out to take An Xiaoxin's hand, and said, Uncle An will probably come looking for you soon. Let's go back to your room. Ding. The elevator door opened, and An Baosheng seemed to remember something. He turned and slapped the man who had just wavered in the face, pointing at his nose and shouting, You disgraceful fool. Go to the HR department and take your punishment. A knife through the heart. Also, your rank is downgraded one level. If there's a next time, get the hell out of here. The man trembled all over, and with a thud sound, he knelt outside the elevator, crying and shouting. Thank you, Uncle An, for sparing me. I was confused for a moment. I will never dare again. And Baosheng snorted coldly, turned, and walked into the elevator. If it weren't for the drastic changes in the world right now, and the fact that the Shang Group was in desperate need of manpower, and Baosheng probably wouldn't have given this man the chance to stay in the Shang Group. The elevator descended one floor, and An Baosheng walked out, knocking on the door of An Xiaoxin's room. Inside the room, An Xiaoxin and Jiang Yan had just climbed in from the window. Jiang Yan directly hid in the wardrobe, and only then did An Xiaoxin go to open the door. An Baosheng hugged An Xiaoxin and whispered, Girl, don't be afraid, Dad will protect you. An Xiaoxin's eyes turned red, and she nodded heavily. We will work hard together to survive. Although she had resented her father for a long time, after all, blood is thicker than water. Father and daughter entered the room, and An Baosheng asked seriously, Girl, I just went to see Jiang Yan. This boy seems bright and cheerful on the outside, but he is deep inside, with a ruthless and merciless heart. He is not an ordinary person. Do you really like him? If he forced you, you must tell Dad. I'll help you kill him. With Dad here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. And Xiaoxin blushed and nodded, saying, He didn't force me. I really like Jiang Yan. I've liked him for a long time. I just never had the chance to confess. This time, when the strange incident happened, he didn't bring anyone but me, and he led me to escape the school, always protecting me, treating me very well. Dad, please don't reject him, okay? And Baosheng squinted in thought for a moment, slowly nodding, then continued to ask. The gun you had earlier, let me see it. And Xiaoxin took the fire Kirin out from the system space and handed it to An Baosheng. This time, An Baosheng finally saw the specific information of the fire Kirin and was instantly shocked by the 20,000 underworld coins price tag. This fire Kirin was worth more than all the assets of the Shang Group combined. No wonder one shot nearly killed that strange creature. And Baosheng asked gravely, Did Jiang Yan buy this for you? And Xiaoxin blushed and nodded, saying, Yes, and he also bought my shoes. This critical strike ring was also bought by him. And my attributes are also because of him. And Baosheng felt a bit dizzy, unable to calculate how much money this brat Jiang Yan had spent on his daughter. Taking a deep breath, An Baosheng said seriously, The ancient truth is that when you eat someone's food, you are in their debt. Girl, I suggest we set a trap and kill this boy. There are plenty of boys who are more handsome and cheerful than him, why do you have to fixate on him? After killing him, Dad will find 1,000 boys who are even better looking, lining up for you to choose from. Although this kid showed immense strength and depth, An Baosheng was confident, with 60,000 underworld coins in his hands. If An Xiaoxin was willing to cooperate, it would be easy to kill Jiang Yan, even if it was just a matter of calculation. An Baosheng really felt a strong sense of oppression from Jiang Yan, and his intuition told him that this might be the only chance to kill Jiang Yan. An Xiaoxin gritted her teeth, angrily saying, "Dad! You are too much. Jiang Yan saved my life and has been so good to me, and you want to kill him? I only want him. If you keep doing this, I will really elope with Jiang Yan." An Baosheng covered his face with his hands and sighed. My daughter is growing up, and her elbows are really turning outward. She's always ready to abandon this old man. Fine, I won't kill him. An Baosheng said seriously. But, girl, remember, Dad has plenty of underworld coins. You must not be too good to him just because he spent money on you, understand? Especially don't sleep with him. Here are 30,000 underworld coins, take them and spend them. If it's not enough, ask Dad for more. An Baosheng said, slamming 3 stacks of shiny underworld coins in front of An Xiaoxin. His face was full of confidence and composure. As if these 30,000 were just treasures he had opened from An Baosheng's treasure chest. An Xiaoxin. Jiang Yan in the wardrobe. To be honest, this father-in-law of his was indeed a remarkable person. Even though he was handling family matters, there was still a sense of strategic maneuvering. After An Baosheng left, Jiang Yan pushed open the wardrobe door, came out, and with a smile, pulled An Xiaoxin's soft and delicate body into his arms, sitting on the bed while whispering intimately. How do you plan to use these 130,000? An Xiaoxin thought for a moment but had no clue, so while trying to catch Jiang Yan's wandering hands on her body, she shyly asked. Can you guide me a little? Jiang Yan smiled and first had An Xiaoxin increase her strength points to 50. Although staying by Jiang Yan's side meant she was generally safe, having higher health points was never a bad thing. Then, Jiang Yan had her upgrade the fire qilin by 1 level. Not all equipment could be upgraded, but the fire qilin could. Equipment, fire qilin, level 2, upgradable attack power plus 350, range plus 170, critical hit boost plus 25%. Ammo capacity, 35. Selling price, 20,000 nether coins. The upgrade cost was also 20,000 nether coins. An Xiaoxin looked at the level 2 fire qilin's attributes, blinked her bright eyes, and asked. The cost-performance ratio isn't high. Why not just buy another one? Chapter 17, Give me a super large treasure chest. Jiang Yan explained. When nether coins are abundant, your equipment slots become even more valuable. We can spend money to improve the quality of each slot's equipment, but we can't spend money to give you an 11th weapon slot. And a gun like the fire qilin, you can't dual wield it, so buying another one wouldn't be very effective. Although An Xiaoxin could equip 10 weapons at once, at any given moment, she could only operate 2 one-handed weapons or 1 two-handed weapon. Next, Jiang Yan had An Xiaoxin buy and upgrade 2 skills. Skill, aiming, level 5 maintain aim for 3 seconds, fire a headshot strike. Attack power plus 250, range plus 250, critical hit rate plus 25%. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Passive skill, precision shooting, level 7 increases ranged accuracy by 35%. Passive skills, like auras, had an upgrade cost equal to the total price of all previous levels combined. Level 5 cost 8,000 nether coins, and by the time it reached level 7, the total cost had risen to 32,000 nether coins. With these 2 skills, combined with An Xiaoxin's growing proficiency in shooting, her ranged damage output would become much more stable. Then Jiang Yan had An Xiaoxin buy another weapon. Equipment, Thunder Barret, level 1, upgradable attack power plus 1,000, range plus 2,000, ammo capacity, 5, selling price, 20,000 nether coins. This sniper rifle had a relatively narrow application, with slow fire rate, slow reload speed, and poor flexibility, but it had an extremely long attack range, reaching 2 kilometers. Its overall combat effectiveness was far inferior to the fire qilin. However, in specific scenarios, it could achieve miraculous effects when paired with the aiming skill. Equipment, Gold and Silver Terror Wolves, level 1, upgradable attack power plus 300, range plus 10, critical hit rate plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, ammo capacity, 6, selling price, 20,000 nether coins. These were a pair of wolf-shaped revolvers, 1 gold and 1 silver, with short range but fast attack speed and high critical hit rate, bought for An Xiaoxin to use in close combat. After replacing An Xiaoxin's alloy daggers with these 2 guns, her ranged damage output skyrocketed again. If she were given another chance, that eerie demon wolf probably wouldn't have the slightest chance of escaping. With all these purchases, 100,000 nether coins were already spent. As for the remaining 30,000, Jiang Yan no longer interfered, letting An Xiaoxin buy whatever equipment and skills she liked. An Xiaoxin looked at her shop interface and fell into deep thought. She was already very intelligent, and with Jiang Yan guiding the general direction, even if she couldn't find the absolute best choice, she wouldn't be far off. As for Jiang Yan, he leaned against An Xiaoxin's bed, gently stroking the youthful and tender body in his arms while planning his own next enhancement route. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 174, Agility, 174, Intelligence, 50. Average value for ordinary people, 5. Nether coins, 274,874. In order to have a chance to be alone with An Xiaoxin, Yan Mei and Zhu Ganglai were not in the room, and Jiang Yan's money printing had naturally paused. However, 270,000 underworld coins were already enough for Jiang Yan to spend generously. He carefully looked at his skill and equipment list. Skills: Swamp Aura, Counterattack Aura, Power Strike Aura, Endurance Aura. Equipment: Swift Shoes, Golden Bell Robe, Mysterious Pocket Watch, Secret Black Crow's Old Pipe. All players start with 4 skill slots, and if they want to add more, they must purchase a skill slot expansion gem from the shop, costing 100,000 underworld coins each. Although Jiang Yan's underworld coins were earned easily, 100,000 underworld coins was still quite a considerable amount, and he had no plans to expand his 5th aura for now. Jiang Yan upgraded all 4 of his auras by 2 levels, spending 96,000 underworld coins in a stream. The further the skill upgrades went, the more outrageous the costs became. Even Jiang Yan felt a bit of a headache and didn't dare to continue. Compared to skills, the initial purchase price of equipment was relatively high, but later upgrades were more affordable. However, not all equipment could be upgraded. Upgradable equipment was expensive, and the attribute effects were usually better. Among the equipment Jiang Yan owned, only one could be upgraded: Secret Black Crow's Old Pipe. Secret Black Crow was one of the top-tier sets. After careful thought, Jiang Yan realized that this set should be the most suitable for him as a money printing machine, with no equal. And Secret Black Crow's Old Pipe was the accessory of the set, priced at the lowest, costing 10,000 underworld coins, which Jiang Yan could easily afford. But some parts of the Secret Black Crow set were much more expensive. After some deliberation, Jiang Yan also bought the helmet and wrist guard from the set. Equipment: Secret Black Crow's Strange Hat. Secret Black Crow set 1 of 8, can be upgraded, increases physical damage reduction by 10% and magic resistance by 10%, reduces observer's sanity by 10 points. Price: 50,000 underworld coins. Equipment: Secret Black Crow's Old Pocket Watch. Secret Black Crow set 1 of 8, can be upgraded, increases evasion by 10% and magic recovery speed by 10 points per second, reduces observer's sanity by 10 points. Price: 40,000 underworld coins. After purchasing the 3 items, the first set effect of the Secret Black Crow was activated. Crow's Walk, movement speed plus 15%, while moving, reduces the observer's sanity by 10 points. After spending all that, Jiang Yan's balance of underworld coins was left with 88,874. Hiss, this is so expensive. No wonder it's underworld coins, they really burn fast. Jiang Yan looked at the 5 remaining pieces of the Secret Black Crow set that he hadn't bought yet, feeling quite regretful. Just as Jiang Yan was thinking about how to maximize the value of his remaining 80,000 plus underworld coins, An Xiaoxin in his arms suddenly let out a soft groan, her pretty face turning crimson, her eyes nearly spilling with tears, and she pressed Jiang Yan's mischievous hand behind her back. No. I can't go any further. An Xiaoxin buried her head in Jiang Yan's chest, too shy to look at him, both rejecting and welcoming. Interrupted in his thoughts, Jiang Yan's heart warmed, and he pressed An Xiaoxin's delicate body onto the bed. An Baosheng returned to his office, looked at the ruined South City outside the window, and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. In the distance, several streaks of fire and black smoke shot into the sky, looking exceptionally tragic under the setting sun. Although An Baosheng was never a law-abiding person, seeing such chaos in South City did not bring him any joy. He still preferred the old South City, where every bad deed had to be done carefully. What exactly is that guy doing to have so much money? An Baosheng crushed the cigarette but and suddenly remembered Jiang Yan's calm face. From those eyes, An Baosheng saw fearlessness. That was not a calmness that could be faked. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The preset alarm on An Baosheng's phone went off. The 1-hour cooldown had ended, and it was time for him to open another treasure chest. An Baosheng sprang up, his eyes filled with a fierce competitive spirit, slamming his hand on the table and shouting into the air. Give me a treasure chest worth 100,000 ghost coins. Let that kid see, I'm An Baosheng, not some mud puppet. Chapter 18, Reclaiming the Antique Street. An Baosheng gripped the air with both hands, and a heavy, dark iron shovel appeared in his grasp. The shovel clattered against the office floor with a clang. A blue treasure chest materialized in front of An Baosheng. An Baosheng clenched his fists tightly, raising his head and roaring. Ah! Why, heaven, why are you doing this to me? After returning from the commercial street, he had dug up several more treasure chests, most of them green, but there had been one blue chest. An Baosheng had gradually come to a clearer understanding of the quality of the chests. White chests contained items worth around 100 ghost coins. Green ones were about 1,000 ghost coins. Blue ones contained about 10,000 ghost coins. If he could open a chest of a higher quality than blue, it should hold items worth 100,000 ghost coins. But it seemed like hope was slim. Breathing heavily for a moment, An Baosheng gradually calmed down, muttering to himself. This isn't my fault, is it? My treasure-digging talent has already given me more resources than others. The problem clearly lies with that kid Jiang Yin. With deep resentment, An Baosheng opened the blue chest in front of him, beginning to pick up the items inside, when the office door was suddenly pushed open. Little Tiger quickly walked in and bowed his head beside An Baosheng, saying, Boss, the summary from our faction has come in. The losses are severe. 90% of the faction has been devastated, either the buildings were destroyed, losing their basic functionality, or the controllers were mysteriously killed, causing them to fall into paralysis. The people who were working in each faction have all fled in fear. At this moment, no one was thinking about going to work anymore. The entire city of South City was plunged into chaos. Only a few places, like the headquarters of the Shang Group, managed to stay operational, mostly official departments. Boss, how should we proceed with the next steps? An Baosheng had already made a plan and was waiting for the information to come in. He immediately asked, How's the situation with the antique street? Little Tiger paused for a moment, flipped through the report in his hand, and looked up to say, Total destruction. An Baosheng slowly nodded and said, Send people to clear out the strange occurrences on Antique Street, and we'll open for business tomorrow. Open, for business? Upon hearing this order, Little Tiger froze, unable to follow An Baosheng's line of thought. In such a dire situation, the boss was still thinking about opening the market to sell antiques? Seeing Little Tiger's expression, An Baosheng understood what he was thinking, and with a faint smile, he said, Naturally, it's not about selling antiques. We're selling equipment, skills, and information. We'll also start a currency exchange service for ghost coins. All of this will rely on Antique Street. Once we dominate this market and become the ones to set the rules, only then will we have enough initiative. Right now, there is no place more important than creating a completely new player market. Upon hearing An Baosheng's explanation, Little Tiger finally realized. Antique Street was located in the old city of South City, surrounded by residential areas, a chaotic mix of people, with a strong martial arts atmosphere, a natural black market hub. Previously, some of Shang Group's less-than-legal deals had also taken place around Antique Street. It was only when the strange occurrences arrived that Antique Street's open environment became the most reassuring place for terrified players. Shang Group could maintain order within it and slowly build their own market rules. Once order was restored, the benefits inside would be unimaginable. And not the benefits of the old era, but the brand new benefits of this strange new era. Little Tiger stood straight, saying, Boss, you truly have great foresight. I will personally lead the team there.
安保胜抬手阻止道：“不，让姜岩带队去，你从旁辅助就可以了。”小虎愣了一下，姜岩，那个高中生，不合适吧？安保胜淡淡说道：“怎么，你对我的命令开始有意见了？”小虎连忙低头说道：“不敢，就按大哥说的办。我现在集结兄弟们去。”安保胜淡笑着吩咐道：“多带几个刺头。”小虎立刻会意，嘴角露出一抹笑容。点头道：“大哥放心，我好好试试这小子。”安小星房间里，姜岩正在连续进攻。安小星一开始连连拒绝，现在却已经迷失在了姜岩的温柔和霸道中，下意识配合他的一举一动，几乎将自己完全交给了对方。叮铃铃，一声手机铃音响起，把迷失在冲动中的姜岩和安小星惊醒。理智重归身体，安小星惊叫一声，娇躯蜷成一团，遮住无限风光，连连推拒姜岩。姜岩微微皱眉，发现竟然是自己的手机在关键时刻坏事。眼看着妮子毫无心防之下就要成为自己的女人，到底是谁这么不开眼？什么事？姜岩没好气接起了电话。安保胜的声音从电话中响起：“姜岩，记得我们之前说的话吗？想要娶我女儿，你就必须服众。我给你找了个好机会，带着我的人去南斗古玩街，替鼎盛集团杀个诡异，好好展现你的能力。如果你能把这些人变成你的兄弟，你就成功一半了。他们正在楼下等你。”放下电话，姜岩若有所思道：“古玩街吗？没记错的话，那地方今天晚上刷了第一个紫色宝箱出来。紫色宝箱非常珍惜，一旦刷新，周围30公里的所有玩家都会得到系统提示，其中能开出10万冥币左右的资源，更是有获取隐藏资源的几率，每一个都会引来无数玩家和诡异争夺。但真正令姜岩感兴趣的 不是紫色宝箱本身，而是出现在第一次诡异降临的紫色宝箱。根据无数玩家上辈子总结出来的经验，第一次诡异降临刷新的宝箱品质最高就只有蓝色，等到第二次诡异降临的时候，才有极低概率刷新紫色宝箱。所以今天晚上古玩街刷新的紫色宝箱，肯定是因为什么特殊情况。对江岩而言，一个紫色宝箱可有可无，但能导致紫色宝箱提前刷新的契机，却令江岩十分好奇。上辈子他没有机会去探寻这些异常情况背后的真相，这一世情况却完全不一样了。江岩伸手隔着被子拍了拍安小新的翘挺，说道：“穿衣服，我们出发。”安小新无比娇羞，头埋在被子里，低低应了一声。第19章，给我往死里打！等安小新磨磨蹭蹭穿好衣服，和江岩一起下楼的时候，鼎盛集团外广场上已经站了黑压压的一群人，排成队列，整装待发。这一群鼎盛集团的人聚在一起，自然而然便有一种令人见之色变的杀气流露，寻常人便是多看一眼都不敢。为首的张小虎看到江岩和安小新，眼中闪过一抹不屑，旋即指着江岩说道：“兄弟们，叫江哥！今天这次行动由江哥全权指挥。”此话出口，鸦雀无声。一双满是审视的眼神落在了江岩身上。虎哥，这小子谁啊？妈的，身上还穿着高中校服呢，就混成江哥了。虎哥，我不服！今天他指挥，兄弟们被他害死了怎么办？让这娃娃在家里吃奶吧。
Let Tiger brother take us there. Zhang Xiaohu smiled with a sneer and said, "These brothers have little experience in the world, they didn't mean to contradict you. Don't bother with them." Zhang Yan looked around and calmly said, "Uncle An is not here." Zhang Xiaohu's face couldn't hide his contempt, thinking to himself, this kid wouldn't want Uncle An to come out and suppress these troublemakers, would he? Indeed, a naive little brat, who doesn't know what kind of luck he's had to be favored by the young lady. Zhang Xiaohu slowly said, "Uncle An has more important matters." Uncle An said, "He trusts you and lets you take full command of this operation. My life was given by Uncle An, if he trusts you, then Xiaohu trusts you. So, hurry up and give us the orders." However, there is one thing Uncle An had mentioned. Zhang Xiaohu pointed at An Xiaoxin and said, "It's too dangerous there, Xiaoxin cannot go." And Xiaoxin immediately panicked. That's not okay. She had an important position in Zhang Yan's team. If she didn't go, Zhang Yan would lose a lot of output power. And Xiaoxin was about to say more when Zhang Yan suddenly pulled her into his arms. Her face immediately turned red, and half of what she was about to say was forgotten. Zhang Yan gently stroked An Xiaoxin's beautiful hair, chuckling. "What if I insist on taking her with me?" Zhang Xiaohu's tone turned cold, and he smiled mockingly. "If you go against Uncle An's orders, don't blame the brothers for not being polite." Zhang Yan grinned. He had known that An Baosheng wouldn't back down easily, but this setup was already mild enough. He slipped to a corner of the square, casually took out 20 protective battle flags, and planted them all in the ground. He looked at Zhang Xiaohu and his group with a half-smile. "Then let's make a move, try your skills." The square fell silent for a moment. 20 protective battle flags? This kid plans to take on all 20 of us at once? Everyone exchanged glances, and Zhang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes, sneering. As expected of him, his courage is commendable. "Don't worry, brothers will show you some face in front of Xiaoxin." The 20 men grinned, rolling up their sleeves and surrounding them. Zhang Yan happily sat on a stone bench and waved his hand. "Hit me as hard as you can." The 20 men were stunned. Who was he ordering around? Was it An Xiaoxin? Just as they thought, Zhang Yan might not be thinking straight. A heavy charging footstep suddenly exploded in the square. With the charge of Zhu Ganglai, the mist that had been surrounding him suddenly dissipated. Boom! The heavily armored, fat pig body slammed into Zhang Xiaohu's chest. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes bulged, blood spraying from his mouth, and his body spun as he was sent flying, crashing into the already damaged ground of the Shang Group's square, creating a huge pit. Without the protective battle flags, Zhang Xiaohu would have been dead by now. A series of exclamations rang out in the square. "Ah! What the hell is that? A weird creature? Alert! Alert! A strange creature is ambushing us." The remaining 19 men were startled but remained composed, immediately forming up to defend and counterattack. They wore the equipment previously distributed by An Baosheng, worth 20,000 underworld coins, and if they worked together, fighting ordinary strange creatures wouldn't be difficult. But what was in front of them was no ordinary strange creature. It was Zhu Ganglai, whom Zhang Yan had spent several thousand underworld coins on. And a smoke phantom. Just as the 19 men formed their formation, a shadowy green strange creature wrapped in black smoke appeared at the rear. The seaweed-like long hair of the smoke phantom moved without wind, and her green ghostly eyes, covered by smoke, looked terrifying. In her hand, the catastrophe giant hammer was swung without hesitation, smashing at the back of someone's head. Skill, cudgel strike. Boom! The man's eyes bulged, and he was hammered into the floor tiles. If not for the protective battle flag, his head would have exploded like a watermelon. Cudgel strike was originally a control skill, but in the hands of Yan Mei, who was skilled in both strength and agility, it looked incredibly brutal. At the same time, Zhu Ganglai had already charged forward like a bulldozer, sending the fragile humans flying in all directions, making the whole scene look terrifying. Under the dual assault, the team of 20 from the powerful Shang Group only lasted 5 seconds before being knocked down to the ground. For a moment, groans echoed everywhere, and bloodied people rolled on the ground, unable to stand up. Jiang Yan, wearing a very low-profile black strange hat, sat on a stone bench with his legs crossed, casually puffing on an old, secret black crow pipe, blowing out a round smoke ring. An Xiaoxin stood behind Jiang Yan, gently massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands, completely unfazed by the scene before her. After a while, Zhang Xiaohu and the others, who had been knocked down and nearly trampled, trembled as they crawled back to their feet. Although they survived thanks to the protective battle flags, the shadow of nearly being beaten to death was real. When Zhang Xiaohu looked up, he saw Jiang Yan sitting on the bench, legs crossed, enjoying An Xiaoxin's massage, while holding 20 other protective battle flags, lazily smiling and asking, "How is it? Are my 2 lackeys strong enough? If you're not satisfied, we can go for a second round." Zhu Ganglai stood aside, cracking his fingers loudly, his pig face filled with an evil grin. The 20 people shuddered in fear. Humans being strange beings as lackeys? This is too strange. Zhang Xiaohu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, smiling bitterly and said, "Look at what you're saying, we're all family, the brothers have never disrespected you from the very beginning." Jiang Yan nodded, took out 20 healing potions from the mall, continued smoking his pipe, and said, "Those who submit, come up and call me. From now on, we are life and death brothers." Zhang Xiaohu was the first to walk up to Jiang Yan, deeply bowing and saying, "Respect." This shout no longer contained any trace of contempt. Jiang Yan responded faintly, handing Zhang Xiaohu a healing potion to restore his health. "Respect. Respect." The respectful and fearful voices echoed continuously in the now more broken Shang Group plaza. Chapter 20, Is this treasure chest strange? The 20 healing potions were distributed, and Zhang Xiaohu's group looked revitalized once again. The way they looked at Jiang Yan had completely changed. For the black-hearted people who built the Shang Group, what mattered most was strength. Talking for 10,000 sentences wouldn't be as convincing as giving them a good punch. After 20 respectful shouts, no one dared to mention that An Xiaoxin couldn't go with them. The antique street was in the old district of Nandu, far from the western new district where the Shang Group was located. Zhang Xiaohu personally drove, carrying Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin and 2 strange beings, driving through the desolate streets. As they drove, Jiang Yan occasionally noticed the presence of strange beings. However, during the exploration of the antique street, Jiang Yan was too lazy to stop and catch these strange beings as materials for printing. Before the Anomaly Clearing Bureau intervened, strange beings were common in Nandu, not rare at all. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of muffled gunshots reached Jiang Yan's ears. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. He was very familiar with this gunshot sound, it was the sound of the silver Glock. This gun was priced at 3,000 underworld coins in the System Mall, and it was definitely a luxury item when the first anomaly arrived. When Jiang Yan died in his past life, he had to sell everything to buy the silver Glock. By then, it was already the 3rd anomaly's arrival. Someone can afford to buy this gun already? Jiang Yan looked toward the source of the gunshots. At the broken window of a street-side residential building, a figure flashed by. To the surprise of Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin, this person was actually wearing the familiar school uniform. Jiang Yan, possessing a higher agility, not only saw the school uniform but also recognized the person's face. Wang Hucheng? Jiang Yan was shocked and surprised. Wang Hucheng had clearly been killed by Yan Mei at the school, and Jiang Yan had witnessed his death. How did he appear here again? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yan suddenly smiled playfully and said lightly, "Stop the car. We're not far from the antique street. You take the brothers ahead and find a safe place to lay low. Xiaoxin and I will go by ourselves later. Remember, no matter what happens in the antique street, you must wait for me to arrive before acting." Zhang Xiaohu responded vaguely, stopping the car. Jiang Yan took out 4 mist bottles, hiding all of them in the fog before taking An Xiaoxin's hand and, with Yan Mei's help, floated up to the residential building without making a sound. Inside the building, a 14-year-old boy was bowing forcefully to Wang Hucheng, weeping. "Thank you, brother, for saving me. Whoa. My dad. My mom, were all killed by this monster." Wang Hucheng looked at the boy who kept bowing, smiled, and squatted down to say, Poor little thing. What is your talent? The boy wiped his tears and sobbed. My talent is resurrection. Wang Hucheng's eyes flashed, smiling. That's a very good talent. Then you will follow me from now on. I will take good care of you. The boy turned to look at his parents' torn bodies and the strange corpse that Wang Hucheng had shot dead nearby, nodding heavily. Yeah. Brother saved my life, I will be yours from now on. Wang Hucheng ruffled the boy's hair and smiled. Let's go, we're leaving here. The little boy timidly followed Wang Hucheng, asking. Brother, where are we going? Wang Hucheng slightly curled his lips and said. We're going to the antique street. There's a great treasure there, if we get it, we will become very strong. As Wang Hucheng took the little boy away, he had no idea that not far behind him, in a cloud of mist, two figures silently stood, watching him leave. An Xiaoxin asked in confusion. I remember, wasn't he killed by Yan Mei? At that time, An Xiaoxin had been thrown over Jiang Yan's shoulder and had briefly fainted, her memory being quite fuzzy. Jiang Yan sneered coldly. Yes, he was dead back then. Unless, he also has the talent of resurrection. During their escape last time, Jiang Yan had told Wang Hucheng that his talent was resurrection. Jiang Yan originally thought that knowing each other's talents could improve their cooperation. Wang Hucheng pretended to run out of breath and never told Jiang Yan what his actual talent was. And when Wang Hucheng pushed Jiang Yan into the monster's grasp, he used the excuse, you have the talent of resurrection. Help a brother once. If Wang Hucheng's talent is actually resurrection as well. Jiang Yan's eyes grew even colder. Antique Street? Jiang Yan smiled playfully and took a step forward. Let's go, let's follow, and take a look. It wasn't far from the antique street, and Jiang Yan's group kept a distance behind Wang Hucheng, soon reaching a dilapidated alley. This was the famous antique street of Nandu, which had once been filled with ancient paintings and bronzes that had been deliberately aged. However, now it was filled with fresh corpses and blood, a scene of devastation. Amid the scattered limbs and severed arms, Jiang Yan unexpectedly spotted a striking purple treasure chest, radiating with a purple light, quietly waiting in the middle of the antique street. Jiang Yan was taken aback, his steps pausing. And Xiaoxin gasped, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. The moment he saw the purple chest, the breath of the pig-headed creature in front of him immediately became heavy, and in a lowered voice, it became restless. Boss! There's a purple chest ahead. Inside, there are resources worth 100,000 nether coins. Just give me the word, and I'll snatch the purple chest for you. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow and decisively refused. Don't rush. This is a trap. The purple chest refreshed, and players within a 30-kilometer radius would receive a system notification. The purple chest appeared right here, but Jiang Yan hadn't received any notification at all. Moreover, Jiang Yan noticed that on his player panel, a third income of nether coins quietly appeared. Nether coins plus 3,147. Nether coins plus 57. Nether coins plus 4,941. Nether coins plus 1,171. The first two were the reinforcement of 10,000 nether coins from Yan Mei and the pig-headed creature. The last one, plus 1,171 nether coins, meant that there was still an anomaly in front of Jiang Yan with 1171 health points. This is an anomaly disguised as a chest. Let Wang Hucheng go first. Jiang Yan's gaze fell on Wang Hucheng thoughtfully. Wang Hucheng also stopped and thought for a moment before smiling and speaking to the little boy who had been following closely behind him. Do you see that purple chest? There are lots of resources inside. Go open it, and all of them will be yours. Chapter 21, Kill him. The little boy, half understanding, asked. Why doesn't brother go? Brother needs the resources to protect us better. A cold sneer flashed in Wang Hucheng's eyes. Protect? What value do you have for me to protect? He patiently explained. We are a team, you need to get stronger too. Brother is already strong. This purple chest, you have to open it. Hurry up, or you won't be allowed to follow me anymore. Listening to Wang Hucheng's words, An Xiaoxin, hidden behind the mist, looked shocked, and in a voice only the two of them could hear, said to Jiang Yan. Is he harming this boy? Although An Xiaoxin was innocent, lacking combat experience and willpower, she was certainly not foolish. Wang Hucheng's actions were clearly intended to make the little boy a cannon fodder. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, nodding and said with a playful tone. After all, the resurrection talent is perfect for cannon fodder. Not everyone, like Zhang Xiaohu, is lucky enough to meet someone like Uncle An. Hearing Wang Hucheng's words, the little boy became even more excited, nodding heavily with anticipation. Brother is right. We are a team. Brother is so nice to me. The little boy, unguarded, directly ran toward the purple chest. He lifted the lid with all his strength, and the purple chest opened right up. But inside, instead of abundant supplies, was a terrifying killing intent. As the chest lid opened, a purple-red sharp light suddenly shot out from inside the chest. It was a long, sharp tongue, like a fine sword, stabbing straight toward the little boy's heart. Critical hit, -1154. Put. The little boy's chest was pierced with a large hole, his eyes dazed as he fell to the ground. He died instantly. Everyone present was shocked by this damage number, even Jiang Yan was no exception. Currently, An Xiaoxin, if not a critical hit, would only deal around 3,000 damage with a shot. This was the SS-level violent berserk talent, combined with Jiang Yan's continuous infusion, that allowed An Xiaoxin to have the output capacity she had now. But this purple chest, it could deal over 1,000 critical damage. Such terrifying damage was a one-hit kill for most human players. An Xiaoxin instinctively moved closer to Jiang Yan and trembled, saying, This isn't a chest. It's an anomaly disguised as a chest." Jiang Yan glanced at his watch and compared it with the refresh time of the first purple chest in his memory. If he wasn't mistaken, the purple chest from the antique street in his past life refreshed 2 hours later. So that's how it is. Jiang Yan nodded slowly. If we kill this purple treasure chest anomaly, it should really turn into a purple treasure chest. This is not the normal treasure chest refresh mechanism, no wonder it caused the purple treasure chest to appear abnormally in the first round. In his heart, Jiang Yan silently thought. It seems that in the last life, it was people sent by Uncle and who surrounded and killed this purple treasure chest anomaly, and got the unique purple treasure chest that's here now. For this treasure chest, many people must have died on Uncle An's side in the last life. Wang Hucheng, not far away, was clearly also startled by the terrifying critical strike damage of this treasure chest anomaly. He stood still for a moment, then turned around and ran back. This anomaly is too terrifying. If I fight head-on, I might suffer a great loss in its hands. And the thing Jiang Yan thought of, Wang Hucheng also thought of. Since a purple treasure chest will refresh here in 2 hours, it's likely that someone will kill this treasure chest anomaly after 2 hours. It's better to retreat to a safe distance now, set up an ambush, and see if I can fish in troubled waters. But Wang Hucheng's well-calculated plan was shattered the moment he turned around. Behind him, in an invisible mist, Jiang Yan's cold voice sounded. "Smoke charm, kill him." "Yes, boss." The next moment, the mist shattered, and a strange figure shrouded in black smoke appeared out of thin air before Wang Hucheng. Its withered, ghostly green body flickered in the black smoke, and its eyes, filled with murderous intent, were horrifying with ghostly flames. The Calamity Hammer did not hesitate, smashing straight at Wang Hucheng's head. Wang Hucheng's pupils shrank, and his silver Glock was barely raised half an inch before the Calamity Hammer struck him head-on. Boom! A loud explosion, Wang Hucheng's face bloomed with blood, and he fell straight to the ground. -447. Wang Hucheng's growth speed was indeed fast, and his health had already surpassed 500. After being struck by Smoke Charm's hammer, he still didn't die. He shakily raised his gun, trying to fight back. But Smoke Charm's long arms and quick attack speed gave her the advantage, and there was no chance for Wang Hucheng to counterattack. Boom! A second hammer fell straight on Wang Hucheng's chest. -474. Wang Hucheng's body convulsed and died instantly. And Xiaoxin didn't know about their past grudges, but seeing this scene, she was full of shock and quietly asked. "Jiang Yan, weren't you good friends with him?" Jiang Yan smiled lightly and said. "Not anymore." Jiang Yan pointed to the body of the little boy beside them, still not cold, his eyes full of coldness. He was a very bad person. In this world, having someone like him by your side is more dangerous than facing an anomaly alone. Ironically, this little boy also had the rebirth talent. He was deceived by Wang Hucheng into opening a treasure chest, and was in a situation very similar to the one I was in last life, when Wang Hucheng pushed me into the arms of an anomaly. And Xiaoxin silently nodded, also feeling that Wang Hucheng was indeed not a good person. "So what do we do now?" And Xiaoxin asked. Jiang Yan smiled and said. "In half an hour, both of them will respawn. If we kill Wang Hucheng again, he will really die. During this time, we can deal with this treasure chest anomaly." Jiang Yan looked with great interest at the eerie purple treasure chest not far away. By now, the mist around them had dissipated. When the people from Shang Group saw Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin's figures, they cautiously approached. Only the toughest of people can enter Shang Group, they are capable of killing and looting without hesitation. But even they, upon seeing the corpse-filled antique street, with even some of their own acquaintances among the bodies, still couldn't help but vomit. Zhang Xiao's face turned pale, and he suppressed the urge to vomit, cursing a few words to inspire the morale. After cursing, Zhang Xiao secretly glanced at Jiang Yan. This high school senior, whose face was still youthful, was shockingly calm. It seemed like it had already become a common sight. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and thought to himself. This is definitely not a fake mental fortitude. What has this kid gone through before? Chapter 22, Give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Yan calmly said. Zhang Xiaohu, you all stay 10 meters behind me, keep alert, don't let any strange attacks catch you off guard. Remember, dealing with the strange is my job. Your mission is to take over this antique street for Uncle An, and get it running before sunrise tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback and subconsciously said. Damn, our equipment is not bad, let us help you. Before he could finish, a grotesque pig hand suddenly reached over, grabbing Zhang Xiaohu by the neck. Zhu Ganglai lifted Zhang Xiaohu into the air and sneered. Listen to my boss, or die. Zhang Xiaohu smelled the foul breath of Zhu Ganglai up close, immediately shivering, his eyes full of fear. He wasn't a coward, but facing a terrifying anomaly like Zhu Ganglai, it was really hard to stay calm. Zhang Xiaohu immediately gave in, nodding repeatedly. All right. I'll listen to. Zhu Ganglai then casually dropped Zhang Xiaohu onto the ground. Jiang Yan said. You guys are too weak. Not holding me back is your biggest contribution. Jiang Yan let go of An Xiaoxin's hand, walked toward the purple treasure chest, and calmly said. I want you to shoot, and blow this treasure chest apart. Recalling the critical hit of over 1,000 damage when the purple treasure chest attacked that little boy, An Xiaoxin immediately became nervous, raising the muzzle of the fire Chilin's gun, waiting for Jiang Yan's command. Jiang Yan, however, was completely unafraid, walking up to the purple treasure chest, tapping on its lid with his fingers, and saying. Stop pretending, you're indeed tempting, but you're also very easy to kill. If I'm not wrong, if I kill you, you'll be the first purple treasure chest in the world, right? 100,000 nether coins worth of resources, even I am tempted. Give me one good reason not to kill you and explode the purple treasure chest. After Jiang Yan tapped on it twice, the purple treasure chest anomaly finally spoke, laughing maliciously. A mere human, daring to threaten me? Die. The chest lid suddenly exploded open, and a sharp tongue shot out, aiming straight for Jiang Yan's chest. Swish. A golden protective shield flashed on Jiang Yan, deflecting the tongue's sharpness. A damage number popped up from Jiang Yan's body. Critical hit, -1. Yan Mei? Zhu Ganglai? An Xiaoxin? The image of the critical hit over 1,000 damage, instantly killing the little boy, was still fresh in their minds, and no one dared to question the destructive power of the purple treasure chest anomaly. Yet, the same attack landed on Jiang Yan and only dealt -1 damage? What the hell? Seeing the -1 damage number, the purple treasure chest anomaly jumped back in shock, retreating a meter away. Then, 2 metallic purple legs shot out from the bottom and it sprinted away. It knew very well how strong its ambush damage was when it was stationary. But on this human player, it could only deal -1 damage. What did this mean? This person's attributes were likely far superior to its own. It was definitely no match. But as it ran, the purple treasure chest anomaly felt as though it had stepped into a swamp, its speed slowed down considerably. At that moment, a heavy sound of something breaking the air rang out from behind. Did my boss tell you to leave? Yan Mei screamed sharply, swinging her doom hammer toward the back of the treasure chest anomaly's head. Skill, blunt force. Before the treasure chest anomaly could even turn around to react, it was hit squarely on the back of the head. Bang! -471. The treasure chest anomaly's legs went weak, and it directly knelt on the ground, sliding half a meter before finally coming to a stop. It had already fallen into the effect of the blunt force control. Dizzy and dazed, he couldn't stand up at all for a moment. When the mysterious treasure chest finally sobered up, he looked up and saw Jiang Yan standing in front of him, one foot heavily stepping on his chest lid, a playful smile on his face. Meanwhile, in An Xiaoxin's hand, the fire Qilin gun was pointed straight at the chest of the mysterious treasure chest. To other human players, this entity was a nightmare, nearly impossible to kill without heavy casualties. But for An Xiaoxin, all it took was a single silver bullet, whether it landed as a critical hit or not, he was dead. The mysterious treasure chest trembled, using all its strength to try and stand up again to escape. But Jiang Yan's foot pressing down on his lid was like a massive mountain, making it impossible for him to move an inch. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, "One last chance. Give me a reason not to kill you and crack open your chest for loot." The mysterious treasure chest shivered and shouted. "My talent lets me sense the location and quality of treasure chests within a 30-kilometer range half an hour before they spawn. If you kill me, it's like killing the hen that lays golden eggs. Spare me, and just like these two creatures, I'll follow you. I can help you get tons of treasure chests." Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and thought to himself. That is indeed a useful talent. The first wave only spawns blue treasure chests, but in later waves, their quality will keep increasing. And some hidden resources inside the chests can't be bought in the shop. If this entity works with Shang Group's action squad, it could generate a substantial amount of resource income, even bringing me direct benefits. Plus, this purple treasure chest itself, being an entity, could be nurtured. If I increase its health, it could become a great money printing machine. After taking in Smoky Charm and Zhu Ganglai, Jiang Yan realized that while it wasn't difficult for him to subdue entities, he still had to invest effort into training them. And in this process, Jiang Yan would have to spend a significant amount of ghost coins and energy. Throwing money at anything works, but better quality entities obviously yield greater returns. So Jiang Yan planned to raise the threshold for accepting entities under his command. Right now, his team still lacked a ranged magic user and a close combat heavy attacker. If an entity didn't fit either of these roles, his standards were quite high. However, this purple treasure chest was unique enough to be worth taking in. Jiang Yan pulled out a blood-stained eerie contract and shoved it in the face of the purple treasure chest, speaking calmly. You convinced me. Sign your name and follow me from now on. The purple treasure chest looked at the eerie contract and let out a deep sigh. He thought he was the hunter lying in wait, but unexpectedly, a T-Rex had stomped out of the forest and crushed his tree with one step. Where did this terrifying human even come from? The first day of the eerie descent wasn't even over, yet this guy had already grown to such an insane level? As the purple treasure chest read the contract, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, he noticed the 10,000 ghost coins monthly salary written on it. He froze, rubbed his eyes, and shouted in shock. How much? A 10,000 ghost coins monthly salary? Chapter 23, Resurrection? Kill again. At this moment, the purple treasure chest had only one thought in his mind. Do I even deserve this? He had slaughtered an entire antique street and barely earned 3,000 ghost coins as a reward. And he had almost been killed by the managers of Shang Group in that street. Now, with no living humans left in the antique street, the purple treasure chest had no choice but to wait for prey, making his income even lower. Yet this contract, if he just signed it, he'd get a 10,000 ghost coins monthly salary? Was this human player here to do charity work? The purple treasure chest's thoughts whirled, and he asked warily. What if you run out of money? Jiang Yan chuckled, casually pulling out 2 stacks of gleaming golden ghost coins. He tossed one to Smoky Charm and the other to Zhu Ganglai, saying calmly. Bonus. Crying, they knelt behind Jiang Yan. Boss. I live as your ghost, and I die as your ghost. In this life, I am only loyal to the boss. Family, who understands? On the first day of the job, not only was my salary advanced, but I also received 4 to 5 times the monthly bonus. Those who know think I am working, but those who don't might think I have become a divine being. Zhu Ganglai crawled to kiss Jiang Yan's heel, crying as he kissed. Muah. To know the boss, Muah. 3 lifetimes of luck. I clearly didn't do much, yet the bonuses rushed into my hands, as if blown by the wind. Once again, the truth proves that choice is more important than effort, even for the strange. The purple treasure chest's eyes peered through the slightly lifted lid, staring blankly at the scene before it. That is 20,000 underworld coins. A whole 20,000 underworld coins. Is this human just playing around? Jiang Yan pulled out another handful of shining underworld coins, stuffed them into the purple treasure chest's mouth, and shoved another contract to its face, saying lightly. If you sign this consumption guidance contract as well, I will advance your salary for this month. Damn it. Stuffing underworld coins in its mouth, this position is too humiliating. But I really like it. The purple treasure chest quickly extended a hand from within, signing its name on both contracts. Afraid Jiang Yan might change his mind. The strange contract turned into red light and disappeared, and another exceptionally eye-catching purple treasure chest joined Jiang Yan's entourage. After sending 20 Zhang Xiaohu to clean up the mess in the antique street, Jiang Yan sat down on the lid of the purple treasure chest, waiting for Wang Hucheng to be resurrected while studying the treasure chest's strange money-spending route. So when you stay still, your critical hit rate increases by 1% and damage by 1 point per second, with a cap of 100? Jiang Yan looked at the purple treasure chest's second talent, lost in thought. Strange beings are different from humans. Humans can only have one talent, and their initial attributes are very low. But the strange do not follow this rule. They can have multiple talents, and their initial attributes often crush those of humans. With each new strange arrival, its attributes would have huge boosts, continuously overwhelming most human players to the point of suffocation. This purple treasure chest's second talent makes it very suitable for ambushes. It is a born assassin-type strange being. But assassins are fragile and cannot print money easily. Your appearance is too eye-catching. Jiang Yan said. The opponents we will face in the future will be very powerful. At that time, those opponents' first kill target will definitely be you. For your safety, I think you should first improve your health. Increase your strength to 50 and then talk. The purple treasure chest hesitated but still raised its strength to 50 points as instructed. Jiang Yan then equipped it with a set of items that increased health and attack speed, bringing the purple treasure chest's health to 2471. Watching its per-second earnings further improve on the player panel, Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Ah! A terrified scream suddenly rang out from the side. Jiang Yan turned to look, and it was the little boy who had been killed by Wang Hucheng, springing up in shock. On his face still lingered the despair and fear of near death. This expression was all too familiar to Jiang Yan. In his past life, he had also lived through such life and death encounters more than once. Though he could be resurrected, the shadow of death and the terror between life and death were always real every time. Don't be afraid, you are safe now. Jiang Yan said lightly, feeling compassion. The person you were with before had a very malicious mind. If you continue to associate with him, you will be harmed by him once again. Next time, you might not be so lucky. If you need a job opportunity, you can join the Shang Group. I can give you a position as a waiter in the antique street. Jiang Yan pointed to the antique street behind him. Zhang Xiaohu and the others had been busy there for half an hour, basically cleaning up the body. The market should open smoothly tomorrow morning. But you're too young, so I can only give you half the pay. After speaking, Jiang Yan left the decision to the young boy, and his gaze returned to the corpse of Wang Hucheng on the ground. The boy looked at the antique street, which was slowly recovering, then at Wang Hucheng's body. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "Okay, then. I'll be the waiter." He was young, but not a fool. After dying once, he realized that Wang Hucheng wasn't really protecting him, but rather using him. Jiang Yan called Zhang Xiaohu over and handed the boy to him, then didn't bother with it anymore. What surprised Jiang Yan was that Zhang Xiaohu was surprisingly kind to this boy. Upon asking, Jiang Yan learned that when Uncle An took in Zhang Xiaohu, he was only 14 or 15, around the same age as the boy. He, too, had lost his parents and was living on the streets. Someone held an umbrella for him, so he couldn't bear to see the young boy drenched in the rain. Soon after the boy revived, Wang Hucheng's body also trembled, slowly crawling up from the ground. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Yan's cold smile. "Welcome back, Wang Hucheng." Jiang Yan waved his hand and said calmly, "Kill him." Boom! The smoke charm's devastating hammer immediately struck Wang Hucheng on the back of the head. Wang Hucheng spun and flew toward Zhu Gangli's Zhu Gangli's pig hand reached out, grabbing Wang Hucheng's body in midair and slamming it heavily to the ground. Boom! A depression appeared, and Wang Hucheng, who was hit twice, died again without any surprise. What Jiang Yan didn't notice was that just before Wang Hucheng died, a faint skill light flashed from his body. At the moment of life and death, Wang Hucheng decisively activated the refresh skill, resetting the cooldown of his resurrection talent. Jiang Yan turned his head and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Take this corpse to the fire and burn it." As he was dragging Wang Hucheng's corpse away, Jiang Yan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Uncle An, and An Baosheng sounded very anxious. "Has the antique street been cleared? Dingsheng building was attacked by that wolf-type strange creature during the day. If you don't come back soon, I might die." Chapter 24, Capture the Magic Wolf's Strange Creature. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. In his previous life, Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin did not appear on the commercial street, so this magic wolf strange creature probably didn't suffer from Uncle An's group, and naturally, it wouldn't have launched a night raid on the Dingsheng building. By avoiding the huge losses on the antique street caused by Zhang Xiaohu's group, he had indirectly brought another strong enemy to Dingsheng building. And most of An Baosheng's resources were invested in Zhang Xiaohu's 20 people, so it seemed very difficult for them to face the surprise attack from the magic wolf strange creature. Jiang Yan said calmly, "Got it. Xiaoxin and I will immediately return to support you. Don't fight that thing head on. We'll discuss everything when I get back." The wolf-type strange creature encountered during the day on the commercial street had excellent qualifications and seemed to have the speed talent with a power route. It was exactly the kind of close combat powerhouse that Jiang Yan's team was lacking. If he could capture it, it would be a huge boost for Jiang Yan. Although Jiang Yan seemed invincible now, he knew very well that he was far from the time to let his guard down. In 3 days, the first strange creature's secret realm would appear in Nandu. The strange creatures inside the secret realm were very strong, and their talents were often very tricky. If the strange creatures inside the secret realm were not eliminated when the secret realm opened, after the secret realm closed, those strange creatures would be amplified several times, and then appear in the real world. The strange creatures in the secret realm were already ridiculously strong. Many times, they could only be dealt with by wisdom. After being enhanced, they would be completely beyond the capability of human players. For this strange and unmanageable phenomenon, there is another term. Taboo. In the previous life in South City, the first clearing of the secret realm 3 days later failed. A taboo, codenamed Fate-Slashing Spirit Child, appeared in the surrounding areas of South City, directly turning half of the city into a forbidden zone, and none of the human players survived. From Jiang Yan's perspective, even if he personally faced the Fate-Slashing Spirit Child in real life, the chances of survival would be slim. For his own safety, Jiang Yan could not allow the fate-slashing spirit child to escape from the secret realm. It must be eliminated within the secret realm. In contrast to the high risk of the secret realm, there are massive rewards. All players entering will be given rewards based on their contributions, and may also obtain hidden resources. Based on the information Jiang Yan collected in his previous life, the total resources granted by a secret realm might be around 500,000 hell coins. Of course, the number of human players participating in the secret realm would also be significant, so the resources allocated to each person would vary greatly. Additionally, the strange occurrences within the secret realm are extremely dense, making it a great place for Jiang Yan to print money. Whether for eliminating danger or acquiring resources, Jiang Yan had to participate in this first South City secret realm. Before that, Jiang Yan hoped to perfect his team configuration as much as possible. There was no time to waste. Jiang Yan immediately pulled An Xiaoxin into the car that Zhang Xiaohu had just driven, and they sped towards the Shang Group headquarters. As Jiang Yan saw the Shang building from a distance, the building had already been illuminated by several fires, making it particularly eye-catching in the night. Behind the glass of about 20 floors, the eerie figure of the magical wolf that he had seen during the day could be faintly seen in the firelight, crouching behind a wall, licking a wound on its body. It seemed that the people from Shang Group, using the building's tight defense, had caused considerable trouble for this strange creature. The three strange creatures in Jiang Yan's car were now in the back seat, and the only one in his line of sight was the magical wolf. The player panel also clearly displayed the hell coin income from the magical wolf. Hell coins plus 3,678. The magical wolf's health was higher than it had been during the day in the commercial street. Jiang Yan slammed on the brakes and stopped the car, squinting as he said, "Get out, take a shot at it. Don't use silver bullets, no skills. Unequip your fire Kirin and golden silver terror wolf." An Xiaoxin immediately opened the car door, set up the sniper rifle, and, following Jiang Yan's instructions, aimed at the magical wolf's figure exposed by the firelight, and fired a shot. Boom! A deafening gunshot echoed through the night. A half-meter-long electric tongue burst from the Thunder Barrett's muzzle, like lightning breaking through the sky. The terrifyingly hot bullet transformed into a purple lightning streak, carrying destructive kinetic energy, shattering the glass and hitting the magical wolf. The strange purple-black blood immediately shot out from the magical wolf, splattering the entire wall. Critical hit, minus 3,574. Ow! A painful, sharp scream erupted from the magical wolf's mouth. Jiang Yan could clearly hear the fear in its voice. Just like during the day in the commercial street, An Xiaoxin only landed one hit, and this force-based magical wolf was brought to a near-death state. And this time, under Jiang Yan's guidance, An Xiaoxin had deliberately unequipped 2 pieces of her gear, otherwise, the critical hit damage would have been far more terrifying. If that happened, the magical wolf would have died outright, and Jiang Yan would have missed the opportunity to expand his team. The magical wolf regained its senses, thinking it had once again escaped death by luck. Terrified, its legs went soft as it dashed into another room, hiding in a blind spot. Jiang Yan slammed on the accelerator, bringing the car to a stop at the foot of the building. This magical wolf's speed. It's no longer like the day. His speed talent might be related to killing, and it has a time limit. We searched up the stairs, 1 floor at a time. The fastest of them, Smoke Charm, led the way. Every time they reached a new floor, a fierce wind swept through as they searched for the mysterious trace of the demon wolf. Jiang Yan, relying on his exceptional agility, stood at the stairway entrance, listening for any movement on this floor. Shu Ganglai, the purple treasure chest, and An Xiaoxin stayed close to Jiang Yan, showing no signs of weakness. They continued their search floor by floor, and when they reached the 15th floor, Smoke Charm finally encountered the demon wolf's strange attack when opening a door. A thick, dark, vicious wolf claw shot out from behind the door, accompanied by a fierce wind, and slammed directly into Smoke Charm's face. Minus 847. Boom! Smoke Charm's strange, smoky figure was sent flying, crashing through 2 walls before barely coming to a stop. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. This demon wolf's strange attack does have quite high damage. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel, seeing his earned soul coins. Soul coins plus 1,047. The guy had just been hit and only had a little over 100 health left, yet in just a moment, he had recovered so much. A passive healing skill? Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, indeed, a very strong strange creature. Realizing it was trapped in the high-rise building with nowhere to escape, the demon wolf was going crazy. Its wolf eyes filled with bloodlust and vicious killing intent. Oh whoa! The demon wolf howled and leaped towards Smoke Charm. Smoke Charm wasn't willing to back down either. She sprang into the air, ready for a fierce battle with the demon wolf. At that moment, a green soul coin paper airplane floated out, hovering and piercing right into the demon wolf's snarling wolf mouth. Chapter 25, Boss, do you still need a watchdog? The demon wolf shivered when the soul coin paper airplane pierced its teeth, and instinctively swung its claws to tear the paper airplane off. Seeing it was a 10-soul coin bill, the demon wolf suddenly turned around, glaring at Jiang Yan with intense hatred, and growled. Human! How dare you insult me? This will be the biggest regret of your life. With a powerful thrust of its thick hind legs, the demon wolf slammed the ground, shaking the entire prosperous building 3 times. The demon wolf turned into a black shadow, rushing toward Jiang Yan with a gust of wind. Zhu Ganglai, standing nearby, was about to step forward with his shield, but Jiang Yan pulled him back. Jiang Yan remained calm, stepping forward to meet the demon wolf's claws, as if he were a warrior calmly walking to his death. In the demon wolf's eyes, a bloody light blazed. Human! Die! Boom! The vicious wolf claw struck Jiang Yan's face. If an ordinary human had been hit, their head would have been crushed like a watermelon. But Jiang Yan was completely unharmed, and a thin damage number floated up. -1. An absolute attribute suppression. The demon wolf's eyes narrowed to a pinpoint, and its fur stood on end as it felt the terrifying shadow of death looming over it. The demon wolf even saw itself being shattered by the terrifying human before it. But to its surprise, Jiang Yan, after taking the wolf's claw, remained calm, as if he felt nothing. Jiang Yan didn't counterattack. He just looked at the demon wolf with an amused expression, and lightly asked. Is that enough noise? Gulp. The demon wolf awkwardly swallowed, its big black wolf face full of embarrassment, slowly retreating. A misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. You're magnanimous, don't lower yourself to my level. When a dog bites you, you can't bite it back, right? The demon wolf retreated to a broken window, preparing to jump out. From the 15th floor, with its attributes, it had a high chance of dying from the fall. But if it stayed, the chance of being killed by this terrifying human was 100%. Jumping off the building could still offer a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a cold iron hammer pressed against the back of the demon wolf, and Yenmei blocked behind, saying coldly. Did my boss allow you to leave? The demon wolf froze in place, cold sweat dripping down his wolf fur. Zhu Ganglai sneered, cracking his pig hands with a snap sound, stepping closer and closer. Boss, just give the word, and this wolf will be turned into a meat patty. Zhu Ganglia's face was filled with a perverse excitement. The demon wolf, as if waking from a strange dream, finally realized something was wrong with the group in front of him, grabbing the last straw of salvation and pleading. Master. Does your family need a guard dog? I'm very professional. Jiang Yan chuckled, casually pulling out a strange contract and handing it in front of the demon wolf's confused face, saying indifferently. Sign it, or die. As the word die left his lips, behind Jiang Yan, An Xiaoxin raised the fire qilin, and the dark barrel of the gun concealed terrifying killing intent. The demon wolf shivered, not even looking at what the contract said, and directly signed his name. The strange contract turned into 2 beams of bloodlight, which entered Jiang Yan and the demon wolf's bodies respectively. Jiang Yan casually took out 4 mist bottles, allowing the 4 strange creatures following him to enter the mist-covered state, then went to the top floor of the building to find An Baosheng. As he climbed the stairs, Jiang Yan ran into a large group of fully armed people coming down in formation. An Baosheng, carrying a blood-stained axe, walked at the front, his face filled with a heavy murderous intent. Behind him were nearly 100 members of the Shang Group. Although they were afraid, none of them hesitated. Seeing Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin, both unharmed, An Baosheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, pulling An Xiaoxin over, sizing her up and asking. Where is the wolf? Jiang Yan said. I've dealt with it. An Baosheng froze upon hearing this, staring at Jiang Yan's calm expression, remaining silent for a moment, before nodding and saying. Good job, I didn't misjudge you. Quick, take Xiaoxin upstairs to rest. Jiang Yan arranged the 4 strange creatures in his room, then followed An Xiaoxin back into her room. Between printing money all night and being a rogue all night, Jiang Yan decisively chose the latter. An Baosheng dealt with the aftermath and arranged his subordinates before returning to his office. In his mind, the terrifying demon wolf and Jiang Yan's casual I've dealt with it kept swirling around. Could it be that such a terrifying strange creature was completely insignificant in Jiang Yan's eyes? An Baosheng casually opened a treasure chest, then picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Xiaohu's number. Xiaohu, what's going on with the antique street? Zhang Xiaohu detailed the events that happened while dealing with the antique street. He heard that Jiang Yan, while at the square, casually summoned 2 terrifying strange creatures and severely beat up Zhang Xiaohu and his 20 men, almost wiping them out. He also heard that Jiang Yan, at the antique street, directly subdued the purple treasure chest inside and killed a boy who seemed like their high school classmate, using extremely ruthless and decisive methods. And Baosheng's expression changed repeatedly. What do you think, Xiaohu, what kind of person is Jiang Yan? An Baosheng asked, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Xiaohu paused for a moment before solemnly replying. Uncle, I can't figure him out. But I can feel that he is very strong. There's a kind of strong aura that comes from deep within, unique to powerful people. Uncle. I really respect him, even though he's much younger than me. An Baosheng remained silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I understand. You've worked hard tonight. Tomorrow morning, the antique street must open for business. Zhang Xiaohu nodded heavily. Uncle An, don't worry. Suddenly, a commotion was heard from Zhang Xiaohu's side. What the heck? What is that thing? Who's jumping out of the fire pit? Damn, they're fast. And Baosheng frowned and asked. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohu turned around and was immediately shocked. To clear out the antique street, they had set a fire, burning the bodies inside. But just now, a person fully engulfed in flames suddenly charged out from within, and while everyone was still stunned, they quickly vanished around the corner. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and smiled, saying, It's nothing, Uncle An, maybe someone didn't die completely and was accidentally burned by us. The little boy standing next to Zhang Xiaohu kept staring at that figure, muttering in a voice only he could hear. It looks a bit like that big brother named Wang Hucheng. An Xiaoxin's bedroom. Little beauty, where are you running off to? Jiang Yan grinned wickedly, pushing An Xiaoxin onto the bed with a sudden movement. Chapter 26, You go and hold the scene. Seeing Jiang Yan acting like a bad wolf sneaking to eat a chicken, An Xiaoxin was incredibly shy, continuously pushing him away. But Jiang Yan, having learned from the previous experience, was already adept, and in just a few moves, he had An Xiaoxin gasping for breath, her body soft and weak, unable to muster any strength. Downstairs, in Jiang Yan's bedroom. Four strange figures shrouded in mist were having a tea party. What exactly is our boss? The magic wolf, whose life had just been fully restored, carefully asked. He was still in a state of agitation, unable to shake off the shadow of death, feeling very uneasy. Shu Ganglai took a sip of tea and hummed. The boss is an extremely terrifying human. I've been following the boss for such a long time, and I've never seen him take action himself. Yan Mui nodded and thoughtfully said. The boss hasn't seen any target worth making a move on, so of course, he wouldn't take action. The magic wolf's attributes aren't much worse than ours, but even with full force, it only managed to take away 1 point of the boss's health. How terrifying. The purple treasure chest's lid flipped open, and a pair of hands with a purple metallic sheen reached out, picking up a teacup and taking a sip. They said with a deep, secretive tone. Luckily, the boss has no intention of killing us and wants us to work for him. Otherwise, none of us would survive. To be honest, when the boss stepped on me, I felt like I saw my great-grandmother. The magic wolf muttered. Do you guys know what the boss likes? What he doesn't like? The room fell silent for a moment. The strange beings stared at each other, wide-eyed. Even Yan Mui, who had been with Jiang Yan the longest, had only spent 1 day with him, so she still didn't understand his temper. Shu Ganglai suddenly chuckled and said. I know, the boss definitely doesn't like you. The magic wolf froze for a moment. His fur, which had just calmed down, flared up again as he asked in horror. Why do you say that? Shu Ganglai laughed. The boss advanced us a month's salary and even gave us advice on spending. But he never gave you any advice. The boss definitely doesn't like you. The purple treasure chest let out a gaga laugh, and the eyes looking at the magic wolf were filled with ill intentions. Makes sense. Just as an eerie bullying session was about to begin, the door to Jiang Yan's bedroom suddenly knocked. An Baosheng's voice came through. Jiang Yan? It's me, An Baosheng. I need to discuss something with you. The 4 strange figures froze, simultaneously putting down their teacups. The purple treasure chest said. Not good, Yan Mui, quickly go and call the boss. Yan Mui reacted quickly, pulling open the window and floating up, knocking on An Xiaoxin's window. Inside the room, Jiang Yan had just undressed the beauty in his arms and was kissing her when suddenly the window was knocked, and he looked up with a furious expression, glaring at Yan Mui. Yan Mui was startled by Jiang Yan's gaze, almost losing control of his floating and falling to the ground. He muttered softly. Boss. An Baosheng is looking for you. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. So annoying. Can't anyone let me peacefully eat a midnight snack? An Xiaoxin, who was curled up in Jiang Yan's embrace, blushed deeply and began to struggle forcefully. Hurry up. What if Dad finds you in my room? What do you want me to do? Jiang Yan had no choice but to put on his clothes and sneak down the hallway toward his room. Facing An Baosheng's confused gaze, Jiang Yan calmly made up an excuse. I went out for a patrol. He casually opened the door, sat at his desk, and casually asked. Is there something you need, Uncle An? An Baosheng stared at Jiang Yan for a moment of silence before speaking. Thank you for taking care of Xiaohu and the others. Also, thank you for rushing back to help me. If it weren't for you, today, Shang Group would probably have suffered 2 big losses. Jiang Yan waved his hand indifferently. We're family, no need for formalities. And Baosheng gave Jiang Yan a deep look. Yes, we are family. No need to say all those polite things. Let's drink tea instead of wine. Let's have a drink together, my boy. Jiang Yan raised his teacup and clinked it with An Baosheng. And Baosheng said, tomorrow, the antique street will open. I hope you can go and stabilize the situation. From now on, the management of that place will be up to you and Xiaoxin. Xiao Hu and the others will help you. Based on An Baosheng's experience, building a trading market for human players would definitely bring many challenges in the early stages. There must be strong suppression to ensure the smooth operation of the antique street. Handing the antique street over to Jiang Yan was also a sign of An Baosheng's sincerity. This wasn't just a responsibility, it also meant wealth and power. From now on, this territory will be ruled by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate and nodded directly. Okay. In his previous life, the antique street indeed grew into the largest player trading market in the South City. With his own help this time, it was even less likely there would be any accidents. And with Jiang Yan's vast amount of soul coins, he would have more room to expand within the antique street. And Baosheng looked at Jiang Yan's calm expression and patted him heavily on the shoulder, saying with satisfaction, good boy, my daughter didn't mistake you. Go for it. From now on, Shang Group will be yours and hers. As An Baosheng was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, looking at Jiang Yan in the room with suspicion and asked, you weren't in your room just now. You didn't go to Xiaoxin's room, did you? Kid, I warn you, she's just turned 18. You're not allowed to do anything to her, or I won't spare you, understand? Jiang Yan's smile froze for a moment. He scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. How could that be? I was just worried that there might be some weird attack again, so I checked around the area. And Baosheng snorted. It better be that way. You're strong, but Uncle An is no weakling. If you dare bully Xiaoxin, don't blame me for chopping you up and feeding you to the dogs. Watching An Baosheng leave, Jiang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He climbed back into An Xiaoxin's room through the window, resuming his naughty business. Seeing the mischievous Jiang Yan return, An Xiaoxin, who had just regained some strength, screamed and quickly shrank back into her blankets. Jiang Yan wasn't polite at all. He squeezed into bed next to An Xiaoxin and embraced her tightly. You, go back to your room. And Xiaoxin, with a red face, kept pushing him away. Jiang Yan grinned wickedly. I won't. There are 4 ghostly things in my room, it's so eerie. I'll be scared sleeping alone. Your bed is so warm. Huh? Who told you to put clothes on? I had just managed to get you undressed. Almost without resistance, and Xiaoxin weakly struggled in his arms a few times, crying out like a bird in distress. No, don't. Chapter 27, when the flower is ready to be picked, pick it immediately. When the flower is ready to be picked, pick it immediately. That night, the flower of youth blossomed on the bed. And Xiaoxin had already determined her feelings for Jiang Yan. After the initial shyness, she began to respond to him. Jiang Yan, who had endured much hardship in his past life, also cherished the hard-won connection, showing all the tenderness in the world, allowing An Xiaoxin to taste the beauty of forbidden fruit amidst the pain. The next morning, seeing that the antique street was about to open, Jiang Yan used all his efforts. Nothing could pull An Xiaoxin out of bed. It hurt so much. And Xiaoxin curled up in the blanket, constantly pushing away Jiang Yan's hand, embarrassed and angry as she said, you're almost tearing me apart. I really can't get up. You go by yourself, I'll take a rest today. Jiang Yan said helplessly. You remember what happened yesterday when that magic wolf attacked here? You're not safe here. Jiang Yan knew very well that in this world, only being by his side was absolutely safe. If An Xiaoxin stayed in the Dingsheng building, Jiang Yan would be very worried about her safety. She could easily be killed by a mysterious attack. Although this girl was now a qualified violent freak, able to inflict terrifying damage with one shot, even Jiang Yan wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of her gun. But high damage didn't necessarily mean strong combat power. If caught off guard by the various mysterious methods, An Xiaoxin might not even be able to fire a shot, and it wouldn't be impossible for her to be killed instantly. To be honest, Jiang Yan didn't care about the lives of everyone in the Shang Group, including An Baosheng. But An Xiaoxin absolutely couldn't die, both from a romantic and teen perspective. An Xiaoxin said pitifully. But I really can't even stand up. Jiang Yan thought back to when he had carried An Xiaoxin to the bathroom just now and smiled helplessly. This girl wasn't pretending, the pain from her first time was secondary, mainly, although Jiang Yan had been gentle last night, his 200 points of strength still had an effect on the bed. Under the overwhelming power attribute suppression, even the gentlest Jiang Yan was still unbearable for An Xiaoxin. Moreover, Jiang Yan found that with such high strength, the duration of those moments also increased. If it weren't for An Xiaoxin pleading desperately last night, Jiang Yan would not have stopped when he did. Jiang Yan leaned close to An Xiaoxin's ear and whispered. Try a little, I'll carry you. If you refuse to get out of bed, I'll continue last night's unfinished business. Seeing this shameless guy reach for her again, An Xiaoxin's fair face turned pale in fear, quickly bracing herself to climb out of bed. Although last night was wonderful, she really couldn't bear another round. If Jiang Yan did it again, An Xiaoxin felt that she might die in his arms. As Jiang Yan carried An Xiaoxin out of the Dingsheng building, they ran into An Baosheng. The powerful boss from South City looked them over with a scrutinizing gaze, questioning. What's going on between you two? Jiang Yan casually answered. She hasn't woken up, I'm carrying her to let her sleep a bit more on my back. Isn't it normal for a couple to carry each other? Before he could finish, Jiang Yan carried An Xiaoxin and quickly ran out. Four mysterious beings hidden in the mist ran ahead of Jiang Yan, clearing the way and providing Jiang Yan with an uninterrupted flow of Yin coins. Yin coins plus 3,774. Yin coins plus 58. Yin coins plus 5,071. Yin coins plus 2,471. Yin coins plus 3,865. Because he had personally killed Wang Hucheng yesterday, the mysterious servants of the smoke charm had gained a little more health, providing an extra plus 58 Yin coins per second. Meanwhile, the purple treasure chest and the magic wolf had also made slight adjustments to their attributes and equipment last night, causing their health to fluctuate slightly. The Yin coins income per second had now reached a terrifying 15,239 yuan. Jiang Yan shoved An Xiaoxin into the passenger seat. While driving and looking at the mysterious beings minting money in the rearview mirror, he began to think about his current team configuration. Incorporating the magic wolf was indeed a very wise decision. Jiang Yan had already spent tens of thousands of Yin coins on the smoke charm in Zhu Ganglai. And this magic wolf had only just surrendered last night. Jiang Yan had been eager to spend some time with An Xiaoxin, so he didn't take the time to use Yin coins on the wolf. But the magic wolf, whether in attributes or combat power, was. It is not much worse than the smoke charm and piggyback. As for the purple treasure chest, its combat power was far surpassed by the other three bizarre beings, and if it weren't for its special talent, Jiang Yan wouldn't have recruited it. This is the huge difference brought by the different qualities of the bizarre beings. Although spending money can always make one stronger, the conversion rate is not the same. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and handed the demon wolf a contract for an advance salary and consumption guidance. The demon wolf had been uneasy last night because he hadn't received the same treatment, thinking Jiang Yan really didn't like him. Now, seeing this contract, he was immediately overjoyed and quickly signed his name. Jiang Yan studied the demon wolf's attributes and equipment list, finding that this bizarre being, with its focus on strength, had a growth direction very much in line with his own aesthetic. Without needing Jiang Yan's instructions, the demon wolf had already placed its strength at 50 points. The equipment was all designed to increase health and attack speed. Jiang Yan handed over 10,000 underworld coins, picked out 3 entry-level, relatively inexpensive non-upgradable sets for the demon wolf, activated the set attributes, and raised its health by over 1,000 points, bringing its total health to 4,975 points. The demon wolf's eyes shone brightly, and uncontrollable tears streamed from the corners of its mouth. These sets were something it had long coveted but couldn't afford. This 10,000 underworld coins truly made the demon wolf experience the pleasure of being spoiled by a big shot. At the same time, the demon wolf's gaze towards Jiang Yan became more and more filled with awe. As everyone knows, spending money will definitely make one stronger. How strong is this boss who can casually take out 10,000 underworld coins? A mysterious and profound big shot. Arriving at the antique street, this street had been cleaned up overnight by Zhang Xiaohu and others, and it looked completely different from the broken and bloody appearance of yesterday. Although the faint smell of iron still lingered, the street, with its various stalls set up and goods displayed, had regained much of its liveliness. It was already the time for the antique street to open for business, and Zhang Xiaohu and others had also set up a sign to sell player equipment, but no one had come yet. Today was the second day of the bizarre being's arrival, and there were almost no players like Jiang Yan who had adapted to the sudden changes. Groups like the Dingsheng Corporation, which huddled together for warmth, were also rare. The vast majority of people were still trembling in corners, living under the shadow of being dominated and hunted by the bizarre beings. So at this critical moment, Zhang Xiaohu's sign on the street attracted almost no human players for trade. Damn, the situation isn't looking good, Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, "You're just not good at business. Do it the way I said." Chapter 28, Antique Street Safety Zone. Soon, under Jiang Yan's direction, the sign at the entrance of Antique Street changed. A large red banner hung on the broken advertisement board at the entrance, with 3 prominent words written on it. Safety Zone. Next to it, a loudspeaker was playing a loop recording, and Zhang Xiaohu's voice kept coming from it. In the safety zone, the lives of all human players will be protected. No bizarre being or human can kill anyone within Antique Street. An Baosheng took over the management of Antique Street with the goal of creating a new human trade order, with safety being the top priority, and it must be guaranteed. And at this moment when the bizarre beings had suddenly arrived and begun their insane killing, what did the surviving humans desire the most? Naturally, it was the word safety. Compared to safety, things like trading were nothing. Jiang Yan directly seized the main issue and provided the surrounding human players with a reason they couldn't ignore. As for trading, once the foot traffic increased, naturally, the volume of trades would rise. After all, keeping underworld coins on hand serves no purpose. Only by converting to resources that can provide corresponding survival abilities can they carve out a way to live in this terrifying world. The stalls inside the Antique Street were originally reserved for rent, but at present, it is the people from the Shang Group who are setting up stalls, selling common equipment and skills, just at prices about 10% lower than the system mall. Most of these goods were opened from An Baosheng's talent chests, used to enhance the appearance of the stalls. After checking out the stalls, Jiang Yan began to dig into his pockets. One by one, pieces of equipment and skills, which were priced in the thousands in the system, were thrown onto various stalls from Jiang Yan's hands, all purchased directly from his own mall. And the prices of these items in the Antique Street were all about 10% lower than those in the system mall. Going back and forth, Jiang Yan was definitely at a loss. But now, with his eyes wide open, he could instantly gain 16,000 underworld coins. This little money was completely insignificant to him. As long as he could generate foot traffic and establish a new business ecosystem, the profits provided by this Antique Street in the future would far exceed Jiang Yan's current investment. Soon, each stall had several impressive pieces of equipment and skills. For current human players, trying to buy items worth thousands of underworld coins was still very difficult. After sorting out the stalls, Jiang Yan then found a well-preserved store by the roadside, sat down himself, and had Zhang Xiaohu stand outside with a big sign. The sign read, Underworld coin loans, equipment rentals, employment tasks, information trading, rice, flour, oil, high-priced recycling. When Zhang Xiaohu put up this big sign, he himself felt it was hard to believe. The businesses Jiang Yan was preparing to handle personally, but they were all extremely profitable. This was completely a different level from their low-end business model of setting up street stalls in the Antique Street. As a member of the Shang Group, Zhang Xiaohu certainly understood that even though these businesses had high profits, the support needed behind them was equally terrifying. If one didn't have the ability yet still insisted on doing such business, in the end, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. He cautiously reminded him once, but seeing Jiang Yan unconcerned, he could only leave reluctantly and continue to manage the order in the Antique Street. As Jiang Yan raised the banner of Safe Zone, the terrified human players hiding in the corners nearby finally began to tentatively run towards the Antique Street. At this critical moment, the official organization the Hunting Bureau had not yet appeared, and all the survivors in the southern city lived in immense fear, not knowing where they would go tomorrow. Some pessimistic people even believed that human civilization had entered a countdown, and in despair, chose to commit suicide. Suddenly, the appearance of this Antique Street promising safety was, in the eyes of all human players, nothing less than a beacon in the dark. And when they entered the Antique Street, they discovered that the situation here seemed completely different from outside. Outside, there were broken walls and shattered bones, a sea of blood, and eerie sights everywhere. Inside the Antique Street, however, everything was in order, and there were still people setting up stalls. Is it really safe? A middle-aged woman covered in dirt and mud asked in a very low voice, shrinking in a corner at the entrance to the Antique Street. It was clear that this person was terrified by the eerie occurrences, and even seeing that the Antique Street was filled with humans, she still did not dare to enter. Zhang Xiaohu, following Jiang Yan's instructions, smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, we are strong. The eerie beings here have been killed by us. As long as you are in the Antique Street, you are absolutely safe. No humans or eerie beings will attack you." The middle-aged woman carefully scrutinized Zhang Xiaohu for a moment before she finally made up her mind and quickly ran into the Antique Street. After waiting a few minutes and finding that she really had not been attacked at all, she felt comfortably surrounded by humanity in this place. She regained the sense of safety within the community, and the middle-aged woman suddenly burst into tears, crying so hard that she could hardly catch her breath, filled with an indescribable sorrow. Jiang Yan sat quietly in the shop, watching everything unfold before him. The world was tough, and everything was just fodder for the dogs. In his past life, Jiang Yan was also a part of this tragedy, and he felt it deeply. To live again and make up for all the regrets was Jiang Yan's greatest fortune. The people in the Antique Street were growing more and more. Most of them came to take advantage of the safe zone, few came for shopping. But as they relaxed, their attention began to shift to the dazzling array of goods on the surrounding stalls. These things could offer them more chances to survive, making them less vulnerable when facing the brutal and bizarre things ahead. A sharp-eyed middle-aged man purposely curled his lip and loudly made a dismissive sound. "TCH. There's already a safe zone. Why should I spend money on equipment?" Standing not far away, Zhang Xiaohu smiled politely and said, "Then you can set up a stall and sell all the equipment you don't need." Opening special, no stall rent, and a 0.5% commission on each transaction. Anyway, you're in the safe zone, right? There's no need for equipment, is there? As Zhang Xiaohu spoke, he pointed to the short sword at the middle-aged man's waist and smiled. This soul-bound equipment can be sold to the mall at half price and exchanged for Ming coins. Once equipment is used by a player, it becomes soul-bound and cannot be traded with others. The middle-aged man's face changed, and he let out a few dry laughs without responding. Anyone with a brain knew that the ability to survive must be in their own hands. The current safe zone seemed safe, but who knew how long it would last? If the safe zone were to collapse tomorrow due to some bizarre event, without equipment, he'd die faster than anyone. How about this pair of shoes? Can you make the price a little cheaper? I really want them. A voice, almost pleading, came from a nearby stall. Zhang Yan turned his gaze toward the voice and saw a skinny man standing in front of a store of the Shang Group, staring at a pair of shoes priced at 3,500 Ming coins with an expression full of longing. These shoes, apart from increasing movement speed, also had a passive ability that increased movement speed by an additional 30% while invisible. After a 10% discount, the price of these shoes at the stall was 3,150 Ming coins, much cheaper than buying them directly from the mall. The skinny man's talent was likely related to invisibility, so his demand for these shoes was high. The salesperson at the stall shook their head and refused. This price is already very cheap. The skinny man sighed bitterly. But I only have 2,800 Ming coins. The salesperson gestured with their eyes to the sign Zhang Yan had just posted and said, "You can take out a loan." The skinny man froze for a moment. A loan? In this safe zone, the business was that rich? Even banks had been set up? Full of doubt, the skinny man walked into Zhang Yan's shop. Behind the shop window, Zhang Yan sat on the lid of a purple treasure chest, the shadow cast by his black strange hat covering half of his face. Zhang Yan took a puff from his old pipe, and amidst the swirling smoke, a hoarse voice emerged. "What kind of service do you need?" This seemed to be the hidden attribute of the old pipe of the secret Black Crow equipment. As long as Zhang Yan took a puff, his voice would become hoarse and deep for the next minute, resembling the call of a night raven. For some unknown reason, the moment the skinny man entered the shop, he felt a chill all over his body, as if an invisible aura of gloom wrapped around him. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his hands and feet uncontrollably began to tremble. This couldn't be blamed on him, after all. There were currently 4 eerie entities hiding and unseen in the shop, surrounded by thick mist. The atmosphere was indeed heavy with Yin energy. With the effect of the hidden Black Crow trio, Zhang Yan didn't seem like a good person at all. I want a loan. 315 ghost coins. The small, thin man shivered as he hesitantly stated his intention. Zhang Yan nodded and handed over a blood-stained, strange contract. The contract outlined the total loan amount, a monthly interest rate of 1%, compounded interest, and if overdue by more than 3 days, interest would be calculated for a full month, while no interest would be charged for less than 3 days. Most importantly, the contract stipulated that if the borrower died prematurely, the system store would automatically repurchase all the borrower's equipment at half price and use the repurchased ghost coins to pay back both the principal and interest Zhang Yan lent. In his past life, Zhang Yan had seen similar contract terms, and the system would honor these clauses. The small man looked at the contract from side to side several times, his mind filled with millions of curses. A heartless capitalist who eats people without spitting out bones, he thought. The stench of money oozes from every pore. He fumed. You all deserve to be hung from streetlights, he continued, angry. All right then. The small man signed his name, and the strange contract turned into 2 beams of blood-colored light, merging into both Zhang Yan's and the man's bodies. Zhang Yan handed over 315 ghost coins. For this loan, Zhang Yan was most likely to make a loss. 315 ghost coins, with a loan period of 1 month, would only generate 3 ghost coins in interest. Although it wasn't a small amount for players right now, it was easy to gather enough to repay. And during this process, Zhang Yan had to bear the cost of the strange contract, priced at 100 ghost coins. It was purely a loss-making venture, just for the sake of attracting attention. But right now, it really was a time when attention was necessary. Once the player's habits were successfully cultivated, the extreme profit potential of this business would truly manifest. Zhang Yan didn't care about this small loss at all. He then called Zhang Xiaohu and took a puff from his pipe before asking, "Has the restaurant next door been cleaned up?" There were quite a few low-end restaurants outside the antique street, which had originally been part of the Shang Group's property, but they weren't given much attention. Zhang Xiaohu wasn't planning to deal with it, but when Zhang Yan arrived this morning, he had ordered him to clear out the remains of these low-end restaurants, from which many cooking tools and ingredients were retrieved. Zhang Yan calmly said, "Find a brother who knows how to cook and let him fry rice at one of the stalls. Keep frying it slowly, don't stop, and once it's done, let the brothers share it. Sell 1 portion of fried rice for 1 ghost coin." This price seemed cheap, but it was actually ridiculously expensive. Before the strange event, a portion of egg fried rice only cost a few yuan. But now, a few yuan couldn't even buy one ghost coin. No one would be foolish enough to exchange ghost coins for money, and naturally, no exchange rate existed. If it were anywhere else, no one would buy fried rice for one ghost coin. But this was the antique street, a safe zone. A portion of safe egg fried rice naturally had added value. Soon, the whole antique street began to be filled with the scent of fried rice. Many players, since the strange event occurred, hadn't had food yet. The extreme tension made them temporarily forget their hunger. But now, the smell was drifting everywhere with the cooking smoke, and many human players in the antique street were already starting to salivate. The first bowl of egg fried rice was handed to Jiang Yan, and it tasted pretty good. Jiang Yan deliberately held the bowl of fried rice, squatted by the street, and ate it in large bites, making pig-like sounds as he ate. Delicious. Really delicious. Chomp, chomp. His eating was very unrefined, but to the hungry people, it was like a spiritual explosion. Soon, a long line formed in front of the fried rice stall. Many people, when they entered the antique street, had already made up their minds to die inside, endlessly freeloading in the safe zone. Jiang Yan naturally couldn't expel these potential consumers, he just showed them a more realistic side of this world. In the afternoon, clean up those residential buildings next door that haven't collapsed yet. A bed costs 10 ghost coins per night. Jiang Yan pointed to a nearby old building with 5 or 6 floors and proposed another way to make money. Zhang Xiaohu froze for a moment, then gave Jiang Yan a thumbs up, sincerely marveling. Wow, in your previous life, you must have had the surname Zhou. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so skilled at skinning people. Jiang Yan smirked. These businesses, whether it's loans, food, or lodging within the safe zone, were all gradually developed by the Shang Group in the previous life. Jiang Yan just compressed this process a bit and conveniently took all the credit for himself. As news spread, more and more people came to the antique street seeking refuge, and almost everyone had a bowl of fried rice. From the distance, suddenly came a rumbling noise, like the footsteps of some enormous creature. Everyone's gaze turned toward it, and the once bustling antique street became completely silent in an instant. A monster, nearly 10 meters tall with long limbs like bamboo sticks, an extremely frightening proportion, slowly walked out from behind the building at the corner of the street. Its pair of pitch-black, terrifying eyes stared directly at the antique street. Here, there was a strong scent of living humans. Chapter 30, A Headshot Kill. In the silent antique street, everyone's eyes trembled simultaneously. It's an anomaly. It's an anomaly. My God. Such a huge anomaly. So terrifying, this anomaly, it must be very powerful. A middle-aged woman grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's arm tightly, pinching it so hard it hurt, and screamed as she questioned. Didn't you guys guarantee that this place was safe? Why is this anomaly still here? Someone nearby yelled. I knew they were all scammers. Run. It's too late now, you'll never make it. Someone took the lead, and the people in the antique street immediately began to run out, with angry curses ringing in the air. Damn it. You lied to me. I paid 1 ghost coin for a bowl of fried rice. Do you even know if it's worth 1 ghost coin? Scammers. All of you scammers. How could I have trusted you? In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Yan walked out from the shop with An Xiaoxin on his back. The approaching anomaly was simply too huge, Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin couldn't help but notice it. Boom. 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 The rumbling footsteps grew more urgent, as if it wanted to pounce into the antique street and catch all the living people there in one swoop. All these lively, jumping ghost coins, so tempting. It's just so delicious. In the monster's pitch-black eyes, there was nothing but greed and excitement. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel. Ghost coins plus 2,182. Such a big monster, and this little health? It's all bark and no bite. Jiang Yan said lightly. Take a shot with the sniper rifle, use a silver bullet. This anomaly looks terrifying, but in front of An Xiaoxin, who possessed deadly killing power, it was simply the perfect live target. An Xiaoxin immediately raised the Barrett rifle and effortlessly aimed at the anomaly's head. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out, and a half-meter-long blue-purple lightning shot from the muzzle. A hot silver bullet turned into a streak of lightning, directly hitting the center of the huge anomaly's forehead. Critical hit, minus 6,147. Player An Xiaoxin killed the anomaly, contribution, 100%. Ghost coins plus 10,211. Free attribute points plus 1. Equipment, Black Demon Eye, accessory, dot. Equipment, broken exoskeleton, shield, dot. Item, foul-smelling anomaly flesh. A long list of rewards appeared on An Xiaoxin's player panel. In a normal state, killing such an anomaly would require dozens of human players working together closely. Some people might even sacrifice themselves in the process. But An Xiaoxin, now infused with hundreds of thousands of ghost coins by Jiang Yan, was far from normal. One shot, one kill. And all the rewards from this anomaly went straight into An Xiaoxin's system space. An Xiaoxin looked at the result of her shot, her eyes, which had been drowsy, now sparkling. Her eyes instantly widened in shock. Is it really this exciting? An Xiaoxin began to truly feel it, the joy of being a violent freak pampered by a big shot. This was truly what it felt like. Jiang Yan wasn't surprised at all. He directly turned around and returned to his store, sitting once again on the lid of the purple treasure chest. He felt a bit of resentment in his heart. The joy that An Xiaoxin experienced from one-shotting a huge monster in this life, he would never be able to experience it, no matter what. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan hadn't experienced it in his previous life either. He really wanted to try it out. It wasn't until 3 minutes after Jiang Yan sat down, the antique street, which had been completely silent, slowly began to regain some movement. The person who had been the first to run away and curse loudly had just stepped out of the antique street's entrance when the gunshot rang out. An Xiaoxin's shot was so terrifying that it attracted everyone's attention. That huge critical hit number, everyone saw it. Everyone was stunned. The middle-aged woman who had been spewing insults rubbed her eyes and muttered to herself. Just now, that girl, how much damage did she deal with that shot? A young man, shocked and speechless, said. If I'm not mistaken, over 6,000? Oh my god, this damage is ridiculous. I'm struggling to even hit 60 damage now. That huge monster, just like that, got instantly killed? After coming to their senses, the people who had been shouting loudly to escape the antique street and cursing loudly, each one of them awkwardly smiled and retracted their feet, sitting down obediently at a corner in the antique street. Now they truly understood just how precious the 3-word safe zone hanging at the entrance of the antique street were. Zhang Xiao lit a cigarette, his face full of confidence and composure, yet the turmoil in his heart was no less than these people's. An Xiaoxin had grown up before Zhang Xiao's eyes, and such a quiet and gentle girl suddenly turned into a terrifying woman who could deal over 6,000 damage in one shot? Zhang Xiao who felt like his worldview was collapsing in front of that one shot. Brother who? A member of the group, trembling, asked beside Zhang Xiao. If Xiaoxin is this strong, then he. How terrifying must he be? An Xiaoxin's shot indeed shocked everyone for the whole year, but those with clear eyes could see that An Xiaoxin was loyal to Jiang Yan. In fact, even that shot just now was done with Jiang Yan's back in mind. To have such a woman by your side was in itself a silent proof of strength. No one had seen Jiang Yan take action, but no one dared to doubt his strength anymore. In the time that followed, more and more people gathered in the antique street. Although the sudden arrival of monsters caused a huge impact on human society, all the monsters' targets were to kill humans. Basic infrastructure had not been completely destroyed during the first arrival, so phones and the internet could still barely function. The concept of the safe zone in the antique street was quickly spread through various channels by the people who had gathered there at first. Now it was the second day since the arrival of monsters, and apart from the antique street where Jiang Yan was stationed, no one else had mentioned the safe zone. It was precisely because of the scarcity of safety that the unique antique street soon became the hope for all human players in Nan City. One batch after another of human players, risking being ambushed and killed by monsters along the way, gathered from all directions towards the antique street. This antique street soon became even more lively and prosperous than before the monsters arrived, with people crowding together, shoulder to shoulder. As the number of people increased, the transaction volume in the antique street also rose rapidly. Jiang Yan successfully completed dozens of loan transactions, lending out more than 30,000 soul coins in total. Those with a long-term vision had already taken advantage of this opportunity. She started setting up a stall on Antique Street to make money. An Xiaoxin, in a sudden whim, ran out and occupied a stall, selling the equipment and items she had just obtained from killing the strange creature. These items seemed completely useless within Jiang Yan's team, but in front of ordinary human players, they were rare treasures. Every time one was sold, someone would go bankrupt. And Jiang Yan would most likely gain another loan client because of this. Suddenly, a commotion broke out outside. Jiang Yan looked over and immediately furrowed his brows. A dirty man, holding onto An Xiaoxin's sleeve tightly, shouted loudly. Xiaoxin! I finally found you. It's too dangerous outside, come with me. I can protect you. Many classmates are with me, and we'll survive together. Chapter 31, Dare to lay your hands on my woman? An Xiaoxin was startled when the dirty man grabbed her sleeve, looking confused and helpless. She instinctively tried to pull her arm away twice, but the man's grip was too tight, and she couldn't break free for a moment, her small face filled with panic and anxiety. Jiang Yan, holding a pipe, walked behind An Xiaoxin and asked coldly. What do you want? Hearing Jiang Yan's calm voice from behind, An Xiaoxin felt relieved and scolded. Li Ming! Let go of me. Jiang Yan then noticed that the dirty man was someone he actually knew. It was Li Ming, the class leader from their senior year. His clothes were torn and covered in dust, and only upon closer inspection could one tell they were their school uniforms. Jiang Yan clearly remembered that in his previous life, Li Ming, being stubborn, had called on all the students to nail the doors and windows shut, which not only cut off their class's best chance to escape, but also led to his own death at the hands of the smoky demon. This time, however, because Jiang Yan had taken the smoky demon down, Li Ming had survived until now. Seeing Li Ming's filthy hand tightly gripping An Xiaoxin's sleeve, Jiang Yan immediately recalled the scene when, during the chaos in the classroom, Li Ming had tried to take advantage of his female classmate by reaching into her pants, his eyes instantly growing cold. The pervert dared to lay hands on my woman? Let go of your dirty hand, didn't you hear me? With Jiang Yan scolding, a huge pig-like shadow suddenly appeared behind Li Ming. As the fog dispersed, Zhu Ganglai pressed down on Li Ming's shoulder and threw him violently to the ground. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as a dent appeared in the cement floor. -60. This strike wasn't meant to kill Li Ming, but it still caused some damage. Ah! Li Ming screamed miserably, attracting many curious stares from people on Antique Street. Jiang Yan coldly watched, casually tossing out a mist bottle, shrouding Zhu Ganglai, who had just emerged from the mist, back into the fog. Li Ming didn't see the briefly visible Zhu Ganglai, and thought it was Jiang Yan who had done it. He sat on the ground, pointing at Jiang Yan, crying and screaming hysterically. You hit me! How dare you hit me! Where's the administrator? This is a safe zone. He hit me. Someone kick this person who's disturbing the order of Antique Street out. If not, I'll smash the safety zone sign. Hearing his screams, the surrounding people gathered with the mindset of watching a show, eager to see how Antique Street would handle human conflicts. For the safety zone to truly establish itself, it not only had to keep strange creatures out, but also had to set rules among humans. Jiang Yan sneered coldly. I am the administrator. You attacked the stall owner here, and I'm just maintaining order. Now, please leave Antique Street. If not, I'll have no choice but to use force to carry you out. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd quieted down, and even Li Ming, who had been crying and fussing, was momentarily silenced. You? The administrator? Li Ming looked Jiang Yan up and down, mocking him. Jiang Yan, we're classmates, we know each other well. You haven't even graduated from senior year, how could you manage in one day? Establish a safe zone like this? Can you stop pretending? Where's the real administrator? Why isn't he coming out? Among the crowd of onlookers, someone whispered. He might really be. I just borrowed 3,000 underworld coins from this young man. The whole Antique Street is a street market, and only this young man has a shop, who else could he be? I was there, it was really this guy who grabbed that girl and wouldn't let go, she was just a young girl selling things at a stall. Wow, daring to pull and tug at a girl who can unleash 6,000 with a shot, this guy is really courting death. At this moment, many people recognized Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin. Although they didn't appear much, this pair of men and women left a very deep impression on everyone. The way people looked at Li Ming started to get a little strange. Li Ming clearly had just arrived, otherwise, how could he dare to pull and tug at An Xiaoxin? She can unleash 6,000 with a shot, instantly killing a huge weird scene, it's still vivid in everyone's memory. Zhang Xiaohu parted the crowd, his face full of anger, cursing. Who dares to make trouble in my territory? Damn, is this kid the one causing trouble? Zhang Xiaohu pointed directly at Li Ming's nose, saying rudely, do you know why this Antique Street is safe? It's because it's protecting everyone. You attacked a vendor in the Antique Street, you've already broken the rules. Still dare to talk nonsense about? Brothers! Throw this kid out. Seeing a group of big men surround him from all directions, Li Ming immediately panicked, screaming. Wait! Jiang Yan! We're classmates. Last week, when the teacher randomly called on you to recite, who was the one who reminded you? It was me. You can't treat me like this. Jiang Yan sneered, ignored him, turned around, and pulled An Xiaoxin back into his shop, comforting his girlfriend's emotions while letting Zhang Xiaohu deal with the situation. The people from the Shang Group had a lot of experience in maintaining order in their territories. A group of big men grabbed Li Ming with their hands and feet, and carried him toward the entrance of the Antique Street. Once thrown out, he would have to face the omnipresent deadly weirdness again. Li Ming struggled hard and kept crying for help, but how could he resist these big men? The crowd was just watching the show, and no one spoke up for Li Ming. He was wrong, maintaining the order of the safe zone was beneficial to everyone. As they passed by Jiang Yan's shop, Li Ming saw a sign that said information trading hanging at the door. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted loudly. Jiang Yan! Jiang Yan, I have important information to trade with you. More than 20 treasure chests, all together. I'll take you there. Don't let them throw me out. I'll follow you from now on. Just feed me. The big men were unmoved and were about to throw Li Ming out when they suddenly heard Jiang Yan's voice from behind. Wait a moment. Jiang Yan stood at the door of the shop, looked at Li Ming, and squinted as he asked. More than 20 treasure chests, altogether? Li Ming nodded repeatedly. Yes. I'm telling the truth. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yan took out a stack of green underworld coins, totaling 1,000, and tossed them in front of Li Ming, saying lightly. Take me there, this 1,000 underworld coins will be your reward. But if you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you. Jiang Yan's threat was light, as if it had no weight. But Zhang Xiaohu shivered heavily, feeling 2 drops of cold sweat trickle down his back. Li Ming nodded repeatedly, picked up the 1,000 underworld coins from the ground, and smiled obsequiously, no longer showing any of the hostility he had earlier toward Jiang Yan. First arrogant, then humble, truly laughable. Jiang Yan brought Zhang Xiaohu back to the shop, took out 100,000 underworld coins, and threw 20,000 to the purple treasure chest and the magic wolf, instructing. This is your reward. You two guard this place, and if any weirdness attacks, kill without mercy. If any humans cause trouble, just follow Zhang Xiaohu's arrangements. The remaining 60,000 underworld coins. Jiang Yan handed everything to the purple treasure chest and said. With this 60,000, get the business here running. Don't try any tricks, I'll check the accounts when I get back. Chapter 32, Treating You by Giving Him a Leg. The purple treasure chest, with its gentle appearance, had never been a bench in the mist, always serving Jiang Yan. At this moment, it opened its lid, respectfully took the 60,000 underworld coins from Jiang Yan, and said solemnly. Thank you for your trust, boss. I will absolutely do my best. This purple treasure chest wasn't suitable for Jiang Yan's team when exploring, but paired with the battle-ready magic wolf, it was very suitable for managing the Antique Street's business. After settling the business on Antique Street, Jiang Yan, along with An Xiaoxin, Zhu Ganglai, and Yan Mei, prepared to explore the location where Li Ming claimed more than 20 treasure chests were gathered. Jiang Yan was half skeptical about the information Li Ming traded. In theory, the refresh of treasure chests was completely random. How could so many be piled up in one place? But strangely, Jiang Yan seemed to have heard similar rumors in his past life, about someone who struck it lucky, found a place with many treasure chests, and obtained nearly 100,000 underworld coins and resources, becoming one of the most prominent human players in Nandu at the time. However, this person seemed to have bad luck, as the night before the second bazaar event, he suddenly died in his own home. 100,000 underworld coins wouldn't be considered much for Jiang Yan now, but he was still very interested in a large gathering of treasure chests, as they might contain hidden resources that the shop didn't offer. Even if Li Ming lied, this trip would still allow him to kill a nasty person who dared take advantage of An Xiaoxin, so it wouldn't be a loss. Jiang Yan held An Xiaoxin's small hand, with Zhu Ganglai and Yan Mei in the mist, leaving Antique Street and signaling Li Ming to lead the way. A flash of surprise crossed Li Ming's eyes. Jiang Yan was out alone. As for An Xiaoxin, Li Ming didn't even consider her as a person. In a chaotic world, how easy it was to manipulate a woman with a gentle personality, Li Ming knew all too well. What a great opportunity! As long as I kill Jiang Yan, An Xiaoxin will be mine. Li Ming's heart raced. An Xiaoxin was the most beautiful girl in the entire school. He regretted last night when Jiang Yan pulled her away. He still smiled eagerly and flatteringly, leading Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin, quickly walking in a familiar direction. Seeing Li Ming walk more and more confidently, even starting to weave through small paths between the ruins of buildings, Jiang Yan's eyes showed a deeper hint of amusement. Li Ming had discovered more than 20 treasure chests but didn't open them, instead selling the information to Jiang Yan, surely because there was some danger there. Since there was danger, Li Ming couldn't have been hanging around that area constantly. But now, he moved so familiar, so this road was probably not to find the treasure chests. It was most likely the way back to his house. Since Li Ming first saw An Xiaoxin at the street stall, he had wanted to use his status as a classmate and class monitor to forcefully take her away. After An Xiaoxin refused, Li Ming even directly grabbed her, starting to pull her. If it weren't for so many people in Antique Street, Li Ming would have definitely done something worse to An Xiaoxin. Having survived through 3 bazaar events, Jiang Yan was already deeply aware of the darkness in human nature. Li Ming's disgusting little schemes were fully visible to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't expose him, only sneering as he followed behind Li Ming, curious to see what trick he was up to. We're almost there, let's go a bit faster. Li Ming turned to Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin, flashing a smile, his gaze quickly scanning their hands held together, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. His steps suddenly quickened, bypassing a broken corner ahead. The moment he disappeared from Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin's view, Li Ming jumped hard, as if he had crossed some invisible barrier in front of him. Then, the cruel smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. He took out a steel baton from his pocket, hiding it in the shadow in front of him, and turned his head to look behind. Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin appeared, following closely behind the corner. As soon as they took a step, an electronic explosion sound suddenly rang out from beneath their feet. A trap hidden in the ground was triggered by the footsteps of Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin. V-room. Blue currents of electricity flowed over Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin, instantly paralyzing the muscles around their bodies. An Xiaoxin suddenly felt her body go stiff, unable to move. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "What's going on?" Jiang Yan didn't say a word. He just looked at Li Ming in the distance with a playful look in his eyes. Li Ming grinned, pulling out the steel baton in his hand. He. Jiang Yan, thank you for the wonderful gift you've given me. I will take good care of An Xiaoxin. Die. He swung the steel baton at Jiang Yan's head, the sound of it cutting through the air was shrill, clearly without any mercy. With the power attribute Li Ming had intentionally enhanced, this strike was enough to kill someone. Jiang Yan's gaze was cold, his eyelids didn't even flinch. Bang! The steel baton hit Jiang Yan's forehead, and a damage number appeared. -1. Because of his stiff body, Jiang Yan was struck and fell backward, landing on the ground. Li Ming's face flushed with a sickly excitement, and without even glancing at Jiang Yan, he reached out to grab the collar in front of An Xiaoxin's chest. "You're mine." Li Ming's voice was sharp and twisted. In his heart, Jiang Yan had taken such a heavy blow, he must be dead. As for the damage number, Li Ming, who had already started fantasizing about violating An Xiaoxin, completely forgot to pay attention. Just as Li Ming's hand was about to grab An Xiaoxin's collar, a ghostly green hand suddenly emerged from the mist beside An Xiaoxin, grabbing Li Ming's arm in the swirling black smoke. Li Ming's body suddenly stiffened. An extremely cold touch spread from Li Ming's skin, climbing upwards, as if it wanted to completely freeze his flesh and blood. This feeling, Li Ming had experienced before. Strange. Li Ming slowly turned his head, his trembling vision revealing a strange figure that had appeared beside him without him noticing. This strange figure triggered Li Ming's deepest fears and memories. Isn't this the same strange figure that had wreaked havoc at the school? Why is it suddenly here? The smoky figure gripped Li Ming's wrist and turned its head to ask, "Boss, should I kill him?" Jiang Yan slowly sat up from the ground, shaking his head and saying, "No, we haven't found the treasure chest yet. Zhu Ganglai, reward yourself with one of his legs." Zhu Ganglia's greedy laughter echoed from the mist. He, finally some meat to eat. Being a pig for the boss is really happy. As the mist cleared, Zhu Ganglia's huge and terrifying pig body appeared beside Li Ming. With a large hand, he directly grabbed one of Li Ming's legs and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Blood splattered, flowing down Zhu Ganglia's chin. Li Ming's leg was devoured by Zhu Ganglai in mere seconds, as easily as eating a watermelon. Ah! No! Li Ming's terrified cries echoed through the ruins around them. Chapter 33, What kind of man are you? Jiang Yan held An Xiaoxin in his arms, instinctively shielding her from the bloody scene. Li Ming's spine-chilling screams made An Xiaoxin's body tremble slightly, and she subconsciously snuggled closer into Jiang Yan's embrace. Jiang Yan said calmly, "Do you think you didn't die directly in Antique Street? Why is that?" "That was a safe zone I built. I couldn't kill anyone directly, otherwise I'd be slapping my own face. But you really dared to lure me out, and even tried to kill me, to steal my woman? Should I say you're brave, or that you have no brain?" Jiang Yan looked at Li Ming, who was struggling in pain on the ground with a face full of terror, and said indifferently, "If you had just left the Antique Street, you might have lived for a couple more days. Now, behave and take me to the treasure chest, and I'll let you live as you wish. If you try any more tricks, I'll have Zhu Ganglai eat your precious thing." Jiang Yan's cold gaze swept over Li Ming's pants. Zhu Ganglia's twisted smile froze, his eyes filled with reluctance. He was particular about eating people, able to consume all of a woman's body, but never touching a man's precious thing. But if the boss insisted. Zhu Ganglia's face twisted with struggle and pain. Li Ming, already frightened out of his wits by the sudden breaking of the fog and the two strange beasts, covered his pants with his hands, his face streaked with tears and dirt. He cried, nodding desperately. "Don't eat me. I will never dare again. I will take you there right now." Just as Jiang Yan was about to have Zhu Ganglai carry Li Ming and set off again, a voice faintly came from the distance, catching Jiang Yan's attention. "Help! Help!" It seemed like several women were shouting for help together, their voices full of sorrow and desperation. If it hadn't been for Jiang Yan's agility, which had already exceeded 200, he might not have been able to hear such a faint cry for help. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and looked toward the source of the sound, stepping forward. Since he had come across it, he might as well check it out to see if there was anyone he could help, driven by humanitarian reasons. Seeing the direction Jiang Yan was heading, Li Ming, who was carried by Zhu Ganglai on his shoulder, turned even paler, urgently shouting, "No, not there. This way." Jiang Yan turned his head, a half-smile on his face, and looked at Li Ming, saying, "You're in a hurry, huh?" Jiang Yan pointed toward the direction of the voice and teasingly asked. That place, could it be your home? The paralysis trap just now was able to control Jiang Yan, with such high attributes, for a few seconds. Its power was indeed considerable. Jiang Yan guessed that Li Ming's talent was likely in enhancing traps, because ordinary traps had no effect on him. And the place where Li Ming had set the trap couldn't be too far from his home, or it would defeat the purpose. Reasonably concluded, the truth was most likely that. Li Ming's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with the hopeless gray of despair. Jiang Yan sneered, walking to a cellar door. This was an old-fashioned residential area, with green military-style double cellar doors on the side of the building, where residents stored food. The building had already become very dilapidated under the strange ravages, and it was extremely unsafe. In contrast, this cellar was a much better place to hide. The cries for help Jiang Yan had just heard came from beneath the cellar. Standing at the door, the cries for help were already very clear. Is anyone there? Please help us. Whoa, whoa. The sound of painful crying and screams came from behind the door. Jiang Yan reached out and snapped the iron lock on the door. With a loud bang it opened the cellar door. Light flooded in, illuminating the faces of 5 girls. What surprised Jiang Yan was that he recognized all 5 of them. They were all his female classmates, and all of them were quite good-looking. Jiang Yan? Is it really you? Thank goodness, please help us. We've been kidnapped by Li Ming, that man with the face of a human and the heart of a beast. After rescuing the 5 girls, Jiang Yan finally understood the full story. After the attack by Yan Mei, the school was in chaos, and the official rescue never came. Instead, another strange event occurred. That strange event wiped out an entire residential area, and upon discovering that there were still so many survivors at this school, it couldn't hold back and directly launched an attack. Terrified students began to flee in all directions, while Li Ming used his authority as class leader to gather a dozen classmates to escape together. Along the way, Li Ming directed the male classmates and less attractive female classmates to die, while he took the pretty girls, eventually finding such a cellar. After nightfall, the nightmare of the 5 female classmates began. Li Ming pointed all of the Hell Money's power attributes, and these 5 female classmates couldn't even stop him when they teamed up. Still in a panic, one by one, the female classmates were by him. Seeing Li Ming, carried by Zhu Ganglai on his shoulder, missing a leg, the 5 girls immediately went crazy, rushing to surround and beat him, seemingly determined to kill him on the spot. Jiang Yan let the 5 girls vent their anger and then had Zhu Ganglai separate them, saying calmly. He still owes me something, he can't die. The antique street from before, now it's a safe zone, it's that way. You can go there yourselves. Jiang Yan, with An Xiaoxin, turned and was about to leave. Wait. One girl grabbed Jiang Yan, her face filled with fear, and tremblingly said. Can we follow you? There are monsters outside, I'm so scared. Just after escaping from hell, the 5 girls instinctively wanted to find safety in Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan subtly pulled his hand away and said calmly. No, I have more important things to do. Go to the antique street yourself, it's not far from here. Seeing Jiang Yan start to leave, the girl screamed and asked. Then what if we get killed by weird creatures on the way? Jiang Yan didn't turn back, saying calmly. If you follow me, it's easier for weird creatures to kill you. Where he was going had a high chance of weird creatures. And it was likely that these creatures were extremely powerful, and not easy to deal with. Jiang Yan could only guarantee that he and An Xiaoxin would be unharmed, but carrying 5 extra burdens was completely unacceptable to him. Seeing Jiang Yan's figure growing further away, one girl cried in despair. Excuses. They're all excuses. Jiang Yan. How can you have no sense of responsibility? We're all women. You should protect us. You just throw us away, what kind of man are you? Jiang Yan silently smiled and walked even faster. Taking from men was an instinct written into some women's genes, and when they couldn't get what they wanted, it would trigger the passive skill of what kind of man are you? But there were millions of women in this world, should every man protect all women just because they were men? Chapter 34, Throw them and have them scout the path. Jiang Yan had no savior mindset at all, in this messed up world, being able to protect the people around him was already very precious. Seeing Jiang Yan disappear quickly around the corner, the 5 girls' faces filled with despair. He's just a. One girl angrily spat, how can there be such a man in the world? Another girl sighed and shook her head, saying. Protection is kindness, not protecting is a duty. We didn't have any relationship with Jiang Yan, we've been classmates for 2 years, and we've spoken to him less than 20 words in total, right? Let's go, let's find the antique street. Following Li Ming's directions, Jiang Yan finally found the legendary place where over 20 treasure chests were gathered. Inside the foundation of a half-built building, a pile of treasure chests glowed with blue and green light. After a rough count, there were around 20 to 30 of them. This half-finished building was also quite famous in Nandu. After all, it's rare for a building to be abandoned right after its foundation was laid. Jiang Yan, holding An Xiaoxin, and Zhu Ganglai, carrying the limbless Li Ming, stood at the top edge of the foundation, looking down at the huge circular space below, like the Colosseum. Several concrete columns stood alone, pointing at the sky, and some rusty tools like iron carts and shovels were left on the ground. What caught the eye the most were the several human corpses below. These corpses didn't show any fatal wounds, but they seemed to have been dead for at least half a day, beginning to rot and swell, extremely disgusting. This place, filled with treasure chests, had clearly been discovered by many people. But no one had successfully gotten the treasures inside. Li Ming, with a pale face. On the shoulder of Zhu Ganglai, trembling, Li Ming asked, "I brought you here, can you let me go now?" He had lost a leg to the bite, and if he didn't find a way to stop the bleeding quickly, he wouldn't survive until nightfall. Li Ming could already feel a cold wave creeping over his body. Jiang Yan, indifferent, smiled faintly and asked, "What was the strange thing inside like? Have you seen it?" Li Ming shook his head weakly and said, "I haven't seen it. I saw so many people die inside, so I didn't dare go in. Please let me go, you're so strong, you can definitely get these treasure chests." Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully, then said, "Zhu Ganglai, throw Li Ming inside." Li Ming trembled, looked up in disbelief, and screamed at Jiang Yan, You're not keeping your word. We agreed, I bring you here, and you let me go." Jiang Yan sneered, "What credit are we talking about with someone like you, who only bullies women? Go down and scout the way for me." Zhu Ganglai swung his arm and threw Li Ming in an arc. Bang! Li Ming hit the ground with a dull thud. "Jiang Yan! You won't have a good death." Li Ming's shrill cry floated up from below. Jiang Yan held An Xiaoxin's hand, standing above, happily watching Li Ming. If he were an ordinary person without enhancements, a fall like that would result in serious injury or even death. But Li Ming had added several points to his strength attribute, making his vitality even more resilient. After the fall, blood just spurted from his nose and mouth, but he wasn't fatally injured. He looked at the blue-green treasure chest not far ahead, gritting his bloodstained teeth, using all three limbs to crawl step by step toward the chest. As long as I can get the resources from these treasure chests, I can not only recover, but maybe even kill Jiang Yan. Wait for me, as long as you give me the chance, I will kill you. Li Ming's face was full of resentment, a look so chilling it could freeze one's blood. Unfortunately, the scenario he dreamed of never came to pass, not even until his death. He had just crawled 3 steps when suddenly, a hoarse and low growl sounded in his ear, "Plague!" Li Ming's dangerously low health immediately began to drop continuously with this cry. -53. -57. -51. In just 3 seconds, Li Ming's health was reduced to 0. His eyes turned ashen. He was dead. Watching Li Ming quietly die on the spot, with the strange thing never showing itself, Jiang Yan smiled with interest. "A curse attack? Interesting. You guys stay here and wait, I'll go down to see what this strange thing is." Curse-type strange things are often very troublesome and mysterious, with the potential to kill opponents stronger than oneself. Having many people doesn't help much, and could even cause additional chaos and risk. An Xiaoxin set up the Thunder Barret, ready to assist Jiang Yan at any time. Jiang Yan lightly jumped down and walked leisurely toward the pile of treasure chests. It seemed that the strange thing sensed that Jiang Yan posed a much greater threat than Li Ming. Before Jiang Yan could get close, the hoarse scream from earlier sounded again. Plague! A series of damage numbers popped up on Jiang Yan's body. -1. -1. -1. Jiang Yan's strength was now over 200, and even without gear, his health was over 2,000. With his extravagant gear, his health was far beyond that of a normal human player, making him almost more strange than the strange thing itself. At the same time, Jiang Yan's mysterious pocket watch and old pipe of the hidden Black Raven provided high healing per second. The damage from the curse on Jiang Yan seemed non-existent. Jiang Yan remained calm, continuing to walk toward the pile of treasure chests. Still, he couldn't see where the strange thing was hiding, or how it was cursing him, but if it didn't show itself soon, Jiang Yan would start opening the treasure chests right in front of it. Seeing Jiang Yan approach steadily, the strange thing clearly grew anxious. Another hoarse curse echoed, "Die." A black-purple energy sphere appeared. Out of nowhere, a curse appeared above Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yan looked up and didn't pay any attention, continuing to walk forward. It was a curse with delayed single damage. 2 seconds later, a black-purple energy orb exploded, turning into a terrifying skull, falling onto Jiang Yan's head. A damage number appeared on Jiang Yan's body again. -1. Attribute crushing, so terrifying. What the hell are you, some kind of freak? A hoarse voice finally couldn't hold back and started cursing. Jiang Yan had already reached the first green treasure chest, cheerfully reaching out his hands and laughing, saying, "If you don't come out soon, I'm going to open your chest." Seeing Jiang Yan's hands placed on the first chest, the strange being couldn't hold back any longer. Let go of my chest. A swirling black shadow drifted out from the shadow of a nearby concrete pillar. Jiang Yan understood. It turned out to be a phantom-type creature. This type of creature moved unpredictably and didn't take any physical damage, making it quite suitable for a cursed fighting style. Unfortunately, it met someone like Jiang Yan, a human who didn't play by the rules. A human player with a single attribute value higher than the combined 3 attributes of the creature could never be hurt by it. It was a fact. Chapter 35, if not trading, then forcefully steal. As long as a single attribute exceeds the opponent's by 20%, attribute suppression will occur. If it exceeds 50%, attribute suppression will be like a father beating his son. Jiang Yan's full attributes were 600% to 700% of this phantom creature's, and even if it hit him for 3 days and nights, his health would still be full. However, Jiang Yan didn't have any spellcasting teammates at the moment, and he himself couldn't deal any damage. He couldn't kill this phantom creature immune to physical attacks. Let's make a deal. Jiang Yan said as he began to rummage through his pockets. Stacks of golden, shining ghost coins began to fall on the ground, quickly piling up into a small mound. Jiang Yan pointed at the mound of coins and said, "This is 100,000 ghost coins. Sell me all these chests, and you'll make a lot of money." As he got closer, Jiang Yan carefully counted the chests and found there were more than Li Ming had said, totaling 35. Among them were 5 blue chests and 30 green chests. With the average value of a blue chest being 10,000 ghost coins and a green chest being 1,000 ghost coins, this pile of chests could bring in 80,000 ghost coins in resources. Jiang Yan put out 100,000, so the phantom creature had indeed made a profit. However, Jiang Yan hadn't lost too much. What he wanted from the start was the hidden resources that might exist in these chests. As long as he got one, it would be worth paying an extra 20,000 ghost coins. Looking at the golden and shining pile of coins, the phantom creature fell silent. The entire black shadow froze in place, not moving at all, as if the pause button had been pressed. 100,000 ghost coins? Is this the wealth a human can take out? With a crisp crack, the phantom creature snapped out of its daze and found that Jiang Yan had already opened the first green chest, casually putting the few hundred ghost coins, 2 weapons, and a skill scroll into his system space. Wait! The phantom creature screamed in pain. These were all painstakingly collected by me. I was almost about to gather 50 of them. You're cutting in now. At least give me 150,000 ghost coins. At the very least. Jiang Yan smiled coldly, ignoring the phantom creature that was trying to rip him off, and continued to open the second chest. Though my money comes easily, I won't accept any form of extortion. 100,000 is already a sincere offer. If this phantom creature doesn't want to make a fair trade, then I'll just take it. After all, the chests didn't have the phantom creature's name written on them, and since the creature couldn't kill him, it could only watch Jiang Yan open the chests it had scavenged. While opening the second chest and looting its contents, Jiang Yan said lightly, "If you don't take back those 100,000 ghost coins, then wait until I open these boxes, that 100,000 will no longer belong to you." The strange, ethereal figure watched helplessly as Jiang Yan went to open the third box, unable to do anything, letting out a scream of impotent rage. "Fine, I agree. But I have a request. I'll open these boxes. Everything inside belongs to you." In the hoarse voice, there was an unmistakable sorrow. The shadow grabbed the 100,000 soul coins Jiang Yan had dropped on the ground, rushed to his side, and forcefully opened the third treasure chest. The crisp sound of the treasure chest lid opening made the strange, ethereal figure emit a satisfied moan. Jiang Yan asked in confusion, "Is there any extra reward for opening the treasure chest?" The strange, ethereal figure's voice was filled with regret. "No. I just like the feeling of opening treasure chests. I'm about to collect 50 treasure chests, and opening them all at once is definitely going to be amazing. If I'd known someone would steal it, I would have opened them after gathering just 30. Jiang Yan. He suddenly remembered, when he was a child and eating shrimp fried rice, he would always pick out each shrimp and place it at the edge of the bowl, waiting until the last bite of rice was finished, then swallowing all those shrimp in one go. This was very similar to the strange, ethereal figure's act of collecting treasure chests and then enjoying them all at once. And the strange, ethereal figure acted very quickly, so its speed in collecting treasure chests was much faster than that of regular strange beings or human players. That's how it had accumulated 35 treasure chests in such a short time. If Jiang Yan had arrived a little later, there might have been even more chests here. Thinking back to his past life, the person who had struck it lucky and opened these chests probably took advantage of the strange, ethereal figure's absence, stealing from its home. Later, that person mysteriously died, probably after being found by this enraged strange, ethereal figure, who had cursed them to death. But on the other hand, if this strange, ethereal figure hadn't hoarded treasure chests and opened them as it found them, it might have caused Jiang Yan some trouble. The 800,000 soul coins worth of resources could be enough for this strange, ethereal figure to undergo a qualitative transformation, and when that happened, Jiang Yan, who had no magical attack abilities, would probably be spun around by this strange being. This strange, ethereal figure had great potential. It even had the potential to grow into a taboo. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, glancing at his player panel. Soul coins plus 1,462. At the moment, this strange, ethereal figure was still quite weak. It seemed it had been so engrossed in the delayed satisfaction of collecting treasure chests that it hadn't strengthened itself with soul coins. Okay, I'll let you open them all. Jiang Yan followed behind this strange, ethereal figure, emptying the contents of each chest. As the strange, ethereal figure opened each chest, it visibly became more and more excited, the shadow moving at least twice as fast. This feels so good. The crisp sound of the treasure chests, woo woo woo. Why aren't these treasures mine, woo woo? Damn humans. When I become stronger, I will kill you to take revenge. The strange, ethereal figure muttered, filled with threats and curses directed at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, however, smiled, already planning how to recruit this strange being. Strange, ethereal figures were already rare, and those with such great potential were even rarer. Since he had encountered it, he couldn't let it slip away. After opening the last chest, Jiang Yan quickly spoke before the strange, ethereal figure, now a shadow, slipped away. I'm short a bodyguard. You seem suitable. Would you be willing to work for me for a while? The strange, ethereal figure paused for a moment, and Jiang Yan could feel a pair of scrutinizing eyes vaguely looking at him from the shadow. I'm a strange being, working for a human. The strange being hissed in a hoarse voice. You're simply dreaming. If I could defeat you, you would already be a corpse. Jiang Yan chuckled. How about you take a look at the benefits first? The strange, ethereal figure could see that this person seemed incredibly wealthy. He did not outright refuse, but snorted coldly instead. Let's see then, what kind of treatment you can offer. Jiang Yan handed over a blood-stained contract. However, this contract was somewhat different from those given to other strange beings. The shadowy, ethereal entity formed into a hand-like shape, grasping the contract and examining it carefully. You want me to work for you, and you're offering just 10,000 a month? The shadowy figure's voice was hoarse and filled with mockery. Who do you think you're looking down on? Chapter 36, The Strange Black Raven. This ethereal entity was the first Jiang Yan had encountered who was dissatisfied with a salary of 10,000 a month. However, Jiang Yan had already anticipated this. After all, the entity's speed in collecting treasure chests was incredibly fast, making it a millionaire among the strange beings, so its standard for the underworld coins would surely be different. But Jiang Yan was also well prepared with his trump card. He remained calm and smiled, saying, Take a look at what's written below. The shadowy entity continued reading the contract. Party A will provide Party B with 3 chances to open a purple treasure chest every day. All resources belong to Party A. Except for purple treasure chests, all other chests obtained by Party A will be given to Party B to open. At least 10 chests every day, with no restrictions on quality. All resources belong to Party A. Upon seeing these 2 clauses, the shadowy figure was completely stunned, standing frozen for a long time without moving. Are these 2 really true? The shadowy figure's voice was hoarse, excited, and trembling. You can really let me open so many chests every day? Jiang Yan grinned and nodded. Of course, Jiang Yan, have never gone back on my word. The shadowy figure was uncertain, asking. Where did you find so many treasure chests? Especially, 3 purple treasure chests every day? I've searched so many treasure chests in the southern city and haven't found a single purple one. Its tone was fiery and greedy. If it was all true, that would be amazing, right? Compared to that, the monthly salary was nothing. Jiang Yan smiled confidently. Don't worry, I have my ways. If I put it in the contract, it means I can deliver. My father-in-law can dig up 1 treasure chest every hour and give it to you. What's the harm in that? As for the purple treasure chests, I just happen to have one in home. I can open it a few times for you, it's not like it'll lose any flesh. The shadowy figure decisively said. It's a deal. It immediately signed its name on the strange contract, transforming into 2 beams of red light that entered Jiang Yan and the ethereal being. Jiang Yan was very pleased and said, Transform into the shape of a crow and stay on my shoulder. The shadowy figure complied. As the black shadow surged, it transformed into a crow the size of a fist, landing on Jiang Yan's shoulder. This crow had only a vague outline, with no feathers or other details. It had a streak of blood red on its forehead, like a single eye, making it look particularly terrifying. Jiang Yan advanced the shadowy figure 1,000 underworld coins as salary and began studying its attributes. Strange being, Black Raven. Attributes, Strength, 0, Agility, 26, Intelligence, 46. Traits: Void, strength value is always 0, each point of intelligence increases health by 10, cannot perform physical attacks, will not suffer physical attacks, spell damage dealt plus 10%, spell damage received plus 10%. This trait was one of the huge differences between strange beings and humans. Other strange beings also had corresponding traits, but none were as special as the Void trait of the Black Raven. For example, pig-headed and demon wolves both had the Savage Beast trait, which gave them plus 30% strength, plus 15% melee attack power, and minus 10% damage taken. The trait of the Smoke Phantom was Spiritual Body, allowing it to float in the air, move 20% faster, attack 20% faster, have a 10% critical hit rate, and gain 1 soul servant for every human it killed. The existence of these traits also determined that strange beings were often much stronger than human players. Perhaps because it had no strength value, the Black Raven's intelligence attribute was particularly high. Without any enhancement, it started with 46 points. Its potential is indeed strong. Jiang Yan clicked his tongue in surprise and continued reading. Talent: Shadow of the Void, can hide in darkness and shadows. Movement speed plus 2000%. When stationary, anchored to shadows, magic attack power plus 200%. Skill: Curse Plague, level 1, deals 15% of magic attack power as damage per second, lasts for 10 seconds, consumes 175 magic points. Skill: Curse Death, level 1, causes 100% of magic attack power as damage after 2 seconds, consumes 200 magic points. This talent is also very powerful. As for the 2 curse skills, there is nothing special about them, the exact same ones can be bought in the shop, but combined with the Raven's talent and eerie characteristics, the effect that can be unleashed far exceeds expectations. After seeing Raven's eerie stats, Jiang Yan immediately concluded that Raven was a very promising ranged magic damage dealer, and would definitely fill the gap in his team. What are you going to do with the 110,000 you have? Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, starting to guide Raven on how to spend the money. Spending this 110,000, Raven's terrifying potential would immediately rise several levels. The person and the Raven discussed for a while, first increasing Raven's intelligence attribute to 100 points. Then they bought 2 more curse skills for Raven, filling up Raven's 4 skill slots. Skill: Curse Decay, level 1, reduces target's movement speed by 10% and magic resistance by 10%, lasts for 15 seconds, consumes 100 magic points. Skill: Curse Annihilation, level 1, deals 200% of magic attack power as damage and immediately calculates all ongoing curse damage on the target, consumes 500 magic points. Ranged magic damage and melee physical damage styles are vastly different, and the core of battle is in skill casting. After completing the 4 skills, Raven even had a simple skill rotation. Start with casting Decay, Plague Death Annihilation, while ensuring Decay's debuff never breaks. Raven bought a magic damage staff and a health and mana Regan ring as basic equipment, then spent all the remaining hell coins upgrading the 4 skills. All 4 skills were leveled to 6, costing a total of 64,000 hell coins. With the attributes and 2 pieces of equipment, the hell coins Jiang Yan gave were spent cleanly. As Raven's intelligence increased, the hell coins provided on Jiang Yan's player panel became hell coins plus 2,279. This amount of health was basically all supported by the intelligence attribute, with no equipment or skill support, making him an absolutely fragile mage. Jiang Yan silently sighed in his heart. What a useless material for printing. He and the purple treasure chest together don't even match up to Zhu Ganglia's imprint. The key is that he has consumed so many resources. He's an absolute hell coin black hole. This trip was quite rewarding for Jiang Yan. Not only did he obtain 35 treasure chests, but he also further completed the gaps in his team. The ordinary resources in the treasure chests were insignificant to Jiang Yan, they would just be sold in the antique street. Among the hidden resources, there were a few items that Jiang Yan valued. One of the rings that heals when hit, Jiang Yan gave to the team's tank, Zhu Ganglai. A hand crossbow that adds a fear effect to ranged attacks, Jiang Yan gave to Yan Mei. And a hidden passive skill that stacks attack speed with attacks, Jiang Yan carefully thought for a moment, then gave it to An Xiaoxin. Passive skill, Berserk Combo, level 1, each attack increases attack speed by 1%, up to a maximum of 25%, resets attack speed when changing targets. An Xiaoxin accepted the skill scroll handed over by Jiang Yan without looking at it specifically and directly chose to learn it. Then she lowered her voice and said, Jiang Yan. I just felt like something was watching us from a distance. Chapter 37, Spit It Out. With Jiang Yan's continuous input, An Xiaoxin's agility attribute had already broken through 100 points, and her senses were sharp, even feeling like someone was watching her from afar, a sixth sense warning her. Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and said, if it's just spying, don't mind it. First, get Berserk Combo to level 10. As Jiang Yan spoke, he took out a stack of hell coins and handed them to An Xiaoxin, a total of 26 times. An Xiaoxin's hell coin balance also increased by 260,000. Level 10 skill, it costs a total of 256,000 hell coins, a sky-high price. Even Jiang Yan needs to save up for half a minute to afford it. The three strange creatures beside him, with their necks craned and eyes wide open, silently witnessed this quiet transfer of wealth, stunned beyond belief. Xu Ganglai and Yanmei were already somewhat numb, just swallowing their saliva and silently casting envious glances at the boss lady. But Black Raven was seeing this kind of thing for the first time, and with a hoarse voice like his backside was on fire, he screamed. "You still have so many hell coins? Where did you get all this from?" He had thought that the 100,000 Jiang Yan had spent on buying his own treasure chest had drained him, which was why he had to hire Black Raven for personal protection. But now it seemed. This human is simply rolling in wealth. Jiang Yan chuckled and reached out to pat Black Raven's head, saying in a mysterious tone. "Stick with me, boss, and your future will be bright." An Xiaoxin had already delved into Jiang Yan's talents the night before, knowing his hell coins came easily, so she wasn't surprised. She simply stood on tiptoe and gave Jiang Yan a quick kiss on the lips. With a sweet smile, An Xiaoxin tapped 10 times on her player panel, leveling, Furious Strike, to level 10. This skill wasn't available in the shop, it was a hidden resource that only appeared in treasure chests. For long-range turrets, it was a game-changing skill. At level 1, the skill was already powerful. After reaching level 10, the skill became like this. Passive skill, Furious Strike, level 10, each attack increases attack speed by 5% and attack power by 1%, stacking up to 100 times, lasting for 360 seconds. Although he had been mentally prepared, Jiang Yan still couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when he saw this skill. A total of 500% attack speed and 100% attack power, with the increase continuing throughout the battle, the growth rate was downright insane, and it no longer had the limitation of resetting when switching targets. This was the first time Jiang Yan had seen a level 10 skill with his own eyes, after living twice. The effects of crazy spending were truly terrifying. Even Jiang Yan himself hadn't dared to level his 4 aura skills to level 10. If the strange creatures in his team were present, Jiang Yan's theoretical hellcoin income would be 18,628 per second, or 67,068,000 per hour, making it seem like leveling up to a 10th level skill was very easy. But in reality, Jiang Yan's actual earnings were far from ideal. He didn't get many opportunities to print hellcoins at full capacity. It had already been several hours since leaving the antique street, and during this time, only Yanmei and Xu Ganglai had been printing, not always at full efficiency, greatly reducing the overall coin printing effect. Moreover, compared to the level 10 auras, Jiang Yan preferred to invest his hell coins into his attributes. Attributes between 100 to 150 points cost 10,000 hell coins per point, while between 150 to 200 points, it costs 100,000 hell coins per point. Jiang Yan needed a total of 16.5 million hell coins to max out all three of his attributes, and yesterday's earnings had already been fully spent. As for today, Jiang Yan's 3 attributes had already surpassed 200 points, and each additional point now required 1 million hell coins. While traveling earlier, Jiang Yan randomly allocated points to his attributes, and now his attributes look like this. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 244, Agility, 249, Intelligence, 241. The average for regular humans is 5. In his past life, when Jiang Yan died, the average human player's attributes were around 50, and it was said that the top 10 hunters in the Strange Hunting Bureau could barely reach 100 points. But now, just the second day after the strange creatures first arrived, Jiang Yan's 3 attributes were all approaching the 250-point mark. This was truly an insanely powerful freak. Such abnormal attributes naturally came at a cost. For halos, costing Jiang Yan nearly 900,000 underworld coins in total, all advanced to level 10 skills. Passive skill, Swamp Halo, level 10, reduces the movement speed of hostile units within 50 meters by 55%, with a 25% chance per second to trap the enemy in a restricted state. Passive skill, Counterattack Halo, level 10, when any allied unit within 50 meters is hit by a melee attack, it counterattacks with 200 damage to the attacker, with double effect on oneself. Passive skill, Power Halo, level 10, increases the attack power of all allied units within 50 meters by 55%, with double effect on oneself. Passive skill, Endurance Halo, level 10, increases the movement speed of all allied units within 50 meters by 55%, with double effect on oneself. Aside from the Swamp Halo, the other 3 halos all had the attribute double effect on oneself. The Power Halo was completely useless to Jiang Yan, and the speed boost from the Endurance Halo was within his expectations. But the effect of the Counterattack Halo surprised Jiang Yan. When Li Ming hit Jiang Yan with a club earlier, he was also hurt by the Counterattack Halo, but it only inflicted 70 points of damage. Jiang Yan had previously thought that the Counterattack Halo was only useful in prolonged battles. But after upgrading it to level 10, the skill underwent a fundamental transformation. With 400 points of melee counterattack damage, even Xu Ganglai would be killed in just over 10 punches. Not bad. Jiang Yan muttered to himself. But still not as stunning as An Xiaoxin's level 10 skill. After sorting out his gains, Jiang Yan pulled An Xiaoxin along and started heading back toward the antique street. This safe zone had just been established and still required a lot of care to get fully on track. But just as they turned a street corner, Jiang Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ahead, 4 men wielding clubs stood with hostile expressions, staring at Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin. Behind them, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed as 8 more men emerged, cutting off their retreat. A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his bald head pointed an iron rod at Jiang Yan and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you opened a lot of those boxes just now. Got quite the haul, didn't you? We've been eyeing those boxes for a long time, and you just swooped in and took them all. You think you can just walk away? Hand over our stuff. Or else, you're not leaving here today." #### Chapter 38, even a mosquito is meat. Jiang Yan understood immediately. And Xiaoxin had mentioned someone was spying on them earlier, these must be the guys. Right now, Zhu Ganglai and Yan Mei were hidden in the mist, and the black crow perched on Jiang Yan's shoulder was small and unimposing. These people clearly thought Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin were easy prey. Especially the way they looked at An Xiaoxin, it was full of blatant evil intent, a meaning any man could understand. Jiang Yan took a deep look at the tattooed man, then smirked and said, "Your stuff? Then why didn't you take it? Too scared to act and only dared to watch from the sidelines? But when someone else took it, you jump out like you own the place. Cowardly and foolish, how laughable." The dragon-tattooed man's face darkened instantly. He had discovered those treasure chests last night and had even sent a subordinate to test the waters. But that guy had barely stepped forward before dropping dead mysteriously. Something strange was clearly at play, and none of his men dared to go further. Yet, they were unwilling to give up, so they lurked nearby, watching helplessly as those treasure chests remained untouched. When Jiang Yan went down, they had noticed, but assumed he would die the same way. But to their shock, Jiang Yan had opened every single chest and taken everything inside. The tattooed man's group couldn't understand why, but there was no way they would just let such a fat prize slip away. Jiang Yan's words struck the tattooed man like a slap to the face, leaving him fuming with rage. Angrily shouted, "Kid! I think you're tired of living. Brothers! First, take that little girl down. If this kid doesn't immediately hand over what we want, we'll show this little girl a good time right in front of him." The big men around him, covered in mud and dirt, looked incredibly disheveled, but now all of them were rubbing their hands, leering with laughter. He. Dragon Bro really knows what we like, he's into this. Before the husband, how exciting. Just thinking about it feels great. Hearing their vulgar words, Jiang Yan smiled. The smile was chillingly cold. He came from the apocalypse, witnessed countless bloody battles, so why would he care about the lives of these rough men? Not to mention, they dared to speak rudely to his woman. "Yan Mei, they're all yours." Jiang Yan said calmly. Yan Mei's spiritual body trait allows her to gain +1 soul servant from each kill. Each soul servant has 1 health point, and gives Yan Mei +1 attack and +1 attack speed. Since following Jiang Yan, Yan Mei rarely had the chance to kill, but this time, all 12 of these men were hers. From the mist beside her, Yan Mei's voice was heard. "Yes, boss." The mist parted, and Yan Mei, holding the calamity hammer, quietly revealed herself. Boom! With a single hammer strike, the head of the nearest big man to An Xiaoxin exploded like a watermelon. -425. Yan Mei's damage wasn't high, and her attack speed was average, ranking second to last in the team's total damage output. The last place was occupied by the money printer, Jiang Yan. But the power of these people didn't exceed 10 points, and with their equipment support, their health was pitifully low. Under Yan Mei's hammer, they had no chance of survival. Seeing such a vicious creature suddenly appear from nowhere and crush one of their brothers with a single hammer strike, Dragon Bro and the others were instantly stunned. The remaining 11 were wide-eyed, horrified, and at a loss for what to do. What is that thing? Where did this weird creature come from? What does this creature call that kid? But Yan Mei ignored Dragon Bro and his group's terror, her hammer swinging relentlessly. Boom boom boom. A series of dull sounds echoed, and with each strike, a head exploded, red and white splattering everywhere. With almost 100,000 hell coins spent on Yan Mei, facing these humans who hadn't even fully figured out the game rules, she was like a tiger in a sheep flock, every blow taking a life, bloody and brutal. The group of more than 10 men, terrified by the sudden appearance of this terrifying creature, were scared out of their wits. They had just been rolling up their sleeves and leering, but now they were all screaming and running for their lives. In their hearts, a terrifying thought flashed. That kid actually has such a powerful weird creature power? How could this be possible? How did he do it? This group of people, scattering like birds and beasts, were too slow in front of a creature whose agility was approaching the 100 mark. Not to mention, there was also Jiang Yan's mud swamp aura slowing effect. Soon, only Dragon Bro was left alive. The tattooed dragon bro, already scared out of his wits by the deaths of his comrades, now collapsed onto the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging Jiang Yan and Yan Mei, his voice dripping with flattery. Please, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I'll be your dog from now on. Spare my life. Spare my life, I can do anything, really. I know a lot of things. Yan Mei turned her head and glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan blew out a smoke ring, showing no expression. Yan Mei understood the boss's intent. Boom! With the final strike of the hammer, Dragon Bro's head exploded, and his desperate pleas were abruptly cut off, red and white splattering everywhere. The headless body twitched and collapsed to the ground, dying in utter despair. The hell coins earned by Yan Mei were now shown like this. Hell coins plus 3,774. Hell coins plus 70. Even a mosquito is meat. 12 hell coins per second, that's 43,200 per hour. Rounding up, that's another 100 million per day. Jiang Yan nodded with great satisfaction. Carrying An Xiaoxin and the three-headed strange returned to the antique street. There were more people inside than before they left. It was almost crowded to the point where shoulders were rubbing against each other. All the stalls had already been occupied by clever people, who began calling out their sales, gradually bringing back the atmosphere of a bustling market. The people from the Shang Group who had set up stalls to show off their storefront had quietly retreated little by little, gathering their goods on a few stalls. The remaining stalls were given to outsiders. Jiang Yan scanned the scene and noticed that the items being sold on these stalls were all very cheap. Items worth dozens or hundreds of hell coins occupied the absolute majority, and things priced over 1,000 hell coins were rare. Even though there were many rounds of transactions, the antique street still couldn't make much money. But right now, the human players didn't have many hell coins, so they couldn't complete large-scale transactions. Order was quickly taking shape in the small-scale hustle and bustle. As time passed, the antique street would gradually get on track, and the opportunities and wealth hidden within it even made Jiang Yan tempted. Jiang Yan saw the 5 female classmates he had saved earlier in the crowd, and they seemed to have regained a lot of their sense of security. Jiang Yan didn't pay too much attention to them and returned to his shop. The black crow on his shoulder impatiently said, "Where's my treasure chest? We agreed that once we reach your territory, you would let me open the treasure chest." He didn't want Jiang Yan's monthly salary of 10,000 at all, he just wanted to help Jiang Yan open chests. Open a massive amount of chests. Jiang Yan chuckled, went around the table, and shoved the purple treasure chest back in, closed the lid, and pulled it out again, saying to the black crow, "According to our agreement, you can open it 3 times today." Seeing the flawless purple treasure chest, the black crow's crimson single eye gleamed with excitement. "What the heck? Boss! You really didn't lie to me, there's a purple treasure chest? That's amazing. Truly amazing." The hoarse voice echoed through the room as the black crow transformed into a shadow arm, eagerly flipping open the lid of the purple treasure chest, saying with anticipation, "Let me take a good look at what kind of good treasures can come from this purple treasure chest." Before the words had even finished, a sharp light suddenly erupted from the purple treasure chest. A sharp sword-like tongue shot out, piercing through the black crow's shadow arm. The room fell dead silent for a moment. The shadow arm stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. The purple treasure chest, realizing it hadn't dealt any damage, was equally stunned. What kind of hidden resource did I just open? The black crow muttered to itself, puzzled. It's still moving? Chapter 39, Save Me. Jiang Yan chuckled, shoved the purple treasure chest's tongue back inside, closed the lid again, and said to the black crow, "You can open it 2 more times today." The black crow? Wait, can you reopen this purple treasure chest? No wonder it's a purple treasure chest. It's truly impressive. Click. The black crow eagerly opened the purple treasure chest again. A pair of mournful eyes stared out from within, gazing at Jiang Yan in silence. It felt like the boss was using me in a strange way. Looking at the eyes in the chest, the black crow mused. Is this a rare piece of equipment? How unusual. Jiang Yan pressed down the lid and closed the purple treasure chest again, saying, "You can still open it once today." The black crow felt something was off and hesitated. Doubting, it clicked the chest open once more. Are you polite? A pair of purple arms with a metallic sheen reached out from the chest, immediately closing the lid and shutting itself in completely. Hearing that the purple treasure chest could actually talk, the black crow was dumbfounded. After a long pause, it snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "This isn't really a treasure chest? Is it a weird thing? You tricked me." Jiang Yan laughed and said, "I didn't trick you, this is a purple treasure chest. I opened it 3 times for you. According to our contract, you are in charge of opening, and all the resources inside belong to me, so it's no different for you. What you enjoy is just the process of opening the treasure chest, isn't it?" The Black Raven fell into a long, deep silence. He felt that Jiang Yan had seized the high ground of intelligence, playing with him, who had not read many books. But after thinking carefully, it seemed that what he said made some sense. Even if this purple treasure chest is real, whatever comes out of it has nothing to do with the Black Raven. So whether it's real or fake doesn't matter, as long as the feeling of flipping open the lid is real. This logic was very fresh to the strange being, fiercely impacting the Black Raven's mind. But to Jiang Yan, this logic was too familiar. Isn't it just like a small homebody who uses a masturbator or a silicone doll to satisfy his endless sexual fantasies? I know it's fake, but I pretend it's real. After thinking for a long time, the Black Raven reluctantly accepted this reality and then asked, "What about the remaining 10 treasure chests? They're not fake, are they?" Jiang Yan smiled and said, "The remaining 10, regardless of their quality, are all real. I'll open them for you when we go back tonight." On the way back just now, Jiang Yan had already called An Baosheng, asking him to keep all the treasure chests dug up with his treasure hunting talent, and to open them when Jiang Yan returned tonight, without taking any of the contents for himself. Although this request was a bit strange, An Baosheng didn't ask anything and agreed readily. However, this wasn't all of Jiang Yan's plan. Since the Black Raven was so enthusiastic about opening treasure chests, not sending him out to sweep chests all over the street would be a shame for his strange hobby. He was simply the best partner for the purple treasure chest, able to predict the locations where treasure chests would respawn. Ever since he was won over by Jiang Yan's overwhelming charm and decided to follow him, the purple treasure chest had occasionally broadcasted the upcoming respawn locations for Jiang Yan. However, Jiang Yan was always busy with other things, and specifically running out to find a blue, green, or even lower quality white treasure chest was completely a loss for someone like Jiang Yan, who could print money. Now, with the Black Raven, the antique street was gradually getting back on track, and Jiang Yan planned to form a treasure chest exploration team to collect treasure chests in the Nandu area, following the purple treasure chest's guidance. As for manpower, it would definitely come from the Shang Group, and Jiang Yan only needed to send Black Raven to ensure their safety. This way, the Black Raven could enjoy opening treasure chests, the Shang Group could obtain ordinary resources from the chests, and Jiang Yan could gain the hidden resources, a win-win-win situation. The 10-person exploration team personally assembled by An Baosheng soon arrived at the antique street. Jiang Yan personally reminded them of some precautions and then had the Black Raven hide in someone's shadow, following them as they acted together. Jiang Yan wasn't worried about the Black Raven's safety at all. Although this strange being was nominally a fragile mage, his actual death difficulty was extremely high. As for the other humans in the exploration team, there was a risk of death. After all, in such a large city like Nandu, no one knew what powerful strange beings might be hiding. Jiang Yan had specifically reminded An Baosheng not to place his true trusted individuals in the exploration team. Watching the exploration team leave the antique street, Jiang Yan turned around, ready to return to his shop when a terrified, frantic voice came from the distant street corner. "Help! Someone help me! There's a strange being chasing me! Help me! I have a hidden aura skill. Don't let it kill me!" Hearing the cry for help, the people in the antique street surged toward the street corner to watch, but not one of them was willing to step outside the antique street's boundary. This person was still several hundred meters away from the antique street. But behind him, the strange being chasing him was only 10 meters away. The strange being was humanoid, 3 meters tall, with grayish-blue skin and muscles bulging all over its body. A rusted iron bucket covered his head. In his hand, he held a large machete stained with blood, and every step he took made the ground tremble, his movements fierce and wild. Jiang Yan took a glance and immediately knew that this man couldn't have entered here before he was killed. He was already exhausted, panting like an ox, sweating like a pulp, with white foam continuously spraying from the corners of his mouth, all his strength drained, leaving only the desire to survive, pushing him forward. The machete behind him was strange, clearly from a power-based route, not fast in speed but with far greater endurance than an ordinary human. Jiang Yan calmly said, "Shoot, kill that strange one." If they didn't deal with this man, once the strange creature killed him, it would definitely continue towards the antique street. It was better to kill the strange one directly, and they could still check what the so-called hidden aura in the man's hand was. Jiang Yan's 4 aura skills were already at level 10. If there was a suitable 5th aura, it would be a great improvement for him. An Xiaoxin responded and picked up the Thunder Barret. The moment the people of the antique street saw this gun, they all retreated, covering their ears. The power of this gun was so terrifying that even just hearing the gunshot caused a deafening pain. Boom! The muzzle erupted with electric light, and the silver bullet tore through the air, instantly piercing through the iron bucket on the strange creature's head. Critical hit, minus 6,158. Player An Xiaoxin killed the strange one, contribution, 100%. Hell coins plus 9,124. Equipment, bloodstained machete, weapon, dot. Equipment, killing pendant, accessory, dot. Item, frozen unknown blood. The machete's strange body froze, falling to the ground like a wooden post, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 40, Fifth Aura, Protection. The man was startled by the gunshot, and upon seeing the strange one die, he was overjoyed, stumbling towards the antique street. Thank you. Thank you so much. A good person will have peace all his life. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, This is a safe zone. Once you escape here, you'll be safe. No matter how strong the strange ones are, they can't approach the antique street. Also, I'm very interested in auras. I'd like to see the hidden aura in your hand. Jiang Yan vaguely remembered that this man was one of the first to enter the antique street. However, this man was clearly not the cowardly type, not always hiding in the safe zone. Instead, he used the antique street as the core and continuously explored more resources around it. This was a very wise decision. No matter the environment, resources are always the most core element for survival. Those who shrink in the antique street and dare not go out are losing the chance to grow stronger with each passing moment. It may not be noticeable in 1 or 2 days, but over time, they will completely lose competitiveness and become the lowest level in the new order, unable to rise again. Jiang Yan was too familiar with this kind of slow death. In his past life, he fell behind step by step like this. The difficulty of survival was not that high when the strange ones first arrived. But if one didn't quickly accumulate resources, the chances of getting resources in the future would become increasingly slim. Once trapped in such a cowardly trap, death was just a matter of time. Though this man faced danger and almost died, he won the bet. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the man took out a scroll of aura skill. Passive skill, Protection Aura, Level 1, increases 10% armor and health for friendly units within 5 meters, price, 500 hell coins. Seeing this protection aura, Jiang Yan's eyes flashed, and he said decisively, I want it, name your price. This was a hidden aura skill, not for sale in the shop. Although it had a price of 500 hell coins, it only provided the standard for upgrading. This aura effect was very strong, but for ordinary human players, its strength was limited. Because of the nature of aura passive skills, they were more inclined towards team buffing. Under the immense survival pressure in the early stages, most players would choose single target skills that were more effective for boosting individual power. Only someone like Jiang Yan, who couldn't actively attack and was a money printing machine, would choose such a bizarre combination of skills with a full set of aura abilities. And for Jiang Yan, the protective aura that increases the health of friendly units had a special meaning. The more bizarrely high the health of his allies, the more money he naturally printed. This aura, Jiang Yan had to have it. The man hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't know how much I can sell it for. I originally planned to try 3,000, but you saved my life. I'll sell it to you for 2,000, is that okay? Jiang Yan smiled, pulled out 5,000 hell coins, handed them to the man, and said, I'll give you 5,000. Protecting you isn't a favor, it's the rule of the safe zone. The man's face was full of joy as he eagerly took the hell coins from Jiang Yan's hand, thanking him repeatedly. With the current player economy, if the protection aura was sold at a street stall in the antique street, it would be hard to sell for more than 1,500 hell coins. The 5,000 hell coins Jiang Yan offered was already a show of sincerity. With so many hell coins in hand, this man had what could be considered a dream start. Of course, it was still quite a bit of a gap compared to Jiang Yan's abnormal start. After obtaining the aura scroll, Jiang Yan spent 100,000 hell coins to buy a skill slot expansion gem from the mall, opening his 5th skill slot and successfully incorporating the protection aura as his 5th aura. He then spent 256,000 hell coins to level the protection aura to level 10. Passive skill, Protection Aura, level 10, increases surrounding friendly units' armor and health by 55% within 50 meters, doubles the effect for oneself. Oh ho ho ho! Jiang Yan quietly cheered inside. Money printing efficiency plus 55%. It's a shame he couldn't apply it to his own money printing, or this aura's value would be even higher. After the excitement, Jiang Yan unintentionally noticed the price of the 2nd skill slot expansion gem. It had increased from the original 100,000 hell coins to 1 million hell coins. Goodness, this item was already ridiculously expensive, and the second one actually had a tenfold price increase, plus it was soulbound. No wonder Jiang Yan had only heard of players with 5 skills in his past life, never of anyone with 6 skills. However, for Jiang Yan, 1 million hell coins were insignificant. Now, it was just something he could casually add to his attributes. Jiang Yan casually bought the 2nd gem, turning his skill slots into 6. In the mall, the price of the 3rd expansion gem had also risen to 10 million hell coins. This price was a bit expensive for Jiang Yan, so he temporarily chose to ignore it. He hadn't even decided what to pick for his 6th aura yet, and had no need for a 7th skill slot for now. I'm not in a rush to complete the 6th aura. Maybe after a while, someone will bring a hidden aura scroll to the antique street to sell, just like before. This was the true reason Jiang Yan valued this safe zone. With his monstrous financial resources, as long as he set his sights on something, he would definitely be able to buy it. As long as the transaction volume of the antique street continued to increase, one day, this place would become Jiang Yan's treasure trove. And all the players seeking trades in the antique street were essentially working for Jiang Yan alone. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly walked up behind Jiang Yan and whispered, "Boss, a group of people has arrived. They don't seem right. I think they might be here to cause trouble." Jiang Yan slightly furrowed his brows. "Take me to see." He trusted Zhang Xiaohu's judgment. This man was a trusted confidant of An Baosheng, had helped An Baosheng manage many places, and was a person of great ability within the Shang Group. His insight was sharp. But when Jiang Yan saw the group of people Zhang Xiaohu pointed out, his pupils shrank, and his expression immediately became serious. There were 5 people in this group, scattered across a section of the antique street. They appeared to have no relation to each other, but in reality, they were not far apart and were keeping watch over one another, displaying a disciplined formation. Their clothes were all shabby, but with careful observation. These tattered clothes, I'm afraid, were deliberately cut to look this way. The damage is all caused by scissors, not from accidents during a frantic escape. These 5 people, on the surface, are just casually shopping, picking out goods, enjoying the shelter of the antique street. But their eyes are far from calm, occasionally pretending to casually glance at the corners, the staff, the layout, and the geography of the antique street. They are definitely not ordinary players. Jiang Yan lowered his voice and said, "You are right, these people are suspicious. But they are not here to cause trouble. They are from the Bazaar Hunting Bureau." Chapter 41, The Bazaar Hunting Bureau's Test. Among the 5 people appearing on the antique street, one of them Jiang Yan recognized. He was a high-ranking captain from the Bazaar Hunting Bureau's branch in Nandu. If he remembered correctly, his name was Chen Haichuan. "Bazaar Hunting Bureau?" Zhang Xiaohu asked, puzzled. "What is their background?" Jiang Yan explained. "It's the official organization fighting against the bazaar. It's between the military and the police. They used to deal with rare bazaar events, and their reputation wasn't well known." With the experience from his past life, Jiang Yan knew that the bazaar didn't just suddenly appear. In fact, before the large-scale arrival, the bazaar had already entered the official site, and the Bazaar Hunting Bureau was established decades ago. But at that time, bazaar events were extremely rare, occurring only about 10 times a year across the vast land of the country, a rarity so extreme that most ordinary people would never encounter one in their lifetime. Now, with the sudden surge of bazaar events, the Bazaar Hunting Bureau, with its rich experience, has finally stepped into the public's view and played a crucial role in many cities and secret realms. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's expression immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "The cops? Damn, have we crossed them?" With that, Zhang Xiaohu made a throat-cutting gesture with his hand. Having followed An Baosheng all these years, he instinctively feared cops, especially those who lurked secretly in their own territory. His first instinct was always to resist them. Jiang Yan shot Zhang Xiaohu a glare and scolded. "Nonsense! Get your head clear. Before, you were the mouse, and they were the cat. Now, there are only 2 factions in the entire country, one is the bazaar, and the other is humanity. The Bazaar Hunting Bureau is the backbone of the human faction. You're still thinking of killing them?" Zhang Xiaohu was left speechless by Jiang Yan's scolding. Upon further thought, the situation indeed seemed exactly as Jiang Yan had said. He took a deep breath and said, "Damn, your vision is sharp and far-reaching, I admire you. But..." Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, "These people from the Bazaar Hunting Bureau, will they just watch us run the antique street?" Jiang Yan smiled and said, "They probably won't stop us, and they might even develop a collaborative relationship with us. Just like I said before, the people from the Bazaar Hunting Bureau also know that humanity must unite now. Alright, don't mind them, if they want to watch, let them watch." Jiang Yan walked back into his shop and sat quietly on the purple treasure chest, printing money. He guessed that the people from the Bazaar Hunting Bureau would soon come to test him in his shop. Sure enough, about 20 minutes later, that captain from the Bazaar Hunting Bureau, named Chen Haichuan, walked into Jiang Yan's shop. As soon as he stepped through the door, the middle-aged, stern-looking, bearded captain suddenly stopped. His body stiffened, his eyes narrowed to pinpricks, as if he had seen something incredibly terrifying. In this small room, there were 4 bizarre presences. He never expected to be suddenly surrounded by the bazaar in such a safe zone, with so many humans gathered around. Chen Haichuan's gaze quickly swept over the purple treasure chest under Jiang Yan's but then glanced at An Xiaoxin, who was sitting at the back, dozing off. 2 humanoids, 1 treasure chest. This is only 3 strange ones, but there's still one more? Chen Haichuan had no idea that behind him, half a meter away, in a mist that couldn't be seen, the gazes of Smoke Phantom, Pighead, and Demon Wolf were all focused on him. Chen Haichuan's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized. No, I can't keep looking. The situation is strange, but it's still under control. I might not be attacked. But if the strange ones realize that I've noticed them, they might not let me leave alive. A drop of cold sweat dripped from the temples of this monster hunting bureau captain. His stiff posture only lasted for a moment. Thanks to his strong mental fortitude, Chen Haichuan quickly regained his composure and pretended to stay calm, continuing to walk in. His gaze remained proper, only looking at the half-face shadowed under the strange hat of Jiang Yan. But Jiang Yan heard his heartbeat, heavy and intense, signaling the raging storm inside this person. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Haichuan with interest, took a puff from his old pipe, and calmly asked, "Do you need something, sir?" Hearing Jiang Yan's voice, Chen Haichuan's hair stood on end uncontrollably. This was the first time he had heard a strange being speak so much like a human. The strange one in front of him was practically indistinguishable from a human. This is too strange. He subtly swallowed and then raised a cheerful smile, saying, "I see you offer loan services. I need some ghost coins. I wonder how much you can lend me." Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe, the smoke swirling around as he smiled faintly. "No more than 50% of the total value of your equipment." The 50% of total equipment value was the highest collateral value Jiang Yan could get through the strange contract. Once it exceeded this amount, if the borrower died, Jiang Yan would suffer a loss. While speaking, Jiang Yan took out a strange contract and handed it to Chen Haichuan. Chen Haichuan carefully read the contract terms, his eyes flashing. He then asked, "If I have high-quality equipment not from the system store, can it be used as collateral or sold directly to you?" Jiang Yan took another puff from his old pipe, blew out a green smoke ring, and slowly nodded. "Yes, it can." Chen Haichuan reached behind him and pulled out a magazine, unloading the bullets one by one. The bullets were all made of silver, 10 in total, none of them from the system store, but crafted by humans. It seemed the Monster Hunting Bureau had long mastered the fact that silver bullets doubled the damage against strange beings. With the support of China's vast industrial system, the Monster Hunting Bureau naturally didn't need to buy such consumables from the system store. Compared to ordinary human players, they had a huge resource advantage. As for now, while military industries requiring large labor forces had naturally halted, the enormous stockpiles left behind still supported the Monster Hunting Bureau for a long time. Chen Haichuan toyed with the 10 silver bullets in his hand and nodded. 80 ghost coins each. Jiang Yan said as he handed out 8 shiny ghost coins. A flash of surprise crossed Chen Haichuan's eyes, but he didn't dare show it. He could actually get 80 ghost coins. This was a great deal. The silver bullets in the system store cost 100 ghost coins each, while the silver bullets in his hand could still deal double damage, but their quality was lower. They didn't match the ones from the store, with slower firing speed and shorter range. Additionally, considering the profit margin, Chen Haichuan hadn't had much hope. Jiang Yan, of course, wasn't losing out. Not only did An Xiaoxin need silver bullets, but others from the Shang Group also needed them. "I want to loan 20,000 ghost coins." Chen Haichuan seemed to have made a decision and suddenly spoke. Chapter 42, The Store May Be a Taboo. In Chen Haichuan's eyes, loaning 20,000 ghost coins was a huge risk. First, the amount was too high, and if the strange being in front of him rejected it, it is very likely that it will bring him the fatal disaster. Secondly, he needs to show all his equipment, and once the strange thing senses the threat from him, it may also bring him the fatal disaster. No matter how he plans it, the mortality rate is very high. But, as the team leader, he must have his own responsibility. If this place is really so dangerous, he would rather use his life as a warning. From now on, this antique street would be the top priority for the Exorcism Bureau's eradication operations. Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe and said with great interest, "Then please show me your equipment." Chen Haichuan displayed his equipment to Jiang Yan, a total of 7 pieces, each priced around 6,000 underworld coins, making the total cost exceed 40,000 underworld coins. This set of equipment, even if it was used by Jiang Yan in his previous life before his death, would still be considered luxurious. Now, on the second day of the strange thing's arrival, it's almost a bit perverse. Of course, if we compare it to Jiang Yan, it is still a small matter. Now, Jiang Yan seldom considers cost-effectiveness when buying things, instead, he directly opts for the most expensive ones. But Chen Haichuan's equipment really maximized cost-effectiveness. Without counting weapons, there are only 8 equipment slots on a person: accessories, shoes, rings, clothes, pants, wristbands, necklaces, and hats. Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin still have several empty equipment slots, mainly because they don't feel much survival pressure, so they are very casual. However, Chen Haichuan's configuration is truly a performance of facing huge pressure, squeezing out every bit of potential. Jiang Yan was not surprised by this set of equipment. Although the strange things in Nandu have not been completely cleared, since they arrived yesterday, Chen Haichuan and these Exorcism Bureau hunters must have been engaged in intense battles, trying their best to eliminate the strange things in Nandu. If there's one less strange thing, humanity's vitality will be one step stronger, and the destroyed order will be restored a little. In such high-intensity battles, as long as the Exorcism Bureau's people are not dead, their wealth will naturally be considerable. In contrast, most ordinary human players are running for their lives, struggling to survive, digging in the dirt for food, and of course, they're dirt poor. Chen Haichuan held his breath, his eyes locked on Jiang Yan's every move, the nervousness on his face unable to be concealed. Who knows what will happen if the strange thing in front of him, which has been smoking a pipe, sees such exquisite equipment. But what shocked Chen Haichuan was that Jiang Yan's expression remained indifferent, without the slightest ripple. Bang! 2 stacks of shiny underworld coins were placed on the table by Jiang Yan, who calmly said, "Deal." Chen Haichuan stared at the 20,000 underworld coins on the table, his pupils trembling. This strange thing really just gave him a loan? 20,000 underworld coins. Just like that, in his hands? Chen Haichuan took the 20,000 underworld coins back, his palm trembling uncontrollably. Then I'm leaving. As he left, Chen Haichuan was extremely cautious, almost walking backward, his gaze never leaving Jiang Yan's half-face shadowed by a strange hat. Jiang Yan also calmly watched him, until his figure disappeared at the door. Who? Chen Haichuan collapsed into a corner of the antique street, panting heavily, large drops of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his hands and feet cold, his muscles trembling numb. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his face full of the relief of having survived a disaster. I actually really walked out of that terrifying shop? Chen Haichuan felt somewhat unreal, surrounded by 4 strange things, and he actually came out unharmed? Not only that, but he also took away 20,000 underworld coins? The strange things in this antique street really are too strange, aren't they? A woman with a great figure and a graceful face anxiously supported Chen Haichuan's arm, squatting beside him, urgently asking, "Brother! What's wrong with you? You look so bad. Are you hurt?" Chen Haichuan shook his head and said, "I'm not injured. The weirdness inside, it's very scary, but seems to have weak aggression. I didn't suffer much, and even benefited with 20,000 yin coins." The woman was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, "You got 20,000 yin coins from the weirdness?" After so many years as a hunter in the Bureau of Anomalies, this was the first time she had heard of something so absurd. She gathered all the members of the hunting team, 5 people huddled in a small corner, and Chen Haichuan said in the lowest voice, "The weirdness inside doesn't seem to easily kill ordinary people. I don't know if there are specific kill rules." Upon hearing this, the faces of the other 4 members of the Bureau of Anomalies all changed at once. Kill rules? One of the members broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Isn't this something only forbidden beings have, as in the legends? Is there a forbidden being hidden in that shop on Antique Street? A forbidden being refers to a type of anomaly that is powerful to a certain degree. According to the Bureau of Anomalies' previous collected information, a sufficiently strong anomaly would, at some point, have forbidden rules. Humans who meet these rules will be indiscriminately slaughtered, with almost no one surviving. Humans who don't meet the rules, however, won't be attacked. For example, people in the visual range of the forbidden being cannot have their backs turned to it, or they will be killed. Since the Bureau of Anomalies was established and before the anomalies appeared, they had faced 5 forbidden beings, sealed 3, and expelled 2. These forbidden beings, without exception, had made the Bureau of Anomalies and the country of China pay a tragic price. If there really is a forbidden being hidden in Antique Street, the fate of Nandu could be extremely tragic, even being erased directly by this forbidden being. "Brother, what should we do?" The graceful woman looked at Chen Haichuan, her voice trembling as well. "The 5 of us, can we seal a forbidden being?" Chen Haichuan shook his head resolutely and said, "There is no chance. From past experience, to fight against a forbidden being and create an opportunity to seal it, at least 100 hunters need to work together. We can only file a report and request support from headquarters. Before that, you can repeat the steps I just took, and try to borrow some yin coins from the weirdness inside." Under such immense survival pressure, borrowing, which is a form of advanced consumption, is a strategy with almost no downside. The interest is no problem at all for the Bureau of Anomalies, given the intensity of their battles. But the extra 20,000 yin coins can bring a transformative change in their strength. Chen Haichuan recounted every action he took after entering the shop, in meticulous detail, 3 times, and said in a deep voice, "Do you all remember? Once inside, not a single step can be wrong. If you accidentally trigger its unknown kill rule, you will never get out." The graceful woman stood up first, her face filled with the resolve to face death, and said, "Then I'll be second." Chapter 43, We're Doomed. Inside the shop, Jiang Yan sat on a purple treasure chest, resting his chin on one hand, acting as a quiet, beautiful money printer. Yin coins plus 5,850. Yin coins plus 109. Een coins plus 7,860. Een coins plus 3,830. Een coins plus 7,711. With the 55% life bonus from the protective aura, Zhang Yan's Een coins income per second had now reached 25,360. This was still with the Black Raven out searching for treasure chests, otherwise, it could be even higher. Zhang Yan looked at his attribute panel and silently calculated in his heart. Just now, he had added 250 points to each of his 3 attributes. After 250 points, each additional point of attribute requires 10 million Een coins. Zhang Yan clicked his tongue and muttered. This is getting more ridiculous, 10 million for 1 point of attribute, it's an astronomical number. Ordinary players, even if they live through 20 or 30 anomaly events, probably won't be able to break 200 points, let alone 250. The benefits of adding more attributes have become very low. I'll stop at the 250 point mark. Zhang Yan thought to himself. There are still 2 days before the first secret realm in Nandu opens. I have to go to this secret realm, otherwise, when the people of Nandu fail to clear the secret realm, if the life-slaying spirit child rushes out, even I would be in danger of being killed by the forbidden force. First, I need to complete my secret Black Raven set, upgrade it, and then start saving some money. If I remember correctly, there are many places in the secret realm that require money. A single secret realm, preparing 1 billion should be enough. Even if it's not enough, I can print money on the spot inside the secret realm. After all, the realm lacks everything except for eerie entities. At Zhang Yan's current money printing speed, as long as he sat quietly in the shop for 12 hours, he could gather 1 billion. Zhang Yan casually bought the remaining 5 pieces of the eerie Black Raven set from the store. Equipment: Secret Black Raven's Feathered Magic Ring, Secret Black Raven set 1/8, upgradable, increases 1000 magic points and 10% magic damage. Reduces the observer's sanity by 10. Price: 30,000 nether coins. Equipment: Secret Black Raven's Black Feather Robe, Secret Black Raven set 1/8, upgradable, increases 100 armor points and 15% magic resistance. Reduces the observer's sanity by 10. Price: 100,000 nether coins. Equipment: Secret Black Raven's Black Feather Pants, Secret Black Raven set 1/8, upgradable, increases 100 armor points and 5% movement speed. Reduces the observer's sanity by 10. Price: 70,000 nether coins. Equipment: Secret Black Raven's Ghost Eye Pendant, Secret Black Raven set 1/8, upgradable, increases casting speed by 10% and magic recovery by 10 points/second. Reduces the observer's sanity by 10. Price: 40,000 nether coins. Equipment: Secret Black Raven's Eerie Dance Shoes, Secret Black Raven set 1/8, upgradable, increases 100 movement speed and attack speed. Reduces the observer's sanity by 10. Price: 40,000 nether coins. After gathering all 8 pieces, the 3 set bonuses of the Secret Black Raven set were fully revealed. 3-piece bonus, Raven's Walk, plus 15% movement speed. While in motion, reduces the observer's sanity by 10. 5-piece bonus, King of Dark Arts, plus 20% spell damage dealt, minus 20% spell damage taken. 7-piece bonus, Crimson Shockwave, when making eye contact, sanity reduction doubles, causing a mind-shattering effect for 5 seconds. This 7-piece bonus surprised Zhang Yan. The reason he chose the Secret Black Raven set was precisely because of its sanity-draining effect. A single piece might not make much of a difference, but with all 8 pieces combined, the total sanity reduction reached 80 points. With the 3-piece bonus Raven's Walk, it could go up to 90. Very significant. The Secret Black Raven was the only set in the system shop that could reduce sanity, and Zhang Yan had heard rumors in his past life about the consequences of extreme sanity loss. It has a wide range of applications, sometimes creating unexpected results. Especially when recruiting eerie entities. Those ghostly beings already have low sanity, and with another 80 to 90 points reduced by the Secret Black Raven set, it becomes much easier. Zhang Yan pondered for a moment. He initially intended to test Crimson Shockwave on Zhu Ganglai. But just as he lifted his gaze, he suddenly saw a delicate-looking woman, her face full of tension, stepping into the shop. 4 eyes met. Chen Yuro had just entered the shop when she was met with a pair of ghostly cold eyes staring at her from beneath a drooping eerie hat brim. In that instant of eye contact, Chen Yuro felt those eyes turn blood-red and terrifying, radiating an overwhelming power that seized every bit of her sanity. In Chen Yuro's eyes, the eerie figure sitting on the purple treasure chest, cloaked in darkness, was the most terrifying thing in the entire world. I must kill him, or I will surely die. That thought flashed through Chen Yuro's mind like lightning. Before she could process it rationally, her body had already acted. Swish! A long blade was unsheathed, turning into a dazzling flash of silver light, slashing fiercely toward Zhang Yan's head. Thud! A dull sound echoed from the blade's impact. A damage number floated above Zhang Yan's head. -1. Meanwhile, a damage number also popped up above Chen Yuro. -400. Feeling the pain caused by the damage reflection aura, Chen Yuro became even more terrified. Driven by survival instinct, she immediately struck with a second slash. Jiang Yan swiftly dodged Chen Yuro's second strike. This girl is agile, fast attack speed with low health, she's practically the perfect enemy for the counterattack aura. The 5 seconds of Scarlet Explosion are enough for this girl to die 3 or 4 times on Jiang Yan. This is my client. I can't let her die before signing the loan contract. Especially not in my shop. Otherwise, who would dare come again? Jiang Yan continuously dodged Chen Yuro's attacks, and after 5 seconds, the effect of Scarlet Explosion finally ended. Chen Yuro, leaning on her sword, half knelt on the ground, panting heavily, her eyes filled with fear, her entire body trembling like sifted flour. What did I just do? I chased after a forbidden one and hacked at it several times? Now I'm definitely dead. As Chen Yuro's body sweated cold, her mind already flashing with the image of her great-grandmother's back, Jiang Yan's calm voice entered her ears. Miss, do you need any services? Chen Yuro's body trembled, she looked up in disbelief and saw that the Forbidden One, shrouded in shadows, had once again returned to sit on the purple treasure chest. The drooping strange hat hid Jiang Yan's gaze, with smoke rising from an old pipe, adding 2 points of mystery to him. Reason began to lower as she stared. Chen Yuro's lips parted slightly, her face stunned, murmuring in disbelief. No way. This didn't trigger his kill rule? Jiang Yan, from the corner of his eye, saw the girl kneeling on the ground in a daze, slightly furrowing his brows and asking. Miss, are you okay? Hearing his deep voice, Chen Yuro shivered, almost letting 2 drops of urine escape from fright. This Forbidden One really sounds so human when it speaks. Chapter 44, The Forbidden One, Impossible to Look at. I came to apply for a loan. Chen Yuro shakily stood up, supporting herself on her sword, beginning to strictly follow the steps taught by Chen Haichuan. She still doesn't want to die. Although things got out of control just now, since the Forbidden One's kill rule hasn't been triggered yet, there's still a chance to turn things around. Jiang Yan nodded and handed over a strange contract, beginning the loan process. In just a few minutes, 20,000 hell coins were placed into Chen Yuro's hands. But for Chen Yuro, every second felt like torment, every second was a chasm between life and death. Cold sweat soaked her clothes, a single drop glistened and fell from the tip of her nose. Chen Yuro carefully caught the drop of sweat, afraid that the sound of it falling might trigger the Forbidden One's kill rule. Receiving the hell coins, Chen Yuro trembled and said, "Thank you." She didn't dare stay a second longer, imitating Chen Haichuan's manner, she backed out of the shop, never exposing her back to Jiang Yan. After retreating several meters, Chen Yuro could no longer hold herself up and collapsed onto the bustling antique street, drawing curious glances from many people. Waiting nearby, Chen Haichuan hurriedly dragged Chen Yuro to a corner, anxiously asking. How was it? Did you get the loan? Chen Yuro swallowed hard, forcing a smile that looked more like crying. I got it. It's also 20,000. But not only that, I also hacked at him once. Upon hearing this, Chen Haichuan and the others were stunned. What? Chen Haichuan shouted in disbelief, You hacked at the Forbidden One? Why would you do that? Chen Haichuan's eyes widened, looking like he was about to go crazy. His usually smart sister, how could she do something so outrageous in front of such a terrifying Forbidden One? A rash attack on a Forbidden One could lead to consequences that the entire South City might not survive. Chen Yuro shivered and said. I didn't mean to. We locked eyes, and then I just felt like my body wasn't in control anymore. It was as if I had to kill him in order to survive. Then I just drew my knife and hacked at him. After Chen Yuro carefully explained everything that happened in the shop. Chen Haichuan and the other hunters all felt a chill rush to their hearts, their heartbeats seeming to freeze. A single slash to that forbidden head only drew 1 drop of blood? And then it countered by injuring Chen Yuro for 400? You have to know, Chen Yuro only had a bit more than 800 health now, enough for 3 strikes before she would be killed by the counterattack herself. One hunter whispered. This is terrifying. Another person nearby stammered. Forbidden, this is definitely forbidden. A normal anomaly couldn't possibly act like this. Chen Haichuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, incredulously asking. You attacked him directly, and didn't trigger the forbidden kill rule? Chen Yuro smiled, her expression more twisted than if she were crying, shaking her head. No. That thing just sat on its purple chest, and other than at the start, it never looked at me properly. It felt like, in its eyes, I was nothing but an insignificant ant. And it wasn't exactly what you described, it was completely enveloped in a faint black mist, so unclear, it almost didn't seem real. That sense of something being both real and unreal, it was really too terrifying. These hunters had no idea that after Chen Haichuan left, Jiang Yan had completed his hidden black raven set, and the full set of 8 pieces naturally gave off a different impression. Hearing this, Chen Haichuan remained silent for a long time. Could it be that the forbidden thing in the antique street was still growing and evolving? The nutrients for its evolution, could it be the Ming coins we borrowed from him? Or, is it the number of living people it has encountered? Could this be the reason it hasn't killed the people of the antique street? Various horrifying speculations swirled in Chen Haichuan's mind. Captain, should we still go in to borrow the money? One hunter asked, trembling. Chen Haichuan gritted his teeth and said, Go! We're fine, and if you go in to borrow the money, you'll be fine too. Even if it's a forbidden thing growing by us borrowing money, we have no choice but to drink poison to quench our thirst. The pressure of clearing out Nandu is just too great. These 20,000 Ming coins are a huge help to us. Chen Yurua also calmed down, nodding and saying, Right, even if we don't borrow the money, so many people in the antique street will eventually do it. So we might as well borrow it too, to ensure our own survival first. The hunter hesitated and said, What if we seal off the antique street? This way, it won't continue to grow, and it'll be much easier to handle later. Chen Haichuan slapped the hunter on the head in frustration, growling angrily. You want to die, don't you? The forbidden thing inside hasn't killed anyone, but that doesn't mean it won't kill. It's setting up a safe zone, and clearly has big plans. If we seal it off, it won't come out to kill us, we'd really be cursed. Quickly go in and borrow the money, then we'll leave and continue our clearing work. When the support team from headquarters arrives, we'll figure out how to handle this forbidden thing. Remember, this time, do not look directly at the forbidden thing. The remaining 3 hunters entered Zhang Yan's shop in turn and went through the loan process. The 3 of them kept their eyes fixed on Zhang Yan's toes, not daring to look up at him for a second, strictly following his actions. When it was the last hunter's turn, he just reached out his hands, trembling, to take the Ming coins from Zhang Yan's hands. His lowered eyes suddenly saw a ghost face appear on the surface of the purple chest Zhang Yan was sitting on. That ghost face stared straight at the hunter, then grinned at him. It even stuck out its purple-red, sharp tongue, greedily licking its lips. Holy shit! The hunter was terrified, his soul nearly flying out of his body, and without thinking, he turned and fled. He ran out the door of the shop, and as soon as the sunlight hit him, he snapped back to reality. But then he was frozen in fear. Damn it! I showed my back in front of the forbidden thing. I ran away so fast. It's over. It must have triggered the kill rule. The hunter stood frozen, like a stone statue, motionless. Don't come closer. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, and he trembled as he spoke to the 4 people from Chen Haichuan's team gathered around him. I might be dead. Give my life insurance to my mom. Take care of her. Despairful tears welled up in the hunter's eyes and spilled out. A second passed. 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Chen Haichuan, holding a cigarette, looked puzzled and muttered to himself. What exactly is this forbidden kill rule? Chapter 45, Want to be your woman. Turning away, running away, these are all common forbidden kill rules. That they wouldn't trigger a kill was something Chen Haichuan never expected. This forbidden rule in the antique street was a bit strange. Chen Haichuan thought for a moment, then said. Yiru, stay here and observe this shop. The rest of you, come with me, let's archive this forbidden rule. Forbidden Rule No. 006. Name, Mysterious Wealth. Kill Rule, Unknown. Appearance, a young man sitting on a purple treasure chest, surrounded by eerie black smoke, his face hard to discern. Personification, very high. Warning, do not make eye contact. Strange forces surround it. Possesses many underworld coins. Likes to do business. Low desire to attack. This forbidden rule file wasn't long, but when Chen Haichuan uploaded it to the Hunter's Bureau internal network, only 3 seconds passed before a call came in. Haichuan, tell me more about the Forbidden Rule 006 you just uploaded. Yes, Director. Chen Haichuan nodded and described everything he had seen and heard in the antique street, in great detail. The director of the Hunter's Bureau was silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and said. The hunters heading to support Mountain City, Red City, and Star City will now be redirected to assist Nandu. A total of 76 people, working with the 27 surviving members from the Nandu Hunters Bureau, will cooperate in the operation. You will lead the team to seal Forbidden Rule 006. Prepare the golden coffin and get ready for the reception. Beep beep beep. Chen Haichuan's spirit lifted. The support came faster than he expected. Then, a heavy feeling weighed down on his heart. The Hunters Bureaus in Mountain City, Red City, and Star City had been decimated, which was why so many hunters were being dispatched to support. Now, because of Forbidden Rule 006 in Nandu, the support from those 3 cities would all be redirected to Nandu. The common people struggling in those 3 cities had even slimmer chances of survival now. We must successfully seal 006, and without too many losses. Otherwise, the strange clearing operations around Nandu will be in huge trouble. Let's go, we need to extract a golden coffin. Chen Haichuan led his 3 hunters down to the 3rd floor of the Hunter's Bureau, where in a huge warehouse, they opened a wooden crate. Inside the crate was a huge coffin, glowing a dazzling golden color, shining brilliantly under the warehouse lights. The 3 hunters behind Chen Haichuan widened their eyes in surprise and asked, "Captain, is this golden coffin really made of pure gold?" Chen Haichuan nodded and said, "The outer layer is pure gold, and it's very thick. Inside, there's a layer of alloy plate to ensure its overall strength. This coffin cost nearly 10 billion universal currency." The 3 hunters all sucked in a sharp breath. The sudden appearance of the strange forces had caused underworld coins to almost replace universal currency, but 10 billion universal currency was still an astronomical number. The cost to seal a forbidden rule is just too high. Chen Haichuan slowly nodded and said, "Gold is currently the only material we have found that can lock away the strange forces. A forbidden rule is also a form of strangeness, and it can be perfectly sealed by the golden coffin. Only a forbidden rule would be worth using such an expensive golden coffin to seal. To seal the forbidden rule, we need to create a series of traps and mechanisms around the golden coffin, then lure the forbidden rule into them to succeed." One of the hunters couldn't help but ask, "Captain, the 5 forbidden rules we found earlier, were they all like the one in the antique street? Is there really no possibility of triggering a kill?"
现在诡异降临，有玩家面板呈现数据，陈雨柔还亲手砍了古玩街那禁忌一刀，结果十分清晰。别说100个猎人，就算是1000个猎人围攻那禁忌，结局都只有一个，全部死于反伤之下，无法力敌，就只能封印。曾经亲自参与过2次禁忌封印任务的陈海川，听到这个问题，沉默了片刻，眼神变得十分幽远，叹息说道：“记载中的第一次禁忌事件，猎鬼局还没有经验，折损了近1000名猎人，却没能伤到禁忌半分。之后的几次禁忌事件的记录，也一次次佐证了这个事实。禁忌似乎无法被杀死，只能封印。但……”陈海川深深吸了口香烟，翻云吐雾中说道：“谁知道呢？也许只是因为我们手中的刀还不够锋利。”江岩托腮坐在紫色宝箱上，印超印的昏昏欲睡。10个小时过去了，夜色已经笼罩了古玩街。期间有很多人来找江岩贷款，虽然每一笔都不多，但基数越来越庞大，累计借出去的钱足有50万之巨。这个数字现在对江岩而言已经算不上什么了。他的目光时不时在自己的玩家面板上扫过。玩家江岩，属性力量250，敏捷250，智力250，普通人平均值为5，冥币9918643709亿9000多万。算了，懒得印了，下班回家吧。江岩打了个哈欠，让安小新出去收拾一下汽车，自己则给店铺挂上了打烊的牌子。肩膀上的黑鸭精神一振，别忘了你承诺我的10个宝箱。江岩点头道：“放心，肯定让你开够数。”黑鸭已经回来有一段时间了，夜色之中的诡异会更强，所以鼎盛集团的宝箱探索队伍并不准备在晚上行动。这一日的宝箱探索行动，在紫色宝箱的远程情报支援和黑鸭的强力诅咒输出之下，异常顺利。一共拿到了3个蓝色宝箱，7个绿色宝箱，里面开出来的无用资源都丢到了古玩街摊位上贩卖，收益都归了鼎盛集团。只可惜探索宝箱过程中，黑鸭击杀的诡异并不提供奖励，平白少了一小笔收入。江岩正准备走，迎面忽然进来了一个衣衫褴褛的女子身影。打烊了，明天再来吧。江岩没有看他，随口说道。那女人开口道：“江岩，我不是来贷款的，想和你聊聊。”听到这个声音，江岩目光微微抬起了一些，余光扫过她的脸，认出是自己白天就回来的5个女同学之一，名叫李妍希。江岩微微点头，说道：“有什么事吗？”李妍希转身关了店铺大门，小步向江岩靠近了过来，声音嗫嚅道：“我想做你的女人。”话音未落，李妍希直接钻进了江岩怀中，一双纤细的胳膊用力搂住了江岩雄壮的腰肢，似乎想要直接把自己揉进江岩胸膛之中。第46章，帮我杀了江岩。江岩没想到会有如此热情的投怀送抱，愣了几秒钟，才皱着眉头将李妍希推开。李妍希，你知不知道自己在说什么？我对你没兴趣。这个女生在江岩班里以泼辣出名，和很多男生有过暧昧绯闻，连王虎成也和她勾搭过一段时间，后来被她甩了，换了班里一个富二代。李妍希的身段样貌都很不错，打扮的成熟妩媚，只不过比起安小新这种天生丽质还是差远了。被江岩推开，李妍希可怜楚楚道：“我知道你和安小新在一起。”
I don't need you to give me a name, I just want you to protect me. Didn't you see, the single men in the antique street, how they look at me? Naked, like hungry wolves. In just half a day, more than 10 men have come over to hit on me. Li Yanqi's eyes were filled with tears, about to cry. Jiang Yan, I'm really scared. I can meet all your demands. If An Xiaoxin doesn't want to play with you, I can play with you. If she's willing to play with you, I'll play better than her. Take me, I'll listen to you on everything. Li Yanqi said pitifully, wiping her tears, and then crawled into Jiang Yan's arms. Jiang Yan quickly stepped aside, coldly saying, No need. Please, respect yourself. Li Yanqi turned around, but saw that Jiang Yan had already disappeared. Asterisk. Li Yanqi stomped her foot heavily and cursed softly. Do you know how many men want my favor? I'm throwing myself at you, why treat me like this? Jiang Yan, are you still a man? Stomping away from Jiang Yan's shop, a gloomy man's voice suddenly came from behind Li Yanqi. Beautiful lady, have you made up your mind? I've been waiting for you all day. From now on, if you hang out with me, I'll make sure you eat 3 meals a day. Li Yanqi paused, her face becoming very unpleasant. This was one of the men who had been pestering her during the day, called Lang. He was also the most muscular, dressed in expensive gear. In the afternoon, when Li Yanqi was swallowing at the egg fried rice stand, Lang generously bought her a bowl of egg fried rice. I can follow you. Li Yanqi slowly turned around, biting her lips, saying, But you have to do something for me. Her eyes were filled with provocation and disdain, as if she didn't believe Lang had the ability to help her. As a woman who had played with several men, Li Yanqi knew very well that using a challenge on men was the strongest method. Sure enough, Lang didn't hesitate at all and immediately said, Okay, say it, I'll help you. Li Yanqi coldly said, Help me kill Jiang Yan. A man who I can't have, let him die. Hearing this, Lang Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had just entered the antique street, the name Jiang Yan was already very well known. It was the name of the loan shark in the shop, and also the boss of the antique street, that *** mentioned by Zhang Xiaohu. Lang had also taken a loan, and his evaluation of Jiang Yan was deep and unfathomable. But being deep doesn't mean he can't be killed, on the contrary, Lang never had good intentions from the beginning, and he and Li Yanqi hit it off right away. You found the right person, girl. Follow me, I'll help you kill that Jiang Yan kid. In the future, in this antique street, I, Lang will be the boss, and you'll be the big sister. Lang grabbed Li Yanqi and quickly walked out of the antique street, heading towards a wasteland. At first, Li Yanqi was very nervous, thinking Lang wanted to have sex with her in the wasteland. Although she had been in bolder environments before, that was before the strange things started happening. But soon, in the wasteland, Li Yanqi saw the light of flames. There was a group of people hiding here. Lang, how did you assess the situation on the antique street? A man, who was grilling pork belly on the fire, quickly came forward, looking full of anticipation. Lang snorted and said, Shang Group's vision is unmatchable, and their execution is truly amazing. In just 2 days, they really managed to get the market up and running. If we also want to do the market, we probably can't compete with them. Just the word safe zone alone are something we can't easily learn. The best thing for us now is to kill that Jiang Yan kid, replace him, and take control of the antique street. As long as we're quick enough, and Baosheng won't react in time. There aren't that many people from Shang Group in the antique street. Hearing this, the men by the fire pit looked at each other, their faces showing some doubt. But, Brother Lang, they are really powerful. One shot took down a strange creature, their combat strength. We can't win, right? Brother Lang sneered coldly. This is where your observation skills are lacking. From beginning to end, only that girl has made a move. Her gun is indeed terrifying. But according to my investigation, that girl's name is An Xiaoxin, the biological daughter of An Baosheng. I'm afraid half of the resources of the Shang Group have been given to An Xiaoxin, which is why she is so strong. And that Jiang Yan is just a person living off a woman. If we kill Jiang Yan, grab his money, and then capture An Xiaoxin alive. She's just a woman, if we deal with her harshly a few times, she will behave. As Brother Lang spoke, he held Li Yanqi's hand and said, Tomorrow, you are responsible for luring An Xiaoxin away, while I think of a way to trick Jiang Yan out. Brothers, cooperate with me for a nice ambush. Then the antique street will be our domain. Listening to Brother Lang's penetrating analysis, the few people by the campfire showed sinister smiles, repeatedly echoing. Yes. Brother Lang makes sense. Let's do it this way tomorrow. Li Yanqi also showed a charming smile, her gaze at Brother Lang becoming much softer. This is a good man. Smart, brave, and knows how to appreciate my beauty. She gently scratched Brother Lang's palm with her little finger twice. Brother Lang looked at Li Yanqi's eyes that seemed to be able to drip water, his heart racing wildly. He pulled Li Yanqi and walked towards a room that was still mostly intact. Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin returned to the Shang Group, first going to see An Baosheng, letting Haya open all the treasure chests that An Baosheng had accumulated for a day in one go. Highest hoarse and pleasurable groan, accompanied by the crisp snap sound of the treasure chest lid, echoed endlessly in the Ding Shang building, making one shiver. Jiang Yan sat next to An Baosheng, exchanging today's progress. After listening to Jiang Yan describe the gradually stabilizing situation on Antique Street, An Baosheng looked deeply at Jiang Yan and nodded in praise, saying, "Good lad, Xiaoxin did not misjudge you, your ability truly exceeds my expectations. Uncle An encountered a problem today. Can you help Uncle An?" Chapter 47, This is Too Hellish. Hearing An Baosheng's earnest request, Jiang Yan sat up straight and nodded. "Uncle An, just say it." An Baosheng sighed heavily. The world is in chaos, the importance of food is paramount. Right now, we can still find a lot of food from the ruins, so many people are not yet aware, but after a while, famine will appear. Jiang Yan's expression became serious as he slowly nodded. In his past life, the situation An Baosheng described had really happened. In a stable world, many people lack basic awareness of the various foods on supermarket shelves. It only takes several dozen bucks to eat until full, who cares about where the meat, eggs, and milk come from? But as the agricultural system collapsed, food could no longer be supplied normally. In the system shop, ghost coins could buy many things, but not food. Jiang Yan remembered that about half a month later, the amount of food people could find from the ruins became less and less. And food prices soared, to the point where people even began to starve. Shang Group was one of the few places where people could eat their fill at that time, and many joined the Shang society just to get a full meal, becoming Uncle An's loyal subordinates. The hunger situation didn't ease until after the second round of strange rewards, under official assistance. And Baosheng could foresee these situations in advance and formulate targeted strategies, truly a visionary. He continued. "Today, I sent 20 people to clear out a granary, and all were killed by the strange creatures. Not a single decent plea for help came from inside. I think there might be a very strong strange creature hidden inside. Uncle An should not be an opponent, and he doesn't want to lose more brothers. Can I leave the task of clearing the granary to you?" Jiang Yan slowly nodded and said, "Yes, tell me the location, I'll go and take a look tomorrow morning." The issue of food is indeed very important. If the Shang Group can't solve the strange occurrences in the granary, Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin might end up hungry too. Hongfeng Mountain Granary. And Baosheng reminded him. "Be careful, prioritize your own safety. I don't want to trade your lives or Xiaoxin's for what's inside the granary." Hearing Hongfeng Mountain Granary, a trace of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. It's actually there. In his previous life, until Jiang Yan died, the Hongfeng Mountain Granary was marked as a forbidden zone by the Hunting Oddities Bureau, not to be stepped on. It is said that the strange occurrences inside are very terrifying, and although they haven't reached the level of taboo, they are already something normal humans can't contend with. The Hunting Oddities Bureau had conducted 3 operations targeting the strange occurrences in the Hongfeng Mountain Granary, all of which ended in failure, with over 30 hunters dying, a heavy loss. Fortunately, there was only food inside, and it was over 50 kilometers from the South City. The strange occurrences never ventured out, so the Hunting Oddities Bureau eventually marked it as a forbidden zone and never entered the granary again. Jiang Yan heard that the strange occurrences in the Hongfeng Mountain Granary seemed to be growing by consuming the food inside, and over time, it would get stronger and stronger. This method of growth is very different from other strange occurrences that need to kill people to grow stronger. The Hunting Oddities Bureau closed the case, a helpless decision. Everyone knows that something terrifying might be brewing inside. When that thing eventually comes out, it might give everyone a terrifying shock. But without the ability to exterminate it, they could only handle it with indifference. Naturally, the Shang Group in the previous life also couldn't get the food from the Hongfeng Mountain Granary, but Jiang Yan didn't mind helping the Shang Group get it this time. Firstly, as this money printing machine, he still needs to eat, and secondly, Jiang Yan still fears taboo things a bit. Back in An Xiaoxin's room, they naturally spent a passionate night together, but considering they had to go to Hongfeng Mountain tomorrow, Jiang Yan didn't demand as much as the night before. The next morning, Jiang Yan took An Xiaoxin and Heya and left the Shang building, driving toward Hongfeng Mountain. To ensure the safety of the Antique Street, Jiang Yan had only brought Heya back last night, leaving the other strange occurrences around the Antique Street. The road to Hongfeng Mountain gradually cleared up, and as the population density decreased, the chances of encountering strange occurrences also became lower. But as Jiang Yan got closer to the Hongfeng Mountain Granary, gray-white spider webs began to appear in the trees along the roadside. The webs grew denser, hanging in every visible corner. With a breeze, they lightly swayed, and some even got tangled in the car's engine compartment and axles. And Xiaoxin subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Yan, her voice trembling. "Please don't let it be strange occurrences in the shape of spiders. I'm so afraid of spiders." Jiang Yan suddenly slammed the brakes and squinted his eyes, saying, "Look on the roadside, there's a spider cocoon. It seems like there's a human corpse inside." And Xiaoxin screamed and immediately jumped into Jiang Yan's arms, shivering. "Don't scare me. Are there really man-eating big spiders? Jiang Yan chuckled, gently patting An Xiaoxin's slender waist, and said. Show a bit of your violent side, even if there are big spiders, they'll be scared of you. Holding An Xiaoxin's delicate body, Jiang Yan opened the door and got out of the car. An Xiaoxin tightly grabbed Jiang Yan's sleeve, her terrified eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Coin +1. Coin +1. Coin +1. A dense stream of coins poured into his account, and Jiang Yan couldn't even count how many strange occurrences with one life point were hidden in his sight. There were no surprises, these strange things lurked in the dense spider web, silently watching Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin, the unexpected visitors. Interesting printing material, Jiang Yan muttered to himself, pulling An Xiaoxin's hand as they approached the human-shaped spider cocoon by the roadside. With a dagger, he cut open the cocoon's face, revealing the face underneath. It was a twisted, bone-thin figure, with a face unrecognizable as human. The surface was covered in dense clusters of purple-green spider eggs, which, when exposed to light, revealed black egg nuclei swimming inside. These egg nuclei seemed to show signs of life, and as soon as they sensed the light, they all turned toward Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin. The clusters of spider eggs resembled grotesque, monstrous compound eyes, nearly scaring An Xiaoxin to the point of fainting. Clutching Jiang Yan's waist tightly, An Xiaoxin was already pale, trembling in fear with her teeth chattering. This is so damn creepy, this is way too creepy. An Xiaoxin almost cried as she asked, Jiang Yan, aren't you scared? Jiang Yan chuckled softly, a little piece of trash, what's there to be afraid of? He reached out, cautiously touching the largest cluster of spider eggs. Just as Jiang Yan's finger was about to make contact, a black shadow shot out from the side at lightning speed, biting Jiang Yan's finger. Although the speed was fast, with Jiang Yan's agility, dodging it was still easy. Jiang Yan did not dodge, letting the purple-green venomous fangs stab into his finger. Critical hit, -1. -400. The spider that attacked Jiang Yan stiffened, then fell straight down. Jiang Yan casually picked up the spider's corpse and examined it closely. An Xiaoxin also looked at it, and upon seeing it, she immediately vomited. The spider was the size of a fist, with its back half still somewhat normal, but its head was a smaller version of a human head. There were also 2 withered arms on either side of the head, replacing the spider's front pair of legs. From its twisted mouth, 2 purple-green venomous fangs extended, and its eyes glowed with a nauseating purple-green light. It was utterly disgusting. This thing looks so ugh. And Xiaoxin dry-heaved again, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. But the disgust alleviated some of the fear in An Xiaoxin's heart, and instead, it made her feel a little more settled, realizing there was really nothing to be afraid of. After the retaliatory strike killed the spider, Jiang Yan's player panel showed no kill prompt, proving that this spider wasn't a real strange creature. It was just part of the main entity. Jiang Yan nodded slowly, muttering to himself, the scale is indeed large. As they say, too many ants can kill an elephant. To kill the true strange creature in this endless sea of spiders, the difficulty is indeed too high. Before Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin could take another step, the thick spider web beneath their feet trembled violently. Jiang Yan looked down, and saw the spider web rolling like ocean waves, as if a huge creature was moving beneath it. A flood of Grim coins popped up on Jiang Yan's player panel. Grim coin +15. Grim coin +17. Grim coin +14. As the spider web surged, the purple-green human-faced spider horde erupted from beneath their feet, rapidly climbing up their bodies. In the blink of an eye, countless purple-green spiders completely covered Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin. Endless venomous fangs began to gnaw at their skin, trying to devour their flesh and blood. Ah! An Xiaoxin's scream echoed through the spider-webbed forest. Damage numbers began to appear above Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin's heads, piling up one after another. -1. -400. -1. -200. Although An Xiaoxin's attributes were far weaker than Jiang Yan's, they had all broken 150, so these small spiders could only deal the minimum damage of 1. Each bite caused a spider to be killed by the retaliation aura, its body stiffening and falling to the ground. The terrifying scene lasted only for a second, and Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin's bodies once again emerged from beneath the spider tide. Not a single hair was harmed. The damage was minimal, but the disgust was overwhelming. An Xiaoxin had goosebumps all over her body, feeling like something was terribly wrong with her. Looking at the countless severed spider bodies on the ground, Jiang Yan seemed deep in thought. If they were ordinary human players, they would have already died under the spider tide, becoming nourishment for these spiders. But even for himself and An Xiaoxin, if the spider tide were a few magnitudes stronger, they would still face considerable danger. This Red Peak Mountain grain warehouse was truly terrifying. If even Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin were at risk, then for other human players stepping in, it would truly be a hopeless situation. Jiang Yan finally understood why the Ghost Hunting Bureau had no way to handle this Red Peak Mountain grain warehouse in the previous life. There was a strange creature hidden here that, while not yet a forbidden existence, was probably even more troublesome than most forbidden creatures. Suddenly, a large number of soul coins appeared on the player panel, drawing Jiang Yan's attention. Soul coin plus 151. Soul coin plus 143. Soul coin plus 157. Jiang Yan looked up and saw the surrounding trees and bushes shaking violently. The next moment, a spider the size of a basin suddenly leaped out, dragging a grayish-white thread behind it, viciously lunging at Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan sighed, stretching his neck forward in a gesture of waiting for death. Critical hit, -1. -400. The basin-sized spider died. An Xiaoxin pulled out the golden and silver fear wolf revolvers and bang 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 shot several large spiders that were charging at her, but the more she shot, the less worthwhile it felt. Bullets still needed to be bought with money, and there was not even a single penny of reward for killing the spiders. If Jiang Yan didn't print money, who could afford such a war of attrition? After thinking for a moment, An Xiaoxin sighed deeply and gave up on fighting back, letting these grotesque, twisted, human-faced spiders attack her. -1. -200. The large spider died. As long as you become numb and can't feel the disgust anymore, this method isn't too bad, An Xiaoxin said helplessly, following Jiang Yan as they moved through the webs, leaving a trail of spider corpses behind. Boom! Jiang Yan kicked open the door of the Red Peak Mountain grain warehouse, which was completely wrapped in webs. This grain warehouse was one of China's strategic reserves, with the Shang Group investing 20% and also being responsible for a large portion of its construction work. Its interior was vast, with complete facilities, and the lights on the walls were still on. According to the data An Baosheng had provided earlier, it was likely that after the power outage, the emergency generator underground had started operating. There's still power, so the cold storage should be working too. No wonder that strange spider chose this place as its base. The Red Peak Mountain grain warehouse stores a lot of meat, which can support its growth very well. While observing the warehouse, Jiang Yan also paid attention to his player panel. The density of soul coin entries was increasing and becoming very chaotic, with all sorts of numbers mixed together. Among the continuous stream of entries, Jiang Yan keenly noticed an unusual number. Soul coin plus 4,717. There was only one, standing out sharply in a sea of soul coin entries under 3 digits. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had found the true monster hidden beneath the webs. With over 4,700 health points, this bizarre growth rate was truly terrifying. The magic wolf and pig ganglai following Jiang Yan were both strength-based bizarre creatures, with the wild beast trait enhancing their strength, and their health was around 4,000 to 5,000. With the same 4,000 to 5,000 health, this spider's overall combat power was stronger than the combined strength of pig ganglai and the magic wolf. Fortunately, An Baosheng reminded me in time. If I had come here after the secret realm ended, this bizarre creature might have grown from a freak to a full-blown monster. At that point, even someone like me, a super freak, might have to spend a lot of energy. It was the only way to subdue it. A sinister voice echoed, resonating through the grain warehouse. "And like humans, dare to disturb my slumber? Use your flesh and blood to nourish my children. Die." The gray-white spider webs covering the entire surface of the warehouse began to stir, boiling like hot water. One by one, purple-green, human-faced spiders erupted from the webs, screaming with a sharp and eerie cry. In an instant, they overwhelmed the two, drowning them in a sea of spiders. Chapter 49, Is This Your Power? An Xiaoxin, in despair, shut her eyes, burying herself in Jiang Yan's arms, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, pretending the spider frenzy didn't exist as long as she couldn't see it. The purple-green spider tide slammed against the embracing couple, lifting a storm of corpses into the air in an instant. -1, -1, -1. -400, -400, -200. Jiang Yan, bored, quietly pinched An Xiaoxin's chin, and pressed a kiss on her fragrant lips. An Xiaoxin's tightly shut beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, filled with disbelief. This was truly the least dreamy kiss in history. After more than 10 seconds of the chaotic wave, the warehouse fell silent again. The spider web stopped writhing, and the sea of spiders turned into a pile of dead bodies, forming a small mountain next to Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin. Smack! The lips parted, leaving behind a glistening silk thread that sparkled under the morning sun. An Xiaoxin, blushing, burrowed back into Jiang Yan's embrace, her small hands angrily pinching his waist twice. Jiang Yan raised his head, smiling faintly as he scanned the gray-white spider webs in the warehouse, asking, "Is that all? The voice earlier was so loud, I thought you had some great power. If this is all you have, then I'll gladly take these grains." The eerie thing hidden in the spider webs, which had never shown itself, screamed in a hoarse voice, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Dream on. These are my food. You will never touch them." Jiang Yan laughed coldly. "Now they're mine." Jiang Yan lifted his foot and bang. kicked open one of the warehouse doors. This warehouse stored grains, and the site before him was filled with huge storage racks. The racks were covered with gray-white spider webs, thicker than those outside, almost making it impossible to walk on the flat ground. Jiang Yan's player panel displayed the incoming soul coins, and the screen almost froze. The spiders hidden in the warehouse were even denser than those outside. This ghostly thing can not only eat meat but also eat grains? Jiang Yan laughed. Interesting. Seeing that Jiang Yan was really about to tear apart the spider webs to snatch the grains, the eerie thing could no longer stay quiet, letting out a hoarse shriek. Human! You are seeking death. Do you really think just because your defense is higher, you can steal my food? Not far away, the thick gray-white spider webs suddenly trembled. A giant, cow-sized human-faced spider lunged out from within, aiming to bite Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan glanced at it with surprise, and sure enough, his player panel displayed a credit of over 4,000 soul coins. This eerie creature could no longer resist, personally making a move. Seeing such a giant human-faced spider attacking, An Xiaoxin in Jiang Yan's arms screamed in fright, her face pale, instinctively raising the fire Qilin gun to give it a burst. But before she could shoot, Jiang Yan pressed the gun back down, whispering with a laugh. Quite a powerful creature, don't kill it. The next moment, the long poisonous fangs of the human-faced spider viciously sank into Jiang Yan's face. Critical hit, -1. -400. The human-faced spider stiffened, its purple-green eyes, glowing with eerie fluorescence, widened in shock. Its eyes were filled with horror. How could this be? The newly hatched baby spiders couldn't deal decent damage, maybe because the opponent's armor was too high. But it only dealt 1 point of damage. This was terrifying. In Jiang Yan's eyes, there was a trace of a mocking smile, as he quietly watched the cow-sized human-faced spider. Healy asked. Is this your ability? The human-faced spider let out a sharp scream, turned around, and ran, diving directly into the gray-white spiderweb, hiding deep inside. Jiang Yan chuckled, reached out, and pulled out a bag of rice from the storage shelf. The rice bag had already been punctured, and inside, there was not only the white rice but also clusters of purple-green spider eggs, constantly absorbing the nutrients from the rice to grow. Jiang Yan smirked and said. Although it's a bit disgusting, it's still edible. If I take it to the antique street to sell fried rice, this half bag of rice can earn me several hundred soul coins. And Xiaoxin, with a disgusted expression, shook her head repeatedly. I won't eat rice anymore. Jiang Yan grinned wickedly. It's fine, there's still beef and other stuff in the other warehouses. The young couple flirted, and the human-faced spider, which had escaped back into the web, seemed to have regained some courage. A hoarse scream rang out again. Human! I'm giving you one last chance. Get out of my nest. You really think you are invincible? As long as I want, I can kill you anytime. Even if I can only take away 1 point of health each time, as long as the base is big enough, you will still die for sure. My offspring are countless. If you don't leave now, I'll make sure you die, even if it means I'll suffer great loss. As long as the spider tide causes more damage per second than Jiang Yan's healing per second, Jiang Yan will continue to lose health. Theoretically, if the spider tide's saturation attack lasts long enough, Jiang Yan will be worn down and die slowly. Jiang Yan smiled with a half-smirk. Sounds a bit reasonable. Why don't you give it a try? Looking for death? I'll help you. The surrounding webs began to boil again. Countless spiders crawled out, stacking layer upon layer, with pairs of eerie purple-green eyes all focusing on Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin. This time, the spiders that appeared were small ones with only a few points of health, while the giant basin-sized spiders didn't appear at all. The spider seemed to have realized, since it could only take away 1 drop of health, it had to rely on numbers, so using the small spiders was the most cost-effective. Whoosh! A gust of foul wind blew in, and the spider tide, 10 times more terrifying than before, surged toward the two of them. And Xiaoxin was already numb, and with practiced ease, she hid in Jiang Yan's arms, content to be an ostrich burying her head in the sand. -111111111. The damage numbers flowed out like a waterfall from Jiang Yan's body. Jiang Yan held in Xiaoxin, watching his health steadily drop, and casually opened his store page. In the potion section, Jiang Yan found many products. Small healing potion, restores 50 health points within 3 seconds, interrupted by damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Price, 10 soul coins. Medium healing potion, restores 100 health points within 3 seconds, interrupted by damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Price, 25 soul coins. Large healing potion, restores 200 health points within 3 seconds, interrupted by damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Price, 50 soul coins. Finally, Jiang Yan chose the most expensive one. Holy water, instantly restores 1000 health points. Price, 1000 soul coins. This thing was not cost-effective, but it healed instantly with no cooldown. As for the price. For a money printing machine, problems that could be solved with money are not problems at all. Human. Your health is already less than half. The eerie and cold voice of the spider echoed in Jiang Yan's ears. Chapter 50, Are you serious? A spider the size of a cow hung upside down on the thick web on the grain warehouse ceiling, looking at the continuously attacking spider tide below. A sinister smile appeared on the human face of the spider. Although the loss of small spiders in this suicide attack was huge, being able to kill such an annoying human was worth the price. After you die, I'll lay 10,000 eggs on your corpse, turning you into a breeding ground for my offspring. Ha 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 ha. The sinister laugh echoed through the grain warehouse, full of pleasure. Jiang Yan looked up at the position where the spider was hanging upside down. The eyes were filled with mockery. Really? My health is already less than half? Jiang Yan took out 2 bottles of holy water and gulped drank them all in one go. Health plus 1,000. Health plus 1,000. Jiang Yan's health was completely restored. How about now? Jiang Yan said with a smile. The spider's eerie, sinister laugh was caught in its throat, and its purple-green glowing eyes suddenly widened. You drank holy water directly? That costs 1,000 soul coins. You're too extravagant. After calming down, the spider continued to laugh eerily and said in a sinister tone. Do you think I have more offspring, or do you have more soul coins? Are you afraid of exhausting your resources? Even if you want to leave now, I won't let you go. You must become the breeding ground for my offspring. Not even God can save you. I said so. Hearing the spider's confident declaration, Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 250, Agility, 250, Intelligence, 250. The average value for an ordinary person is 5. Soul coins, 100, 456, 1890. Although Jiang Yan got off work early yesterday, the soul coin earnings from the spider nest this morning were quite a lot. And Jiang Yan still had the black raven perched on his shoulder, constantly providing him with soul coins, unknowingly surpassing 1 billion. I think I might actually have more soul coins than you, Jiang Yan said with even more confidence than the spider. Taking drugs until the end of time, the destruction of the earth, the explosion of the universe, his soul coins would never run out. The spider roared. Then let's wait and see. When my offspring devours you inch by inch, don't scream in pain. Jiang Yan smiled and took out 2 bottles of golden holy water, handing one to An Xiaoxin. Cheers. In the granary, the spider tide surged, constantly rolling. The dense attacks kept falling on Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin. The passionate dog-like couple, however, began to explore the 108 ways to drink holy water for fun. Glug glug. Slurp slurp. Pop pop pop. After more than half an hour, the spider tide in the granary slowly began to recede. Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin had risen several dozen meters higher than before, almost touching the tall ceiling of the granary. Under their feet were strange-feeling little spider corpses. Jiang Yan looked around and found that the soul coin earnings on his player panel had become much thinner, and all of them were small amounts of health points. The little spiders with only a dozen or so health points seemed to have all died. Yet Jiang Yan and An Xiaoxin's health remained full. Burp. Jiang Yan let out a satisfied burp, feeling like he needed to pee. Is that all? Jiang Yan dug in his ear and looked at the spider hanging upside down on the ceiling not far away, mocking, Your reproductive ability isn't that great, huh? Spider. Is this even my problem? The spider screamed, its voice filled with fury. This human had just drunk hundreds of bottles of holy water, that was tens of thousands of soul coins. Can a human even do this? This person is a monstrous creature. Jiang Yan asked with a faint smile. What's wrong? Is it my fault? Are you convinced now? If not, we can have another round. Saying this, Jiang Yan began to reach into his pocket. 1 bottle of holy water. 10 bottles of holy water. 100 bottles of holy water. As if they were endless. The spider stood speechless, its face full of deep thought. Why on earth did it even bother fighting with this monstrous creature? The granary is yours, I'm leaving. The spider, as large as a bull, made a swoosh sound and burrowed into its thick web, ready to escape. As long as I leave, I won't have to worry about fuel for my fire. This human was 120% wrong in every way. If it didn't run now, it might really die in his hands. Jiang Yan said lightly. Wait a minute, let's make a deal. If you're willing to work for me, I can give you this. Jiang Yan took out a mass of purple-black flesh from his system space. Item, stinky, eerie flesh cut from a dead eerie creature. Although it is dead, it seems to still have some life. Can be used to craft certain items. Price, 100 soul coins. This was a reward obtained by An Xiaoxin when she killed an eerie creature earlier. This is a material for alchemy, but at present, no human players have learned alchemy, so this item naturally has no market and has remained in Jiang Yan's hands. However, Jiang Yan had heard in his previous life about some bizarre creatures with the breeding trait, which require a large amount of food, and the foul-smelling bizarre flesh is exactly what they like most. Right now, the spider that is occupying the granary on Red Peak Mountain is clearly a bizarre creature with the breeding trait. In his previous life, there was a case where a player, surrounded by breeding bizarre creatures, used a large amount of foul-smelling bizarre flesh to buy their life and escape to disaster. However, this item is a reward dropped by bizarre creatures, and only players can obtain it. Even if a bizarre creature kills another bizarre creature, it cannot obtain the foul-smelling bizarre flesh. Moreover, hunting bizarre creatures just for their flesh is inefficient. It is far less satisfying than using a large granary to infinitely multiply. But Jiang Yan is different. He can directly spend money. As long as the spider likes bizarre flesh, it's fine. In the spider's web, a voice filled with doubt was heard. "This is good, but how much of it can you give me?" Jiang Yan chuckled and said, "I will give you 1,000 pieces of meat each month, and you will work for me. There's a contract to prove it." A blood-stained bizarre contract was taken out by Jiang Yan. All the terms on it were the same, except the salary of 10,000 was changed to 1,000 pieces of meat per month. One piece of meat is worth 100 dark coins, so 1,000 pieces of meat equals 100,000 dark coins. This treatment is considered the most generous among all the bizarre creatures Jiang Yan owns. On one hand, Jiang Yan's financial situation has become much stronger than before, and on the other hand, the human-faced spider truly deserves it. This bizarre creature, if properly nurtured, could definitely grow into a taboo existence. Its potential is even greater than that of the Black Raven. However, if the two sides fought, the Black Raven would actually win. Its immunity to physical damage is just too strong. Looking at the contract handed out by Jiang Yan, the huge head of the human-faced spider slowly emerged from the web, full of hesitation, and asked, 1,000 pieces of meat? 1 month? Are you serious? Upon hearing the human-faced spider's doubt, Jiang Yan chuckled and directly began pulling out his pockets. 1,000 pieces of foul-smelling bizarre flesh were soon piled all over the ground. Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe and said lightly, "I am human, you are a bizarre creature. If you do not work for me, I will have to kill you. Don't think that this pathetic web can save your life. If I want you dead, it will only take a moment. Make your choice, work for me, or die." Jiang Yan's tone was indifferent, echoing in the granary. His body was surrounded by eerie black mist, and the faint smoke rising from his old pipe made his gaze, hidden under the brim of his hat, seem especially deep. The human-faced spider stared at the 1,000 pieces of meat on the ground, silent for a moment, then nodded hesitantly and said, "All right, I will work for you." From start to finish, the human-faced spider never saw Jiang Yan make a single attack. But the human-faced spider did not doubt for a moment that Jiang Yan truly had the ability to kill it quickly in the web. This man before him was simply too terrifying. Immeasurable. Moreover, the meat he offered. It was just too much. The bizarre contract was signed, and the human-faced spider obediently climbed down from the web, crawling in front of Jiang Yan and respectfully said, "Boss." Jiang Yan began carefully studying the spider's attribute panel. Bizarre, human-faced spider. Attributes: Strength, 91, Agility, 99, Intelligence, 27. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yan's teeth clenched. Strength and agility are both over 90? This thing is truly ridiculous. Who else, other than Jiang Yan, could fight against such a freak? Jiang Yan continued to look down and, sure enough, saw the expected traits. Trait: Breeding, ignores reproductive rules and quickly lays eggs. Offspring inherit the traits, talents, and skills of the parent, and consuming food leads to attribute growth. The parent has full control over the hatching offspring, and can consume them to gain up to 10% of the offspring's attributes, with the attribute difference between the parent and offspring decreasing. Jiang Yan had heard of the breeding trait before, but it was the first time he had seen the details. Good lord, it's self-produced and self-sold. Jiang Yan immediately felt that the creepy degree of the human-faced spider had just risen. Talent: Spider Web Skynet. When in a spider web, movement speed plus 500%, agility, and strength plus 50%. Skill: Human-faced spider web, level 1, spits out a spider web. If it hits the enemy, it causes a 10% slowdown for 7 seconds. Consumption: 100 magic points. Passive skill: Poison Fangs, level 1, normal attacks cause 7% slowdown, dealing 10 poison damage per second for 5 seconds. Jiang Yan glanced at the equipment tab and found that it was empty. I see. The human-faced spider has been breeding its offspring in the granary, increasing its attributes. Since it hasn't killed many humans, there are no souls for the system to collect, and thus no equipment. Its skills are also quite ordinary. It's simply explosive in terms of stats. After checking the human-faced spider's panel, Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. With the rotten, strange flesh and blood he distributed each month, this human-faced spider's growth speed would be even faster. As long as it was matched with the right equipment and skills, the combat power of this big spider would be quite impressive. An Xiaoxin hid behind Jiang Yan, staring at the huge human-faced spider for a while before nervously asking. Jiang Yan. You don't plan to use this thing as a mount, right? That would be too freakish. Jiang Yan imagined the scene of riding a spider knight and thought it looked quite cool, but it didn't quite match his low-key style. He bought an item from the system shop. Item, Body Shrink Potion, shrinks the user's body by 10%, does not affect any attributes, permanent duration, stackable, can be actively cancelled. Price, 10,000 soul coins. After using 14 bottles of the Body Shrink Potion on the human-faced spider, it finally shrank from a spider as big as a cow to one slightly smaller than a fist. Jiang Yan made the human-faced spider weave a glove on his left hand using spider silk, hiding the spider inside the gap between the glove and the back of his hand, making it impossible to see any traces of the spider from the outside. I have to say, the human-faced spider was very professional at weaving gloves. The gray-white silk glove fit Jiang Yan's palm perfectly without affecting his movements. Before leaving the Red Peak Mountain granary, the human-faced spider carried the remaining offspring on its back. Those offspring, as large as wash basins, became as small and dense as sesame seeds with the spider's shrinking body, stacking and clinging to the upper part of the human-faced spider's abdomen in layers. Looking closely, even people with a fear of tight spaces would feel uncomfortable. As for the leftover food in the granary, An Baosheng would send people to transport it. Jiang Yan couldn't be bothered to deal with it, so he drove the car with An Xiaoxin and headed back to the antique street. On the outskirts of the South City, dozens of black armored vehicles slowly stopped in front of Chen Haichuan. A young man with a baby face jumped out of one of the armored vehicles, smiling at Chen Haichuan. Old Chen, we meet again. The last time we met was during the peaceful days, but this time, the world has already collapsed. Chen Haichuan looked at the baby-faced man and gasped in surprise, saying, Sky Sword Hunter God, you've come too? This person was named Wang Jia, whose family swordsmanship was superb. Before joining the Hunter Bureau, he was a Taoist priest from Mount Wudong. After joining the Hunter Bureau, Wang Jia participated in 4 taboo sealing missions, each time standing out and earning great fame. He also killed numerous anomalies on his own, becoming one of the 10 hunter gods of the Hunter Bureau, known by the title Sky Sword. Each hunter god was the backbone of the Hunter Bureau. Chen Haichuan never expected that this time, when executing the taboo sealing mission in the South City, Wang Jia would be part of it too. Wang Jia smiled and said, What's the matter? Not welcoming me? Chen Haichuan shook his head repeatedly. How could that be? Now that you're here, this mission is as good as completed. With this hunter god here, the heavy weight that had been hanging in Chen Haichuan's heart finally dropped with a loud thud. Wang Jia's baby face always maintained a smile as he nodded and spoke. Let's go, we are going to meet Forbidden 006. From your description, 006 is quite different from all the other forbidden things we've found before. I'm really curious. A total of 103 hunters gathered, marching towards the antique street in a mighty procession. Jiang Yan returned to his shop on Antique Street, just about to gather his treasure chest exploration team and send Black Crow with them to continue exploring treasure chests. Suddenly, a man walked in and quietly said, I have information about a treasure chest gathering place I want to sell to you. There are at least 50 treasure chests there. If you give me 5,000 hell coins, I'll tell you the location. Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This man looked familiar to Jiang Yan. Zhang Xiuhu had reported to him, saying this was a big shot from another gang in the South City, named Brother Lang. Although he appeared alone on Antique Street, Zhang Xiuhu still felt something was off about this Brother Lang, as if he had some hidden agenda. As for this information, it sounded like a poorly executed imitation of Li Ming's last attempt. Is he trying to trick me out? Jiang Yan took out 5,000 hell coins and handed them to Brother Lang, smiling faintly and saying, Take me there. Chapter 52, Forbidden Jiang Yan begins killing. 5,000 hell coins, Jiang Yan was not lacking in them. And with 50 treasure chests piled together, Jiang Yan didn't believe it. How could there be so many coincidences? But Jiang Yan decided to take Brother Lang's bait. Tomorrow, the secret realm would open, and Jiang Yan would have to stay inside for at least a few days. If he didn't deal with Brother Lang now, he might do something tricky while Jiang Yan was away. Before leaving the shop, Jiang Yan glanced around and saw An Xiaoxin chatting with a female classmate she had rescued from Li Ming's hands at a corner of Antique Street. Jiang Yan didn't pay much attention, walking out of Antique Street with Brother Lang. Listening to the footsteps behind him, Brother Lang's sneer grew stronger. This kid has guts. He dares to come out with me alone. Since that's the case, don't blame me, Brother Lang, for being ruthless. Damn, the pile of treasure chests is just ahead. When I saw it, I was scared out of my wits. But I'm a cautious person, I didn't dare go alone. The things in those treasure chests are all yours. With these 5,000 hell coins, I'm satisfied. Brother Lang had a full face of fawning smile, lowering his posture. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, I don't think you're a timid person. Brother Lang chuckled, as the saying goes, you can't judge a person by their appearance. The two walked past a ruined corner of the street. Suddenly, two people jumped out from the rubble behind Jiang Yan. One held an iron water pipe and swung it hard at the back of Jiang Yan's head. The other held a dagger, rushed up, and began stabbing at Jiang Yan's lower back. Jiang Yan's body, -1, -1, -1. Dagger man, -400, -400, -400. The dagger-wielding man paused suddenly as his attacks were interrupted by a rapid series of hits. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his pupils began to fade. Then he collapsed straight to the ground, his face full of disbelief. He died with his eyes wide open. This guy's health limit wasn't even 400. He managed to stab Jiang Yan 3 times only because his reflexes hadn't died down yet, still loyally following the brain's commands. The man holding the iron water pipe beside him also had a -400 damage number pop up above his head. He froze for a moment, then fell straight to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Jiang Yan's left hand, with the spider silk gloves, twitched slightly. 2 tiny human-faced spiders the size of sesame seeds dropped down on webs, crawling into the 2 men's bodies, starting to lay eggs and reproduce. At this moment, Brother Lang, who had been leading the way, heard the commotion and turned back with a cruel smile, saying with a sinister tone, Kid, you can't be so naive when you're mixing in the underworld. Before he could finish his sentence, Brother Lang's voice suddenly froze in his throat. He stared at the 2 subordinates lying motionless on the ground behind Jiang Yan, his eyes slowly widening. And Jiang Yan, who should have been in a miserable, blood-soaked state, was still standing perfectly fine in place, unscathed. Jiang Yan slowly nodded and said, the Jianghu is treacherous. If you don't eat people, people will eat you. As he spoke, Jiang Yan slowly raised his left hand and gently placed it on Lang Ji's shoulder. Boom! The spider silk glove suddenly exploded, and a dense swarm of spiders poured out, instantly covering Lang Ji's entire body. Ah! Lang Gu screamed in terror, frantically slapping the thousands of spiders crawling on him. But these human-faced spiders, with over 100 health points each, were strange offspring. How could he easily slap them to death? In an instant, spiders crawled into Lang Ji's ears, nostrils, and even his eyes, starting to gnaw at his flesh and blood. The heart-wrenching pain surged like a tsunami, overwhelming Lang Ji's entire will, and he fell to the ground, crying out a miserable wail to the sky. Ah! No! Spare me! In just a few blinks, Lang Ji's skin was devoured, leaving only his bloody muscles and fat, completely exposed to the air. Countless purple-green spider eggs clung to the path the spiders had crawled, greedily absorbing all the nutrients from Lang Ji's body to grow. Jiang Yan calmly said, Stop. The spiders crawling and biting all over Lang Ji's body suddenly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. Jiang Yan extended his left hand, and his gray-white spider silk gloves pinched Lang Ji's skinless chin, slowly lifting his twisted, tortured face, coldly asking, Why did you attack me? 300 meters away, on an abandoned high-rise building. The god-killer Wang Jia from the Anomaly Hunting Bureau and the captain of the Southern District Branch, Chen Haichuan, stood side by side. Both of them held binoculars, looking down. The figures of Jiang Yan and Lang Gu were clearly visible in their binoculars. Are you sure this is 006? Wang Jia's smile completely disappeared from his baby face, replaced by extreme solemnity. Has he finally started killing people? Chen Haichuan took a deep breath and nodded. That's right, it's him. But, he seems different from yesterday. Wang Jia asked warily. Describe the difference in detail, don't leave out a single detail. Chen Haichuan nodded. On his right shoulder, there's an extra shadowy black raven that wasn't there yesterday. On his left hand, there's a gray-white glove, which wasn't there yesterday either. The purple treasure chest that he used as a seat has disappeared. In that shop, I felt at least 4 anomalies surrounding him, but I couldn't pinpoint their exact locations. Now, 006 has left the antique street, he might be alone. This could be an opportunity. Wang Jia frowned and asked, What exactly are his killing rules? At this point, the forbidden 006 had already started killing people, proving that the person below had triggered his killing rules. But even the experienced Wang Jia couldn't figure out what exactly those killing rules were. Chen Haichuan cautiously asked, Could it be, leaving the territory? He too felt confused. After all, yesterday when the 5 hunters took out loans at the antique street, they did many things that could trigger the kill, but the only difference now is that they're not in the antique street anymore. Wang Jia's eyes twitched sharply, and he murmured to himself. As long as they leave the antique street, will he kill everyone in his sight without discrimination? These killing rules, they're truly terrifying. And 006's methods of killing are too strange. Wang Jia's gaze fell on Langu, whose body was covered in countless spiders, and he couldn't help but shiver, whispering. I'm really afraid of spiders. Being killed by 10,000 spiders must be one of the most terrifying ways to die, right? In front of Jiang Yan, Langu, now covered in human-faced spiders, had lost all courage and cried out. It wasn't me. Really, it wasn't me. It was Li Yanqi. She wants you dead. I was momentarily blinded and agreed to her. Please spare me. I won't dare again. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered coldly. Is it all her fault? Why do I feel like you're lying to me? Jiang Yan's voice was icy cold as he gave a merciless order. Eat his eyes. Chapter 53, This taboo is too strange. As soon as Jiang Yan's command fell, the human-faced ghost spider on Brother Lang's eyeballs suddenly moved. Crunch! Crunch! The horrifying sound of gnawing, mixed with Brother Lang's hysterical screams, echoed endlessly through the ruins. In the blink of an eye, both his eyeballs were devoured by the human-faced ghost spider. Blood gushed from Brother Lang's eye sockets, but before it could even drip down his chin, the surrounding human-faced ghost spiders sucked it all clean, not wasting a single drop. Jiang Yan spoke coldly. Take your medicine now, and you can recover. This is your last chance from me. Lie again, and you die. I'll go ask Li Yanqi myself. Brother Lang's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and he wailed. All right. All right. I'll tell the truth. It was me. I wanted your antique street. Our Quanglong gang has always been suppressed by the Shang Group, unable to lift our heads in front of An Baosheng. Now that the eerie phenomenon has descended, I also wanted to establish a trading order for players. Just as I was planning, my men told me that Shang Group had acted before us, setting up a safety zone in Antique Street and gathering a large number of people there. I thought I could come learn how you did it. But then I realized. I couldn't learn it at all. It requires too much manpower and resources. So I thought. I'd kill you, and take Antique Street and An Xiaoxin for myself. By then, An Xiaoxin would be my woman, and An Baosheng wouldn't touch me. Listening to Brother Lang's words, Jiang Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you know why you've always been suppressed by Shang Group? Jiang Yan took a puff from his old smoking pipe, and amid the swirling smoke, he spoke calmly. Because your intelligence is too low. You're not even qualified to be An Baosheng's opponent. The only reason you haven't starved to death yet is probably because that dog bone in your hand isn't worth an uncle's attention. Having the guts to fight is a good trait, but people who rely only on violence have no future. Death is only a matter of time. Jiang Yan took out his phone and dialed Zhang Xiuhu's number, speaking in a flat tone. Tell An Xiaoxin to bring her classmate, that woman named Li Yanqi, to me. The place wasn't far from Antique Street. In just 10 minutes, Zhang Xiuhu arrived with a few men from the Shang Group, dragging the struggling Li Yanqi to Jiang Yan's front. An Xiaoxin followed behind them, her face full of surprise. Women always have a strong urge to talk. Ever since returning from Hongfeng Mountain, An Xiaoxin had been pulled into endless chatter by Li Yanqi and the other female classmates. Just as they were happily gossiping, Zhang Xiuhu barged in and dragged Li Yanqi straight to Jiang Yan. Li Yanqi had been cursing nonstop, spewing filth from her mouth. But the moment she was shoved in front of Jiang Yan and saw the terrifying figure of Brother Lang behind him, she suddenly shuddered and screamed as she stumbled backward. Brother Lang's current appearance was beyond miserable. Not a single patch of skin remained on his body, he looked like a skinned dog. His muscles, fat, and blood vessels were all exposed, densely covered in human-faced ghost spiders, making him even more horrifying than the worst nightmare. Zhang Xiuhu stepped on Li Yanqi's head without the slightest pity and cursed. Did I say you could run? Don't move. Although he was cursing fiercely, Zhang Xiuhu was so terrified by Brother Lang's monstrous appearance that every hair on his body stood on end. A bone-chilling coldness shot from his feet straight up to his skull. He didn't even dare to lift his head to look at Jiang Yan. Was this really just a high school dropout? His methods were too ruthless. Even a seasoned thug like Zhang Xiuhu, who had followed an uncle his entire life, had never before thought of using the word ruthless to describe someone. Jiang Yan was the first. The other men who had come with Zhang Xiuhu were already pale as ghosts at the sight before them. She almost threw up. Li Yanqi was being stepped on by Zhang Xiuhu, and she immediately broke down in tears. No, please. Let me go. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Jiang Yan, I'm sorry. I will never dare again. I'll do anything. Anything. Really. I'll be your slave. I'll be your slave. Whoa whoa. And Xiaoxin's face turned black as she shot a glare at Li Yanqi. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and slowly walked up to Li Yanqi. He squatted down, stretched out his left hand, and gently patted her face, which was covered in muddy tear streaks, making two papa sounds. I saved you, and last night I gave you another chance. You only need to behave. Is that so hard to do? A woman as vicious as you, it's better if you just die. Jiang Yan's left hand's spider silk glove exploded again. Like waves, human-faced spiders rushed out from it, immediately covering every corner of Li Yanqi's body. Don't waste it. Jiang Yan said calmly, as he took An Xiaoxin's hand and turned back towards the antique street. With Jiang Yan's command, the quiet human-faced spiders on Wang Gu and Li Yanqi suddenly began to churn. Two human bodies, covered with spiders, writhed in pain on the ground, screaming and wailing into the sky. Half a minute later, everything became quiet again. Only 4 human-shaped spider silk cocoons remained on the ground, with occasional gray-white spider silk crawling slightly on the surface. Inside, the flesh and blood gave birth to new life. Spider eggs hatched, turning into tiny spiders as small as dust. These spiders crawled out from the gray-white webs, heading towards the shadowy corners of the ruins, then climbed up to the antique street, slipping into Jiang Yan's shop from the shadows, jumping into his left-hand spider silk glove, and disappearing. On the rooftop 300 meters away, Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan slowly lowered their binoculars, their faces full of disbelief. They had just gotten ready for a fight, but they never expected Jiang Yan to return to the antique street. But what happened next completely exceeded their understanding. Wang Jia murmured, asking. This forbidden 006 degree of anthropomorphism is ridiculous. It's almost no different from a human. Why didn't he attack that woman and instead held her hand? Do forbidden things also get aroused? Chen Haichuan whispered. From my observations, that woman, she might also be a strange one. Wang Jia shook his head with a distressed expression. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The anthropomorphism of forbidden ones is very high, but strange ones have obvious traits. That woman could never be a strange one. She's either a human, or... Chen Haichuan shivered, swallowing his saliva as he asked. Could she also be a forbidden one? Wang Jia calmed down, thought carefully, then shook his head. She seems more like a human controlled by a forbidden one. The way this forbidden 006 behaves is too strange. I hope we can hold off for now. I'm going to the antique street for a close encounter with him. Chapter 54, The Sealed Strange Peachwood Sword. Jiang Yan sat in the antique street shop, puffing on an old pipe. He glanced at his old watch and muttered to himself. It's almost time for the secret realm prompt. A few seconds later, Jiang Yan's player panel indeed displayed a striking prompt. Secret Realm, 3rd Hospital, will open tomorrow. Entering the secret realm may yield generous resource rewards. However, there are deadly dangers inside. If the secret realm is not cleared before it ends, the final strange being inside will break free of the secret realm's restrictions, gaining a huge boost and descending to Nandu. Secret realm duration, 5 days. Each player entering the secret realm must pay an entrance fee of 500 in coins. This prompt was clearly not sent just to Jiang Yan. All human players received it. In the antique street, where a large number of humans had gathered, chaotic discussions immediately broke out. We have to pay 500 in coins? That's too expensive, and we might even die in there. Who would be foolish enough to go? I'm not going. We'll stay in the safe zone. Outside, discussions were rampant, and the attitudes of most people were the same. In the previous life, Jiang Yan was also one of them, with no thoughts of joining the secret realm. It was a joke. In such a terrifying world, struggling to survive was already difficult enough. Who would willingly spend money to bring trouble upon themselves? As for the consequences of the secret realm being impossible to eradicate, these people simply chose to ignore it. Before the taboo-slaying Fate Spirit Child truly appeared, the people of South City had no idea what the so-called huge amplification in the warning meant, or what kind of sea of blood and mountains of corpses it would bring. Listening to the chaotic discussions outside, Jiang Yan slowly exhaled a smoke ring, a playful expression on his face. The 3rd Hospital, huh? I didn't enter the secret realm in my previous life, but this time, I'll make up for it. An Xiaoxin walked up behind Jiang Yan, gently massaging his shoulders and softly asked. Jiang Yan, what are your plans for this secret realm? Jiang Yan had already made up his mind and said faintly. You, Zhu Ganglai, Mo Lang, Yan Mei, and the purple treasure chest, stay behind to watch the house. Heya, Ran Mian Gue Zhu, come with me into the secret realm. An Xiaoxin was stunned for a moment, incredulously asking. You're not bringing me with you? I'm very strong now. Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. Players entering the secret realm will be teleported separately. You might face danger being alone. With Heya and Guizhu helping me, that will be enough. And Xiaoxin felt unhappy at the thought of being separated from Jiang Yan, but then realized if she was teleported alone, she would be helpless in the terrifying secret realm. She hugged Jiang Yan from behind and whispered. Then you must come back safely. If you die in there, I won't live either. At the entrance of the antique street, Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan's footsteps paused in unison. They too had seen the secret realm notification on the player panel. The two hunters from the Bureau of Anomaly Hunters suddenly had very ugly expressions. What terrible luck! Chen Haichuan took a deep breath and said in a low voice. We must eradicate this secret realm. Otherwise, we might release a powerful anomaly, one that could even be a taboo. Wang Jia slowly nodded and, in a voice only the two of them could hear, said, Don't worry, I'll join this secret realm. Chen Haichuan was shocked. Don't you have other tasks to handle? Wang Jia sighed. In this world, there are fires breaking out everywhere. If I can save one place, I will. Since I've come to South City, I'll handle things here first, then move on to other tasks. Now, let me see, what kind of existence is the Taboo 006 in the Antique Street? 103 hunters had already set up a tight defense in the ruins surrounding the Antique Street, ready to encircle and kill the Taboo 006 in the Antique Street at any moment. However, Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan had no confidence right now and needed to probe first. Wang Jia straightened his collar and took a step forward, entering Jiang Yan's shop. Inside the shop, Jiang Yan sat calmly on a purple treasure chest. Half of his face was hidden in the shadow cast by a strange hat, with eerie black mist swirling around his body. A black raven stood on his right shoulder, and his left hand, covered in grey-white spider silk, held an old pipe. As smoke swirled and clouds formed, a deep and hoarse voice rang out. What kind of service does this guest need? Jiang Yan glanced at Wang Jia with interest from the corner of his eye. The moment this person stepped into the shop, Jiang Yan recognized him as one of the top 10 hunters from the Bureau of Anomaly Hunters, known as the Heavenly Sword Hunter God. At this point, the arrival of anomalies had just begun, and the fame of the top 10 hunters was not yet well known. But soon, the achievements of these 10 hunters would spread far and wide, and their appearances would be firmly remembered by people. This hunter god appeared at this time in South City? What surprised Jiang Yan even more was that, on his player panel, there was an unnoticed entry for a Een coin. Een coin plus 1,100. The famous Heavenly Sword Hunter god was actually an anomaly? Jiang Yan looked closely at Wang Jia, feeling that it didn't seem quite right. Wang Jia followed some patterns that Chen Haichuan and the others had figured out. Lowering his gaze, he dared not meet Jiang Yan's eyes on the treasure chest and spoke obediently. I want a loan. After speaking, he displayed all his equipment to Jiang Yan. Except for the ancient-looking peachwood sword on his back. His entire set of equipment was considered luxurious, with a marketplace value exceeding 100,000 nether coins. Jiang Yan examined it carefully, then formed a loan contract with him, took 50,000 nether coins, and handed them to Wang Jia. When Wang Jia received the nether coins, his fingers unintentionally brushed against Jiang Yan's grayish-white glove on his left hand. The first half felt dense and delicate, like the finest silk. But when he touched the latter half, Wang Jia's expression changed drastically. Beneath the grayish-white glove, he felt a fine, wriggling sensation, as if countless tiny insects were crawling under it. Recalling the eerie, forbidden killing method he had just witnessed through the telescope, cold sweat dripped down Wang Jia's forehead. Perhaps every inch of the body beneath these clothes was made up of twisted, human-faced ghost spiders. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Jiang Yan asked with great interest. That sword of yours, why didn't you show it to me? The ancient-looking peachwood sword on Wang Jia's back made Jiang Yan instinctively feel it was no ordinary item. Hearing Jiang Yan's hoarse, deep voice under the effect of the old smoking pipe, Wang Jia remained silent for a moment, then slowly took the peachwood sword off his back. This is not a product of the system marketplace, but it has been recognized by it. This sword is a Taoist artifact passed down in my family for hundreds of years. If you're willing, I can pawn it to you for some nether coins. Wang Jia displayed the attributes of the peachwood sword to Jiang Yan. Equipment: sealed ghost peachwood sword, a powerful peachwood sword imbued with mysterious power. Perhaps it itself is a sealed anomaly. For every anomaly killed, this sword gains +1 attack power and +10 health permanently. Current attributes: +110 attack power, +1,100 health. Intimidates anomalies. Deals double damage to anomaly targets. Chapter 55, Truly Generous with Money. Seeing the sword's attributes, Jiang Yan immediately understood. So, the +1,100 nether coin income on his panel came from this sword. After displaying it, Wang Jia directly handed the sword to Jiang Yan. At an angle Jiang Yan couldn't see, a hidden cold gleam flashed in Wang Jia's eyes. This sword had an intimidation effect on anomalies. Even the 4 forbidden beings Wang Jia had helped seal before could not fully resist its power. Through long-term use, Wang Jia had mastered the technique of indirectly gauging an anomaly's strength through its intimidation response. As he handed over the peachwood sword, he closely observed Jiang Yan's reaction with the corner of his eye, secretly thinking, I want to see just how strong you are. If the intimidation effect works well, I might as well seize the opportunity to strike this forbidden being with a fatal blow and start the sealing process. Wang Jia silently reached into his coat and grasped the ghost-catching golden net. This net was a standard piece of equipment for the Ghost Hunting Bureau, containing a high amount of gold, capable of temporarily restraining a forbidden being and creating an opportunity for the Bureau to seal it inside the golden coffin. On the outskirts of the antique street, over 100 hunters from the Ghost Hunting Bureau were waiting in strict formation, just awaiting Wang Jia's command. The golden coffin, capable of sealing a forbidden being, had also been secretly transported by Chen Haituan last night to a nearby ruin, ready for immediate use. Jiang Yan was completely unaware of the killing intent hidden in Wang Jia's actions. Without any defense, he took the peachwood sword into his hands. As he reached out to receive it, the human-faced ghost spiders inside his silk gloves shrank back in terror, hurriedly retreating into his sleeves, not daring to touch the sword. Jiang Yan held the peachwood sword with both hands, played with it for a moment, then slowly nodded and placed it flat on the table. Indeed, it is indeed a rare good thing. How much do you want to mortgage? Wang Jia's face was full of shock, his eyes staring fixedly at Jiang Yan. For a moment, he completely forgot that he could not directly look at the forbidden rule in front of him. In his heart, it was filled with violent waves. Forbidden 006 actually directly took its sealed strange peachwood sword, openly holding it in his hand, playing with it casually. Not even a hint of being intimidated by the sealed strange peachwood sword. Not a single hint. How is this possible? Wang Jia whispered in his heart. Could it be that this forbidden one in front of me is the most powerful one I've ever seen? Maybe after the strange event occurred, the strength of the forbidden ones has increased? A drop of cold sweat fell from Wang Jia's nose tip. He noticed from the corner of his eye that Wang Jia had been in a daze. Jiang Yan asked again. How much do you want to mortgage for the loan? Wang Jia came back to his senses, shivering heavily, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and tentatively said. 200,000 Ming coins. This price was a lion's mouth opening wide, and Wang Jia did not expect this forbidden one to accept such a price. Wang Jia just wanted to test the response of Forbidden 006 to his behavior. This was very dangerous, easily triggering an unknown kill rule of Forbidden 006. But Wang Jia had his own trump card and was willing to pay this price to find out 006's kill rules. Only then could he better complete the subsequent sealing process. But the next moment, Wang Jia was extremely surprised to hear two words. Okay. Jiang Yan took out a loan contract and shoved it right into Wang Jia's face. Monthly interest rate 1%, compound interest calculated. If you die, this sword will be transferred to me by the system. Although the system mall gave some quantifiable data and ratings for this sword, it did not give a guiding price, so it naturally couldn't be sold half price in the system mall. From Jiang Yan's perspective, this peachwood sword was a growing piece of equipment, and as with anything rare, it was precious. Additionally, this sealed strange peachwood sword and An Xiaoxin's violent talents strangely matched. If it could be returned for 200,000 Ming coins, Wang Jia, who would likely die, might make a blood profit, but Jiang Yan would definitely not lose out. Looking at the bloodstained and strange contract shoved into his face, Wang Jia's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment, and he let out an unexpected sound. Ha! He accepted it? 200,000 Ming coins. Wang Jia's mind flashed with images of expensive equipment sold in the mall. If he invested another 200,000 Ming coins, how powerful would he become? Wang Jia looked at the glaring 200,000 Ming coins on the bloodstained contract, then looked at Forbidden 006, who had not once glanced at him, and swallowed heavily. A voice in his heart instinctively told him that this forbidden one was too generous, it definitely had problems. Perhaps its kill rules were directly related to this loan contract. But Wang Jia's reasoning was very clear. The secret realm of the southern capital was about to open, and he needed stronger power to deal with it. This 200,000 Ming coins might be the difference between success and failure. If he failed, how many lives would be lost in southern capital? This was not just 200,000, it was an opportunity to save countless living lives. Even if he had to bear a huge risk for this, so what? Jiang Yan noticed from the corner of his eye that Wang Jia had once again fallen into a daze, pursed his lips, and said with some displeasure. If you're not going to sign, then leave. Wang Jia jolted, suddenly snapping back to his senses. This forbidden one was angry. He swallowed heavily, then said decisively. I'll sign. The contract turned into two red beams of light, disappearing between Jiang Yan and Wang Jia. Stacks of golden Ming coins were pulled out by Jiang Yan, piled up on the table, counted to 200,000, and then pushed toward Wang Jia. Wang Jia looked at the golden and brilliant pile of coins on the table, once again losing his sense in front of Jiang Yan. This forbidden one was really different from all the ones he had seen before. He was actually willing to give out the money. Having borrowed a total of 250,000 Ming coins, Wang Jia deeply bowed to Jiang Yan and said sincerely. No matter what. Thank you all. Goodbye. Wang Jia silently added in his heart. I believe we will meet again soon. Jiang Yan glanced at Wang Jia, who was retreating, and calmly asked. Do you want to work for me for a while? Wang Jia paused, his pupils suddenly shrinking. What does this mean? Taboo 006 wants this human to work for him? Cold sweat, which had just been wiped away from his forehead, began to fall again. This is the most sinister taboo I have ever seen. Wang Jia immediately shook his head and said. No. I have more important things to do. He disappeared into the bustling crowd of the antique street in a flash. Jiang Yan smiled meaningfully, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind. The contract he had just signed seemed to have a very interesting loophole that both Wang Jia and himself had overlooked. According to the contract, if Jiang Yan killed Wang Jia, then the peachwood sword in Wang Jia's hand would immediately become Jiang Yan's. The thought quickly passed and was dismissed by Jiang Yan. In his past life, Jiang Yan had been one of the many people protected by the Hunting Evil Bureau. Although he no longer needed protection in this life, Jiang Yan was not willing to kill a god hunter for no reason. The 20,000 loan he had just given was also partly because of Wang Jia's identity as a sky sword god hunter. God hunter, what do you think of Taboo 006? Chen Haichuan asked, looking at Wang Jia who had just emerged, drenched in cold sweat. Wang Jia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face full of fear, and whispered. 006 is too terrifying. I suggest we handle it coldly for now. Wait until I come out of the secret realm, then we can figure out how to deal with Taboo 006. If we spend a great cost to seal 006, we might not have enough strength left to deal with the secret realm that is about to open. Let's gather our team and go back first. You quickly clear out the anomalies in Nandu. I'll figure out how to spend this 250,000. Chen Haichuan nodded, then suddenly realized he had heard something incredible. How much? Chen Haichuan looked at Wang Jia, his throat moving. Wang Jia smiled and said. I borrowed 250,000 from Taboo 006. I have a feeling his kill rule might be related to the loan contract. Maybe, my life is already on a countdown. In the shop, Jiang Yan was giving bonuses to the anomalies under his command. Since returning from Hongfeng Mountain Granary, Jiang Yan had been quietly printing money. Now, the amount of ghost coins in his hand had reached 1.5 billion, which should be more than enough to deal with the third hospital, secret realm. Jiang Yan gave each anomaly 50,000 ghost coins, gave An Xiaoxin 200,000, then said calmly. For the next few days in the secret realm, you will all follow An Xiaoxin's arrangements. When I come out, we will discuss rewards. Purple treasure chest, you are responsible for managing this shop for me. I will leave you 1 million ghost coins for operations. The purple treasure chest nodded repeatedly, its eyes filled with excitement. Thank you for the trust, boss. I will definitely manage the shop well. Jiang Yan looked at the magic wolf and said. You are responsible for going out during the day with the treasure chest exploration team from the Shang Group to search for treasure chests. I will prepare 100 mist bottles for you, hide your tracks well, and don't let anyone, especially the Hunting Evil Bureau, find you. In the coming time, the Hunting Evil Bureau will start to take action and clean up the anomalies in Nandu. You need to use the mist bottles to cover your presence at all times and must not be careless. Jiang Yan took a puff from his pipe and said. The Hunting Evil Bureau is not simple. Although you are strong, as long as you are discovered by the Hunting Evil Bureau when I am not around, there is a high risk of being killed. The anomalies nodded repeatedly, committing every word of their boss to heart. Such a terrifying boss says the Hunting Evil Bureau is strong, so it must really be strong. At this moment, the antique street suddenly became noisy. I opened a treasure chest and got something great. Come and have a look. This thing can save all of you. Whoever offers the most ghost coins, this rebirth cross, will be sold to them. Zhang Xiaowu's sharp voice quickly rang out. No loud shouting in the antique street. Keep it down, or I'll kick you out. This was one of the most important rules of the antique street, because overly loud voices greatly increased the risk of attracting strange events. Although the shouting was immediately stopped, many people were still drawn in, gathering around the stall that had made the noise. Even Jiang Yan's heart stirred. Rebirth cross? He leaned against the door, smoking his pipe, and glanced over. The vendor was holding a steel gray cross and displayed its properties to everyone. Item, rebirth cross, drip blood and insert it into the earth. After death, you will be reborn under the cross. Seeing this item, a look of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. The rebirth cross was a hidden resource that could only be opened from treasure chests, and it was not sold in the shop. Because of its unique ability to resurrect, its price had always been very expensive in the market. By the time Jiang Yan died in his last life, the price of one rebirth cross had reached 100,000 ghost coins, and even then, there were no buyers. As it turned out, resurrection was not unimportant, but one couldn't rely solely on resurrection. Powerful people with the rebirth cross were terrifying, but players with the resurrection ability were generally seen as clowns. The people around also realized the value of the rebirth cross. This truly was a second life. In a world filled with strange occurrences and constant danger, everyone understood what it meant to have an extra life. I offer 1,000 ghost coins. Someone was the first to bid. Someone nearby sneered, 1,000 ghost coins? How dare you offer that? I offer 3,000. As soon as the 3,000 ghost coins bid was made, the surroundings fell silent. This was already the entire fortune for many people. Immediately, many people shook their heads, sighed, and quietly stepped back, knowing this valuable item was out of their reach. 3,500. 4,000. The price climbed rapidly, reaching 6,000 ghost coins. Only 3 people remained bidding in the antique street, with the rest of the crowd switching to watch mode. One of the bidders cursed while gritting his teeth, "Don't sell it yet. Wait for me." He turned and ran toward Jiang Yan's shop, shouting as he ran, "Damn it! I need a loan." Jiang Yan glanced at the gear the man was wearing, took out 4,000 ghost coins, and a loan contract for him. The man immediately strutted back, shaking the 4,000 ghost coins in his hand, and arrogantly said, 6,000 is nothing. I'll offer 7,000. Seeing this man hard bargaining with the loan, still holding 3,000 ghost coins in hand, the other 2 bidders looked at each other and fell silent. Everyone's hands were tied, this price had already been too high. The vendor, his face flushed with excitement, held up the rebirth cross and said, "This gentleman offered 7,000. Is there anyone else who will bid higher? If not, I will sell it to him." At that moment, a voice from the crowd cut in, "I offer 10,000. Everyone?" All eyes turned, and they saw a man wearing a Zhu Beiji mask pushing his way in from outside. He had clearly been observing for a long time, and only spoke at the very last moment to make his bid. 10,000 ghost coins was an astronomical price at this point, and everyone couldn't help but marvel. Even the loan guy froze in place. He only had 10,000 ghost coins in total, and it was impossible to outbid the other man. The vendor was so excited he almost couldn't hold it in, jumping around and shouting, "This gentleman! I was waiting for you!" Jiang Yan took a puff of his pipe, his gaze scanning the man in the Zhu Beiji mask, feeling that his figure was somewhat familiar. He didn't look deeper into the man's identity but simply said, "I offer 15,000. His voice echoed through the antique street, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. 15,000? Who is this god-level rich person? Raising the bid by 5,000 at the drop of a hat? But when they saw that the one shouting the price was Jiang Yanji, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Even the big yellow dog at the entrance of the antique street knew that the one named *** in the shop was a great wealth god. The stall owner swallowed his saliva and smiled obsequiously at Jiang Yanji. "Ah, it won't even take 15,000, 13,000 will do for you." Just as the stall owner was eagerly running towards Jiang Yanji, preparing to hand him the crucifix, the voice from the Pigsy mask sounded again. "I'll offer 20,000. Chapter 57, did he really get supported by him? I'll offer 20,000. When this price was announced, everyone in the antique street collectively gasped, making a remarkable contribution to solving global warming. Good heavens, who is this Pigsy mask person? Daring to compete with? This is the one with an unfathomable background. The one who shields the entire antique street from strange intrusions. Even if he shouted 3,000 ghost coins backward, the stall owner would still dare not refuse to sell it to him. Hearing the Pigsy mask call out 20,000, the stall owner's steps froze, his face full of embarrassment. This. Boss, don't compete with. I'll sell it for 13,000. Jiang Yanji lowered the brim of his hat, casting a glance at the Pigsy mask, and said faintly, "I'll offer 30,000. He always felt that this Pigsy mask was very familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. Moreover, beneath the mask, there seemed to be a hint of hatred in the gaze constantly sizing him up. Jiang Yanji couldn't remember having offended any living person, which made him a bit puzzled. Hearing Jiang Yanji quote 30,000 without blinking, the Pigsy mask's body trembled, and he glared at Jiang Yanji with deep resentment before turning and leaving. Jiang Yanji casually pulled out 30,000 ghost coins, held the rebirth crucifix in his hand, and watched the figure of Pigsy disappear into the bustling crowd of the antique street. This back, how does it look a bit like Wang Hucheng? Jiang Yanji muttered to himself, then immediately dismissed the thought. That, whom he had killed twice, probably had its ashes blown away by now. It must just be a resemblance. He turned around and handed the rebirth crucifix to An Xiaoxin, reminding her. After you drip blood on it, bury it in the small park behind the Shang Group. An Xiaoxin hesitated for a moment and asked. You're going to explore the secret realm, you should keep this for yourself. Jiang Yanji smiled faintly and shook his head. I won't die, I naturally don't need it. Except for the life-cutting spirit child that left the secret realm, Jiang Yanji couldn't think of any way he could die. Wang Hucheng hurriedly walked out of the antique street, cursing in his heart. Why won't this Zhang Yanji leave me alone? Why do I keep running into him no matter what I do? That day, Wang Hucheng was killed twice by Zhang Yanji, and his body was thrown into a fire by Zhang Xiaohu to be burned. But no one expected that he had a hidden skill, refresh. After refreshing the resurrection talent's cooldown, Wang Hucheng was once again revived from the flames. He didn't care about anything else and immediately jumped up to run. By that time, Zhang Yanji had already left the antique street with An Xiaoxin, and although Zhang Xiaohu and the others noticed, they did not pursue him under the night sky, watching helplessly as Wang Hucheng disappeared in the fiery sparks of the flames. Having survived by luck, Wang Hucheng was deeply terrified. Although he had long realized that Zhang Yanji was also a reincarnated person, Wang Hucheng couldn't figure out for the life of him why Zhang Yanji was so strong. I've been walking along the path of avoiding harm and seeking gain, clearly maximizing my growth speed. Even if he also has reincarnation experience, he should only be on par with me. Why has it turned out like this? Originally, Wang Hucheng was unwilling to step into the antique street even if he died, but because of the secret realm that was about to open tomorrow, he had no choice but to put on the Pigsy mask and enter Zhang Yanji's territory once again. Relying on the experience from his previous life, Wang Hucheng remembered that at this time, a rebirth crucifix appeared in the antique street. This item is a strategic level resource, especially for Wang Hucheng, who has the resurrection talent. This is his third resurrection. The most important thing is that the effect of the rebirth cross can allow those who die in the secret realm to leave the secret realm and be reborn in the real world. Before exploring the secret realm, preparing a rebirth cross for oneself ensures that no matter what, one will never die in the secret realm. For this guarantee, Wang Hucheng took great risks and entered the antique street, where he indeed encountered the rebirth cross. He thought that with his 20,000 dark coins, he could definitely get his hands on this strategic level resource. But he never expected that Zhang Yan, without even blinking, took out 30,000. At this moment, if Wang Hucheng could beat Zhang Yan, he really wanted to skin this good friend and old classmate. Wang Hucheng's gaze turned extremely grim, and he murmured to himself. Since it's already lost, regretting it is useless. Hurry up and leave the antique street, every second here is dangerous. As he reached the entrance of the antique street, Wang Hucheng's peripheral vision caught something on a nearby stall, and his steps suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with surprise. It was a stone coffin, only the size of a fist. Item, stone coffin toy. After dripping blood, the holder dies, and the body will appear inside the stone coffin. The body will shrink permanently by 95%. Can only be used once. This was also a hidden resource, but most players, after seeing its properties, couldn't make any sense of it. So this hidden resource often couldn't sell for much. But Wang Hucheng knew that for players with the resurrection talent, this was a good item. It can prevent others from camping the body. Once you die, your body will immediately disappear from the spot and enter the stone coffin that was placed in advance. Half an hour later, the player will resurrect and crawl out of the stone coffin from a safe location. As for the permanent 95% shrinkage penalty, it can be neutralized with a potion from the shop. It's very expensive, but it greatly increases one's flexibility. After all, what players with the resurrection talent fear the most is being camped by others at their body. After some haggling, Wang Hucheng successfully bought the stone coffin from the stall owner for 1,000 dark coins. Not bad, this thing can also be used outside the secret realm. Although it's not as useful as the rebirth cross and comes with a high cost, it's still very powerful. Wang Hucheng left the antique street contentedly and quickly headed toward the location where tomorrow's secret realm would begin. This first secret realm wasn't too difficult, the rewards were relatively generous, and most importantly, the Fate Slayer child could not come out. If that taboo beast stayed in the southern city, it would pose a huge threat to everyone. That evening, when Zhang Yan and An Xiaoxin returned to the Shang Group, An Baosheng discussed the plan for tomorrow's secret realm with Zhang Yan. An Baosheng had originally planned to arrange for some people to enter the secret realm to explore, but Zhang Yan firmly stopped him. He took a puff from his pipe and calmly said, "The secret realm is very dangerous. I'll go alone. Take this 300,000, Uncle An. While I'm away, develop Dingsheng well." Looking at the 300,000 shining dark coins that Zhang Yan pushed over, An Baosheng swallowed heavily and cautiously asked, "Is this the profit from the antique street?" "You keep it, spend it with Xiaoxin, you don't need to give it to me." Zhang Yan smiled faintly and said, "The antique street only made a few thousand dark coins, I gave it all to Zhang Xiaohu and the others." After Zhang Yan left with An Xiaoxin, An Baosheng stared at the 300,000 golden dark coins on the table, deep in thought. Damn it, my son-in-law really raised that stinky kid? Chapter 58, let's die once more. After settling everything in Southern City, the next morning, Zhang Yan drove alone and arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Every secret realm has a fixed entrance, and the secret realm's prompt has already marked the location for each player. If the secret realm is successfully cleared, this entrance will disappear. If the secret realm's time ends without being successfully cleared, the strange things inside will escape from the entrance and gain enhancement. The entrance to the third hospital of the secret realm is located next to an ordinary building ruin, with a flickering white light lingering. Jiang Yan knew that as long as it was the start time of the secret realm, he could touch the white light and pay a 500 underworld coin entry fee to enter. Entering is easy, but leaving is very difficult. Many people simply disappeared inside the secret realm, their bones gone. To leave, one must wait for the secret realm to be cleared, or for the time to run out. If time runs out, the humans who are still alive inside will be teleported out. However, the strange things in the secret realm will be teleported out as well. Jiang Yan casually found a quiet corner to sit, printing money while quietly waiting for the secret realm to open. Although most of the printed materials didn't follow, the underworld coins coming from the black crows and man-faced strange spiders on his body were still quite considerable. "Hey, buddy, are you here for the secret realm too?" A sneaky middle-aged man approached Jiang Yan, grinning with a mouthful of yellow teeth. Jiang Yan didn't look at him, giving a faint nod as he continued printing money. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "I'm also planning to see if I can get something in the secret realm. Can we team up later? It'll be good for us to look out for each other." Jiang Yan glanced at the man out of the corner of his eye, noticing 2 guns tucked at his waist, estimating his entire outfit was worth about 2 or 3,000 underworld coins. He smiled faintly and didn't respond. There were many people who wanted to enter the secret realm for the rewards. After all, it was the first secret realm, and everyone lacked awareness of the dangers inside. But once inside, the people who died the quickest were these people trying to freeload. Seeing Jiang Yan not speak, the middle-aged man's smile stiffened a bit, but he still grinned and said, "I see you have some pretty good equipment, you must be rich. Can you do me a favor? Give me 500 underworld coins, and I'll pay you back when I get out of the secret realm." As he spoke, a cold gun muzzle pressed against Jiang Yan's waist. From the ruins behind, 3 men immediately appeared, grinning with sinister smiles, surrounding Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's pipe hung at his mouth, and he raised his eyes with interest, looking at the middle-aged man. "Are you extorting me?" The moment their eyes met, the crimson explosion effect activated. The middle-aged man instantly felt a pair of scarlet, fierce eyes appear before him. The terror within destroyed his mind directly. It was as if the half-faced man under the brim of the hat in front of him was the most terrifying thing in the world, with no exception. To survive, he must kill him. Bang! A gunshot rang out as the middle-aged man pulled the trigger. A damage number appeared above Jiang Yan's head, -1. The 4 men who surrounded Jiang Yan froze when they saw this number. Before they could react and start to flee, a hoarse, ominous scream rang in their ears. "Die! Die! Die!" The black crow stood on Jiang Yan's shoulder, flapping its wings and placing a curse on each one. 2 seconds later, the curse exploded, and purple-black skulls fell from their heads. -874. -861. -839. -894. Thud, thud. The 4 men turned ashen, kneeling on the ground, silently dying. Not long after, 4 human-shaped spider cocoons appeared behind Jiang Yan, who was still sitting on the ground, smoking his pipe. The cocoons occasionally wriggled, and small man-faced strange spiders crawled out, slipping into Jiang Yan's spider silk gloves. Being ambushed like this wasn't rare in the chaotic times when strange things descended. Especially since Jiang Yan was alone, he looked too easy to bully. Unfortunately, they found the wrong opponent. In another corner, a car from the Bureau of Hunting Anomalies was parked. Wang Jia, sitting in the passenger seat, slowly opened his eyes, let out a deep breath, and said, "I finally spent all 250,000 ghost coins." This huge sum was extremely rare, and Wang Jia had to convert it into combat power as efficiently as possible. So his shopping process had lasted until now. "Chen Haichuan, you said earlier that you found some clues about this secret realm? Tell us about it." Chen Haichuan nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "The name of the secret realm is the Third Hospital. I went back to investigate and found out that more than 50 years ago, there actually was a place called the Third Hospital in Nandu, and its location was exactly the same as the entrance to the secret realm." Hearing this, all the hunters in the car were stunned. Wang Jia was shocked and said, "What? And then? Why is the Third Hospital in Nandu gone?" Chen Haichuan said, "They say people died inside, and it was sealed off for a long time. Later, it was demolished. As for what exactly happened, we have no records of it." Wang Jia showed a thoughtful expression, pondered for a long time, and slowly nodded. "Report your findings. This is valuable. Once we go in, we should be able to find more clues." Looking at his watch, Wang Jia asked, "Is everyone ready?" The hunters in the car all nodded in unison, their faces full of killing intent. "Always ready." Not far away, the white light at the entrance suddenly brightened, and all players in Nandu received a system notification. The secret realm, Third Hospital, has been opened. Players who wish to enter should hurry to the entrance. Entrance open time, 30 minutes. As the entrance opened, players began to step into the white light one after another. After paying 500 ghost coins, their figures gradually faded, as if entering another space. Jiang Yan did not rush in. He sat in the corner of the ruins, smoking his pipe, watching the state of the entrance. Soon, Jiang Yan saw a team of hunters from the Bureau of Hunting Anomalies, led by Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan, disappearing into the entrance of the secret realm. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth curled into a smile. As expected, the Bureau of Hunting Anomalies won't let the secret realm fail. But I remember that in my past life, the heavily sword hunter god wasn't in Nandu at this time. Why did he suddenly appear? If he had led the team in my past life, then the third hospital secret realm in Nandu shouldn't have failed to be cleared, and the fate-cutting spirit child wouldn't have escaped. Just as Jiang Yan stood up, preparing to enter the secret realm, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw someone who shouldn't have appeared. Wang Hucheng. This old friend ran straight into the entrance of the secret realm. His speed was fast, but Jiang Yan still recognized him at a glance. He's not dead yet? Jiang Yan frowned slightly, very surprised. Taking a deep draw from his pipe, Jiang Yan suddenly chuckled. Then I'll just let him die again. Chapter 59, Don't Let Me Catch You. Jiang Yan strolled leisurely into the white light at the entrance of the secret realm, and a prompt immediately popped up on his player panel. Pay 500 ghost coins to enter the secret realm, third hospital? Jiang Yan chose yes. In the next moment, his vision flashed with light, and he disappeared from where he was. His vision blurred for a moment. When it became clear again, Jiang Yan found himself standing in a square glowing with white light, surrounded by many people. Everyone was shrouded in a faint white glow, making it difficult to identify them. A loud notification rumbled in Jiang Yan's ears. Waiting for the secret realm to open, remaining time, 15 minutes. Players are prohibited from attacking each other before the secret realm opens. Jiang Yan checked his shoulder and gloves, confirmed that the black crow and the human-faced ghost spider were still there, and then calmly sat down to earn ghost coins for 15 minutes. During this time, more players kept arriving, filling almost the entire square. When the countdown ended, the square suddenly lit up, and the rumbling notification sounded again. Secret realm entrance closed. Secret realm, third hospital. Extracting the rules of the secret realm. Rule 1, the strange entities in the secret realm cannot be killed. Rule 2, every time a human player dies in the secret realm, all strange attributes increase by 1%. Rule 3, human players in the secret realm cannot use active skills. Players can accumulate 5,000 hell coins to re-roll the above rule entries, with the cost doubling each time. The player who contributes the most hell coins in each re-roll will receive a single buff effect. Once all the rule entries are confirmed, the secret realm will officially begin. Looking at these 3 rule entries, Jiang Yan immediately sucked in a cold breath. These rule entries are a bit too ridiculous. Especially the first and second, they basically want everyone's lives. Sure enough, the players in the square immediately became chaotic. What the hell are these rules? We can't play like this. The strange entities can't be killed, are we just supposed to survive? I'm not participating anymore. I want to leave. Let me out. A player angrily charged towards the edge of the square, trying to leave the secret realm. But it was too late. Once you're in, no one can leave until the secret realm ends. A calm older brother stood up, raising his voice to rally everyone. Brothers, now we're all grasshoppers on the same boat. Let's do what we can and contribute a little. At least we must change the first rule. Otherwise, we have no chance of survival in the secret realm. I'll contribute 200. As he spoke, a golden number appeared above his head. 200. And behind the first rule, a progress bar appeared, 200/5000. I really have no money left. I spent it all on equipment before entering the secret realm. Who knew it would turn out like this? I only have 13 hell coins left. I'll contribute all of it. Golden numbers showing 13 hell coins appeared above his head. The progress bar also increased slightly. Someone nearby immediately swore and said, "What do you mean, you're contributing all of it? I don't believe this nonsense. You're clearly just unwilling to pay. If I'd known the secret realm was such a scam, I would have never entered." He cursed, but still contributed 100 hell coins to the progress bar. Jiang Yan stood in the corner, taking a puff from his old pipe and silently muttering. These 3 rule entries are indeed dangerous, but every time they re-roll the rule entries, the player who contributes the most hell coins will get a buff effect. It's a huge opportunity. No wonder many people in the past life said to prepare extra hell coins before entering the secret realm. It really helps. Behind the rule entries, there was also a 30-second countdown. Every time new hell coins were contributed, the countdown would refresh. In another corner, Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan, along with other hunters, exchanged glances. Although they were all covered by white light and couldn't recognize each other's faces, the hunters of the Hunter Bureau had their own secret signals, and silently gathered together. This is bad. My hell coins are also spent. Chen Haichuan's eyes were filled with bitterness. Wang Jia remained silent. For this first secret realm, no one was sure about what to expect. Everyone had done their best to prepare before entering. The hell coins were spent to the last bit. No one expected that after entering, they'd face such an awkward situation. No matter what, we must change the first rule. It would be best if we change the second one as well. Wang Jia took a deep breath, furrowing his brows as he said. Even if we have to sell our equipment, we can't enter the secret realm with such terrible rules. Otherwise, we might all be wiped out in there. Chen Haichuan nodded solemnly and said. All right, I'll sell the equipment. Just as Chen Haichuan was about to make a desperate move, selling his relatively less important equipment at half price to the system shop. Suddenly, a golden number of 2757 appeared above someone's head. The empty part of the progress bar was completely filled. Everyone went silent, then immediately began to praise. Wow, there's a big shot. Thank you, big shot. Big shot, you saved my life. That person curled his lips, said nothing, and just stood there silently. Jiang Yan glanced at the person. A cold sneer flashed across his face. Normal players, without any experience in secret realms, would never bring large amounts of soul coins into the game. So, the one who could spend money at this stage was almost certainly his old friend. The reason Jiang Yan hadn't acted to fill the progress bar was that he was waiting for Wang Hucheng to act first. After all, single target buffs were still very tempting, and Wang Hucheng, with his reincarnation experience, couldn't ignore it. Jiang Yan muttered softly. Human-faced spider, send one of its offspring into this person's clothes. Jiang Yan's left hand, wearing a spider silk glove, moved slightly, and a tiny human-faced spider descended on a thread of silk, quietly climbing up the person's pants leg. Wait a minute, what kind of rule entry just got triggered? Holy crap! This one's even worse than the last. Jiang Yan glanced over. Rule 1, after an eerie death, players within 50 meters have their health cap reduced by 10%. Everyone shuddered when they saw this rule. Kill a few eerie creatures, and the health cap could be dangerously low. At that point, even a weak eerie creature could kill them with a single slap. What are we going to do? Can we refresh it again? Boss. It's all up to you. Many pairs of eyes turned to the figure who was suspected to be Wang Hucheng. The person stayed silent for a moment and said. Too expensive, I don't have any more money. The rule entry could still be refreshed, but this time, it required 10,000 soul coins. Upon hearing this voice, a cold sneer appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes. Although the person deliberately lowered their voice, Jiang Yan could still tell from the tone. This was his best old buddy, Wang Hucheng. Good brother, you better not run into me in the secret realm. Jiang Yan sneered coldly and casually tossed out 10,000 soul coins. Chapter 60, The Secret Realm is Ruined. As Jiang Yan tossed out the 10,000 soul coins, a golden number floated above his head. 10,000. The progress bar was immediately filled, and the first rule of the secret realm changed. Rule 1, after an eerie death, it splits into 3 weaker eerie creatures. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they all looked at Jiang Yan. Holy shit! He threw out 10,000? Big boss. Bringing 10,000 soul coins into the secret realm, that's impressive. Wait, with 10,000 soul coins, wouldn't it be better to buy some equipment? Why bring it into the secret realm? I don't get it. Can you keep up with the way a big boss thinks? No need to understand, just thank them. Thank you, big boss. You changed the rule entry to something more manageable for us. This refreshed rule, although it still greatly increased the danger to players, was much better than the previous two. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, another large golden number appeared above Jiang Yan's head. 20,000. The first rule entry was refreshed again. Everyone? Wait, this big boss is a bit too reckless, isn't he? The last entry was fine. Why keep refreshing it? Before anyone could see what the new entry was, an even larger golden number appeared above Jiang Yan's head. 40,000. The rule entry was refreshed again. Everyone. Big boss, are you here to launder money? 700,000 soul coins were already thrown out, how terrifying. Why not do something useful with that much money? My god, if I had 70,000 soul coins, I'd be invincible. I don't even have 7,000 soul coins in total, how is someone casually tossing out 70,000? Line. No one would ever want to. Except for Jiang Yan. His basic attributes are very high, so even with only 10%, his gains are much higher than those of normal players. Also, Jiang Yan has so much money, he doesn't know where to spend it. Now, adding a bit of strength costs him 10 million underworld coins, but this buff of plus 10% health only cost him 10,000. Although it can't be taken out, and can only be used in the secret realm, the cost effectiveness is still very high. Having tasted the sweetness, Jiang Yan proceeded to roll 5 more times. 5 consecutive golden numbers popped up above Jiang Yan's head, each one bigger than the last. 80,000. 160,000. 320,000. 640,000. 1,280,000. The entire room fell silent. In the hearts of all players, a million heads of grass mud horses galloped past. What is this? What the hell am I seeing? This must be a dream. It can't be real. How can anyone spend several million underworld coins in the secret realm to roll for a stat? One person muttered to themselves. No. Even if all the rewards of this secret realm were given to you, could you really earn back those 2 million or so? Another person murmured. I don't believe it. How could someone have so many underworld coins? You must be a paid shill. Suddenly, someone saw the newly rolled rule stat and let out a heartbreaking cry. Why did the weird, undying rule appear again? Everyone focused their eyes. Rule 1, the weird creatures in the secret realm cannot be killed. It was exactly the same as when they first entered. The only difference is that when they entered, the progress bar was at 5,000, but now the progress bar is at 2.56 million. Everyone's heart sank. This secret realm has already been broken. A woman squatted on the ground, crying in despair. We're all doomed now. Next to Jiang Yan, someone sighed. Big shot, can you stop being so willful? What should we do now? Jiang Yan glanced at the buffs on his player panel and casually said. Just roll again, right? He rolled again. A golden number that covered the sky appeared above his head. 2.56 million. Rule 1, weird creatures in the secret realm take minus 30% damage. Everyone. Silence, a death-like silence. They never expected that this big shot could still pull something like this out. Far away, the hunter team surrounding Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan had several people who couldn't hold back and broke down. They were all professionally trained and normally wouldn't break down, unless they really couldn't take it. How good would it be if we had those few million underworld coins? He actually threw it all away just for a secret realm stat? Aha! The heavens are unfair. Chen Haichuan looked at Wang Jia, who was stunned, and whispered. Hunter God, what do you think? This person's financial power is just too ridiculous. Wang Jia suddenly shivered, his face turning pale, as if he had seen a ghost, and whispered. Don't you think? This guy, his voice is very similar to Forbidden 006? Chen Haichuan froze for a moment, then immediately felt a bucket of ice water poured over him, from his head to his feet. His body hair stood on end. Before Wang Jia spoke, Chen Haichuan had been completely captivated by the enormous underworld coin number and hadn't paid attention to Jiang Yan's voice. But now. Forbidden 006 also came in? Chen Haichuan felt his legs weaken and nearly fell to the ground. This was the most terrifying ghost story he had ever heard in his entire life. They were originally planning to handle the secret realm first and then deal with Forbidden 006, spreading the pressure. But now, has all the pressure been concentrated together? A terrifying Forbidden 006, combined with an unknown secret realm, this is like a hellish configuration. Nearby, Jiang Yan looked at the first rule stat, nodded with satisfaction, and said. Alright, this one will do. Let's roll the second stat. Everyone. He can roll again? Does he still have money? Next time he rolls, it's going to be 5.12 million underworld coins. Jiang Yan rolled 3 more times, and finally rolled out a suitable rule. 3 golden numbers, as vast as the sky, floated out from him, lasting for a long time. 5.12 million. 10.24 million. 20.48 million. Jiang Yan looked at the second rule he had rolled. Rule 1, weird creatures in the secret realm take minus 30% damage. Rule 2, the strange movement speed in the secret realm increases by 50%. Rule 3, human players in the secret realm cannot use active skills. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. Pretty good. The crowd. Numb. Completely numb. We haven't even seen what the secret realm is like, but we've already been shown up by the big shot. Chapter 61, Today, I can be considered respecting the elderly and caring for the young. By now, even Jiang Yan began to feel some pain from spending the ghost coins. As for the third rule entry, Jiang Yan had no intention of trying to break it. Human players cannot use active skills in the secret realm? This rule is perfect for Jiang Yan. He, as a money printer, doesn't need any active skills. He relies entirely on his aura and super attributes to act recklessly, completely ignoring this third rule. Big shot. Please accept my knee. The person beside Jiang Yan had already been stunned, and now finally came to his senses. He plopped to his knees in front of Jiang Yan, seriously saying, Big shot, can I follow you from now on? Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, Let's talk about it when you survive and get out of the secret realm. Although these 3 rules weren't that difficult, among all the people entering the secret realm, the chance of surviving and getting out is probably 1 in 10. Secret realm, 3rd hospital. Officially opened. A flash of light, and everyone disappeared from the square. In the evening, on a remote street, the sunlight fell, and under the dimming sun, a trace of blood was hidden. Jiang Yan's figure appeared out of nowhere on the street. The slightly cool evening breeze blew, lifting an old newspaper from the ground. The newspaper tumbled and rolled on the ground until it stopped in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's gaze fell on the newspaper, the ink shifting and showing a line of text. Please reach the 3rd hospital before nightfall. Taking bus number 14 might be your best option. This secret realm is filled with the strange. Do not expose your identity as a living person. The strange attacks in this secret realm are relatively weak. Do not provoke them. After entering the 3rd hospital, please follow the head nurse's orders. The 3rd hospital is theoretically only 7 floors. There is theoretically only 1 strange in the secret realm. Killing this strange will end the secret realm. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. Theoretically? Jiang Yan looked up and saw a bus stop not far away. Bus number 14 stops here. The bus stop sign had a list of stations, and Jiang Yan searched for the 3rd hospital, but couldn't find it. The final stop was called Nandu Bus Hub. The bus stop sign looked very old, not like the style from the last few years in Nandu. As he was looking at his surroundings, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a small hand gently poke his back leg. A timid voice came from behind. Big brother, you dropped your money. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and turned to look. Behind him was a little boy with a bruised face, wearing ragged clothes, and his eyes were devoid of pupils, filled with dead gray. This little strange held a yellow paper money, smiling as he handed it to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's face darkened, and he said, This isn't mine. What a joke, how could I, a money printer, drop paper money? I suspect you're insulting me. The little strange smile suddenly vanished, and the corners of his mouth dropped, exuding a cold and eerie aura. Big brother, I saw with my own eyes, this money fell out of your pocket. Quick, take it. What? Big brother, could it be that you can't spend it? The little strange looked at Jiang Yan with a sinister gaze, and a trace of blood-red malice flashed in his dead gray eyes. Jiang Yan knew that he had probably angered this little strange and exposed his identity as a living person. But does Jiang Yan fear it? The money I've thrown on myself is just for decoration? All the buffs I gave myself before entering are fake? Jiang Yan chuckled, extending his left hand to pat the little strange's head. Lying is not good, little one. You'll get your ears eaten by the big spider. Jiang Yan's spider silk glove suddenly exploded, and a dense swarm of face-distorted spiders rushed out, instantly covering his whole body with small, creepy spiders. Ah! A sharp scream echoed around the bus stop on Route 14. 3 seconds later, Jiang Yan sat on a public bench at the bus stop, casually playing with a rough, yellow paper money in his hand. Under the eaves of the bus stop, a spider silk cocoon, shaped like a child, hung upside down. The gray-white spider silk occasionally wriggled, with tiny face-distorted spiders crawling out, sneaking into Jiang Yan's left-hand spider silk gloves. As Jiang Yan folded the yellow paper money into a paper ingot, hurried footsteps sounded from the street nearby. A middle-aged woman, her hair disheveled, eyes burning with green ghostly fire, and dressed in a purple-black long dress, with a pair of large red embroidered shoes, swiftly walked towards Jiang Yan. Where is my son? This is the money I gave to buy soy sauce for my son. Why is it in your hands? With her ghostly fire eyes fixed on the paper ingot in Jiang Yan's hand, the woman let out a sharp, shrill howl. She stretched out her ghostly claws and directly lunged at the yellow paper ingot in Jiang Yan's hand, a cold wind howling fiercely. What? Do I look like soy sauce to you? Jiang Yan shifted his body slightly, using his back to block the woman's sharp claws. A damage number immediately appeared. -1. A damage number also appeared above the woman's head. -400. Ah! The woman threw her head back and let out a sharp, terrifying howl, staring at Jiang Yan with icy coldness, saying, There is a living person here. How many years has it been since we saw fresh flesh and blood? Come and eat him. Jiang Yan weighed the yellow paper ingot in his hand and chuckled. Black Crow, bless them for a reunion. Dark and ominous curses rang out one after another. Decay. Plague. Death. Destruction. A series of damage numbers floated out from the woman. minus 77, minus 641, minus 76, minus 1249, minus 1546. Moments later, another woman-shaped spider silk cocoon appeared under the bus stop's eaves. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane tapping on the ground echoed, and an elderly woman, bent over with a hunchback, slowly walked over from another direction, her face adorned with a kind smile. She trembled and asked, "I just heard someone say something about buying soy sauce? Young man, did you buy soy sauce? Here you go." The kind old woman opened her bamboo basket, revealing scorpions, centipedes, snakes, spiders, and geckos crawling all over. Their eerie, sinister eyes all looked at Jiang Yan. The old woman took out a glass bottle, filled with thick, red liquid. "Young man, give me the money." The old woman gestured with her eyes towards the yellow paper ingot in Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan sighed, "Today, I'll be respectful to the elderly and care for the young." Another old woman-shaped spider silk cocoon appeared under the eaves. By the time the 14th bus arrived at Jiang Yan's stop, the eaves were already filled with various spider silk cocoons, a dazzling display. Screech. The bus doors slowly opened in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan exhaled a green smoke ring and stepped onto the bus. In front of him was a strange being with a blue face and sharp teeth, grinning at Jiang Yan, saying, "The fare is 1 yuan." Jiang Yan thought for a moment, too lazy to drive himself, and obediently pulled out a 1 yuan ghost coin, placing it in the coin box. He glanced inside the bus and immediately smiled. He saw 2 familiar faces. In the large bus cabin, a few scattered beings were seated. Among them, 2 were human, apparently boarding earlier at the stop. Jiang Yan recognized these 2, Chen Yuru, a hunter from the Bureau of Ghost Hunting, and Wang Jia, the god of the heavily sword hunters. These 2 were sitting by the bus windows, their bodies stiff, not daring to glance around. Beside them, there was a strange creature sitting next to them. The one next to Chen Yuru was playing with a phone, and the one next to Wang Jia was reading a newspaper. 1 or 2 strange creatures, even the hunters from the Bureau of Ghost Hunting would not fear them if fighting alone. There are more than a dozen strange beings on this bus, including the driver, and even for someone like Wang Jia, a hunter of gods, this is an absolute death trap. Once a fight breaks out, with his cursed peachwood sword in hand, he might have a slim chance of escaping, but Chen Yuro is definitely doomed. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, the strange beings in the secret realm have a relatively low desire to attack. As long as their identity as living humans remains concealed, they won't directly be ambushed. That's why this bus on Route 14 barely maintains an eerie calm. Wang Jia held his breath as much as possible, only daring to take a breath by the window when he absolutely couldn't hold it any longer, fearing that the warm air from his mouth and nose might attract the strange being's attention. Since boarding this bus, he hadn't relaxed for even a moment. He felt like a tightly strung bow, his hand never leaving the handle of the cursed peachwood sword. Is this bus Route 14 really the best way to reach the 3rd hospital? Riding the bus with a group of strange beings, the danger level is explosive, isn't it? Wang Jia cursed the secret realm's ancestors to the 18th generation in his mind. Until the bus stopped at the next station, Wang Jia watched as 5 strange beings lined up to board. His curses suddenly stopped. 5 have boarded, but how many are still outside? The number of strange beings in this secret realm, it's really ridiculous. Wang Jia thought of a certain possibility, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Though there are so many strange beings in the bus with him, if he hadn't boarded, who knows how many more there could have been. Moreover, the journey would be longer, increasing the chances of being entangled by strange beings. Additionally, time was a huge factor. Wang Jia glanced at the setting sun outside the window, muttering to himself. At night, the aggression of strange beings is generally stronger. The warning to reach the 3rd hospital before nightfall is definitely not baseless. It seems that taking the bus is indeed one of the best methods. At the 3rd station, 3 passengers boarded the bus. Among them was Chen Yuro. She was wedged between 2 strange beings, her body stiff, not daring to make a sound, beads of cold sweat covering her forehead. Step by step, like a puppet on strings, she moved slowly toward the front of the bus. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro's eyes met for a brief moment, both silently agreeing not to speak. Chen Yuro quietly shifted direction and sat in the empty seat just ahead of Wang Jia. But one of the 2 strange beings who boarded with her followed suit, sitting down right next to her. Now, each hunter was sitting next to a strange being. Wang Jia, sitting behind her, could clearly see the fine hairs on the back of Chen Yuro's neck standing on end, each one pointing straight to the sky. It was an unmistakable sign of horror. After being a hunter for so long and battling strange beings countless times, this was the first time he'd been in the same vehicle with them. Creak, the bus stopped again, and something else got on. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro looked over at the same time, only to see a single figure. Both of them let out a slight sigh of relief. 1 is better than 2. But when Wang Jia and Chen Yuro saw exactly what was boarding, their vision went black, and they nearly fainted from shock. It was a man dressed in all black, black clothes, black pants, and black leather boots. He wore a strange, low-crowned hat, casting a shadow that covered half his face. An eerie black mist enveloped his entire body. He held an old pipe with a thin wisp of smoke curling from it. His left hand was gloved in grayish-white, while a shadowy black raven perched on his right shoulder. The raven's crimson eye gleamed like a blood-red moon at midnight, hanging above the two hunters' chests. Forbidden 006. He really entered this secret realm. Chen Yuro felt like she might wet herself. Creak, creak, the sound of Wang Jia's teeth clattering lightly echoed in the quiet bus, sharply disturbing the otherwise still atmosphere. Seeing the two hunters nearly losing their minds in fear, Jiang Yan found it quite amusing. Shouldn't the hunters of the Ghost Hunting Bureau have strong psychological endurance and be extremely calm? How could they be so scared by these few strange creatures while riding a bus? He casually walked to the farthest end of the bus, sitting in the most profitable spot for printing money. With so many strange creatures on the bus, Jiang Yan certainly couldn't miss out on using their life force as printing material. EAN coins plus 7,312. EAN coins plus 3,533. EAN coins plus 754. EAN coins plus 681. EAN coins plus 1,153. The first two were the EAN coins earned from the human-faced ghost spider and the black raven under the protection aura, while the rest came from the strange creatures on the bus and the countless little spiders providing a few dozen to over 100 EAN coins per second. Altogether, it actually exceeded 30,000 EAN coins per second. Jiang Yan exhaled a pleasant smoke ring, feeling that this bus ride was quite a nice experience. At that moment, a cold voice came from beside Jiang Yan. "This seat is saved for my wife. Move." Jiang Yan glanced sideways and saw a strange creature beside him, its face pale and swollen, with purple-black, tainted blood continuously flowing under the skin, soaking the seat beneath it, emitting a foul odor. "Someone like you can have a wife?" Jiang Yan felt it was unbelievable. "What does your wife see in you? Does she like that you don't bathe?" The strange creature's face suddenly changed. A burst of rage appeared on its swollen, pale face, and it leaped up with a bang, roaring. "Kid! Do you want to die? I thought you looked a bit like a human." This roar immediately attracted everyone's attention in the quiet bus. All the cold, eerie eyes on the bus focused on Jiang Yan, ready to devour him. Jiang Yan's gaze remained calm, not saying a word. He only smiled faintly and extended his left hand, lightly patting the strange creature's pale, swollen face. The movement was very frivolous. The next moment, the gray-white spider silk gloves suddenly exploded. Boom! The dense human-faced ghost spiders surged out from within, instantly covering the swollen strange creature's body. Moments later, a swollen spider cocoon was firmly tied to the seat next to Jiang Yan. The gray-white spider silk occasionally wriggled, with tiny spiders crawling out, sneaking into Jiang Yan's spider silk gloves. Wang Jia and Chen Yuru's pupils suddenly contracted like pinpricks. He made a move. Taboo 006 has made a move again. Did you see his killing rule? Chen Yuru asked in a trembling voice, as quietly as possible. Wang Jia swallowed hard, shaking his head in confusion. "I can't tell. He didn't hesitate to strike, so he must have triggered his killing rule. But, what is it?" Chen Yuru thought for a moment, then hesitated, saying. "Was it insulting him? Is Taboo 006 a taboo with a strong sense of pride?" Wang Jia. Normally, taboo killing rules are easy to trigger. I think, rather than insulting, the more likely rule is speaking loudly to him. Chen Yuru thought for a moment, suddenly startled, and nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Even when I was stunned by his gaze and slashed him with a knife, I never shouted at him. It turns out this is why we weren't killed by Taboo 006. Wang Jia and Chen Yuru exchanged a glance, and both saw the same fear in each other's eyes. This was indeed a very easy-to-trigger killing rule. All the people from the Ghost Hunting Bureau who went to take out loans from Taboo 006 hadn't been killed. They had to admit, some luck was involved. Wang Jia whispered. The strange creature just now shouted at Taboo 006 at around 70 decibels. For now, we're guessing that Taboo 006's killing rule is to kill anything that creates a sound over 60 decibels within its field of vision. The two of them took advantage of the fact that all the strange creatures on the bus were focused on Jiang Yan and discussed this in a very low voice between the seats, arriving at what they thought was the correct conclusion. Both Wang Jia and Chen Yuru were sure in their hearts. They both saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Understanding the killing rules is the most important step to dealing with the taboo. Wang Jia said seriously, whoever survives among us must bring this discovery out. With this information, the future sealing of Taboo 006 by the Hunter Bureau will have fewer casualties. Chen Yuro nodded firmly, her eyes full of determination. We must survive and bring this message out of the secret realm. Seeing the strange thing next to Jiang Yan turn into a bloated spider silk cocoon, a strange creature sitting near the front of the bus slowly stood up, its voice hoarse and gloomy as it said. Old Zhang is a good monster. Why did you do such a terrible thing to old Zhang? A pair of malicious eyes locked onto Jiang Yan, who was sitting at the very back printing money. Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe, his voice hoarse as he laughed and said, "If you're not happy, come and join him." A pair of emotionless eyes lifted from beneath the brim of a strange hat, meeting the four eyes of the creature. Blood-red light exploded, activating. Boom! A heavy hum rang out from deep within the creature's consciousness, and the whole monster lost its self-awareness. In its eyes, a pair of blood-red eyes filled its entire vision, emanating an aggression that was the most terrifying it had ever seen. It must kill him. Otherwise, such a terrifying existence will definitely kill me. The creature completely lost its sanity, roaring furiously and leaping towards Jiang Yan. The shrill roar echoed and rolled through the bus. But the speed of the creature's attack on Jiang Yan was not as fast as expected. Originally, the secret realm had a creature acceleration effect, and the monster's speed was as fast as lightning. But Jiang Yan had the swamp aura, level 10, with a 25% chance to imprison per second. Plus the Black Raven's evil and ominous curse, decay. The curse's slowing effect further suppressed the creature's speed significantly. The creature bared its claws, roaring continuously, rushing at Jiang Yan at 0.5 times speed. Inside the bus, the ominous curse of the Black Raven resounded. Plague. Death. Annihilation. A series of damage numbers floated from the creature's body. -61, -627, -72, -1164, -1689. Boom! The creature, with its claws bared, had barely crossed half the distance when it directly collapsed and died. Jiang Yan's left hand, wearing a gray-white spider silk glove, naturally dropped to his side, the spider silk wriggling as countless human-faced spider bodies dragged behind, crawling out from the gloves, landing, and scurrying toward the creature that had fallen midway. A few seconds later, the creature turned into a spider silk cocoon, blending strangely with the bus floor. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro exchanged glances, both nodding at the same time. That's right. The killing rule of Taboo 006 is definitely sound. Chen Yuro felt extremely lucky. Her usual quiet personality meant that, even when she had been mentally intimidated in Taboo 006's shop earlier, she had never made a sound while drawing her knife to strike him. Otherwise, she might have already turned into a cocoon constantly producing little spiders by now. Chen Yuro shuddered in fear, rubbing her goosebumps vigorously. Jiang Yan's calm gaze lifted from beneath his hat, sweeping across the bus, his low and hoarse voice asking, "Is there anyone else?" All the creatures lowered their heads, their eyes fixed on their noses, not daring to breathe. Their cautious demeanor was exactly the same as Wang Jia and Chen Yuro's when they boarded the bus earlier. Seeing no creature looking for trouble, Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction, took a puff from his old pipe, and continued printing money. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro exchanged a glance and both shuddered. Indeed, everything is balanced, one thing controls another. As expected of Taboo 006. Screech. The bus stopped again, the door opened, and something stepped inside. It was a young man wearing the Hunter Bureau's hunter uniform. Jiang Yan remembered him, he had borrowed 15,000 from him. His eyes swept across the bus, landing on Wang Jia, and he called out in surprise. "Hunter God?" The voice was loud, piercing through the dead silence of the carriage. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro felt like they had been struck by lightning, their faces instantly turning pale. "You speak so loudly, do you want to trigger the deadly rules of Taboo 006? A flash of despair crossed Chen Yurua's eyes. Oh no. Just now, that shot did not sound much quieter than the strange eerie roar. It must have triggered it. He is going to die. What can I do? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Chen Yurua's mind. Then she realized she could do nothing. She could only watch helplessly as he, who triggered the killing rules, was killed by Taboo 006 in a grim way. Tears burst out in an instant, and Chen Yurua pressed her mouth tightly, trying not to cry out loud. Reality is always so cruel, making people unwilling to face it. Wang Jia held his forehead, painfully closing his eyes, with tears sparkling at the corners. Comrade, have a good journey. I will carry your glory and continue on. I will seal Taboo 006, avenging you. I will. The young hunter who just boarded saw that Wang Jia and Chen Yurua's expressions were off and immediately realized that there was a big problem in this carriage. The atmosphere was too strange. The young hunter scanned the surroundings quickly, and upon seeing so much abnormality, his heart sank in fear. I am still too young, not steady enough. Just when the young hunter felt lucky, his eyes suddenly fell on the figure sitting in the back row. Chapter 64, Good Buddy, 1,000 Miles Pursuit. In the last row of Bus 14. Under the strange hat, a green smoke ring was exhaled, and eerie black gas swirled around, casting a shadow over half of his face. Seeing this figure, a thunderclap echoed in the young hunter's heart. Taboo 006. Also on this bus. An electric spark flashed in his mind, and he immediately realized why Wang Jia and Chen Yurua looked so sorrowful. It must have been when he got on the bus just now, accidentally triggering the killing rules of Taboo 006, and they both knew they were doomed, which is why they looked like that. I am doomed? The shadow of death loomed over him, the young hunter's lips turned pale, his pupils dilated, and his legs softened. Thud, he knelt on the bus floor. For a moment, the bus was utterly silent. Pairs of eerie eyes stared intently at the young hunter kneeling on the ground. But there was an even more terrifying Jiang Yan sitting at the back, and no eerie creature dared to move. Jiang Yan took another puff from his old pipe, feeling strange inside. What happened to these hunters from the eerie hunting bureau? It was one thing for those two to tremble like chicks in fear. But this one, just a slippery kneel as soon as he got on? With such quality, how do they dare to hunt eerie creatures and protect the humans of South City? Jiang Yan exhaled a green smoke ring, wanting to see what this young hunter would do after his slip. The atmosphere on the bus remained dead silent. Jiang Yan's figure sat in the last row, steady as a mountain, unmoving. Finally, the green-faced, tusked driver couldn't hold back, scolding softly. Are you getting on the bus or not? If you're getting on, pay the fare, if not, get out. If it weren't for Jiang Yan's presence, this eerie driver would have long begun to rage and eat people. The kneeling young hunter realized he wasn't dead yet, and couldn't help but be stunned. He glanced at Taboo 006 sitting in the back and found Jiang Yan making no moves, his heart suddenly filled with joy. Could it be that the killing rules haven't been triggered yet? A turning point, a chance to escape from desperation? The young hunter whispered. I'm getting on. He quickly took out a ghost coin, stuffed it into the fare box, slowly got up, and took small steps to the empty seat behind Wang Jia, sitting down. At this moment, he realized that his two legs were as weak as noodles. Hunter God, what just happened? The young hunter's voice trembled like a dying candle, nearly breaking into tears. Wang Jia and Chen Yurua fell into silence for a moment. His face was full of confusion. What's going on? The kill rule was basically confirmed, but why didn't the Taboo 006 strike? Could it be that his kill rule isn't sound? But just a moment ago, I saw two people who broke the rule being killed by Taboo 006. Chen Yurua cautiously asked. Could it be, because he knelt down? So Taboo 006 spared his life? Wang Jia was stunned for a long time and said in a low voice. I've never heard of a taboo having a mercy rule. The three hunters whispered, puzzled by the actions of some terrifying existence in the back row. Wang Jia whispered. No matter what, let's note this down. It might be useful in the future. Sitting in the last row, Jiang Yan was not at all interested in the hunters' whispered conversation. While printing money, he spoke to the face spider in his gloves. Let me borrow one of your skill slots. I'll buy you a forgetfulness scroll when we go out. Skills that had been learned could be erased using a forgetfulness scroll. A forgetfulness scroll costs 10,000 soul coins, and no cost would be refunded for the forgotten skill. Jiang Yan couldn't use active skills, although he had an empty skill slot, it was useless except for adding a new aura. But Jiang Yan couldn't use it. The face spider and the black crow he carried with him could. The black crow's 4 skill slots were full, while the face spider still had 2 empty slots, so one could be used. Hearing that Jiang Yan was going to buy a forgetfulness scroll, the face spider didn't mind at all and obediently offered one of its skill slots. Jiang Yan bought a skill scroll from the shop and handed it to the face spider hidden in his gloves. Skill, Hunting Mark, Level 1, sense the target's position, break stealth, concealment, and mist effects, perception range, 100 meters, duration, 10 minutes, cost, 20 magic points. After killing twice, but still alive and well, Wang Hucheng caught Jiang Yan's attention. This old classmate, who also had the experience from the previous life, seemed eager to kill, but wasn't easy to die. To play Resurrection this well, it's not easy. In the last life, he probably died and came back more times than me. But this good luck ends here. Jiang Yan said as he took out 256,000 soul coins and handed them to the face spider, saying lightly. Upgrade this skill to level 10. Jiang Yan had heard before that some people could make the resurrection talent play many tricks. While their combat ability might not be strong, they seemed to never die no matter what. They would even move the grave through various methods to make sure the enemy couldn't even find their body. For example, the resurrection cross was a great choice for grave moving. When Jiang Yan saw Wang Hucheng alive and well at the entrance of the secret realm, he immediately realized that the person wearing the pixie mask in the antique street, who fought him for the resurrection cross, was definitely Wang Hucheng. Once he had a resurrection cross in hand, it would be even harder to kill him. But even if he didn't have it, he was likely to come up with other methods to achieve a similar effect. Jiang Yan knew at least 3 methods that could help resurrection talent players move their graves. But in front of a level 10 hunting mark, all grave moving tricks were like a clown's farce, not worth mentioning. The face spider took the soul coins Jiang Yan handed over and stared at its soaring balance, falling into deep silence for a while. Hearing the boss's tone, he spent 256,000 soul coins just to use this skill in the secret realm, only to use a forgetfulness scroll to erase the level 10 skill after going out? Even the rich don't waste soul coins like this. The face spider murmured in its heart, quickly clicked 10 times to upgrade the skill, and turned the hunting mark into a level 10 skill. Skill, hunting mark, level 10, sense the target's position, break stealth, concealment, and mist effects, causing the target to suffer plus 100% damage. Perception range, 1000 kilometers, duration, 100 hours, consumption, 200 magic points. 1000 kilometers? 100 hours? The effect of this level 10 skill is even stronger than I expected. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a chilling smile. Good brother, in my last life, you pushed me into the arms of the strange, and in this life, I'll chase you down for 1,000 miles. Let's see where you can move your grave to. Chapter 65, The Strange Bus Transfer Station. To Jiang Yan's regret, the number 14 bus made many stops, and the strange beings got on and off, with more and more humans appearing, yet he never saw Wang Hucheng's figure. From the frequency of humans getting on, the number 14 bus was not the only choice for human players entering the secret realm. It might directly relate to the distribution points of the scattered teleportation. Since Jiang Yan turned the two strange beings into silk cocoons, the bus remained eerily silent, with no strange beings daring to act up. After all, their lives matter too. The human players, seeing all the strange beings on the bus, dared not even breathe, wishing this silence would last forever. Creak. The bus stopped at a grand station, and the driver with a green face and sharp teeth announced, "This is the final stop, Nandu Bus Transfer Station. You can transfer to other buses here. All strange beings, please get off." The strange beings sitting in their seats stood up one by one, lining up to get off at the back door of the bus. The humans in the bus exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty, unsure if they should get off with the strange beings. The calmest Jiang Yan thought for a moment, slowly stood up, and walked unhurriedly to the back of the strange beings line. Firstly, he hadn't reached the third hospital yet, so he might need to transfer here. Secondly, the newspaper reminded him upon entry not to expose his identity as a living person, so theoretically, disguising himself as a strange being seemed necessary. Getting off with these strange beings appeared to be the most correct choice. Feeling the terrifying thing behind him, the last strange being trembled all over, lowered its head, and made way for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan glanced at the accommodating strange being and stepped forward. The second-to-last strange being followed suit, also stepping aside and not daring to block Jiang Yan. One by one, the strange beings made way, as if Moses parted the Red Sea, and Jiang Yan was the first to get off the bus. A sharp-eyed human player followed closely behind Jiang Yan, running out with him. But just as he passed by the last strange being, he felt a chilling ghostly claw silently gripping his neck. A sinister voice echoed in the compartment. "What gives you the right to cut in line? Die." Crack. The human player's neck was directly snapped by the strange being. The sharp-eyed person's eyes bulged, and his tongue slowly hung out of his mouth, dragging long behind him. "Look! There's a living person here. So tasty." The attacking strange being directly ripped the human player open, pulling out the warm blood to drink. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Jiang Yan didn't look back and stepped into the bus transfer station. Here stood dozens of bus stop signs, densely packed with countless stops. And on the other side of the stops, dozens of buses lined up neatly, with an electronic display board in front. Departure in 5 minutes. Time continued to count down. Jiang Yan frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Do I have to find the bus to the third hospital within these 5 minutes? That's too difficult. If I miss this wave of buses, I might not be able to enter the third hospital before dark." As for what would happen after dark, Jiang Yan had no idea. He was not afraid, but there was no need to challenge the restrictions of a secret realm. In this situation, he either needed to quickly search for the third hospital stop alone, taking a gamble on luck, or a group of people are at the bus stop, each searching for themselves, then sharing information. The latter is obviously more scientific. However, beside Jiang Yan, another number 25 bus stopped, the doors opened, and a group of bloody monsters lined up and walked down. Inside the bus, there was a scene of brain and guts splattered everywhere. Dozens of broken human bodies piled up in the cabin, with strange, gnawing bite marks on them. Not all buses are as calm as the number 14 that Jiang Yan was on. Jiang Yan glanced at the tragic scene in the bus and knew that it was nearly impossible to find enough calm and trustworthy humans to team up within 5 minutes. Only after the few hunters from the Hunting Abnormality Bureau gathered could they use this method. Jiang Yan shrugged, reached out, and threw an arm around the shoulder of a strange being that had just gotten off the bus, as if they had known each other for many years, like good buddies. "I want to ask you something." Jiang Yan affectionately patted the shoulder of the strange being, pulling out a 10 yuan ghost note and handing it to the strange being. This strange being had come down from the number 25 bus and did not recognize Jiang Yan, this killer. Its pair of dead gray eyes slowly turned to Jiang Yan, filled with savage murderous intent, and it rasped, You smell of living humans. Jiang Yan nodded and casually said. I know, I not only smell like a living human but also like money. Jiang Yan stuffed another 10 yuan ghost note in front of the strange being, patiently asking. Which bus goes to the third hospital? The strange being didn't even look at the 20 yuan ghost notes that Jiang Yan had offered, grinning with a terrifying smile. I want to eat you. Sharp, not human, teeth clashed in its mouth, stained with human blood and bits of flesh. Jiang Yan sighed, his spider silk gloves on the strange being's shoulder suddenly exploded, and countless human-faced spiders rushed out, instantly crawling all over the strange being. Jiang Yan said seriously. I'll ask you one last time. Which bus do I take to the third hospital? If you continue to refuse me, I'll hang you on the roof. The strange being felt the threat of countless human-faced spiders on its body, and suddenly stiffened. At that moment, it realized the gates of hell were opening for it. The strange being immediately said. Route 48. The final stop is it? Jiang Yan found the number 48 bus among a group of bus signs, looking at the final stop, puzzled. Nandu Maternal and Child Health Hospital? The strange being nodded repeatedly, smiling apologetically. Yes, the third hospital is also known as the Maternal and Child Health. Jiang Yan. Goodness, if I had followed my earlier idea and searched for the third hospital on the bus signs, I wouldn't have found it in 5 minutes, let alone 50. Thank you. Jiang Yan retracted his human-faced spiders and the 20 ghost notes, releasing the strange being's shoulder. The strange being's eyes were fixed on the 20 ghost notes in Jiang Yan's hand, clearly wanting it but not daring to speak. Jiang Yan sneered coldly. Unappreciative guy, you don't deserve my reward. Among the neatly lined up buses preparing to leave the station, Jiang Yan quickly found the number 48 bus and felt relieved. There was still ample time. He didn't get on the bus but leaned against the corner of the transfer station, printing money while smoking a pipe, observing the other buses that stopped here one after another. Jiang Yan wanted to see which bus Wang Hucheng would get off from. Chapter 66, This is the End. On the number 14 bus that Jiang Yan had taken, all the strange beings had gotten off and humans had reached the end of the line. Wang Jia, Chen Yuro, and the young hunter walked last, carefully bypassing all the strange beings, and their faces changed at the sight of the situation at the transfer station. Oh no! So many buses? We need to find that bus that goes to the third hospital in 5 minutes? Wang Jia said solemnly. Be careful, don't make mistakes in haste and anger these strange beings. If a fight breaks out in the transfer station, we are 10 dead without life. On bus number 14, more than 10 strange beings had already gotten off. Not to mention this transfer station, where the strange beings from the buses keep gathering, the current number has already reached more than 50. Just thinking about the terrifying scene of being surrounded by more than 50 strange beings, even Wang Jia couldn't help but show a look of fear in his eyes. There's no chance of winning. Creak. Another bus stopped, and the doors opened. 3 people supported each other, stumbling down. Seeing these 3 people, Wang Jia and Chen Yuru's faces lit up with joy. It was Chen Haichuan and 2 other hunters. Chen Haichuan was heavily injured, covered in blood, a shocking sight. Wang Jia quickly walked up, helped Chen Haichuan, handed him a bottle of medicine, and asked in a low voice. Why weren't there any strange beings on your bus? Chen Haichuan took the medicine, drank it in one go, and said in a low voice. When I got on the bus, it was the starting station. I saw that it was just me and the driver on the bus, so I killed the strange being. I vaguely remember the terrain of the secret realm. It should be the layout of the old district in Nandu from decades ago, and before I came here, I specifically looked at the map of Nandu before and after the demolition of the third hospital. I was confident I could drive the bus to the third hospital myself. I had found the third hospital in Nandu's historical records from the Bureau of Hunting Strange Beings and had browsed the general situation of that period. But things turned out a bit differently than I expected. The bus actually runs on its fixed route without a driver, and no matter what I did, I couldn't affect the route of the bus. Every strange being that got on the bus after that attacked me because there was no driver. Luckily, it was divided into smaller groups, and each time only a few strange beings got on. The strength varied, otherwise, I would have died long ago. Later, I met up with these 2 and managed to escape danger all the way here. Hearing Chen Haichuan's story, Wang Jia and the others couldn't help but gasp. They had survived by hiding on the bus, while Chen Haichuan had fought his way through all the way here. No wonder the bus was empty, with only the 3 of them getting off. But this strategy was too risky, only players who were teleported to the starting station could use it. Later on, as more strange beings got on, if they fought, it would have been a completely different and bloody story. Chen Haichuan hadn't planned to kill his way through. He had only wanted to kill the driver and take the bus straight to the third hospital. He never imagined that the bus would be uncontrollable, and he had no choice but to fight his way through to survive. Wang Jia gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Impressive, no wonder you're old Chen. Although Chen Haichuan didn't have the title of God Hunter, he was an elite hunter in the Bureau of Hunting Strange Beings. One could say, below God Hunter, few could match him, and his combat strength was extremely fierce, which is why he had survived this wave.
What's the situation now? Chen Haichuan looked at the dense crowd of strange beings at the transfer station and couldn't help but feel a chill, lowering his voice and asking.
Wang Jiao whispered. We must find the bus to the third hospital before the countdown ends. Otherwise, it's likely we won't make it to the third hospital before nightfall.
Old Chen, do you remember which bus in Nandu goes to the third hospital at this time?
Chen Haichuan was stunned for a moment, shook his head in confusion and said.
How could I specifically remember this?
I didn't even know we would be taking the bus before I came in. His confused gaze suddenly swept across a figure standing quietly in the corner of the transfer station. It was a person cloaked in a faint black aura, wearing a strange hat, the shadow of the low brim covering half of his face.
Hiss?
Chen Haichuan sucked in a breath of cold air, his body shivering, beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead, and he exclaimed in shock.
That's Forbidden 006? He really came in?
The situation in the secret realm was already dangerous enough. Adding a taboo 006, Chen Haichuan truly felt like he was hearing the death knell. Wang Jia's face was heavy. He nodded and quickly recounted everything that had happened along the way to Chen Haichuan.
High decibel sounds trigger a kill?
Chen Haichuan thought carefully, then slowly nodded.
Makes sense. Chen Euro added from the side.
It seems that as long as you kneel in time, you won't be killed. Chen Haichuan froze for a moment, then said in shock.
Ha! This taboo is actually so humane? Creak. Another bus arrived at the station.
The doors opened, and a line of eerie beings stepped off one by one, merging with the others, waiting together for the next bus. And among this group of eerie beings, Jiang Yan saw a familiar figure. It was the person he had been waiting for all along.
Wang Hucheng.
Jiang Yan slowly exhaled a blue smoke ring and sneered.
Mark that man.
The human-faced ghost spider in his glove heard Jiang Yan's command and immediately activated its newly learned level 10 skill, Hunting Mark. Back on the bus, Jiang Yan had already tested it on an eerie being. Although the third rule of the secret realm prevented players from using active skills, the human-faced ghost spider was not a player. It was an eerie being, so it could still use its active skills. As the level 10 hunting mark activated, a bright red mark appeared on Wang Hucheng's head, visible only to the human-faced ghost spider.
No matter how far away, it shone brilliantly and was crystal clear.
The bus Wang Hucheng had just stepped off was a scene of carnage, with blood and flesh covering the floor. Only Wang Hucheng and a trembling Hunter Bureau member had survived, blending in with the eerie beings as they got off the bus. As expected of a reborn.
Jiang Yan smiled, nodding in approval. Experienced.
Everyone else died on the bus, only he and a hunter survived. But this is as far as he goes.
Jiang Yan took a step forward, slowly walking toward Wang Hucheng.
Wang Hucheng was blending in with the eerie beings, observing the situation, but he soon noticed a figure approaching him. Even though half of the person's face was hidden in the shadow of a strange hat, Wang Hucheng recognized him instantly. It was his good brother,
Jiang Yan.
The moment he saw him, Wang Hucheng's pupils shrank to the size of a needle.
Chapter 67, Are you ready to die?
Without hesitation, he turned and leaped back into the bus just as its doors were slowly closing. Wang Hucheng had dealt with Jiang Yan before. He knew that this reborn Jiang Yan was so terrifyingly strong that it made his blood run cold. He didn't need to fight Jiang Yan to know that if he was caught, he would die for sure. Even though he had the stone coffin, which would allow him to leave the secret realm after death and prevent his corpse from being camped, this time, the secret realm would be a complete waste for him. As a reborn, Wang Hucheng understood perfectly, if you gain the first step, you gain every step. If you fall behind once, you'll fall behind at every step. In this secret realm, he might not be able to claim the biggest prize. After all, his resurrection talent was not strong in direct combat. But he absolutely could not die before even reaching the gates of the third hospital. If that happened, he would lose all chances at the secret realm's rich rewards and fall into a trap of total defeat. Especially since Jiang Yan had grown so powerful. If he wanted to surpass him, his only chance was to gain enough from this secret realm. Bang! The bus doors slammed shut behind Wang Hucheng. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a sinister voice echoed from the front of the bus. There were too many eerie's just now, so I wasn't sure if there was really a living person on board.
But now you came up alone. That scent, it's too obvious. Ha 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 ha.
A grotesquely fat eerie being slowly stood up from the front of the car. Wang Huiqing took out 5,000 ghost coins and said, "Take me to the third hospital, this 5,000 is all yours." The strange figure looked at the ghost coins in Wang Huiqing's hand, froze for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Wang Huiqing gritted his teeth and said, "Add 2,000 more."
If you don't want it, I will find another driver.
The strange figure snatched the 7,000 ghost coins from Wang Hucheng's hand and nodded.
Okay. Wang Hucheng's expression relaxed. Using money to pave the way is indeed effective.
Just as the driver sat back in his seat, about to start the car.
Bang!
A thick stack of golden ghost coins was thrown in from outside the window, hitting the driver on the head. The golden ghost coins scattered like flowers at a heavenly maiden's dance, forming a circle at the driver's feet. The driver was stunned, his purple-black fat face filled with astonishment.
What's going on? Jiang Yan's voice floated in from outside. I want to get in the car too.
The driver cheerfully replied and nodded.
No problem.
He quickly picked up the ghost coins from the ground and then opened the car door. Jiang Yan casually got in the car, then smashed another 10,000 ghost coins on the driver's head.
Don't drive. The driver was stunned by the blow. Getting in the car but not letting him drive, then what are you getting in for?
The confusion lasted only a moment, and the driver cheerfully picked up the ghost coins from the ground again, nodding earnestly.
What you say is right. Whenever you say to drive, I will drive.
Wow, earning 27,000 without doing anything, this life is simply wonderful.
Jiang Yan cheerfully walked over to Wang Hucheng's side, sat down and said.
My thoughts aren't as ruthless as yours, I suffered too much with this broken resurrection talent in my last life. You seem to have mastered this talent quite well.
To be honest, I admire you quite a bit.
Both have the resurrection talent, yet Wang Hucheng lived a better life than Jiang Yan last time. This was certainly due to the chain reaction caused by Wang Hucheng pushing Jiang Yan in school, but it was also closely related to mindset. From a certain perspective, Wang Hucheng's approach of selling anyone without any loyalty was the most suitable way to survive in such a world. Of course, it would naturally come at a cost.
Wang Hucheng's expression turned extremely dark, his eyes narrowing as he said. So, this means you changed your talent this time? Indeed, the resurrection talent has many limitations, but it also has its merits. If I'm not mistaken, this time your talent is a resource-type talent? Jiang Yan nodded and said. That's right, this time I got lucky and rolled an SSS-level resource talent. Hearing this, Wang Hucheng's expression turned even darker. SSS-level resource talent?
No wonder he had such a terrifying performance.
Jiang Yan then asked. What do you think, why did we get reborn once? After you die this time, will you be reborn again? The rebirth Jiang Yan spoke of was not the same as the resurrection talent.
Wang Hucheng fell silent for a moment, then coldly laughed.
Do you think you have me figured out?
Jiang Yan, my 15 experiences with strange descents are not made of mud. You might kill me this time, but I still won't die. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned, then a playful smile appeared on his lips.
15 experiences with strange descents? That's quite a lot.
Jiang Yan only lived to the third strange descent before dying in the hands of the strange being. By this calculation, Wang Hucheng indeed had richer experience than himself. However, what Jiang Yan was more concerned about was the fact that their timelines were different. Wang Hucheng's pupils contracted, suddenly realizing something, and he questioned.
How many times did you live to? Could it be that we were reborn at different points in time? Jiang Yan grinned. Anyway, I lived much longer than you this time.
Wang Hucheng trembled with anger, gritting his teeth and said.
Jiang Yan. We were such good friends. I apologize for what happened before. That was my first time facing a strange descent. I'm scared too. After that, I've always regretted it. Can you give me another chance?
I'm willing to work hard to mend our relationship.
Jiang Yan chuckled, shook his head, and said. No need. No need to explain either.
I once paid the price for my naivety. Now, you must pay the price for your ruthlessness. Jiang Yan reached out and gently placed his hand on Wang Hucheng's shoulder.
Boom!
The silk-threaded glove suddenly exploded, and countless human-faced eerie spiders surged out like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Wang Hucheng.
I won't die. Jiang Yan. I won't let you go. Just you wait.
Wang Hucheng's struggles and screams lasted for a long time before gradually falling into silence.
Jiang Yan did not let the human-faced eerie spiders form a silk cocoon.
Instead, he stood by and watched Wang Hucheng's corpse. At the moment of his death, a strange and obscure aura suddenly emerged beneath him. One after another, illusionary ghostly hands stretched out from under Wang Hucheng's body, pressing down on him continuously. With the relentless pressing of the ghostly hands, Wang Hucheng's corpse started sinking little by little. It was as if the floor beneath him didn't exist at all.
Jiang Yan understood and smiled, saying, A stone coffin, huh?
So, there really is a way to relocate the grave. Wait obediently outside the secret realm.
I'll come to find you. Chapter 68, Follow the Forbidden Path. Nandu, half an hour later.
In an underground basement ruin that remained mostly intact, within a faint water stain, a fist-sized stone coffin was suddenly pushed open by a pair of hands from within. Cough, cough, cough. A shrunken-down Wang Hucheng, now only the size of a single hand, crawled out of the stone coffin. His face was filled with fear as he quickly felt around his body. Only after confirming that his limbs were still intact did he slowly catch his breath and regain his composure. Even though he had died and resurrected many times, every time he woke up from death, the terror was still overwhelming. The ultimate fear between life and death. Damn it! Wang Hucheng slammed his fist into the stagnant water, his voice hoarse as he roared. Why? Why on earth? If I was allowed to be reborn, then why was Jiang Yan allowed to live too? At this moment, Wang Hucheng finally understood the despair that Zhou Yu felt when he lamented, since there is already Zhou Yu, why must Zhuge Liang exist as well? From the moment he was reborn, Wang Hucheng was convinced that he was the absolute protagonist, destined to rise like a comet, unstoppable, and reign supreme over an era. Yet in just a few short days, Jiang Yan had swatted him down from the sky like a fly. This crushing contrast nearly shattered Wang Hucheng's will to live. He lay in the stagnant water, resting for a long time before a flicker of determination returned to his eyes. He used his last 10,000 nether coins to buy a potion from the marketplace that could dispel all curses. The size-reducing effect brought by the stone coffin was also a curse. After drinking the potion, Wang Hucheng's shrunken body returned to its normal size. I can't lose like this. Jiang Yan, I am also a reborn. I am no less than you. I will win back everything. Determined, Wang Hucheng resolved to hide his name, lurk in the shadows, and grow in secret until he had the power to trample Jiang Yan beneath his feet. But as he stepped out of the ruins, Wang Hucheng failed to notice the fresh red hunting mark above his head, visible only to the human-faced eerie spiders, as glaring as a blazing sun in the dark night. Inside the secret realm. At the transfer station, 7 hunters from the Bureau of Spectre Hunting stood in front of a dense array of station signs, their eyes quickly scanning through the names of each stop. Just as Jiang Yan had predicted, the coordinated team from the Bureau of Spectre Hunting divided their search, each person responsible for scanning a specific area for the name 3rd Hospital. Their goal was to determine which bus to take before departure, ensuring they could enter the 3rd hospital before nightfall. But as they continued their search, drops of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads, falling one after another. Captain, Hunter God, I've checked here, nothing. I've checked here too, still nothing. The information from all 7 people gathered one after another. Everyone's eyes turned towards the last one, Chen Yuru. Chen Yuru's gaze trembled, and she whispered. I don't have anything here either. The 7 hunters from the Hunter Phantom Bureau fell into silence at the same time. Chen Haichuan's gaze was firm, and he said in a deep voice. Maybe the 3rd hospital goes by another name. Now, there are only 2 minutes left before the bus departs. I suggest we search all the bus stops that have hospital in their names, then get on the buses separately. One of us will eventually reach the 3rd hospital. As Chen Haichuan's voice fell, the group of hunters fell into silence. This was a desperate plan. Once they scattered and boarded the buses, it meant that only one hunter would likely make it to the 3rd hospital. The fate of the other hunters was self-evident. I agree. Chen Yuru nodded first, her tone filled with determination. Their purpose for coming here was to eradicate this secret realm, preventing the strange things inside from escaping. As long as they could achieve their goal, sacrifices were acceptable. From the moment they became hunters, life and death had already been placed beyond their consideration. The other hunters nodded in agreement, and their gazes all turned to Wang Jia, who had not spoken. Chen Haichuan asked. Hunter God, what do you think? Wang Jia's attention, however, was not on his teammates. He whispered. Look, what is Forbidden 006 doing? The surrounding hunters froze, following Wang Jia's gaze towards the bus where Jiang Yan had just boarded. Jiang Yan and another person were sitting side by side in the bus, seemingly very calm. Wang Jia whispered. My suggestion is. Since we can't find a bus, let's ride the same bus as Forbidden 006. All the hunters around them gasped in shock, their bodies covered in goosebumps. Ride the same bus as Forbidden 006? Was this not asking for death like lighting a lantern in the toilet? But after snapping back to their senses from the initial panic, they had to admit that Wang Jia's suggestion was brilliant. Forbidden 006 entered this secret realm, and whatever its purpose, it must also be heading to the 3rd hospital. And it was forbidden, something humans could not find, yet could Forbidden 006 not find a bus? Although it was risky, it was even more feasible than Chen Haichuan's earlier plan of splitting up. If it succeeded, all the hunters could reach the 3rd hospital alive. Feasible. Let's get on that bus. Chen Haichuan said in a deep voice. Remember. Don't make loud noises. If Forbidden 006 shows any signs of attack, kneel immediately. Leading the group, Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan quickly walked to the bus where Jiang Yan and Wang Hucheng were, stepping aboard.
just as the 7 hunters were entering the bus through the wide-open door.
Jiang Yan's left hand, covered in spider silk gloves, gently rested on Wang Hucheng's shoulder.
The human-faced spider frenzy immediately engulfed Wang Hucheng's body. Wang Hucheng's anguished scream echoed through the bus. The 7 hunters froze in place. Forbidden 006 had killed again? Wait, did his kill just now meet the loud noise rule for kills?
Before he attacked, the person next to him didn't make any loud noise at all.
Could it be? This wasn't the kill rule at all?
The 7 frozen hunters felt cold sweat pooling on their foreheads, nearly forming little waterfalls, dripping down loudly. Finding out the rules of kill for a forbidden being and not knowing the rules were two entirely different dangers.
Wang Jia swallowed hard, his heart filled with despair. This is bad, I made a mistake. Wang Jia forced himself to calm down and slowly found a seat to sit down.
Jiang Yan watched Wang Hucheng's body being dragged away by many ghostly hands, then looked up and was stunned to see. The 7 hunters from the Hunter Phantom Bureau were.
He actually got on the very bus he was on. Jiang Yan looked at it with a confused expression. What are these 7 hunters doing?
They are going to the 3rd hospital, but this bus is definitely not the one they should be on.
This bus isn't even in the next departure list.
I got on to have a heart-to-heart with Wang Hucheng.
What are you guys doing here? Looking for death? Chapter 69, so many strange people riding the bus today?
Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Yan saw the 7 hunters silently sit down one by one in front of him. He couldn't help but scratch his head. In his previous life, he felt that people from the Anomaly Hunting Bureau were quite reliable.
Why does it feel like these people are all cowards and idiots this time? Forget it, they can do whatever they want.
If they want to find death, it's none of my business. Jiang Yan shook his head and sighed, stood up, and confidently got off the bus.
The 7 hunters' eyes all focused on Jiang Yan's back. Not brothers anymore? What does this mean? You're not sitting with us?
The 7 hunters stood frozen in place for a long while, until a sinister voice rang in their ears.
Did you 7 get a ticket for the bus? The person just now gave a lot.
The fat driver, holding a bloodied cleaver, grinned wickedly as he walked toward the 7 hunters. The 7 of them exchanged glances. Wang Jia sighed and pulled out his sealed peachwood sword. At this moment, there was only one anomaly on the bus, the driver. Facing 7 hunters from the Anomaly Hunting Bureau, one of them being the Heavenly Sword Hunter with a sealed peachwood sword, the driver had no chance of fighting back.
In just 3 seconds, he was killed. The 7 hunters didn't rush to get off the bus.
Instead, they stayed on and carefully reflected.
Wang Jia whispered. Do you think it's possible that the Forbidden Anomaly 006 has 2 different kill rules, one for humans and one for anomalies? Earlier, on the number 14 bus, the reason he didn't act was because the loud noise was a kill rule for anomalies, not humans. As for how exactly he kills humans, we still haven't figured that out. Silence, a long silence.
Among all the hunters present, Wang Jia was the one with the most experience fighting against the forbidden anomalies.
Chen Haichuan nodded stiffly and said. Maybe that's how it is.
After all, we've never observed a situation where forbidden anomalies coexist with many other anomalies.
Whoever of us survives and leaves the secret realm must upload this information completely to the Anomaly Hunting Bureau headquarters.
Chen Yuro looked sideways, her eyes still following Jiang Yan's back.
She suddenly said. Look! Forbidden Anomaly 006 is starting to line up to get on the bus.
The 7 hunters snapped to attention and looked outside the window. Jiang Yan, who had just gotten off this bus, was now standing at the very back of the queue for the number 48 bus, calmly waiting for the last minute to pass.
Chen Haichuan lightly slapped his thigh. Let's go! This time we're definitely right.
Be careful when following Forbidden Anomaly 006. We're not sure of his kill rules yet, and the chance of death is very high. I'll go first, and you all follow my movements. Chen Haichuan quickly stepped off the bus, and when he got behind Jiang Yan, he deliberately slowed down his pace. The 7 of them, heads down and treading lightly, stood quietly behind Jiang Yan, almost invisible. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and glanced at the 7 hunters behind him, who all had almost identical postures. He increasingly felt that these people from the Anomaly Hunting Bureau were very strange. Their posture and state even seemed a little like the legendary corpse-picking workers from Shaanxi in their 6 bodies, not something normal people would do. But although these people looked odd, their choice to follow him in line was not wrong. The final stop of the number 48 bus was Nandu Women and Children's Health Hospital, also known as the 3rd Hospital. Jiang Yan glanced around at the other people at the transfer station and shook his head, quietly sighing. These people clearly had no clue. In a hurry, looking around the bus stop, I couldn't find any signs of the 3rd hospital. I didn't dare talk to the strange ones, and many people, seeing that the bus departure time was near, simply picked a random bus and started queuing up. Among them, some quick thinkers observed the queues in front of each bus and silently followed the 48 route bus, where the living people were obviously the most. In front of Jiang Yan, an old eerie figure slowly turned his head 180 degrees, his pale, lifeless eyes staring closely at Jiang Yan as he hoarsely asked.
Young man, where are you going on the bus?
Behind Jiang Yan, the 7 members of the eerie hunters all shuddered. From their experience in the secret realm, the best situation was to be ignored by the eerie ones, everyone living in peace. But once the eerie ones deliberately start a conversation, it is usually a sign of an impending attack.
However, this old eerie figure's target was not very wise. Why talk to me, of all people? If you talk to Forbidden 006, are you asking for trouble?
Chen Haichuan was the first to extend his hand, quietly gripping the handle of his knife. The other 6 hunters behind him, following the strategy they had initially agreed upon, also made the same move, gripping their weapons. Given the situation at this transfer station, if conflict broke out, even a clash between Forbidden 006 and the eerie ones could drag all the living people into it.
A deadly crisis could strike at any moment.
The nerves of the 7 hunters instantly tensed. Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe, the blue smoke swirling around as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice, faintly saying,
Why does it concern you? The 7 hunters? Just pure rude talk, pure joy. The old eerie figure was obviously choked by Jiang Yan's words, his pale eyes widened, and his face showed clear anger. I'm asking you a question. Didn't your family teach you how to be polite to the elderly?
Jiang Yan took another puff from his pipe and blew a smoke ring at the old eerie figure's face, faintly saying, I'm going to the Nandu Women's and Children's Health Hospital to attend your mom's cremation ceremony.
If you have nothing to do, you can come with me.
I'll get the doctors there to perform a castration on you, I'll pay for it.
The 7 hunters? Utterly rude, utterly joyful. Forbidden 006 really wasn't just any forbidden one.
The old eerie figure was shaking with anger, pointing at Jiang Yan's nose, cursing, little bastard, and you little, trembling as he turned away, yet he didn't make a move against Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was a little surprised, he had been ready to hang this old thing upside down from the ceiling, but who would have thought he actually backed down? At that moment, the countdown timer on the electronic board reached 0. The doors of all buses, ready to depart, opened at once. The 48 route bus driver stood behind the door, shouting loudly.
Why are there so many eerie ones taking the bus today? There are only 30 seats on the bus.
The fare is 1,000 hell coins, first come first served.
Jiang Yan glanced around, there were 27 eerie ones of different shapes queuing ahead of him, and 23 eerie things behind him, most of which were humans. If this were a normal queue, many people would definitely not be able to get on the 48 route bus. The last few people in the queue immediately became anxious, leaving the line and rushing towards the door to cut in. Some of them took out 1,000 hell coins, waving them as they shouted. I'll buy a ticket. I came first.
Just as they reached the door, before the money could be handed to the eerie driver, a skinny, deathly hand with bluish-purple corpse marks stretched out from the side, directly piercing through the person's chest from behind.
Chapter 70, Kill Them All.
The sound of flesh and blood tearing echoed in front of the 48 route bus, harsh and grating.
Clatter.
Blood spilled all over the ground. The first eerie figure in the queue slowly withdrew its hand from the person's chest, extending a long tongue to lick the bloodstains off its hand, revealing a chilling smile.
So it's a living person? It smells so good. This is mine. Don't even think about taking it from me.
The eerie figure lifted the blood-soaked corpse and paid 1,000 ghost coins before getting onto the vehicle. As the eerie figure got on the vehicle, he muttered curses under his breath.
Why is the ticket so expensive today? Normally, it only costs 500. Seeing so many eerie beings today, you're jacking up the price? That heartless oldie, you could have just robbed it.
The sudden killing and the quickly changing situation made every human in the 48th bus queue change their expressions. A hunter, sweat covering his face, whispered.
Captain, what should we do?
Given the current situation in the queue, among the 7 hunters of the Ghost Hunting Bureau, only Chen Haichuan, rank 28, Wang Jia, rank 29, and Chen Yurua, rank 30, could board the vehicle. The remaining 4 hunters had no chance to reach the 3rd hospital. In other words, these 4 hunters were likely to die in the secret realm after dark.
Chen Yurua whispered.
Brother, you and the hunter god are the strongest among us, you must reach the 3rd hospital. Shui Manlu is the youngest among us, let him go with you. I will stay behind with the other 3 brothers, and try to survive.
The secret realm after dark is not necessarily a dead end.
As long as you clear the realm, the 4 of us can still survive. The 7 hunters all fell silent. Chen Yurua spoke as if there was still a way out, but everyone knew, not getting on this vehicle was almost like stepping half a foot into hell. The next moment, the 3 hunters who were doomed not to board the vehicle nodded in unison, agreeing with the plan.
We are seasoned hunters. We will survive.
Captain, Hunter God, take good care of Shui Man Lu, he has talent and will eventually grow into a qualified hunter.
I believe in you, you will definitely succeed in clearing the secret realm.
Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan had not spoken from the beginning, their expressions were very ugly.
After a brief silence, Chen Haichuan wiped the tear from the corner of his eye, took a deep breath, and said,
"Let's see how the situation unfolds.
If it doesn't work, we will do as Yuruwa said."
For him, Chen Yuruwa was not only a comrade in the ghost hunting bureau but also his own sister. Back when Chen Yuruwa stubbornly insisted on joining the ghost hunting bureau, Chen Haichuan had disagreed. But once Chen Yuruwa had made up her mind, no one could change it. At that time, Chen Haichuan had already foreseen the heartbreaking separations that would likely happen today. His heart bled, but he stubbornly held back the tears from the corner of his eye. To live with the death always has been a hunter's creed. Jiang Yan stood in front of Chen Haichuan and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Damn it, the 7 hunters behind him were weak, their mentality was terribly cowardly, but they sure knew how to be dramatic.
The loans I gave you, did you strengthen yourselves with them or spend them watching soap operas, huh?
As Jiang Yan moved slowly along with the team, considering whether he should kill a few of the eerie beings ahead so the Ghost Hunting Bureau's 7 hunters could get on the vehicle, the situation in the queue shifted again. Ranked 20th was a very bloated female eerie, as fat as a pig, especially her swollen belly, which seemed to have 10 or 20 basketballs stuffed inside. In front of her swollen belly, there was a very obvious incision, stitched in a rough manner, as if it was done by an unskilled tailor practicing.
When it was her turn to board the vehicle, the driver immediately blocked the door, saying with annoyance, "No fair evasion."
The fat female eerie grinned, and with a ripping sound, she tore open the rough stitched incision on her belly.
A 2-year-old eerie baby, completely purple and blue, crawled out from inside and got on the bus.
Then a 5-year-old eerie boy stumbled out from inside and also got on the bus.
Then a 7-year-old eerie girl, hopping and skipping, got on the bus. And then 5 small anomalies appeared in a row.
Jiang Yan was originally ranked 27th, destined to get on the bus. But the absurd behavior of these 5 small anomalies in line inside his mother's belly directly pushed Jiang Yan to 32nd place.
What? Jiang Yan widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "I can't get on the bus anymore? Then you all don't need to get on. Black Raven, kill them all for me."
The Black Raven, which stood quietly on his right shoulder, opened its large mouth and emitted an ominous, tragic scream.
Decay. Plague. Death. Destruction. Die. Destruction. Die. Destruction. A series of dazzling damage numbers jumped out from the front anomalies.
Taking the opportunity, Black Raven drank a potion for recovering energy, charged to Jiang Yan's account, and then continued the full assault. Under the dim glow of the sunset, with the Black Raven's loud curse, one by one, the anomalies of different sizes collapsed to the ground, making a thud-thud sound. It seemed like they were composing the music for this eerie funeral song. In Jiang Yan's left hand, inside his gray-white spider silk gloves, tiny human-faced spiders hung from their webs and parachuted to the ground, purple-green water-like streams rushing over, accompanied by the sha-sha sounds of human voices, wrapping the bodies of the anomalies into spider silk cocoons. Jiang Yan strolled out, stepping on the gradually forming spider silk cocoons, and walked all the way to the door of the 48 bus. The eerie bus driver stared with wide, pitch-black eyes, staring at Jiang Yan who was getting closer, and stammered. You. A calm pair of eyes looked up from under the strange hat and looked at the 48 bus driver.
In the moment their eyes met. Scarlet shock. Start. Boom. The driver's eyes suddenly lost focus.
At this moment, in his eyes, Jiang Yan in front of him seemed to be the most terrifying thing in this world. He had to kill him, or he would definitely be killed by him. Roar. The driver let out a deafening roar and pulled out a rusty iron hammer from behind his waist, smashing it onto Jiang Yan's forehead.
Boom. -1. -400. Boom. Critical hit, -1. -400. Boom. -1. -400.
The driver struck 3 times, but Jiang Yan's health bar didn't budge, while the driver anomaly was hit by the retaliation effect, leaving him with only a sliver of health. Seeing the 4th hammer coming towards him, Jiang Yan dodged and spared the driver anomaly's life. After 4 strikes, the driver anomaly finally broke free from the effect of the scarlet shock, stumbling back 3 steps, letting out a terrified cry.
I didn't mean it. Don't kill me. Chapter 71, How could we ask about the taboo?
Looking at the spider silk cocoon rapidly forming behind Jiang Yan, and the terrified driver anomaly in front of Jiang Yan, the 7 hunters from the Anomaly Hunting Bureau were almost shaking and huddling together in fear.
What is this killing rule? One hunter's face turned pale, his voice trembling. These anomalies, they didn't even make loud sounds just now?
Why were they still killed by Taboo 006? The 7 of them exchanged glances, clearly seeing the terror and confusion in each other's eyes.
The fear brought by the unknown is always the deepest. And the Taboo 006, with its completely unknown killing rule, brought more and more mental pressure and terror to the Anomaly Hunting Bureau team the longer they observed it. It was clear now that their judgment on Taboo 006 killing rule was a complete failure. Until now, this terrifying taboo was still a mystery to them. The only thing they could be sure of was that this taboo was incredibly powerful. It was even stronger, scarier than the 5 taboos that appeared in Shenzhou before. Chen Haichuan let out a painful and desperate groan in his heart. With such a terrifying taboo lurking in the South City, could he really lead his teammates to successfully seal it? In front of the bus door, Jiang Yan coldly glanced at the driver and casually took out 3 stacks of golden ghost coins, repeatedly smashing them on the driver's head. A total of 30,000 ghost coins. "I'll take this bus," Jiang Yan said, stepping onto the bus. Since the killing had already begun, there's no point in holding back. It's better to kill them all. The Black Raven's ominous curse continued. The sound began to echo inside the car. One by one, spider silk cocoons began to take shape. Watching the last strange figure die under the curse of the Black Crow, Jiang Yan turned around and got out of the car, leaning against the car door, his gaze lowered, and said, 29 seats, 2,000 dark coins for a ticket. Everyone? Not did you just smash 30,000 to rent the car, then double the ticket price? It's confirmed, this guy is robbing us. The youngest among the 7 hunters, Shui Manlu, swallowed hard, and said with a bitter smile. What do we do? Do we really have to sell our equipment? If we sell our equipment for half price to raise money, it means we're at the end of the road, getting weaker and weaker. But it seems there is no other choice. 2,000 dark coins are not even enough for Jiang Yan to fill in the gaps in his teeth. But for the vast majority of players, it's a huge sum of money. Especially for players who have drained all their finances to explore the secret realm, pulling out 2,000 is nearly impossible. With this money, wouldn't it be better to increase some attributes? Who knew that after entering the secret realm, it would be like this? If they had known earlier, everyone would have kept plenty of money on them. Just when everyone hesitated at this price, Jiang Yan casually picked up a small stone and wrote a few crooked big characters on the floor tiles. Providing equipment mortgage loan services. Everyone? No, are you opening a branch in this secret realm? This is not a taboo, this is simply a shifty scam. But, we've already taken out loans. Shui Manlu cried out helplessly. Wang Jia sighed. I borrowed 250,000. Chen Haichuan swallowed hard and said softly. Don't be afraid. I have a way. He slowly walked up to Jiang Yan and said. I want to sell silver bullets. Last time Chen Haichuan went to the antique street and borrowed money from Jiang Yan, he had already tried to sell silver bullets produced by the Hunter Bureau. At that time, one sold for 80 dark coins. At this price, he only needed to sell 175 silver bullets to exchange for 14,000 dark coins, providing tickets for the 7 hunters of the Hunter Bureau. Never would have thought that the silver bullets they brought in to kill the peculiar would actually be needed to exchange for tickets without firing hardly any shots. Jiang Yan didn't even look at Chen Haichuan, said. 50 dark coins each. Chen Haichuan's mouth twitched violently, his mind racing with countless curses. This taboo was taking advantage of the opportunity to lower the price. Too much, really too much. But now it's an absolute buyer's market, and Chen Haichuan had no choice but to hold his nose and accept it. After handing over 280 silver bullets, the 7 hunters of the Hunter Bureau boarded the bus 48. Although the bus was filled with gray-white spider silk cocoons, giving it a feeling of a spider den, it was quite difficult to step inside. But the 7 hunters felt a joy of survival against the odds. Jiang Yan stood at the door, disdainfully packing the 280 silver bullets into his bag. Besides these bullets he didn't really want, he also received quite a few loan contracts. Most of the players waiting to board had never borrowed money at the antique street, and some didn't even know where the antique street was. Seeing that they were at the end of the road, it was an opportunity for mortgage loans, and these human players immediately pledged all their equipment to Jiang Yan, taking half of the dark coins from him. Of course, part of these dark coins soon returned to Jiang Yan's hands as ticket payments. Before long, the skilled Jiang Yan had sold all 29 seats, then remarked. Let's drive. The driver had already been scared out of his wits by Jiang Yan, nodding repeatedly, closing the door, and starting the bus, speeding out with one step on the gas. Jiang Yan's gaze swept across the bus, searching for an empty seat. Pairs of eyes also gathered on the only empty seat in the bus. Beside the empty seat, Chen Yuro was instantly petrified. Just moments ago, she was still overwhelmed with joy from her miraculous escape, completely unaware that there was only one empty seat left on the bus. No, it can't be. Taboo 006. Is going to sit next to me? Shit, can I really still survive and get off this bus? Chen Yuro's previously flushed face, filled with 2 parts excitement, slowly turned deathly pale. Jiang Yan, however, did not even glance at her.
He sat down next to Chen Yuro without a second thought, not feeling anything wrong at all. When he sat down, his peripheral vision clearly caught Chen Yuro next to him shuddering violently. Jiang Yan sighed to himself inwardly. Look at this, now the hunters of the Ghost Hunting Bureau, their quality has fallen to this level? Even the slightest movement can make her shiver. A scared bird, everything is a threat, it's all like this, right? I think the mental toughness of those ordinary players is stronger than this person beside me. Really, the world is going downhill. Is it because I was too weak in my past life that I felt these hunters were so strong? As the bus drove on, Chen Yuro's stiff body slowly returned to normal, her breathing becoming smoother. Fear was no help to the situation. Chen Yuro continuously glanced at Jiang Yan from the corner of her eye, and a bold thought suddenly rose in her heart. She cautiously spoke up and asked. Why, did you kill all the strange things just now? Boom! This question, when it was asked, was like a thunderclap in the clear sky, causing the hunters of the Ghost Hunting Bureau around them to sharply inhale, their faces filled with extreme fear. No! How could you ask about a taboo? This is asking for death. Chapter 72, Don't Answer. The name of taboo is extremely dangerous for humans, almost to the point where seeing it means death. Every taboo that appeared in Shenzhou before made people's hearts freeze, their souls shiver. If not for the Ghost Hunting Bureau handling them at the cost of countless injuries and deaths, each taboo would have caused great damage to human society. Such terrifying existences must be sealed in a golden coffin. Otherwise, any form of contact, even by the most cautious hunters, would make it hard to escape the ultimate fate of death. Taboo 006, with its low desire for attack, was something the Ghost Hunting Bureau had never seen before. But low desire for attack does not mean there is none, and it does not mean it won't happen. Asking a taboo that has no current desire for attack a question, in the eyes of the Ghost Hunting Bureau's hunters, is a completely suicidal act. Chen Yuro. How foolish. Chen Haichuan's eyes were about to burst with rage, and he could almost see Taboo 006 raising its hand to gently pat his sister's shoulder, turning Chen Yuro into a gray-white spider silk cocoon. No, no. Chen Haichuan roared inwardly, his hand instinctively gripping his knife. Chen Haichuan had already made up his mind that if Taboo 006 really attacked his sister, even if it cost him his life, he would block the strike. No one, absolutely no one, will harm my sister in front of me. Flames of war were rising in Chen Haichuan's eyes. The other hunters who knew Chen Haichuan also tensed up, ready to spring into action. Once the battle started, it would probably be a fight to the death. The 7 of them were most likely to die, but there was no choice. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point in the next moment. Then, they heard Taboo 006 casually respond as if chatting. I'm willing. The voice, changed by an old pipe, was hoarse and deep, like a giant millstone, grinding back and forth in everyone's hearts. The hunters of the Ghost Hunting Bureau almost couldn't catch their breath. Taboo 006 actually answered Chen Yuro's question? Oh my god, this is terrifying. Wait, what does I'm willing mean? Could this be its killing rule? Kill anything it doesn't like? Such a brutal and terrifying taboo. Chen Yuro was also stunned by these 3 short words, frozen in her seat, unsure of what to do. She had imagined many possibilities, even thinking that in the next moment after asking her question, she might be killed on the spot by the forbidden 006. But even so, she could still gather more information about this terrifying taboo for her companions in the mist. But now, the mist surrounding this terrifying taboo has only become thicker. Chen Yuro steadied her nerves and wanted to ask something else, but was suddenly yanked harshly by Wang Jia, who pulled the hair draped over the back of the seat. The pain made her realize that she had been too reckless, and she finally swallowed the questions she hadn't asked. For a moment, an eerie, deathly silence fell over the bus. The bus continued down the increasingly desolate street, and the 30 seats on the bus, surrounded by grayish-white spider webs, were all occupied. But no one spoke, everyone maintaining a posture of looking down and isolating themselves. Jiang Yan felt that the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward, but he had no idea why it had become awkward. As an experienced reborn person, he shouldn't be socially anxious, so he took a puff from his old pipe, glancing sideways at Chen Yuro, and took the initiative to start a conversation, asking. Are you from Nandu? How old are you? His low, hoarse voice sounded eerily similar to the ominous curse from the black raven on his shoulder. To the hunters around him, it sounded as terrifying as the tolling of a death knell. Chen Yuro jolted in shock. Is this, talking to me? The Taboo 006, actively asking me a question? This is too terrifying. What do these questions mean? Not killing locals? Or not killing those who are too young? Could this Taboo 006 still have a consciousness for sustained slaughter? Chen Yuro's delicate body involuntarily shivered again, looking like a drowned rat. In the extreme terror, her brain was running wildly. What should I do? How should I answer?
If I say I'm from Nandu, and it specializes in killing people from Nandu, won't I die? If I say I'm not from Nandu, and it specializes in killing outsiders, won't I also die? No matter how I answer, it's like playing a game of Russian roulette.
Wang Jia, sitting behind Chen Yuro, saw her trembling badly and realized that she, lacking experience in dealing with taboos, had no idea what to do. He quickly reached out and grabbed Chen Yuro's long hair again, yanking it 3 times harshly.
Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. In this situation, saying anything could easily lead to death. Even in front of the taboo, speaking itself is like asking to die. You haven't died yet after asking that question?
It's entirely possible that the taboo just killed too many strange beings in a short time and has run out of power or is in cooldown, and you're still alive. Just pray for your life.
Please don't risk your life again. I'm begging you.
Chen Yuro was being tugged repeatedly by Wang Jia, gritting her teeth in pain, tears shimmering in the corners of her eyes, but through the unspoken understanding between the hunters, she roughly understood Wang Jia's intentions. She tightly closed her mouth and said nothing, completely treating Jiang Yan's question as if it were just the wind in her ears. Jiang Yan took another puff from his pipe and noticed that the hunter girl next to him completely ignored his words. He couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. His chat request as a handsome 18-year-old high school boy was actually ignored? Jiang Yan always thought his charm was off the charts. Even when he didn't have the hidden black raven set and could only wear a school uniform, he was still a strong contender for the school's most handsome guy. Now with his flashy, gold-plated outfit, he was even more cool and flashy, and there was no reason for the girl to ignore him, right?
She wouldn't even bother responding to me?
Jiang Yan couldn't help but turn his head, his eyes peeking out from under his lowered, strange hat, looking at Chen Yuro beside him. Noticing the boss's movement, the black raven on his right shoulder slowly turned its head, its crimson single eye coldly staring at Chen Yuro beside him. Feeling 3 pairs of eyes measuring her from such a close distance. Chen Yuru's body was covered in goosebumps, feeling that every muscle in her body had tensed up.
Taboo 006. It looked at me again.
Chen Yuru would never forget how terrifying it was the last time Taboo 006 looked at her. That feeling of completely losing control, losing all reason, Chen Yuru never wanted to experience it again in her life.
Keek keek, keekak.
The sound of Chen Yuru's teeth lightly clashing was very distinct in the dead silence of the car.
Jiang Yan sniffed and smelled a faint urine odor.
Looking down, Jiang Yan was stunned to discover that Chen Yuru's pants were, bit by bit, soaked through.
No, a proper hunter actually has urinary incontinence? How can this silly girl, who pees anywhere, really be a hunter? Chapter 73, The Bloodthirsty Head Nurse. The Hunter Bureau is really getting more and more outrageous. Could it really be true, as a popular internet saying goes, this world is just a huge makeshift stage?
Jiang Yan shook his head and sighed inwardly, turning his gaze away and no longer looking at Chen Yuru.
After all, she's a beautiful young lady, and having urinary incontinence must be very embarrassing, right?
I shouldn't laugh at other people's physical flaws, and I shouldn't keep staring at her, so I'll just pretend I didn't notice. But Jiang Yan still moved his but a little, distancing himself from Chen Yuru, afraid of getting contaminated by the urine on her pants. Feeling Taboo 006 gaze shift away, Chen Yuru's overwhelming shadow of death in her heart finally eased a little, revealing a faint ray of sunlight.
I survived?
As expected, don't answer his questions, don't make eye contact with him, and I successfully escaped a disaster. Although Chen Yuru had already prepared herself to die when she proactively asked, the psychological pressure when Taboo 006 looked at her again still made her feel like her heart was breaking. Taking 2 deep breaths, Chen Yuru barely calmed her wildly racing heart, suddenly feeling a coldness on her pants. Looking down, Chen Yuru was instantly frozen. I just peed myself because I was scared by Taboo 006 gaze? Although it was a bit embarrassing, Chen Yuru didn't feel ashamed.
Being scared to the point of urinating by such a terrifying Taboo 006, is it embarrassing? Not at all.
The bus ride on the 48 to the 3rd hospital was long and dull, only reaching the final destination, the Nandu Women and Children Healthcare Hospital, just before the last ray of sunset disappeared, the so-called 3rd hospital. Back then, the Nandu city area was far smaller than it is now, and the 3rd hospital was located at the far edge of the city, with most of the traffic coming from surrounding villages and the urban-rural fringe. The hospital's size, from the outside, didn't look big. There was only the main building facing the main gate, with the 2 side buildings being the office building and the inpatient department. Jiang Yan was the first to get off the 48 bus, covered with gray and white spider webs, and looked around at the hospital, which appeared even more quiet under the deepening night. The remaining players followed one after another, getting off the bus, looking at the hospital in front of them and cursing. This is the 3rd hospital? Hurry up! I've had enough of this broken secret realm. Finish it quickly. Let me go home. Damn, I don't even know if the rewards from the secret realm are worth the ticket and bus fare. As long as we kill the weird ones inside, the secret realm will be cleared, right? One of the most impatient players, clearly unable to hold back his emotions, directly kicked the third hospital's big door with a thud sound.
All of you weirdos inside, listen up. I'm here today to exterminate you all. Get out and die quickly. He felt confident, believing he had the support of 30 human brothers behind him. Behind him, the eyelids of the 7 hunters from the Hunter Bureau twitched violently. Such a reckless fool, making it to the entrance of the third hospital alive, it's really just pure luck. But they were very tacit and did not say much. Since this fool was willing to risk his life to test the waters, it was not a bad thing for the remaining players. The mission of the Hunting Weird Bureau has never been to protect any specific human.
With a dull thud, the door of the third hospital actually began to slowly open from the inside. A tall young lady in a nurse's uniform, holding a thick medical casebook, stepped out, walking on high heels. The nurse's uniform, which should have been white, was stained with patches of blood, as if a cold snow and blossoming plum scene had been painted on it. And the face of this nurse girl was withered and pale yellow, as if she had just been dug up from a 1,000-year-old tomb, her body having been weathered for thousands of years in the dark corner. The moment Jiang Yan saw this nurse girl, his heart jolted. He saw the soul coins income that popped up on his player panel. Soul coins plus 4,573. Powerful weird creatures may not always have thick blood, but those with thick blood are always very strong. The nurse girl's withered yellow eyes stared intensely at the impatient player who had just kicked the door. Her voice, dry and hoarse as if sand could fall from her throat, said each word slowly. Welcome to Nandu Women and Children's Healthcare Hospital, also called Nandu Third Hospital.
I am the head nurse of the hospital, you can call me Wang Ruru. When entering the hospital, please strictly follow the hospital rules. Rule number 1, do not damage hospital property. Violators will die. Before the nurse girl Wang Ruru finished speaking, she turned into a red and white afterimage and grabbed the neck of the player who had just kicked the door. The fool's pupils contracted, and just as he was about to call for help, his head was ripped off by Wang Ruru. Hot blood spurted. Wang Ruru leaned over to the severed neck and began to gulp down the hot blood that sprayed out. Her mouth was like a sponge that could endlessly absorb blood. As long as the fresh blood entered her mouth, it wouldn't spill out, it would be fully absorbed into her body. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan curled the corner of his mouth. This head nurse's strength was even higher than he had expected. Judging from the move just now, this head nurse was an agile-type weird creature. As everyone knows, the agile route is for fragile assassins. An agile weird creature with over 4,000 health points is a terrifying opponent, completely incomparable to a strength-type weird creature with the same amount of health. If this was outside, Jiang Yan would have the thought of capturing such a weird creature. However, the weird creatures in the secret realm are completely different from those outside. They seem to follow certain specific rules, and there is an ultimate goal of clearing the secret realm. So Jiang Yan didn't want to get involved. As the head nurse devoured the blood of this person, her withered body seemed to regain a bit of luster. And Jiang Yan's player panel also changed accordingly. Soul coins plus 4,973. Holy crap, did her health increase by 400? Jiang Yan immediately felt a bit of a toothache. This head nurse is a bit badass. If she eats more people in the hospital, how strong will she become? No wonder the secret realm was failed to be cleared in the previous life, letting the death-slashing spirit child escape. But even though this head nurse Wang Ruru's strength is high, she is not the death-slashing spirit child. Even if she kills her, the secret realm will most likely not be cleared. If nothing goes wrong, the death-slashing spirit child should be somewhere in the third hospital. The key to clearing the secret realm is to find the death-slashing spirit child and kill this weird creature, which will become taboo once it leaves the secret realm, in order to clear it successfully. As for the head nurse Wang Ruru, she could be killed or spared. Jiang Yan estimated that killing Wang Ruru might give a huge boost to the secret realm contribution. Not far away, the 7 people from the Hunting Weird Bureau gathered together and whispered. Captain, Hunting God, what should we do? Should we intervene? Should we kill this weird creature? Is the secret realm about to end? Chapter 74, Shall we go to the pediatric or gynecology department? Chen Haichuan and Wang Jianing were silent, pondering for a moment. Then Wang Jiao looked at Chen Haichuan and asked. What do you think? Chen Haichuan said. Do you remember the reminder we got when we first entered the secret realm? Enter the third hospital, and listen to the head nurse's arrangements. All the clues we've come across so far have proven to be helpful. This one should be the same. Since we must follow the head nurse's instructions, the key point to eliminate the secret realm is likely not with her. Wang Jia slowly nodded and said. I think the same. But if we don't act against her now, she will become more and more dangerous. She just killed someone, and her physical features have already changed significantly. She must have gained corresponding abilities. If we bring this group of misfits into the third hospital, the head nurse will definitely keep killing. If we don't act now, we might as well never act. The 7 of them exchanged glances. Chen Haichuan decisively said. So when we go in, we strictly follow the hospital rules and the head nurse's arrangements, and do not confront her. We shouldn't stand out, we must preserve our fighting strength for the key points in eliminating the secret realm. By the way, we must quickly explore the key to eliminating this secret realm. Up until now, we still haven't figured out what conditions must be met to successfully clear it. As the 7 reached a consensus, the head nurse discarded the corpse in her hand, wiped away the blood at her mouth, and restored a glimmer of shine to her face, full of a sinister smile. She rasped. Ladies and gentlemen, please come here to register. The head nurse, Wang Hucheng, randomly pointed at a man in the crowd and asked hoarsely. Do you want pediatrics or gynecology? The man was taken aback. I'm a grown man. What would I want with pediatrics or gynecology? Is this proper? See, can I choose urology instead? The head nurse's tone darkened slightly, coldly saying. This is a maternity and child health hospital. Why would you come here for urology? Are you looking for trouble? The head nurse's figure flickered, appearing in front of the man like a shadow, her claw outstretched, piercing directly into his chest. Ah! A terrified scream of impending death echoed in front of the third hospital. In the next moment, the head nurse tore his heart out from his chest, tilted her head back, and squeezed, the blood gushing from the heart poured into her mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As the head nurse swallowed, a series of drinking sounds continuously stimulated the nerves of every human nearby. Brutal, it was just too brutal. Forcing a grown man to register for gynecology, and if he doesn't comply, you rip out his heart. The head nurse, whose complexion grew more vibrant, dropped the shriveled heart and pointed her dripping fingers randomly at Chen Yuru in the crowd, raspy asking. How about you? Pediatrics or gynecology? The 7 members of the Hunt Bureau squinted their eyes in unison. Their movements were nearly synchronized as they instantly gripped their weapons. If this head nurse was going to attack Chen Yuru, they had no choice but to kill her at the hospital entrance. Fortunately, the head nurse had only killed 2 people before, her power increase should still be within a controllable range. Among the 7 hunters, one was a sky sword hunter, and with their combined efforts, killing this head nurse should not be too difficult. Jiang Yan stood in the corner, smoking an old pipe while observing the situation unfold. Based on Jiang Yan's previous impression, the configuration of the Hunt Bureau this time made him believe that killing Wang Hucheng would be without a hitch. However, ever since Jiang Yan saw Chen Yuru wet her pants in the car, his impression of the Hunt Bureau is very strong crumbled completely. Now he wasn't too sure if these 7 were capable of defeating Wang Hucheng, these trembling fools with attitudes that exploded at any moment. Chen Yuru reacted extremely quickly and almost answered without hesitation. I'll see the gynecology department. She, a grown woman, obviously found gynecology more appropriate than pediatrics. Head nurse Wang Hucheng's yellowish eyes locked onto Chen Yuru, revealing a cold smile, and asked. Are you pregnant? How many months? She extended a hideous, ghost-like claw towards Chen Yuru's lower abdomen. Chen Yuru's eyes narrowed, and she instinctively took a half step back, quickly replying. I'm not pregnant. I'm here for gynecology, for cervical erosion. Of course, she did not have cervical erosion, but she absolutely did not want Wang Hucheng touching her stomach. What if this terrifying and brutal head nurse decided to rip out her uterus? Wang Hucheng's ghostly claw paused, then slowly withdrew. I see. She opened the medical record book and casually noted down Chen Yuru's name, age, and other information. Chen Yuru steadied herself, as if truly there for a consultation, her voice calm and steady, constantly providing the required information to Wang Hucheng. Jiang Yan, watching from a corner, was completely confused. This very elegant hunter lady, who had been as skittish as a startled bird on that strange bus before, why was she now so calm when facing such a terrifying and brutal head nurse? She didn't seem like the same person at all. Wang Hucheng finished her notes, tore off a registration slip for Chen Yuru, then pointed at another man and asked. What about you? Gynecology or pediatrics? The man was sweating profusely, stammering as he said. I'll also see gynecology. Wang Hucheng extended her ghost-like claw, reaching towards the man's lower abdomen, asking. Are you pregnant? How many months? This time Wang Hucheng was even closer, and the man, far slower than Chen Yuru, was directly touched on the stomach by her. The moment the claw made contact, Wang Hucheng's face darkened, and in a hoarse, eerie voice, she said. You're a man. Why are you here for gynecology? Are you looking for trouble? Slish. A sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed, as Wang Hucheng's ghostly claw instantly ripped open the man's abdomen. Crackling sounds followed, as various organs spilled out, colorful and emitting a strong, foul stench. Wang Hucheng stuck her head into the man's wide-open stomach, greedily devouring his hot blood. By this time, the man had not yet died and continued to wail in despair. I'm not pregnant. I also have cervical erosion. Wang Hucheng sneered from inside his belly. I don't see any cervical erosion. Your prostate is a little inflamed, though. Bang!
The man's body fell backward to the ground, his lifeless gray eyes wide open, staring blankly at the sky, dying with his eyes open.
What about you? Gynecology or pediatrics?
Wang Roro raised her bloodied claw and pointed at Wang Jia.
Wang Jia's face remained calm as he replied. I'll see pediatrics. Wang Roro's yellowish eyes locked onto Wang Jia, her voice cold and sinister. How old are you? What's your illness?
Wang Jia was even calmer than Chen Yuru, answering fluently. I'm 8 years old, I have gigantism caused by endocrine disorders.
The crowd. A 1.8-meter tall man, and he says he's 8 years old? Chapter 75, Are you really not afraid of death?
Tiantian hunter King Jia opened his eyes and spoke nonsense to deceive the strange nurse, and head nurse Wang Roro actually believed him. Her yellowish eyes circled Wang Jia, focusing more on his baby face, nodding and mumbling.
Gigantism? That's quite a rare disease.
Wang Roro ripped off a registration slip and handed it to Wang Jia, then pointed at another man and asked.
What about you? Pediatrics or gynecology?
Learning from the previous example, the man quickly replied.
Pediatrics. I'm also 8 years old, and I also have gigantism.
A flash of anger suddenly appeared in Wang Roro's yellowish eyes, and she spoke in a cold, sinister tone.
Gigantism is so rare, how could 2 of them appear in one day?
I think you're just here to cause trouble. The man realized the situation was bad and immediately turned to run, his speed astonishing. Wang Roro took off after him, wearing bright red high heels but running so fast she dragged the man back like a dead dog in the blink of an eye.
Snap! The red high heels of Wang Roro slammed into this person's temple like a nail.
This person's face was filled with despair and helplessness, twitching as they died. Wang Roro grabbed this person's skull and ripped it open, scooping out the brain and blood, making a slurp slurp sound as she ate it deliciously. At this moment, Wang Roro's body had recovered quite a bit, her skin plumped up, and the previously withered muscles beneath her skin were now fuller, looking less frightening than before. But in fact, in the eyes of those around her, she was now far more terrifying than when she first came out. The restored smoothness of her body had been built up with countless human lives.
On Zhang Yan's player panel, the amount of dark coins provided by Wang Roro had already turned into this. Dark coins plus 6,173. Zhang Yan looked at Wang Roro with admiration in his eyes.
She's really great material for printing. I wonder if her passive ability, killing to add 400 health, is permanent or time-limited.
If it's permanent, no matter what, I have to try to recruit her.
Zhang Yan thought carefully and compared Wang Roro's kill-triggered passive with the murder plus 1 weird servant talent of the smoke charm. He felt that Wang Roro's killing passive was likely going to disappear after a certain period of time, otherwise, it would be ridiculously strong. The Death Slasher spirit child might not even be as powerful as Wang Roro. After eating the person's brain, Wang Roro wiped the thick paste from the corner of her mouth, then pointed at Chen Haichuan and coldly asked.
What about you? Pediatrics or gynecology? Chen Haichuan reacted quickly, grabbed Chen Yuro's arm, and laughed, saying.
I'm her family member, here to accompany her. His smile was very sincere, but a drop of cold sweat appeared on his nose. Damn it, I don't know if this reason will fool her.
Wang Roro paused for a moment and asked. What's your relationship with the patient? Are you a direct relative? An electric flash went off in Chen Haichuan's mind. It seems only direct relatives can accompany the patient.
I'm her real brother.
Wang Roro turned to Chen Yuro and suspiciously asked. Is that true? Chen Yuro nodded repeatedly, he really is my real brother. Wang Roro's suspicious gaze scanned their faces for a while, then she nodded slowly and said. Alright, you can go in and accompany her.
But when you choose a room later, you must choose a double room.
It's very expensive.
Chen Haichuan immediately sucked in a cold breath, regret all over his face.
Damn, now I have to sell bullets again.
This secret realm really is a tough place for heroes, next time, I have to bring more money.
Wang Roro then pointed at Shui Manlu next to Chen Haichuan and coldly asked. What about you? Pediatrics or gynecology?
Shui Manlu paused for a very brief moment, then reached out and put his arm around Wang Jia's shoulder, saying.
I'm his accompanying family member.
Wang Roro looked at Shui Manlu's youthful face, furrowing her brows, and coldly asked.
You're also a family member? What's your relationship with him? Shui Manlu boldly said. I'm his father. Wang Jia?
What the hell, I'm the Sky Sword Hunter.
You've got some guts. The surrounding hunters?
This young man is joking too much.
Zhang Yan.
Forget calling it the Hunter's Trick Bureau, from now on, it should be called the Ghost Deceiving Bureau.
Wang Roro was silent for a moment, seemingly frozen.
Wang Jia looked noticeably older than Shui Manlu, but Wang Jia had previously said that he had giantism at 8 years old, so if Shui Manlu married young, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be his father. Wang Ruru's yellowish eyes then turned to Wang Jia, asking, "Is he your father?" Wang Jia. "Damn. Yes, he is my father." Wang Jia gritted his teeth, each word coming out through clenched teeth. Wang Ruru slowly nodded, her yellowish gaze moving away from Wang Jia and Shui Manlu. After all, if they weren't really father and son, who would be willing to call someone their father for no reason? Wang Ruru went on, calling out one by one for registration, and a large-scale ghost deceiving game was playing out in front of the Nandu Maternity and Child Health Hospital. Gender advantages were fully manifested at this moment, as women could easily make up a gynecological issue and get a number with Wang Ruru. But the ones brave enough to venture into the first secret realm were mostly men. Except for Chen Yuru, out of 30 players, only 4 women enjoyed this advantage. The rest of the men were in a tough spot, having to do everything possible to convince Wang Ruru that they were children in order to get a pediatric appointment, and strange excuses could often only be used once. Finally, after several men were brutally killed, a little clever one was called out, squatting on the ground, and in a childish voice said, "I'm 7.5 this year. I have a fever. I want to see a doctor." Wang Ruru's yellowed eyes glanced at the small figure squatting on the ground, tore off a registration slip, and handed it over. "Thank you, sister." The little clever one looked like he had survived a disaster. The people behind him were already scared out of their wits. Seeing this, they hurriedly copied the same act, all successfully getting pediatric appointments. Wang Ruru had called out 29 names. Her gaze swept around the scene and she noticed a person with an extremely faint presence. This person casually leaned against a large willow tree, the shadow of his strange hat falling over half of his face. His old pipe emitted a thin wisp of smoke, as if he were leisurely on vacation. "What about you?" Wang Ruru's withered and yellowed claw pointed at Jiang Yan, her voice cold and eerie. "Are you going for pediatrics or gynecology?" Jiang Yan, seeing it was finally his turn, blew a smoke ring, then pulled out a small childlike black shadow from behind the large willow tree. At the child's head, there was a bright scarlet light, resembling a single eye. Jiang Yan said, "I'm going for gynecology, my son is going for pediatrics. I'm pregnant, my son has one eye that can't see." The 18 remaining humans around him sucked in a cold breath at the same time. "No, bro. Aren't you afraid of death? If you don't get your head twisted off by the head nurse, I'll take your last name," a man whispered from the crowd. Chapter 76, The Rules of the Third Hospital. The 11 humans, excluding the 7 from the Hunter Bureau, looked at Jiang Yan as if they were staring at a corpse. From the beginning to now, all the men who went for gynecology were dead. Let alone someone who not only wants to get a gynecology appointment but also a pediatric one for their son. This is pure fantasy. Someone had already demonstrated how to get through the process earlier, yet this guy insists on being clever. He's doomed. Even God can't save him. I'm telling you. Unlike these ordinary human players who didn't know Jiang Yan, the 7 from the Hunter Bureau took 3 steps back, ready to escape at any moment. Although they all felt that the taboo 006 could kill head nurse Wang Ruru in a second, this was her domain. Who knew if there was something even stronger in the third hospital? When gods fight, it's better for mere mortals to stay out of it. Wang Ruru's yellowed gaze fixed on Jiang Yan, her voice cold as she said, "You're pregnant? Great, finally, someone pregnant has arrived. Quick, let me check." The head nurse extended her ghostly claw towards Jiang Yan's belly. Compared to earlier, now Wang Ruru's ghostly claw had changed completely. Her skin was now reddish and plump, her muscles elastic, almost no different from a living person. But her expression was still cold, and with her emotionless yellowed eyes, and the scraps of human skin lingering at the corner of her mouth, it was still chilling. Facing Wang Ruru's ghostly claw, Jiang Yan showed no fear. He puffed out his round little belly and allowed her ghostly claw to touch him. 10 minutes earlier, Jiang Yan had already had the human-faced spider weave a huge hemisphere-shaped web on his stomach, resembling a pregnant woman's belly. The human-faced spider was hidden inside. Prepare to cooperate with Jiang Yan to deceive the strange. Wang Ruru's palm gently placed on Jiang Yan's noticeably bulging belly, and then fell into a long, enduring silence, unable to speak a word for a long time. "How is it?" Jiang Yan smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and leisurely asked. Wang Ruru slowly opened her mouth, her voice cold and full of disbelief. "Inside your belly, you are carrying a whole nest of human-faced strange spiders?" Silence. Dead silence. In front of the gate of the South City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the wind howled, and no one spoke. Pairs of shocked eyes all fell on Jiang Yan's body. The brains of 11 human players were directly stunned by Wang Ruru's words. "What? What are you carrying inside your belly? Human-faced strange spiders? A whole nest? Oh my god, your private life is a bit too chaotic, I can't even dare to think about it." As the other human players were still in shock, the 7 hunters of the Strange Hunting Bureau looked at each other, all seeing the terror in each other's eyes. Wang Jia whispered in a low voice. Look, I was right before. Under the forbidden clothing 006, every inch of flesh and blood is made up of countless spiders.
We have always only seen the surface.
The true terrifying form of forbidden clothing 006 has never been revealed before the world.
Gulch. The 7 hunters of the Strange Hunting Bureau all swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Terrifying. So terrifying. Under that strange hat, the seemingly human forbidden clothing 006, could it really be such a bizarre and twisted horrifying existence? Is this world already beyond saving? Xuan Manla's eyes filled with tears, feeling his mindset completely collapse. Chen Haichuan tightly gripped Xuan Manla's shoulder, speaking with a firm tone. Have faith. We will definitely succeed in sealing forbidden clothing 006, we will.
After feeling Jiang Yan's spider web belly, Wang Roro pulled back her hand in shock, her dry yellow eyes filled with disbelief, murmuring softly. After all these years, it's the first time I've seen such a situation. We need to get a gynecologist to take a good look at you later.
Wang Roro handed Jiang Yan 2 registration slips, one for gynecology and one for pediatrics. Successfully getting the appointments for gynecology and pediatrics, Jiang Yan's mouth curled up with a faint smile.
He never forgot that he entered this secret realm to find the soul-cutting spirit child. If he couldn't find this truly key strange being, no matter how many other strange beings he killed, this secret realm still wouldn't be cleared. It's known that the soul-cutting spirit child is in the 3rd hospital, so once they entered the 3rd hospital, apart from survival, the main task was to find the spirit child. If Jiang Yan could simultaneously get appointments for both gynecology and pediatrics, he would definitely be able to get the most information about the spirit child.
What about the one who said they wanted to share my last name?
Jiang Yan teased the person who predicted that his head would be twisted off by the head nurse. That person shuddered, face filled with terror, repeatedly waving their hands.
I was wrong, big boss.
I shouldn't be messing with someone who can carry a belly full of human-faced strange spiders. After finishing the registrations for everyone, Nurse Wang Roro stood in front of the hospital door, speaking coldly.
Come with me. Remember the rules of the 3rd hospital. First rule, do not damage hospital property, violators will die. Second rule, after lights out at night, do not leave your room, violators will die. Third rule, patients are not allowed to take the elevator, violators will die. Fourth rule, you can only stay in the hospital for 3 days, violators will die. Fifth rule, the 3rd hospital only has 7 floors. If you see a passage leading to other floors, do not step into it, violators will die. Sixth rule, do not attack hospital staff, violators will die. Seventh rule, the gynecology and pediatrics treatment areas are not together, and without an appointment, you are not allowed to enter another area, violators will die. Listening to the rules spoken by Wang Roro, Jiang Yan couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. Wow, this is really a hospital with strict rules. One mistake and they will kill their own patients. But these overly strict rules, if fully followed, would probably leave us with nothing to do. On the contrary, these rules seem to deliberately protect something from being invaded by outsiders. Maybe, the information about the cursed spirit child is hidden behind these rules. Jiang Yan looked up at the sky, showing a playful smile. It's already dark. By the time we enter our designated ward, they will probably turn off the lights. At that time, I'll go out for a stroll, and see what's going on. Regarding the rules announced by the head nurse, Jiang Yan had no respect for them at all. Instead, he planned to break each one and see what would happen. When Jiang Yan followed the head nurse into the 3rd hospital, he noticed a sneaky figure approaching him quietly. A quick glance out of the corner of his eye revealed it was Chen Haichuan. Jiang Yan immediately knew why this guy was coming to him. He must be out of money again, here to sell his assets. Sure enough, Chen Haichuan sneaked up beside Jiang Yan and whispered. I'm selling some silver bullets. Jiang Yan sighed softly, took the 500 silver bullets Chen Haichuan offered, and tossed him 25,000 underworld coins, saying casually. If you really need money, you could consider working for me for a while. Chapter 77, so, what's the price? Jiang Yan just said that casually, thinking it would be cool if he could dig into the Hunter Bureau's secrets. But this light-hearted invitation sounded completely different in Chen Haichuan's ears. Chen Haichuan swallowed hard, his body covered in sweat, every hair on his body standing up. Here it comes again. Forbidden 006 has invited us to work for him a second time. When Wang Jia went to Jiang Yan for a loan, Jiang Yan had invited Wang Jia, but at that time, Wang Jia did not agree. Now, however, after all the judgments about Forbidden 006 by the Hunter Bureau were proven unreliable, Chen Haichuan had to seriously consider this possibility. If I work for Forbidden 006, he shouldn't let other spirits kill me. I could take the opportunity to infiltrate and observe him closely, learn his killing rules, and provide essential information support for the Hunter Bureau's sealing plan.
Once I earn Forbidden 006 trust, I can lead him into the trap set by the Hunter Bureau, luring him into the sealing battlefield.
So many benefits. Then, what's the price? Chen Haichuan's nose dripped with cold sweat.
Working for Forbidden 006 is like scheming with a tiger. My life could be extinguished at any moment.
Once exposed, it's over. Is it worth it?
Yes, it is. The next moment, Chen Haichuan raised his head, his eyes full of unwavering determination, and said,
Okay. I am willing to work for you. How much will you pay me?
This time, Jiang Yan was caught off guard.
This Hunter Bureau team leader level hunter actually agreed without hesitation?
He's taking advantage of the Hunter Bureau's resources and wants to eat my salary. Isn't that typical of someone who's working both sides? Sigh. These hunters' qualities are worse than I imagined, completely losing their ideals and beliefs as hunters. Jiang Yan didn't criticize Chen Haichuan for too long in his heart. After all, everyone is struggling to survive in this world. Even Chen Haichuan must consider his own survival. Many times, this isn't an issue of ideals, but of reality. From a certain point of view, Chen Haichuan, who's working both sides, is the true smart one.
As for how much to pay him,
Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then returned the 780 silver bullets he had collected to Chen Haichuan, valued at 39,000 underworld coins, and added 1,000 underworld coins in cash, saying, "Let's make it an even number. I'll pay you 40,000 underworld coins a month."
He didn't really want these silver bullets, and the bullets produced by the Hunter Bureau couldn't be stored in the system's space.
The sound of jingling in his pocket was very annoying. As for the high salary of 40,000 ghost coins a month, Jiang Yan found it quite reasonable. Chen Haichuan was not a weirdo, but a human who had the ability to kill weirdos on his own. Based on the rewards from the few weirdos that An Xiaoxin had killed alone, as a hunter, Chen Haichuan's ability and speed to acquire resources were unmatched by normal humans or weirdos. Jiang Yan had also seen Chen Haichuan's equipment and knew this guy had quite a fortune. Hiring a high-ranking captain from the Weirdo Hunting Bureau to work for himself at this price felt like a great deal to Jiang Yan. Especially after establishing a channel with the Weirdo Hunting Bureau through Chen Haichuan, Jiang Yan now held the two major forces, the Shang Group and the Weirdo Hunting Bureau, perfectly achieving a grand plan of operating in both the black and white markets in Nandu.
A brilliant move. Jiang Yan silently applauded his own cleverness. Receiving the bullets and the weirdo contract from Jiang Yan, Chen Haichuan looked dazed and whispered, 40,000 ghost coins, for 1 month? Damn! The taboo 006 was indeed a juicy and terrifying taboo. Casually offering a monthly salary of 40,000? Do you know how much I, Chen Haichuan, one of the 3 captains of the Weirdo Hunting Bureau's Nandu branch, a strong candidate for the next branch chief, earn? 2,000 ghost coins a month. This was just the updated salary post-Weird era. Before the weirdos arrived, Chen Haichuan's monthly salary was 15,000 universal currency. Of course, he was part of the Weirdo Hunting Bureau with many invisible benefits, and he had access to a large amount of resources when in urgent situations. For example, the 780 silver bullets just sold to Jiang Yan were not part of Chen Haichuan's wealth. Moreover, Chen Haichuan's main source of income was not the 2,000 ghost coins salary from the Weirdo Hunting Bureau, but the system rewards obtained from hunting weirdos with his hunter companions. However, Jiang Yan's offer of 40,000 a month still shocked Chen Haichuan for a whole year. Now he finally understood what it meant when a horse cannot thrive without late-night hay. It was indeed delicious. Chen Haichuan shook his head heavily to drive away the distracting thoughts, secretly warned himself. Chen Haichuan, you are here to be an undercover, you must not be pierced by the sugar-coated cannonball of Taboo 006. A gentleman loves wealth, but takes it through the right way. After sealing Taboo 006, the rewards from the Weirdo Hunting Bureau will still remain the same. While fortifying his mental defenses, Chen Haichuan suddenly noticed 2 pairs of eyes lifting from beneath the brim of a strange hat, looking at him. Jiang Yan could appreciate Chen Haichuan's moral depravity, but if this guy became greedy and attempted to squeeze more salary from him, Jiang Yan would not want him anymore. Once a person cannot control their desires, they become an endless pit that can never be filled. Absorbing them into one's team will only bring harm. As Jiang Yan's gaze focused, the weird black raven on his right shoulder also slowly turned its head, its crimson single eye coldly staring at Chen Haichuan. Feeling the scrutiny of these 3 gazes, Chen Haichuan's calves began to cramp, cold sweat instantly soaking his shirt. Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe and said calmly, "Accept my job, and just sign your name."
Chen Haichuan quickly skimmed through the contract. The content was basically the same as what Jiang Yan had provided to the weirdos, but it granted Chen Haichuan, as a captain of the Weirdo Hunting Bureau, more freedom. Chen Haichuan gritted his teeth and trembled as he signed his name on the contract. As the weird contract transformed into 2 beams of red light and disappeared from Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan, he felt as if half of his soul was being drawn away. He knew that once this contract was signed, he had already 1 foot in the door of hell. I'm afraid, even if he successfully seals Taboo 006 in the end, it would be very difficult for him to survive.
For the sake of all humanity, fight.
Chen Haichuan forcefully suppressed the regret and fear rising deep within his heart and deeply bowed to Jiang Yan, saying, "Boss, please take care of me from now on." Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said something that made Chen Haichuan feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. "Later, stay in the room next to mine. After the lights go out, I will knock on your door, come out, and act with me." Chapter 78, I want to pay for a monthly stay. Listening to the indifferent words drifting from beneath the strange hat of Taboo 006, Chen Haichuan, who was bent over, almost collapsed to the ground. The rules of the third hospital. Second rule, after the lights are off at night, no one is allowed to leave their own room. Violators will die. These 40,000 soul coins are really hard to get. The new boss made a big mess for me right from the start. Taboo 006, as a terrifying taboo, could run rampant in the third hospital without being hurt. Most likely, he wouldn't be injured. But Chen Haichuan was different. If things went wrong, he might not even survive until next month's paycheck and would be tortured to death by Taboo 006. Chen Haichuan wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't he have waited until after leaving the secret realm before going undercover? Okay, boss. Chen Haichuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, too afraid to look at the eyes beneath the strange hat. Jiang Yan casually tossed out 40,000 soul coins and said, "This is your bonus for this secret realm mission." Slap. 4 thick stacks of soul coins slammed onto the ground in front of Chen Haichuan, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chen Haichuan's eyes grew wide as he stared at the 4 stacks of soul coins that were so close. What? Bonus. What kind of boss gives a new employee a 40,000 soul coin bonus on their first day? He was sure of it, this must be money to buy his life. Taboo 006. He must be planning to use me like a beast of burden. Chen Haichuan felt his scalp tingling, as if he had already seen his great-grandmother waving at him. Damn it! I'll just take it as a death compensation. Chen Haichuan scooped up the 40,000 soul coins and stored them in his systems store before quickly catching up with the main team of the hunting bureau. When Chen Haichuan finally returned, Wang Jia frowned slightly and asked, "You've been gone for a while, didn't run into any trouble, right?" The group had already followed head nurse Wang Ruru to the hospital building. Chen Haichuan just managed to return, making people worry. Seeing the concerned looks of the other 6 teammates, Chen Haichuan laughed and said, "Don't worry, I've traded with Taboo 006 many times before. But this time, the trade involves a lot." Chen Haichuan didn't tell his teammates about his decision to go undercover next to Taboo 006. At least in this secret realm, they didn't need to know about it. Otherwise, tonight, the 6 of them might leave their rooms, worrying about him. The danger after the lights went out tonight would be faced by him alone. Wang Ruru's hoarse and cold voice came from the front of the hospital building. "Come over to register your room number and collect your key. Single room, 1,000 soul coins per person per night. Double room, 10,000 soul coins per person per night." Hearing the head nurse's words, Chen Haichuan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. No way? This price is outrageous. The 7 people of the hunting bureau, 2 double rooms and 3 single rooms, staying one night costs 23,000 soul coins? If they accidentally stay 3 days, that's 69,000 soul coins? The other 6 people in the hunting bureau were all broke. There's no doubt that Chen Haichuan would have to pay for this. And right now, Chen Haichuan had only 26,000 soul coins from selling bullets and the 40,000 soul coin bonus, a total of 66,000. But he still lacked 3,000. I've sold myself to Taboo 006, and I still don't have enough soul coins? Proven fact, selling yourself doesn't make money as fast as robbing. Chen Haichuan stood in the wind, feeling utterly messy. In the end, Chen Haichuan took out 23,000 soul coins and paid for the first night's room. Live for today, drink for today, who cares about tomorrow's cold water? Maybe tonight, Taboo 006 will wipe out the third hospital. Chen Haichuan suddenly felt a huge expectation for his new boss. The remaining 11 humans, all of whom had borrowed money from Jiang Yan, had some ghostly money in hand, and since they were all in single rooms, they successfully registered and received a yellow hospital room key from Wang Ruru. Finally, it was Jiang Yan's turn. Wang Ruru, with her dry yellow eyes, looked at Jiang Yan and asked coldly, "The one who was pregnant with a human-faced strange spider and also carrying a child, how many nights will you stay?" Jiang Yan thought for a moment and began to rummage through his pockets. 10,000, 20,000. 30,000, 50,000. 100,000, 200,000. 310,000. On the table in front of Wang Ruru, 310,000 gold and brilliant ghostly coins were neatly arranged, emitting a strong stench of money. Jiang Yan didn't even look at the head nurse, he calmly exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. "I'll take it for a month." Silence. Dead silence. The 18 humans around them looked at this scene with eyes wide open, filled with anger. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, wanting to smash Jiang Yan's skull with all their might.
Damn, are you even human? This is a creepy, man-eating secret realm, not a damn resort. Are you addicted to staying here? Now you're taking it for a month? With this much money, why not add some stats? They had no idea that, to Jiang Yan, 3100,000 wouldn't add a single stat. The mood of the 7 hunters from the hunting bureau was shocked, but there was also an extra layer of fear. What does Forbidden 006 mean? Sure enough, this is the terrifying Forbidden Taboo. His way of thinking is completely on a different channel from normal people.
A certain undercover agent named Chen had a million head of grass mud horses galloping through his mind. Chen Haichuan wasn't afraid, he just simply wanted to die. If the boss wants to take it for a month, can this employee leave? The problem is, why is it more expensive than my boss's monthly fee? With so many people in the hunting bureau, how much would it cost to take a month? Chen Haichuan calculated it in his mind. 713,000 ghostly coins. Everything went dark. He had never thought he would owe this much in his life. Chen Haichuan just wanted to rush directly to Forbidden 006, shout I'm an undercover agent, and let Forbidden 006 punch his head off. Looking at the 310,000 in front of him, Wang Hucheng's dry yellow eyes grew wide and her face, which had become much redder, was filled with shock. What? What are you saying? The third hospital doesn't have monthly packages. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Hucheng's expression, feeling like there was a chance, and exhaled another puff of smoke, smiling faintly. What's the matter? Is it too little? He began to rummage through his pockets again. 620,000 ghostly coins. Is this enough for a monthly package? Wang Hucheng obviously became nervous, both hands clutching her clothes, her eyes were completely glued to the 620,000 ghostly coins on the table, unable to move even an inch. This doesn't meet the regulations. Quick, take it away. She said she wanted Jiang Yan to take it away, but the head nurse's eyes seemed to be glued to the ghostly coins, and she subconsciously swallowed hard. Jiang Yan understood in his heart and smiled coldly. Rules are always weirdly set. Nurse, can you make an exception? As he said this, he rummaged through his pockets again. 930,000 ghostly coins. The crowd around? This luxurious aura, why does it look so familiar? Could it be that you are the big shot who smashed millions and spammed the secret realm entries when you just entered the realm? Chapter 79, After the Lights Go Out. Looking at Jiang Yan's table filled with 930,000 ghostly coins, Nurse Wang Hucheng swallowed hard again. Her hoarse voice, hiding deep excitement, said, Really can't make an exception. Jiang Yan responded with an "oh," putting on a face of feigned disappointment, and began to put the ghostly coins back into his pocket. Since it's really not possible, forget it. I'll stay for 3 days, then. Seeing the huge amount of ghostly coins slipping away, Wang Hucheng suddenly panicked, like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. She hugged the coins to her chest and screamed. Okay. It's settled. I'll give you the monthly package. The always cold and brutal nurse, Wang Hucheng, in front of 930,000 ghostly coins, was no different from a petty, money-driven person. Even having some small thoughts, trying to squeeze a bit more from Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan chuckled, dropped the ghost coins in his hand, and nodded. Then, thanks to the head nurse for taking care of me. With the experience of the previous life, Jiang Yan naturally knew that the so-called monthly package was complete nonsense. This secret realm was only open for 3 days. When the 3 days were up, if the soul-cutting child wasn't eradicated, the secret realm would end, and the soul-cutting child would leave the realm, appearing in the South City, starting a crazy massacre. Jiang Yan took out so many ghost coins to test how the strange phenomena in this secret realm reacted to the ghost coins. On one hand, Wang Hucheng had good potential, maybe she could be recruited. On the other hand, the soul-cutting child's talent was definitely better than the head nurse's. If these strange phenomena's specific actions didn't diminish their desire for ghost coins, then Jiang Yan would have a lot of potential at the third hospital. It turned out Jiang Yan was right. Under the low brim of his hat, Jiang Yan's lips curled into a playful smile. Soul-cutting child. Ha. Interesting. Jiang Yan took the key the head nurse gave him and checked into a double room next to Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro's room on the 5th floor. Walking along, Jiang Yan followed the head nurse's instructions and didn't wander but went straight back to his own hospital room. But Jiang Yan still quickly glanced at the terrain along the way. The corridor of the inpatient building was long, with rooms on both sides. Each room had a door with an upper half made of transparent old-style glass, the kind that would shatter with a knock. Behind the glass, there was a white, semi-transparent knitted curtain, which, when pulled down, could add some privacy but still allowed a blurry view inside and out. Through the glass and curtains, Jiang Yan clearly saw some moving shadows in the rooms, and those in the rooms were obviously not the humans who checked in today. On Jiang Yan's player panel, a strange ghost coin income number flashed and disappeared. So, it could only be the strange patients who had been staying here before.
Roughly estimating, there must be dozens of strange entities in this inpatient building. Like the main building, the inpatient building had 7 floors. The first to third floors were for pediatric wards, while the fourth to seventh floors were for gynecological wards. Across from the inpatient building was the office building, and beside it was the main building, which, according to common sense, should house the various clinics, equipment, and pharmacies of the hospital. Not long after entering his room, Jiang Yan saw through the crack in the door that the dim lights in the corridor quietly went out. The head nurse Wang Ruru's voice echoed in the corridor, hoarse yet with a chilling, eerie emptiness.
Please, the new patients, change into the hospital gown. After the lights go out, do not leave your room.
If someone knocks on the door, ignore them.
If you see someone in the corridor, ignore them.
If you see someone jump from the building, ignore them. If you hear someone scream for help downstairs, ignore them.
Tap. Tap. Tap.
A series of crisp high heel clicks gradually faded down the corridor. It seemed the head nurse had left this floor. Jiang Yan peeked through the glass of his room, looking out into the corridor. The corridor wasn't completely dark, the emergency exit signs flickered with a greenish light, making the entire corridor seem deep and terrifying. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past Jiang Yan's corridor at high speed.
On Jiang Yan's player panel, a ghost coin income appeared for a moment. Ghost coin plus 5,587. Damn. So much blood?
Jiang Yan got excited, jumped off his bed, and leaned against the glass, wanting to see what the strange entity that just flashed by was.
Jiang Yan was already very familiar with Wang Ruru's ghost coin income, and this clearly wasn't her.
There were some real powerhouses hidden in this third hospital. Jiang Yan pressed his face against the glass, turned at an angle, and effortlessly. Just now, I saw that shadow. It was an eerie figure with disheveled hair, its black hair tangled like a mass of tangled threads, clinging together and spreading around the body, covering other parts of its form.
Faintly, I could see that this strange figure was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown.
This hospital gown was also present in the ward. As per the head nurse's instructions, every patient was supposed to wear it.
But Jiang Yan didn't wear it. With the Golden God suit, his secret Black Crow outfit was so cool, why would he wear some hospital gown?
The eerie figure hadn't left far, instead, it stood right in front of Jiang Yan's ward door. The strange face was pressed tightly against the glass of the door, staring directly inside.
Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh.
The room next door was the one where Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro were staying.
Inside the adjacent ward,
Chen Yuro exchanged a glance with her brother and whispered,
"Should we change into the hospital gown?"
Chen Haichuan nodded, saying,
"Change. Since we came in, though the head nurse's guidance was dangerous, it's been useful.
If we don't change into the hospital gown, it might cause unnecessary trouble."
"Yuro, what are you looking at?"
Chen Haichuan was analyzing, when he suddenly noticed his sister's strange expression. Her eyes were filled with terror, staring at the door. Chen Haichuan quickly turned his head and saw a terrifying face pressed against the door outside the ward. The face was pitch black, 2 sharp fangs protruding high above the lips, and a pair of eyes flickering with a chilling green ghostly flame.
Damn!
Even though Chen Haichuan had seen and killed many eerie beings, seeing such a terrifying one quietly staring at him in the hospital corridor of the third hospital still made him jump. The 6 eyes met, and the atmosphere inside the ward dropped to freezing point.
Neither Chen Haichuan nor Chen Yuro spoke, both gripping their knife handles tightly.
The eerie figure continued to stare for a moment, then slowly opened its mouth and emitted a cold voice.
"Give me some ghost money."
Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. There were quite a few eerie beings in this hospital building, and there was also a head nurse, Wang Ruru, wandering around somewhere.
Fighting here was definitely unwise. Chen Haichuan took out a 10 yuan ghost note and slid it out from under the door.
The eerie figure picked it up, then sneered and cursed.
Poor ghost.
It turned and walked away from the Chen siblings' ward, heading to Jiang Yan's ward door. Just as it turned around, it suddenly saw a pair of blood-red eyes quietly staring at it through the glass of the ward.
Boom! In that instant, the black-haired eerie figure felt its consciousness explode.
The scarlet explosion hit, igniting.
Chapter 80, The Forbidden Knock on the Door.
As the effect of the scarlet explosion destroyed the black-haired eerie figure's consciousness like a direct strike to the core, it felt a dense threat of death completely surround it. It felt as though the owner of the scarlet eyes behind the ward door was the most terrifying thing in the world. If it didn't kill them, it would definitely be killed by them in the most brutal way.
Ah!
A series of sharp, terrifying screams came from the black-haired eerie figure's mouth.
Boom!
It slammed its palm heavily against the ward door, smashing the thin wooden door to pieces.
Ah! Die!
The black-haired eerie figure glared at Jiang Yan and directly charged into his room, its ghostly claws, covered in black fur, fiercely reaching for Jiang Yan's sides.
Jiang Yan didn't even blink, quietly watching as the black-haired eerie figure came crashing in. Critical hit, -1. -400.
-1. -400. -1. -400. A series of damage numbers floated from Jiang Yan and the black-haired eerie figure. Jiang Yan's health bar didn't move even an inch, while the black-haired eerie figure's health bar rapidly plummeted like a flood. Though this eerie figure had a thick health bar, its attack speed was extremely fast, and after being affected by the scarlet explosion, it felt like it was committing suicide. In the adjacent ward, Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro pressed their ears against the wall, eavesdropping on the noise from Jiang Yan's room. That eerie figure that asked for money earlier. We fought with Forbidden 006. Chen Yuro swallowed nervously, still shaken. Chen Haichuan rubbed the goosebumps on his arm and said in a low voice, "This strange being who was desperate for money, why did it have to ask for money from Forbidden 006? Isn't this like digging under the head of the Tai Sui, asking for a long life?" According to their observations, although Forbidden 006 was filthy rich and often generous with money, it would never accept any form of extortion. Making a deal with Forbidden 006 might lead to a huge profit. But trying to freeload from Forbidden 006, the result would often be a terribly gruesome death. Third floor of the hospital building. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu were staying in a twin room at the end of the corridor. Almost the moment they entered the room and shut the door, the lights in the corridor went out. Only the green emergency exit signs continued to emit a faint green glow, making the narrow corridor appear especially eerie. Nurse Chief Wang Ro's cold voice echoed in the third-floor corridor, saying the same words as on the fifth floor. Wang Jia listened quietly and immediately said, "Change into the patient clothes." The two of them quickly changed into hospital gowns, and when they looked up, they were stunned to find a thin figure silently standing outside their room. Nurse Chief Wang Ro's yellowish, hollow eyes were staring intensely at Wang Jia and Xue Manlu in the room. The two hunters instinctively stood side by side. Wang Jia slowly grasped the hilt of the sealed strange peachwood sword, a drop of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In such a deep and eerie corridor, just Wang Ro standing there brought a psychological pressure that even Wang Jia, the god of hunters, was struggling to bear. "Nurse Chief, is there something wrong?" Wang Jia whispered. Wang Ro's gaze fell on the sealed strange peachwood sword in Wang Jia's hand, and her voice was cold as she said, "What is that? I sense a very unpleasant aura." "Show it to me," Wang Ro said, and without warning, she pushed open the door of the room and slowly walked in. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed through the room. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's pupils both contracted. Wang Ro had killed so many people before, and now, the two hunters might not be able to defeat her. But right now, it seemed like not fighting might not be an option. Just as Wang Jia and Xue Manlu were about to strike, a distant roar suddenly came from the fifth floor, followed by the sound of Jiang Yan's room door being shattered by a strange slap from black hair. Wang Ro's expression changed, and she quickly turned into a blur, disappearing in a flash. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu exchanged glances and swallowed nervously. They didn't know exactly what happened, but they both knew they had just narrowly escaped death. Wang Jia lowered his voice and said, "Let's go, we need to leave here." Xue Manlu was shocked, but weren't we supposed to stay in the room after the lights went out? Wang Jia said coldly, following the strange rhythm, "How can we possibly successfully clear this secret realm? Follow me, we need to find the key to clearing this secret realm. This secret realm may not last long, once the time is up, Nandu will be doomed. Every minute is crucial." Xue Manlu calmed down, nodded heavily, and said, "All right. I'll follow the hunter god." Wang Jia drew his sealed strange peachwood sword and stepped out of his room. Xue Manlu held two golden daggers with both hands, closely following Wang Jia's footsteps, watching for any potential surprise attacks from behind. Fifth floor, Jiang Yan's room. Under the storm-like, continuous attacks, Jiang Yan seemed like a silent reef, standing motionless. Seeing that the black-haired strange's health had fallen to the lowest point, about to be killed by its own reflected damage, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a surge of excitement. "This should be the first strange being I've killed, right? Since my rebirth, this is the first one I've killed. I, an invincible printing machine, can finally kill a strange being?" So, 2. Just as the final blow from the strange black-haired figure was about to land on Jiang Yan's head, about to kill himself successfully, a swift red and white figure suddenly shot in like lightning from the outside. Wang Ruru's furious shout echoed endlessly in the corridor. "Anyone who damages hospital property, die!" Wang Ruru's sharp ghost claws, like cold lightning, directly attacked the black-haired strange figure's back. Jiang Yan was startled. "Someone is stealing my kill." Instinctively, he took a step forward. With a high agility of 250 points, Jiang Yan's speed was so fast that it was almost instantaneous. He forcefully moved into the almost non-existent gap between Wang Ruru and the black-haired strange figure, using his body to block Wang Ruru's strike. -1. -400. Two damage numbers appeared, one from Jiang Yan and one from Wang Ruru.
At the last half second of the scarlet explosion, the black-haired strange figure, without thinking, turned around and slammed into Jiang Yan's back again.
-1. -400. Boom.
The black-haired strange figure collapsed to the ground, the two green ghost fires in its eyes quietly fading, already dead.
A message popped up on Jiang Yan's player panel.
Player Jiang Yan killed the strange figure, contribution, 100%.
Player Jiang Yan's dungeon contribution has increased.
This kill does not offer any rewards for now, but the increased dungeon contribution will be counted as dungeon rewards when the dungeon ends.
Even if the dungeon is ultimately failed, the reward will still be issued. Jiang Yan blew out a pleasant smoke ring. Although he didn't get the instant death thrill of An Xiaoxin's bullet, as a money printing machine, Jiang Yan couldn't ask for more. Wang Hucheng, who had been hit by Jiang Yan's counterattack aura, lost 400 health points.
A trace of vicious blood red flashed in her withered yellow eyes as she let out a shrill question to Jiang Yan.
You dare to hit me? Anyone who attacks third hospital staff will die.
Jiang Yan, holding his smoking pipe, with his strange hat brim lowered, didn't even glance at Wang Hucheng and calmly said.
So what? The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Chapter 81, This is Too Perverted.
In the next room, Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro, with their ears tightly pressed to the wall, both exploded in joy. The head nurse and the forbidden 006 have finally started fighting.
When two tigers fight, one must be hurt. Whoever gets killed, it's great.
Seeing Jiang Yan, cloaked in black gas and nearly blending into the night, Wang Hucheng slowly lowered her ghost claw. Her withered yellow eyes, full of vicious blood red, gradually faded, returning to clarity.
She whispered. For your sake, I'll let it go this time. You definitely didn't mean it.
Remember not to tell any other strange figures about this, or else it will be hard for me to maintain order in the third hospital.
Chen Haichuan? Chen Yuro? Didn't you act so fierce earlier? Can you stop backing down so quickly? You're completely acting like you bully the weak and fear the strong. But in front of the head nurse, aside from bullying the weak and fearing the strong, there's only one way to go, and that's death. What can we do about it?
Jiang Yan nodded, casually tossing out 10,000 yin coins and saying. Thanks for giving me a pass, head nurse.
Chen Haichuan. Chen Yuro. Can you two non-humans stop being so full of human etiquette and moral codes? Wang Hucheng took the 10,000 yin coins, smiling widely, nodding repeatedly. No need to thank me. It's what I should do.
I'll have a strange figure come tomorrow to fix your door.
For tonight, just stay here. However, you really shouldn't leave the room, it's not good for you.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and asked. Why do you say that?
Wang Hucheng said.
This hospital has been haunted recently. There are children running around in the hallways at night. If they bump into you, they'll stab you, very viciously. To maintain the reputation of the third hospital, no one is allowed to leave their room at night.
Don't tell anyone else about this, I'm only telling you. Wang Hucheng said, and
转身离开了姜岩的病房。姜岩看着病房破碎的门和外面幽绿一片的走廊，陷入了沉思之中。第三医院里全是鬼，竟然害怕闹鬼。走廊上乱跑的小孩，难道说就是斩命灵童？如此说来，我还必须要出去了。姜岩玩味一笑，探头在走廊上看了看，发现王柔柔的身影已经消失不见，一步跨了出去，来到了陈海川病房门前。咚咚咚咚，姜岩轻轻敲响了房门，沉闷的声音在寂静的走廊之中回荡，空洞阴森，令人毛骨悚然。病房之中，陈海川和陈雨柔刚刚换完病号服，陈海川就拿出了自己身上剩余的所有冥币，递给陈雨柔，说道：“你帮我收起来。”陈雨柔皱眉看着哥哥递来的冥币，心中不禁一颤，低声问道：“哥，你这是？”对这种类似托付遗产的行为，猎人之间都非常敏感。陈海川一把塞进陈雨柔怀里，低声道：“我还有，你拿着花。”他当然没有了，但他不希望自己的妹妹担心。今夜他要跟着竞技006一起行动，未必还能活着回来。这笔钱是自己卖身给竞技006的酬劳，当然不能跟着自己一起死。陈雨柔沉默着将冥币收起，刚准备问些什么，却听一阵空洞阴森的敲门声忽然响了起来。咚咚咚咚，陈雨柔倒吸一口冷气，豁然扭头看向病房门口，一个戴着怪帽子的人影静静矗立在门外，低垂的帽檐将半张脸遮在了阴影之中。陈雨柔心中陡然一突，浑身汗毛根根倒竖而起。竞技006，熄灯后敲门的怎么会是他？就在陈雨柔百思不得其解的时候，猛然感觉后颈一痛，而后两眼一黑，直挺挺晕了过去。陈海川扛起自己的妹妹，将她安放在了病床上，快速写了一张字条放在了陈雨柔手里。刚刚这一敲只会让陈雨柔昏迷5分钟时间，这病房相对安全，至少比陈海川即将面对的东西 安全得多。陈海川深深吸了口气，推门走了出去，对姜岩恭敬道：“老板，我准备好了。”姜岩沙哑低沉的声音在幽绿色的走廊中不断回荡，令陈海川心中直发毛。走吧，我们去走廊尽头的电梯看看。第三医院的规则中，专门有一条是不允许病人乘坐电梯。老子偏要坐坐看。陈海川头皮发麻，却无法违抗，点头道：“好，我为老板开路。”他直接把自己的刀拔了出来，走在了姜岩身前。与此同时，他感觉到了4种不同的增幅效果，悄然出现在了自己身上。这是什么？陈海川愣了一下，看向自己的玩家面板：耐久光环、庇护光环、反伤光环、强击光环。卧槽！陈海川顿时倒吸了一口冷气，心中掀起了惊涛骇浪。恐怖的禁忌006，增幅光环类的技能就有4个之多。众所周知，光环类技能是最不受待见的，正常玩家一个都不学。这禁忌006竟然学了4个。陈海川只能想出一种可能性，那就是禁忌006对其他主动技能和被动技能已经没有需求了，随便点了4个光环类技能给小弟用。念及此处，陈海川就感觉自己冷汗直流。这恐怖的禁忌006技能面板该不会能拉好几页吧？太可怕了，真的太可怕了。猎鬼局如果真的和这种恐怖存在打起来，陈海川一想到那种血流成河的惨烈场景，就感觉胸前压了一块大石头。
Couldn't breathe. Fortunately, the situation hasn't reached that point yet. I must remember all the effects of these 4 halos and upload them to the archive of the Spectre Hunting Bureau later. Chen Haichuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He followed the effects of the 4 halo amplifications to the next part, and nearly screamed in horror. What did he see? Behind the 4 halo amplifications, all of them were clearly marked with level 10. Chen Haichuan rubbed his eyes hard, looked again, and found that they were still level 10. So my eyes really aren't playing tricks on me? Forbidden Entity 006 really has 4 level 10 halos? How is this possible? Just how insanely rich must he be to not only learn 4 halos but also level them all up to 10? This is just too monstrous. Chapter 82, The Hunter's Skin-Stealing Horror. Chen Haichuan pinched his philtrum hard, struggling to keep himself from passing out. No. Something's not right. The 5 forbidden entities that Shenzhou encountered before and this forbidden entity 006 before us, they are definitely not on the same level. This forbidden entity 006 is absolutely the strongest forbidden entity the Spectre Hunting Bureau has ever discovered, bar none. Other forbidden entities are called forbidden because they barely reach the threshold of being forbidden. But forbidden entity 006 is called forbidden because we have no other word for it. Terrifying beyond reason, utterly despair-inducing. Jiang Yan followed behind Chen Haichuan and noticed that this guy, while clearing the way, suddenly staggered for no reason. He immediately frowned. No way? This captain of the Spectre Hunting Bureau almost tripped himself on flat ground? This is ridiculous. How does the Spectre Hunting Bureau even evaluate its hunters? Can any random nobody get in and become a hunter? Maybe I should find a way to shove Zhang Xiaohu in there as a hunter too. The world is really going downhill. People just aren't what they used to be. The two continued down the corridor. Jiang Yan's left hand, clad in his spider silk glove, kept releasing densely packed human-faced spectral spiders, which clung to the corridor walls and began weaving webs. Wherever Jiang Yan passed, grayish-white spider webs rapidly covered the space. The eerie green-lit hospital corridor turned into a massive spider's nest in the blink of an eye. When Chen Haichuan carefully reached the end of the hallway with his blade in hand, he turned around to ask Forbidden Entity 006 for orders. In that instant, his gaze fell on the densely packed gray-white spiderwebs behind Forbidden Entity 006, completely covering the entire corridor. He instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, shuddering violently. Overwhelming. Utterly overwhelming. As expected of Forbidden Entity 006. In this perilous third hospital, he was completely unstoppable. Chen Haichuan swallowed hard and cautiously asked. Boss, what do we do next? Jiang Yan looked at the tightly shut elevator doors in front of him, smiled faintly, and stretched out his left hand, still wearing the spider silk glove. He lightly pressed the elevator button. Third floor of the inpatient building. In front of Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's hospital room, Wang Ruru, dressed in a red and white nurse's uniform, stood silently. Her withered yellow eyes swept swiftly through the room. No one was inside. She originally wanted to take a look at the spectre-sealing peachwood sword in Wang Jia's hands, but before she could get it, she was distracted by the disturbance of the black-haired spectre attacking Jiang Yan's ward on the 5th floor. By the time Wang Ruru returned from the 5th floor, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's hospital room on the 3rd floor was already empty. Someone left the room after lights out. Die. They must die. Wang Ruru's decayed lips let out a string of chilling murmurs, brimming with vicious killing intent.
She suddenly turned around, just about to search the corridor for the missing Wang Jia and Shui Manlu. But at that moment, a small, shadowy figure suddenly dashed toward her from the hallway. The shadow looked like a little girl around 8 or 9 years old, but she had no physical form. She streaked through the corridor at lightning speed. As she passed Wang Ruru, the little girl didn't dodge or evade at all. She directly crashed headfirst into Wang Ruru. The shadow flickered. A little girl passed through Wang Ruru's body, then disappeared into the wall at the end of the hallway, as if she had directly walked through the wall. But Wang Ruru, on the other hand, was knocked to the ground by the little girl, crying out in pain.
Ah! Damn little child. It hurts so much.
She struggled on the ground for 3 seconds before slowly propping herself up against the wall and standing up. Her once full health bar had directly vanished by a third.
At the same time, in the hospital lobby, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu were cautiously on alert, sneaking down the corridor. Hunter God?
A surprised voice came from the corner behind them. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu turned around and saw another hunter from a single room, both of them letting out a relieved breath.
You came down too?
Wang Jia casually asked, moving closer with Shui Manlu.
As expected, these were excellent colleagues from the Hunter Bureau, thinking just like them. With 3 hunters together, the safety factor was once again greatly increased.
Wang Jia and Shui Manlu both felt a sense of reassurance in their hearts. Just as the two were about to close the gap to 3 steps, Wang Jia's nose twitched and he sharply caught a dangerous scent.
A warm iron-like smell. It was blood.
Wang Jia followed the scent of blood, suddenly turning his head to look at the hunter colleague hiding in the corner. In a fleeting glance, Wang Jia saw a clear blood mark on the hunter's neck, the flesh there rolled up, and beneath the blood mark, there was a patch of pale white skin. Wang Jia's heart tightened suddenly, and every hair on his body stood on end.
Something was wrong.
This was not a hunter.
It was an eerie thing wearing a hunter's skin. And on the ground, barely visible from Wang Jia's peripheral vision, 2 pale, long arms like noodles were reaching toward the ankles of Wang Jia and Shui Manlu. Eerie.
Kill. Wang Jia shouted sharply, and the sealing evil peachwood sword he had been holding swung out in a horizontal slash. Shui Manlu was startled, but as a trained hunter, he immediately regained his senses and also swung his knife, cutting toward the pale arms on the ground.
Slish.
The arm broke under the special silver-plated blade of Shui Manlu's knife, and instead of blood, black foul-smelling sewage poured out.
Ah!
A sharp scream came from the hunter hiding in the corner. 2 blood-red ghost claws suddenly shot out, one reaching for Wang Jia's chest, the other for Shui Manlu's.
Wang Jia's eyes turned cold, and he quickly muttered an incantation.
The sealing evil peachwood sword in his hand suddenly flashed with a radiant light.
One of the active skills of the sealing evil peachwood sword, Radiance Magic Sword Technique.
Skill, Radiance Magic Sword Technique, Level 3, emits a purging light from the sword edge, dealing 15% weapon damage per second to nearby eerie creatures, lasting for 7 seconds.
The next 3 attacks will trigger a critical hit. Cost, 270 mana points.
Human players in the 3rd Hospital's secret realm cannot use active skills, but eerie creatures like the Black Crow and the Face Spider are not restricted, and neither is the sealing evil peachwood sword. Under the radiance, the eerie thing wearing human skin let out a howl of misery, instinctively retreating into the shadows behind. Wang Jia would not give it a chance to escape.
He thrust the sealing evil peachwood sword straight ahead.
Swoosh!
The sword edge plunged straight into the eerie thing's throat.
The creature froze for a moment, then slowly collapsed onto the ground. Although the sealing evil peachwood sword was wooden and its blade quite dull, it was as if it were an invincible divine weapon when it struck this eerie being, killing it with a single blow. 2 damage numbers slowly appeared from the eerie creature's corpse.
Critical hit, -469. Critical hit, -941.
1 damage was dealt by Wang Jia, and the other came from the additional critical damage of the sealing evil peachwood sword. 1 strike directly resulted in over 1,400 damage, leaving no chance for any further struggle from the eerie creature. The heavenly sword hunts the gods, and its name is not without reason.
Run! The sound just now was too loud.
Wang Jia grabbed Shui Manlu's hand and ran wildly toward the hospital building's main entrance.
At the same time, the 5th floor of the hospital building. Ding!
A crisp sound, the elevator door opened. The elevator door on the 5th floor of the hospital building opened with an old crack sound, as if it hadn't been maintained in a long time. Inside the elevator, it was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. At the end of the hallway, filled with grayish-white spider webs, there seemed to be a black hole that swallowed everything, making one's heart tremble.
Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan, however, were not standing outside the elevator door.
Instead, they were standing in front of a small window next to the elevator shaft, positioned just in the visual blind spot of the elevator.
They couldn't see inside, and of course, the things inside couldn't see them.
But in front of the elevator door, there was a gray-white spider web hanging from the ceiling, suspending a stack of golden ghost coins, which looked very striking in the dimly lit, cobweb-covered corridor. The hook is straight, the bait salty, but if there's something eerie inside the elevator, how could it not take the bait? Jiang Yan, along with Chen Haichuan, patiently waited in the blind spot. Finally, just as the elevator doors were about to close, a purple-black hand suddenly reached out from inside, grabbing the edge of the elevator door. Sensing the obstruction, the closing elevator doors suddenly halted, then slowly opened again. A dragging footstep, accompanied by a rustling sound, slowly walked out of the elevator. As the eerie figure emerged from the elevator and reached for the ghost coins hanging from the ceiling by the spider webs, Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan, hidden in the corner, finally saw the appearance of this strange figure. It was a tall man, with broad shoulders, but no head on his shoulders. Instead, there was a severed neck, and fresh blood was still oozing out of the cut, as if he had just died not long ago. From the blue maintenance worker uniform on this strange figure and the iron hammer in his hand, it could be deduced that he was likely an elevator repairman before he died. But for some reason, he became one of the strange beings inside the third hospital's elevator. Jiang Yan glanced at the ghost coins he had earned on his player panel and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Ghost coins plus 8,751. Good heavens! A blood cow. If nothing else, this was undoubtedly a strength-based strange being, and its strength attribute was likely terrifyingly high. Jiang Yan had spent so much money on the pig-headed monster, and with the protection halo, that pig hadn't even broken 8,000 health. If someone rashly opened the elevator and entered that dark, cramped elevator space, they'd have to face this eerie being with over 8,000 health head-on in close combat. For anyone other than Jiang Yan, this would definitely not be a wise decision. Beside Jiang Yan, Chen Haichuan looked at the eerie, large, broad-backed figure of the repairman and whispered, "Boss, should we take action?" He instinctively felt a bit scared. Although he couldn't see the exact attributes of the strange being, Chen Haichuan, as an experienced hunter, had a kind of intuitive judgment about these strange beings. The moment Chen Haichuan saw this eerie figure, he felt that he might not be able to defeat it. But the situation wasn't so simple right now. Standing next to him was an unfathomable, terrifying taboo. No matter how strong the eerie figure in the elevator was, it probably wouldn't be able to make any waves in front of the forbidden 006. For a moment, Chen Haichuan had the feeling of clutching onto an unbeatable giant leg. Jiang Yan slowly shook his head and calmly said, "No need. We haven't fully figured out the situation in the third hospital yet. Unless necessary, don't kill the strange beings here so easily." They came to the third hospital to find the god-slaying spirit child. Although it was filled with strange beings, the clues were hidden among these strange beings. If all the eerie beings were killed, all the clues would be completely cut off. Chen Haichuan didn't know what Forbidden 006 was thinking, nor did he dare to ask more. He could only stand still, staring blankly at the headless repairman, who was bizarrely stepping on thick gray spider silk, constantly approaching the stack of hanging golden ghost coins. The headless repairman grabbed a golden ghost coin from the spider silk, and just as he tucked it into his pocket, he suddenly froze. 1 meter away in the corridor, another identical stack of golden ghost coins was hanging. The repairman scratched his non-existent head, dragging his feet towards the second stack of ghost coins. Then came the third stack, the fourth stack, the fifth stack. Eventually, the repairman was led by the ghost coins arranged by Jiang Yan into an empty hospital room. The eerie human-faced spiders silently closed the door of the room, then wrapped thick spider silk around it, making it look like the door was locked. The strength of the human-faced spider's silk wasn't very high, and theoretically, it couldn't control the actions of the eerie being for long. But the eerie beings in this third hospital seemed to mostly follow specific patterns, so the enclosed space would likely trap this being for a long time. If not, then let the head nurse, Wang Ruru, handle it. Jiang Yan, with Chen Haichuan, circled out from the corner and casually walked into the pitch-black elevator. The elevator's lighting system seemed to be completely disabled, and even the screen and indicator lights were dark. Jiang Yan, following common sense, reached out in the dark to press the elevator floor buttons. But the next moment, Jiang Yan touched something extraordinary. It was a small hand that suddenly appeared, cold and slippery, as if wrapped in a layer of slime. The moment he touched it, the small hand directly locked with Jiang Yan's fingers, the pose extremely intimate. "Jiang Yan? What is this thing?" At the same time, Jiang Yan also saw a new ghost coin entry on his player panel. Ghost coin plus 12,548. What the heck? How much? A 12,000 health eerie being? What kind of monster is this? In the small elevator of the third hospital, can you really gather two such extraordinary beings like this? No wonder the head nurse won't let anyone take the elevator. Who dares to take it? Every time someone gets in, they don't make a sound. But, the size of this hand seems like it belongs to a child about 8 or 9 years old. Could it be that I've accidentally found the main one? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and tugged hard, trying to pull this hand out, hoping to see if this was the life-chopping spirit child by the dim green light in the corridor. But with his strength, pulling didn't move the hand at all. Instead, the entire elevator made a creak-creak sound, as if it was under too much strain. Chen Haichuan didn't see anything, but instinctively sensed the cold, eerie presence, gripping the handle of his knife, too scared to make a sound, his breathing suddenly heavy.
Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in the elevator. "Which floor are you going to?"
Chen Haichuan trembled in fright, his hair standing on end, and with a whoosh, he drew out his knife, looking around wildly, but he didn't see anything speaking, so he instinctively moved closer to Forbidden 006. Although this guy felt even more eerie, after all, he was his boss, surely he wouldn't kill him in the elevator, right?
The next moment, Chen Haichuan heard Forbidden 006's hoarse voice, softly laughing. "I'll go to the 8th floor." Chapter 84, How Are You Here?
All the buildings in the third hospital have only 7 floors. When entering the secret realm, the newspaper hinted that there seemed to be something wrong with the floors of the third hospital. When they arrived at the third hospital's ward, Wang Rura had also clearly stated that no one was allowed to enter any floor other than the 1st to 7th floors. But Jiang Yan didn't come in to follow the rules.
After saying 8th floor, the pitch-black elevator. The eerie silence settled in. After a moment of silence, the strange voice said, 1,000 soul coins per floor.
Beside him, Chen Haichuan shuddered in anger.
Damn, 1,000 per floor? Why can't we just climb the stairs? This is outrageous. Jiang Yan let out a soft laugh and nodded. Okay. Then I'll go to the 10th floor.
Saying that, Jiang Yan took out a thick stack of soul coins, totaling 10,000, and tossed it on the elevator floor. Another moment of deathly silence followed, and then the elevator doors slowly closed with a creaking sound. Jiang Yan's hand, from start to finish, held that cold, slippery little hand tightly, not loosening even by half an inch. This hand, in every sense, fit the characteristics of the soul-chopping spirit child, and Jiang Yan would never let go easily. Buzz. The elevator emitted a hum, and it was clear that it was lifting upwards.
But still, no lights lit up, as if this elevator wasn't even running on electricity.
Chen Haichuan's breathing grew heavier. Even though he had extensive experience fighting the strange and supernatural, he had never seen such a situation before, feeling both nervous and confused. The elevator ascended about 2 floors, from the 5th to the 7th, which was the surface level, and then suddenly stopped. At this moment, the cold, slippery little hand Jiang Yan had been holding so tightly suddenly disappeared.
Jiang Yan didn't notice any pulling motion, but that hand was simply gone.
It was as if that hand had never existed at all. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked down, only to find that the soul coins he had tossed on the elevator floor had also disappeared at some point.
No way, took the money and did nothing?
Jiang Yan muttered in a low voice.
The next moment, the elevator suddenly plummeted. Ah!
The sudden loss of weight hit them, and Chen Haichuan couldn't help but let out a scream, instinctively wrapping his arms around Jiang Yan.
Jiang Yan cursed under his breath. Damn it, that's really malicious.
He had made many deals with the strange before, and most people followed the rules. But someone who blatantly took the money and tried to kill him was a first.
Boom!
A loud thud sounded as the elevator crashed to the very bottom of the shaft. It was like jumping from the 7th floor straight down. If it were an ordinary person, their bones would be shattered, and they would be dead beyond recovery.
But Jiang Yan was no ordinary person.
His strength was 250. Even if it were 70 floors, he wouldn't die from the fall. Beside him, Chen Haichuan was thrown all over the place, only a bloodied skin left, coughing painfully amidst the rubble.
As expected.
Staying with the Forbidden 006, every second was a terrifying risk to life.
This 40,000 really isn't easy to earn.
Jiang Yan glanced at Chen Haichuan, casually tossed him a bottle of holy water, and said indifferently,
"Hurry up and recover."
Jiang Yan raised a foot and kicked the deformed elevator door in front of him. A faint light seeped in from the outside, the scene vaguely familiar. It was the lobby on the 1st floor of the hospital building. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu had teamed up to slay the human skin strange that had just tried to ambush them, and they dashed out of the hospital lobby. The scream that the human skin strange made before it died was too piercing and would definitely attract the attention of Nurse Wang Ro. This was not the time to fight with Wang Ro. The head nurse had eaten too many people during the day and was at her strongest now. The possibility of both of them being killed was too high. As they rushed out the door, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu immediately saw a body lying face up on the ground. It was clearly a person, wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown soaked in blood, with broken and twisted bones, and the skin on his face completely peeled off. But on his waist was a standard hunting knife from the Ghost Hunting Bureau. With a standard pistol. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's footsteps stopped at the same time. As soon as they saw the strange face of their companion wearing human skin, both of them had a bad feeling in their hearts. Now, seeing their companion's corpse with their own eyes, Shui Manlu, who was still young, had his eyes instantly redden. Finally, a hunter has died in the secret realm of the third hospital. Wang Jia, however, was much calmer.
He quickly looked up. A hospital room window was open, with the curtain flying wildly in the night wind. If nothing unexpected happened, this must be the single room of their fellow hunter. And behind the curtain, there was a figure, also dressed in a hospital gown, standing by the window. The figure looked up at Wang Jia and revealed a sinister smile. It was a strange one. Wang Jia's gaze turned cold, and he bent down to pick up the handgun and hunting knife from his fellow hunter's waist. He turned and fired a shot. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was like thunder, reverberating through the dead silence of the third hospital. A silver bullet shot out instantly, hitting the strange figure right in the center of its forehead. A damage number floated from the strange figure. Critical hit, -516. The silver bullet did double damage to the strange figure, and with the critical hit, it should have caused more damage, but it only dealt this much because the strange figures in the secret realm had damage reduction buffs, and Wang Jia was more of a close combat fighter. The strange one let out a sharp scream and shrank back, disappearing behind the curtain. Wang Jia's gaze remained cold, and he grabbed Shui Manlu to continue running. His target was the office building across. The strange ones in the hospital followed a specific pattern and acted in a way very similar to a normal human hospital. Based on this, Wang Jia inferred that the office building at night must be extremely empty. That was the area Wang Jia considered to be the best for exploration tonight. By tomorrow during the day, he planned to explore the main building to gather the true information about this secret realm, which would help him make the next plan. But Wang Jia didn't expect to make so much noise along the way. This fellow hunter had been affected by a strange one and quietly jumped off the building. It was completely unexpected. After dying from the fall, another strange one cut off his face and ambushed the two of them, which was even more of an unexpected surprise. The scream of the human-skinned strange one had completely exposed Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's whereabouts, and whether he shot or not, it didn't matter. Wang Jia simply decided to try avenging his companion. Just as Wang Jia and Shui Manlu were about to cross the central area and reach the office building's main entrance, a sudden scream came from the hospital hall behind them. Stop! You two, you're going to die. The sharp scream echoed through the third hospital. Before the words had even faded, a dull rumbling came from the elevator doors on the first floor hall. Then, the distorted and deformed elevator door was violently kicked open from the inside. Jiang Yan, smoking an old pipe, casually strolled out, immediately spotting Nurse Wang Ro, whose face was full of shock. What are you doing here? Jiang Yan asked calmly, exhaling a smoke ring. Chapter 85, The Secret Hidden by the Third Hospital. In the hospital hall, Nurse Wang Ro stared at Jiang Yan with a cold and decayed face, her eyes wide open, as if her CPU had been fried by Jiang Yan's question. Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Late at night, you kicked open the elevator door of the third hospital's inpatient building and appeared here, and then you ask me why I'm here? Wang Ro finally snapped back to reality and let out a cold, angry roar at Jiang Yan. Anyone who leaves the ward after the lights go out will die. Anyone who takes the elevator will die. Jiang Yan calmly nodded and didn't even look at Wang Ro. He said indifferently. So? Wang Ro. So you better go back. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hands doesn't bite the hand that feeds.
护士长拿了姜妍93万冥币，软得像个萌妹。跟在姜妍背后，刚刚从电梯里爬出来的陈海川满脸鄙夷之色。堂堂第3医院护士长，一晚上在禁忌006面前怂了几次，我都替你觉得丢人。王柔枯黄的双目一转，看向姜妍背后的陈海川，发出了一声直插心灵的尖笑。你怎么也出来了？死！他身形化作一道红白色的冷电，直袭陈海川。一双鬼爪发出锐利的破空之声，仿若死亡的丧钟。陈海川瞳孔骤然一缩，浑身汗毛根根倒竖，心里痛骂道：卧槽你他娘的！不敢对禁忌006发难，只敢欺负我是吧？你们诡异能不能不要这么现实啊？心中1万头草泥马奔腾，陈海川的刀却是丝毫不慢，一刀斩出雪亮的刀光，要和王柔拼个你死我活。就在王柔的鬼爪即将和陈海川猎刀交击之际，姜妍斜跨一步挡在了陈海川前面。怪帽子头下的阴影遮住了他的半张脸，只有那一双古井无波的眼睛在阴影之下仿若两汪寒潭，令他的身躯越发像是一座不可逾越的冷峻高山。王柔的鬼爪堪堪停在了姜妍胸前，陈海川也及时收住了猎刀，没有斩到姜妍的肩头。姜妍吐出一个烟圈，淡淡说道：他是我的人。陈海川虽然很可耻，但有大老赵的感觉真好啊。习惯了保持坚强勇猛的陈海川这一刻竟然有点想哭。王柔过分了。那你们两个赶快回自己房间去吧。王柔弱声弱气说道。姜妍点了点头，瞥了一眼快速消失在对面办公楼大门后的2个病号服背影，随口问道：这电梯是怎么回事？我在里面看到了2个奇怪的家伙。他一方面是好奇， 另一方面也是想借机拖住王柔柔。江岩踹门之前听到了枪响，刚刚踹门出来的时候也看到了地上倒闭的一个诡异尸体。王柔柔也明显是在追击什么人，被自己的突然踹门给打断了。这个夜晚显然不算平静，除了自己之外，其他人也在行动。Human help human， 不用谢我，我的名字是江岩。王柔柔看了看王家和薛满楼消失的方向，耐着性子说道：那电梯闹鬼，维修的时候工人在里面被突然掉落的电梯压碎了脑袋，我们好不容易请大师来镇压了，但是大师说不能再进那电梯里去。我们明明断了电，但那电梯还是能自己运行，十分奇怪。江岩，又闹鬼？之前医院走廊就闹鬼，现在医院电梯也闹鬼，这医院到底还能不能好了？我还有别的事情，你们赶快回自己病房去。王柔柔说罢，认真看着江岩，说道：你虽然包了院，但也不能一直违反医院的规定。江岩抽了一口烟斗，对王柔柔的警告丝毫没有放在心上。不过护士长透露出的信息非常重要。目送王柔柔的背影追向王家和薛满楼离去的方向，江岩陷入了沉思之中。这第三医院的所有诡异行为都有些割裂感，明明知道自己是诡异，但是又在延续生前时候的某些行为。这走廊闹鬼和电梯闹鬼的情况，估计是第三医院最后时期真正存在的异常。而王柔柔树立的这些规则，本质上都是在维护医院的正常运转。透过这些规则，江岩似乎能看到。
Many years ago, the real South City Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the last period of the iceberg's tip. And the true culprit behind these anomalies was likely the real key to the secret realm, the child of the fate-cutting spirit. Jiang Yan once again remembered the slippery little hand he had tightly grasped in the elevator, which then disappeared out of thin air. There seems to be something hidden in this secret realm. What could it be? Jiang Yan felt like he had grasped a clue, but he couldn't yet make sense of a clear event. The information he had was still too little. Behind him, Chen Haichuan listened to the deep mutterings of Taboo 006 and couldn't help but shiver, swallowing heavily, still reminding him. It's human. Although Taboo 006 might be more terrifying than all the strange occurrences in this secret realm combined, there was a possibility of using one power against another. Based on this consideration, Chen Haichuan decided to share some of his judgments with Taboo 006. Jiang Yin paused, turned his head, and asked. What? Chen Haichuan continued. Why do humans become strange? The strange occurrences outside aren't like this. But the strange occurrences in the secret realm are obviously caused by humans. As a senior hunter in the Monster Hunting Bureau, Chen Haichuan could realize faster than ordinary people what the real terrifying thing in this secret realm was. If ordinary people could become strange, this world would have already fallen apart. There would be no need to wait for the strange to descend, it would have been torn apart by all the strange occurrences long ago. Even before the strange occurrences arrived, the occasional strange and taboo things seemed to appear out of nowhere, with no connection to ordinary people. But the situation in this secret realm truly made Chen Haichuan feel deeply fearful and shudder uncontrollably. Hearing these words, Jiang Yan's mind suddenly lit up. That's right, this was indeed a huge point of doubt. Whether it was Nurse Wang Ro or the headless repairman, they both seemed to have once been human before, but after death, they had turned into strange beings. Could it be that the child of the fate-cutting spirit was also a result of something happening after a human's death? While Jiang Yan was lost in thought, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure in a patient gown falling at an incredibly fast speed, landing on the open space in front of the hospital building. Bang! A heavy thud that made one's heart skip a beat. Did someone jump off the building? Chapter 86, The Falling Weirdness, Mental Control. Jiang Yan was startled from his thoughts by the muffled sound, looking toward the noise and seeing a twisted corpse in a patient gown lying in front of the hospital entrance. A pool of blood underneath it, continuously expanding. On Jiang Yan's player panel, a new entry appeared for his earnings of a yin coin. Yin coin plus 1,246. The one who jumped down was not a human, but a strange being? Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe and walked leisurely toward the twisted body on the ground. Upon getting closer, he discovered another body beside it, seemingly just dead not long ago. The difference was that the face skin had been completely peeled off. Chen Haichuan glanced at the boots of the person, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. The shoes were the standard equipment of the Monster Hunting Bureau, so this was a hunter's body. Chen Haichuan crouched down, carefully inspecting the man's hands and chest, and identified the person's hunter identity. His eyes instantly turned red, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Brother, rest in peace." This person was also a senior hunter, having participated in dozens of battles to hunt down strange beings, and his ability to act alone was extremely strong. He was also a teammate whom Chen Haichuan trusted very much. Such a hunter unexpectedly jumped to his death for no reason, and even had his face skin peeled off. It was truly tragic. Chen Haichuan couldn't help but feel both sorrow and anger. Suddenly, a pale hand grabbed Chen Haichuan's ankle. A chilling aura climbed up his skin, crawling into his body. A series of damage numbers also appeared above Chen Haichuan's head. -3, -4, -2. Caught off guard by the attack, Chen Haichuan reflexively drew his hunting knife. A slash struck towards the strange neck. But, influenced by the cold and eerie aura, Chen Haichuan's strike slowed down by 2 points. This strange, twisted, boneless being, as soft and coiling as a serpent, avoided Chen Haichuan's strike, then directly climbed onto his body like a python. Crack! The creature opened its mouth, full of bone-white sharp teeth, and bit at Chen Haichuan's neck. Chen Haichuan was startled, turning the knife blade to stab the strange creature with a self-inflicted post towards his own neck. This strike was ruthless and decisive. A single mistake could not only fail to harm the creature but might even severely injure himself. But Chen Haichuan's knife showed no hesitation. Thud! The silver-coated blade pierced precisely into the creature's wide-open mouth, purple-black tainted blood splashing out. -247. The creature let out a painful roar and instantly leapt off Chen Haichuan's body, rolling and crawling away towards the distance. As the creature exerted force with its limbs, its extended claws intentionally left deep wounds on Chen Haichuan's body. A damage number floated out from Chen Haichuan's body. -115. At the same time, the creature received a retaliatory damage of -200, and a flash of fear appeared on its twisted face. This counterattack is so shameless. Who can beat you? Chen Haichuan gritted his teeth in pain but made no sound, drawing a pistol from his waist. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out in front of the gate. -378, -294, -311, -374. The creature completely lost its will to fight, turning into a live target as it fled, and Chen Haichuan, with his excellent marksmanship, shot it full of holes, causing blood and flesh to burst out. The creature howled and convulsed on the ground, dying. Chen Haichuan looked at the gun in his hand, then at the convulsing creature that had died, swallowing hard and murmuring softly. I am so strong. I can deal such high damage now? The first rule in this secret realm was that damage dealt to the creature was reduced by 30%, making it originally very difficult to cause any harm. But now, with the 10-level critical strike aura of Forbidden 006, boosting attack power by 55%, along with years of training, silver bullets, and his own attributes, the damage he dealt had reached a historic high. Jiang Yan secretly shook his head, sighing inwardly. Too weak. The single damage is less than a tenth of An Xiaoxin's, and the rate of fire is less than a fifth of hers. And that's not counting An Xiaoxin's berserk combo speed boost. Compared to An Xiaoxin, Chen Haichuan is useless. He's not even worth the printing materials. If not for his position in the Hunter Bureau, forget about 40,000 a month, I wouldn't even want to pay him 4,000. However, Jiang Yan never had much hope to begin with. Chen Haichuan's performance, among human players at present, was already at the absolute top of the pyramid. Jiang Yan's attention kept scanning the windows of the hospital building. He saw many human figures in blue and white patient gowns behind the windows, mostly newcomers who had just been admitted today. These humans stood by the windows with blank stares, their faces showing some struggle. But their feet still uncontrollably moved step by step toward the window, heading outside. Until the creature was killed by Chen Haichuan. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Yan understood. This leaping creature was a mental control type. Anyone who saw it jump would be influenced by its mental power, uncontrollably developing the desire to jump themselves. No matter how you looked at it, this creature wasn't particularly strong. But, right after it arrived, this creature could very well kill a human in normal condition, someone who could normally kill itself. For example, the hunter's skinless corpse on the ground, if they fought head-on, it might have been more brutal than Chen Haichuan, but still, it could have single-handedly killed the leaping creature. He jumped directly and fell to his death. Because the mental control affects the mind, the effective control depends on the difference in intelligence attributes between the two parties. If the player's intelligence attribute is high enough, mental control cannot take effect at all. But at this stage, all players believe that the growth rate of intelligence mages is too slow, with low efficiency and survival ability in the early stages, so most choose strength or agility routes, and intelligence attributes are generally not high. When encountering such strangeness, it is easy to expose fatal flaws. Boss, what should we do next? Jiang Yan glanced at the direction of the office building and said lightly. Let's go to the main building and have a look. Since Wang Jia and Xue Manlu went to the office building, Jiang Yan didn't want to go with them. Compared to the office building, the main building at night was clearly much more dangerous. In this case, let's go see what the situation in the main building is. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu used a hunting knife to chop the iron chain on the big door and successfully entered a dimly lit office building lobby. As soon as they entered, Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's feet both slipped at the same time, almost falling headfirst.
The floor of the office building was extremely slippery, as if there was a layer of soap foam that hadn't been cleaned properly. Wang Jia looked down, and his face suddenly changed. What soap foam? The floor was covered with bright red fresh blood. The sticky and thick feeling underfoot, with every step, would leave a blood-stained footprint with bubbles. Hunting God! Do you hear? What is that sound? Xuemanlu lowered his voice, his words trembling with a hint of fear. Chapter 87, The Head Mop. Wang Jia and Xuemanlu both fell silent. The lobby on the first floor of the office building was deathly quiet. But in this dead silence, a faint splashing sound came from a bathroom behind the stairs. There was something strange inside. It sounded like something was being washed. Wang Jia and Xuemanlu looked at each other and both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. They had originally thought the office building would be empty at night, but they never expected to see such a strange and terrifying scene as soon as they entered. The head nurse behind them, for some reason, did not chase after them. Just now, Wang Jia and Xuemanlu clearly heard Wang Ruru's scream. But they still couldn't let their guard down. Wang Jia whispered. Don't provoke him. He's in the bathroom on the first floor, let's go to the second floor. This way we can avoid the head nurse who is coming and also avoid the strangeness on the first floor. Xuemanlu nodded repeatedly, and the two moved cautiously, slowly climbing the stairs to the second floor. In order not to make any noise, they moved very slowly, each step carefully placed. Halfway up, the splashing sound in the bathroom suddenly stopped. Then, a heavy footstep sound slowly came out of the bathroom. Wang Jia and Xuemanlu both stopped, not daring to move, hiding in the shadow of the staircase corner. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they looked down, both eyes focused on the direction from which the heavy footsteps were coming. A stooped figure, holding a huge iron mop bucket, staggered out of the bathroom. This bent figure had messy hair, graying and scattered, looking like an old woman. Cough, cough, cough. A faint coughing sound came from the strange mouth of the stooped figure, echoing in the deathly silent office lobby, which, combined with the thick blood covering the floor, made the atmosphere even more eerie and strange. The old woman slowly put the iron mop bucket on the ground and pulled the mop out from inside. As soon as they saw the mop, Wang Jia and Xuemanlu's scalp went numb, their pupils shrinking like pinpoints. The handle of the mop was ordinary wood, but the mop head was not made of cloth strips. Instead, it was a woman's head, pierced through by the mop handle. The wooden handle had deeply pierced through the woman's neck, with her long, black hair spread out, drenched in blood, flowing down from the head in hair. The turbulent flow rushes and falls. Wang Jia and Xuemanlu turned their eyes and felt even colder all over. In the mop bucket, what is there, if not water? It is completely filled with dark red blood. The old woman coughed strangely twice, holding the human head mop and started mopping the floor. Splash! Splash! Blood spread from the woman's head on the mop, covering the entire floor. The woman's hair seemed like a brush, constantly drawing strange symbols on the blood-stained floor. And the direction the old woman was facing was directly towards the shadow where Wang Jia and Xuemanlu were hiding. If they moved out of the shadow, they would likely be discovered immediately. Xuemanlu couldn't help but grip Wang Jia's arm tightly. Wang Jia could feel Xuemanlu's body trembling lightly. This young hunter was struggling to endure the shock of this scene, almost overtaken by fear. Wang Jia took a deep breath, grasped Xuemanlu's hand, and gave him a firm look. Xuemanlu swallowed hard, nodded silently, signaling that he could still hold on. The two of them stayed hidden in the shadow, not daring to move, while the eerie old woman downstairs focused entirely on mopping the floor. Occasionally, she let out a gloomy cough, which echoed in Wang Jia and Xuemanlu's ears. Xuemanlu's breathing gradually became heavier, and a hint of panic rose in his eyes. He wrote a few words on Wang Jia's palm. After finishing the first floor, it's the second floor next. By then, the eerie one will definitely climb up the stairs. If we stay here, we will be discovered sooner or later. Wang Jia glanced at the few remaining spots on the first floor that weren't covered by blood. His scalp tingled, but he still shook his head, signaling Xuemanlu not to hurry. Xuemanlu was nearly on the verge of tears, but Wang Jia remained as calm as ever. He was waiting for a change in the situation. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clack 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 quickly approached the office building's front door. Hearing this, the old woman furrowed her brows, slowly turned around, and looked toward the door. Now's the time. Wang Jia pulled Xuemanlu, and the two of them moved stealthily out of the stairwell's shadow, silently continuing their climb to the second floor. As they reached the last stretch of the stairs, Wang Jia took out a bundle of golden alloy wire from his chest, wrapping it around the stair railing, creating a golden wire barrier, and attached a small bell to it. The head nurse, Wang Ruru, stood at the door, not stepping onto the blood-stained floor, looking at the old woman's yellowed eyes with some caution. The old woman slowly spoke, her voice surprisingly clear like a young girl's. Cleaning at night, no disturbing the eerie. Wang Ruru's face darkened as she stretched out a thin, withered finger, pointing to 2 rows of footprints on the blood-stained floor, speaking coldly. The eerie one has already entered.
The old woman lowered her head, staring at the 2 rows of footprints clearly imprinted on the blood-covered floor. Her face gradually turned ferocious and malicious. Who stepped on the floor I just cleaned? Her scream quickly changed from the voice of a young girl to an old, low, and deep tone, filled with cold murderous intent. Thud, thud, thud. The old woman, holding the head mop, moved swiftly on the first floor, going room by room, furiously opening doors and searching, her expression raging with murderous intent. Wang Roro stood at the door, silently for a moment, then turned and left. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu had already reached the second floor. The layout of the second floor was almost identical to the first floor, with a long, dim corridor, and many offices on either side, each door tightly shut. The 2 of them slowly pushed open the door of an office in front of them, glanced inside, and Wang Jia quietly sighed in relief, pointing to the office window, and whispered, "If the eerie one comes up after us, we'll jump out of the window and escape." The height of the second floor posed no threat to Wang Jia and Xue Manlu at all. But just now, the old woman dragging the floor with a mop using her head seemed strange, causing both Wang Jia and Xue Manlu to sense a huge threat of death. Although they hadn't yet fought, both hunters had an instinct deep in their hearts. This old woman is strange, she probably isn't someone we can fight against. If there is a way to retreat, it would be best. The 2 entered the office, and Xue Manlu quickly walked towards one of the windows, preparing to open it so that it would be easier to escape later. But Wang Jia's hand immediately grabbed Xue Manlu's shoulder tightly. Xue Manlu was stunned for a moment, then seemed to sense something and slowly turned his stiff body to look towards the innermost part of the office. There was an old-fashioned desk, scattered with many documents and files. A black-faced, bald old man was sitting silently in the chair, his hollow, lifeless eyes staring at the 2 intruders in the office. "What are you 2 patients doing here so late?" The eerie voice echoed in the office. Chapter 88, yes. It's me. Looking at the bald black-faced old man, Xue Manlu slowly gripped the handle of his knife, and his breathing calmed down. This battle might be unavoidable. Then let's fight. The black-faced old man in front of them did not pose as much pressure as the old woman downstairs. It seemed like he was weaker. With both of them together, they should be able to win. But it must be a quick fight. Once that old woman reaches the second floor, they will have no chance left. However, Wang Jia didn't rush to act. He quietly squeezed Xue Manlu's shoulder and then calmly said, "I'm the janitor's nephew. She's about to finish cleaning the floor. She asked me to come up and clean up after her. Why are you still here so late?" Upon hearing this, Xue Manlu almost choked on his own saliva. What? The janitor's nephew downstairs? Isn't he afraid the janitor will twist his head off and use it as a mop? The bald black-faced old man looked up and down at Wang Jia and Xue Manlu, a look of suspicion on his face. He murmured lowly, "The janitor can go through the back door now? Forget it, she's too fierce, it's normal to give her face. I'm working overtime, when she comes up, I'll talk to her." Wang Jia's heart moved, knowing there was hope, and continued to ask, "You're working overtime this late? The leaders of the 3rd hospital are too much, aren't they?" The bald black-faced old man seemed to find a kindred spirit, patting the desk as he said, "Yeah. It's outrageous. But the data summary for these special patients, the dean needs it urgently, and this task is confidential. I'm the only one who can do it. They don't even give me a helper. I'm exhausted. They don't give me a pay raise, nor do they promote me. Is there any justice in this?" Hearing the words special patients data, Wang Jia and Xue Manlu exchanged a glance, both seeing the thoughtfulness in each other's eyes. Having been at the 3rd hospital for so long, they, like Chen Haichuan, had long noticed that something was very wrong with this hospital. The real way to break the situation probably involves dealing with the hospital itself. And the patients are a very important part of it. Wang Jia gave Xue Manlu a look. Xue Manlu immediately understood. The small talk was done. It was time to kill. The documents on the strange desk might become an important clue. Xue Manlu couldn't help but admire Wang Jia, who truly deserved to be called the hunter god. His mind was sharp, and there was still much for me to learn. Wang Jia casually picked up a thermos from the floor and walked over to the bald old man's desk, smiling as he said, "You've worked hard. Let me pour you a cup of water." Xue Manlu silently moved to the other side, pressing his knife in the corner, positioning for a coordinated attack. The bald old man seemed to enjoy Wang Jia's courtesy and smiled, nodding. "You're a good young man." Before he finished speaking, the Fenggue Peachwood sword and the silver-plated hunting knife came down from both sides, striking together. "Ah! You! What are you doing?" Suddenly attacked, the bald eerie creature's face twisted in an instant. It opened its ferocious mouth and lunged at Wang Jia, who was closest. Unfortunately, with a well-planned ambush, Wang Jia and Xue Manlu had the upper hand. As expected, this bald eerie creature was not strong.
Under their sudden assault, it was killed in a single round. Thud. The bald eerie creature, eyes wide open, was decapitated and collapsed onto the ground. Dark purple blood gushed out, spreading across the floor. Just as Wang Jia and Xue Manlu breathed a sigh of relief, a crisp ringing sound floated down the corridor. Ding-ling. Hearing the sound, Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's expressions changed once more. The alloy wire blocking the staircase was gold-plated, but it couldn't truly stop eerie creatures. It only served as an early warning system. The ringing meant that the old eerie woman downstairs had already reached the second floor. Jiang Yan stood in front of the main building of the third hospital, raising his eyes to look through the glass doors. Inside, eerie blue lights flickered. As a hospital, staying open at night was standard practice. This was also the only one of the 3 buildings in the third hospital that had lights on. However, the eerie blue glow made it feel more like a haunted morning hall than a hospital lobby. Jiang Yan took a drag from his old pipe and stepped inside. Stop. Behind the glass door, a security guard sitting on a folding stool jumped up and pointed at Jiang Yan. Who are you? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Get lost. Jiang Yan glanced at the security guard from the corner of his eye. Underworld coins plus 547. Such a weak eerie creature. This security guard had no flesh, just a bare white skeleton. His security uniform hung loosely on his bones, and a cigarette dangled lazily from his mouth. Did some doctor's anatomical skeleton model come to life? After a moment of thought, Jiang Yan noticed eerie figures in white coats moving through the lobby. He dismissed the idea of killing the security guard. Killing him would be easy, but it might be like poking a hornet's nest, bringing endless trouble. I'm a patient. I'm here to see a doctor. Jiang Yan said flatly. The security guard scanned Jiang Yan up and down and sneered. You're a patient? You don't even have a hospital gown. Are you pretending to be sick? Get lost. Jiang Yan was silent for a moment. He grabbed Chen Haichuan from beside him, pointed at him, and said. What I meant was. He's the patient, and I'm the family member. Dressed in a hospital gown, Chen Haichuan looked stunned, but after a moment, he nodded quickly and grinned. Yes, that's right. The security guard gave Chen Haichuan a once-over and asked suspiciously. Emergency visit at night? What condition can't wait until morning? Show me your registration slip. Chen Haichuan had entered as Chen Yuro's family member, so he didn't have a registration slip. Jiang Yan pulled his own from his pocket, handed it over, and said casually. His water broke. Go all in when acting. Since his own registration was for gynecology, claiming a water break seemed the most logical. Chen Haichuan? What the hell? This 40,000 underworld coins was really hard to earn. Chen Haichuan took a deep breath, clutched his stomach, and put on a pained expression, gritting his teeth. Ah, yes. My water broke. Playing along with your act, I'm giving it my all. Like a reality show guest, ready to be picked. The security guard glanced at Jiang Yan's registration slip, then suddenly gasped, eyes widening in shock. What? You're the legendary patient with a belly full of human-faced eerie spiders? Jiang Yan. How did this kind of rumor spread so fast in the hospital? Chen Haichuan. No way, damn it. I came here to be an undercover agent. How did I end up in a high-intensity cosplay of Forbidden 006? He gritted his teeth and said. Yes, that's me. Damn it, are they going to push me into an operating room for an emergency C-section now? Chapter 89, Angel Foundation. The security guard yanked open the glass door, his voice filled with excitement. Take a left, that's the emergency room. Dr. Liu is the best obstetrician here, you can go find him. The security guard seemed to give special attention to the patient carrying a belly full of human-faced ghost spiders. Jiang Yan, leading Chen Haichuan, casually walked into the main hall of the hospital. The layout of this hall was almost identical to the hospital lobbies in Jiang Yan's memory, with a massive registration desk and a pharmacy window in front, and an emergency room to the side. Next to the emergency room were stairs and an elevator. Jiang Yan glanced at the stairs, raising an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The staircase had a section leading up and another leading down. The downward stairs were cut off midway by a large black door. Logically, staircases leading downward usually led to basements. But Jiang Yan had observed the hospital from the outside. The main building of Third Hospital was 7 floors high. He still remembered the prompt upon entering the secret realm. Theoretically, the Third Hospital only has 7 floors. This meant that the floor beneath him was something that technically should not exist. So the entrance was here. He had previously considered breaking in through the elevator. He never expected the truth to be so plain and simple. Just as Jiang Yan was pondering how to sneak in, a group of doctors and nurses in white coats hurried out of the emergency room, pushing a cart covered with a white sheet.
Though clad in white coats, these medical staff all had distinctly eerie features, far from human.
The leading doctor pulled out a key and unlocked the door to the downward staircase. The group pushed the cart through and disappeared inside. As the door slowly closed behind them, a pale gray-gloved hand silently reached out and gripped the door panel. Inside was a gentle slope, not steps, allowing the cart to be smoothly pushed downward. Jiang Yan, with Chen Haichuan following closely, stepped inside. There were overhead lights, but they emitted no glow, leaving the corridor shrouded in complete darkness. Only the dim red ember of Jiang Yan's old pipe flickered, casting a faint glow as it drifted forward through the pitch-black void. Chen Haichuan gripped his hunting knife tightly, tiptoeing behind Jiang Yan, his heart unknowingly leaping into his throat.
Forbidden 1006 was simply fearless, diving into terror without hesitation.
Chen Haichuan, in all honesty, would never dare venture inside alone at night if he had discovered this staircase door. He would have waited for daylight, discussed it with his fellow ghost hunters, and acted in coordination. I have no idea what's down here, Chen Haichuan thought to himself. Logically, the third hospital once existed in Nandu's history, and everything here was deeply connected to reality.
So did this supposedly non-existent underground floor once exist in the real third hospital of Nandu?
What secrets were buried within this hospital, and why had it vanished so quietly from Nandu's history, leaving almost no trace behind? As they walked further, the path ahead remained pitch black, but faint voices could be heard drifting from the darkness.
That's the third one today. This is bad luck. I really hope no more show up on the night shift. I'm exhausted.
As the conversation continued, the eerie medical staff who had just gone down re-emerged, retracing their steps. Jiang Yan, covering the ember of his pipe with his hand, silently pressed himself against the corridor's corner, allowing the strange group to brush past and return to the hospital lobby. Only when the sound of the door closing echoed from above did Jiang Yan resume his descent with Chen Haichuan. The further down they went, the colder it became, the chill seeping straight into their bones. Jiang Yan's high attributes rendered him immune to the effects, but Chen Haichuan had already begun shivering, his hands and feet numbing with cold. In the utter darkness, they pressed on, deeper into the unseen abyss. I vaguely felt as if I had entered another space, but I couldn't see any details clearly. Jiang Yan made the strange spider a large amount of spider silk, rolled it into a bundle, and ignited it with the sparks from an old pipe, instantly creating a large flame. With the light from the flames, Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan finally saw the enclosed space clearly. This was a morgue, equipped with very old freezing cabinets.
Perhaps due to poor sealing of the equipment, the entire space was extremely cold.
In front of the cabinets, there were also 3 stretcher beds with wheels. Each stretcher bed was covered with a layer of white cloth, underneath which the outline of a person could be faintly seen.
Chen Haichuan looked at this scene with great disappointment and said softly, "It's just a morgue. Nothing special. It's quite normal to have a morgue in a hospital, right? I initially thought this place was hiding some incredible secret."
Jiang Yan's gaze swept across the 3 human outlines and, seeing that he didn't have any soul currency earnings on his player panel, turned his attention back to where they had come from. Upon looking back, Jiang Yan's eyes immediately narrowed. Next to the passage they had come down, there was actually a large door. The door was made entirely of metal, very heavy, and was tightly closed, with a password lock on it. What truly made Jiang Yan feel alert was a symbol on the door. It was a pair of blood-red wings. Jiang Yan had seen this symbol in his past life, and it had left a very deep, unpleasant impression on him. He calmed himself down and asked lightly,
"Chen Haichuan, have you seen this symbol before?"
Upon hearing this, Chen Haichuan turned his head and followed Jiang Yan's gaze. He looked and couldn't help but let out a surprised gasp.
"There's another door? Could it be that there's an underground second level? I haven't seen this symbol before, what is it?"
Jiang Yan smiled playfully and slowly uttered a name.
"Angel Foundation. On the 2nd floor of the office building."
Wang Jia heard the bell ring and realized that the gold thread he had left behind was strangely triggered by that old woman. Without hesitation, he shouted,
"Open the window." Shui Manlu turned around and pulled the window open just as Wang Jia quickly stuffed various documents from the bizarre-looking desk into a briefcase.
Then he took 2 steps and jumped off the desk by the window.
Shui Manlu followed closely behind and jumped down.
Behind them in the corridor of the office building, the old woman's furious roar echoed.
"I see your footprints. Don't think you can escape. You're doomed." Bang! Bang! With 2 thuds, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu almost simultaneously escaped from the office building. At that moment,
Wang Jia heard another bang, of something landing. Wang Jia was taken aback and quickly turned to look behind him.
To his shock, standing behind him were 2 Shui Manlu, one on the left and one on the right.
Both Shui Manlu noticed each other and looked at each other with faces full of fear, simultaneously asking,
"Who are you? This is a strange one."
Their voices were exactly the same.
Wang Jia's expression darkened. What's going on, a real versus fake Sun Wukong? Chapter 90, no doubt my own brother.
Seeing the two identical Shui Man Lu behind him, Wang Jia suddenly recalled that hunter colleague who had jumped off earlier. In the third hospital, jumping down seemed to have a different meaning, attracting special attention from certain strange beings. He and Shui Man Lu had jumped down from the second floor of the office building, which could also be considered jumping down. If an ordinary person encountered something like this, they would likely fall into deep fear and helplessness, unsure of how to handle it. But for Wang Jia, the current situation was clear to recognize. Wang Jia directly drew out his sealing peachwood sword and swung it horizontally towards one of the Shui Man Lu. This was just a wooden sword, and striking lightly with the spine wouldn't cause any harm. Bang! The peachwood sword landed on this Shui Man Lu's shoulder, and Shui Man Lu's expression remained calm. He is fake. Kill him now! The other Shui Man Lu shouted loudly. Wang Jia's eyes turned cold, and the strange peachwood sword in his hand swung toward another Shui Man Lu. As the peachwood sword neared, that Shui Man Lu's face instantly changed. The once young and handsome face twisted and became horrifying, as if influenced by an overwhelming force. He screamed sharply, stepping back in panic. The strange peachwood sword's deterrent power is often very impressive. The weaker the strange entity, the more obvious the effect of being deterred. In Wang Jia's long hunting career, he had only seen one being able to ignore the deterrence of the strange peachwood sword, Forbidden 006. Seeing the fake Shui Man Lu being shocked, Wang Jia immediately understood that this entity was not strong. The peachwood sword in his hand radiated light as he slashed it forward. The real Shui Man Lu saw Wang Jia successfully identify the target and drew out his silver-plated hunting knife, joining Wang Jia in attacking the strange entity. After just one round of combat, the strange entity was killed by the combined efforts of the two, not even able to stir up any waves. Looking at the strange entity lying dead on the ground, Wang Jia and Shui Man Lu both let out a long breath. Cough, cough, cough. A series of gloomy coughs suddenly came from the direction where they had just jumped from the building. Wang Jia and Shui Man Lu both jumped in surprise and looked up toward the window they had escaped from. Behind the dark window stood a haggard old woman with disheveled hair, holding a mop, her cold gaze casting from beneath the messy hair, locking onto Wang Jia and Shui Man Lu. Wang Jia immediately felt a chill all over his body, and Shui Man Lu beside him shuddered involuntarily. Although the distance was far, they still sensed a strong death threat from the eye contact. This strange entity is definitely not simple. Wang Jia's cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he lowered his voice and said, "She seems unable to leave the office building. We need to retreat slowly." The two of them began to retreat step by step, almost in perfect sync, gradually moving away from the office building area, heading back toward the hospital building. As they reached halfway, Wang Jia began to watch their back and whispered, "Be careful of the head nurse. She's probably blocked by that old woman's strange entity and cannot enter the office building, but now, she could appear behind us at any moment." Shui Man Lu swallowed hard, feeling each step becoming more difficult. Every step they took tonight was filled with the threat of death. If it weren't for their high-quality hunter skills, and Wang Jia's extraordinary strength, along with the strange peachwood sword in his hand, it's likely they wouldn't have been able to complete tonight's mission and would have died at some step. But what made Wang Jia and Shui Man Lu secretly happy was that until they had completely retreated to the hospital building's lobby, they never heard the deadly sound of high heels from the head nurse. The two of them could no longer see the figure of the old woman's strange entity behind the second-floor window of the office building, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, quickly turning to run toward their own patient room. This third hospital was full of danger, every step was tense, but the only place that could be considered relatively safe was their assigned patient room. Chen Yuru was awakened by a series of gunshots. As a hunter, she had long cultivated an extraordinary sense of alertness, and even though she had been knocked out by Chen Haichuan, this instinct that was almost ingrained in her bones could not be hidden. Without opening her eyes, the moment she heard the gunshots, Chen Yuru quickly rolled and hid under her hospital bed. Her thoughts were a bit chaotic, and it took her a full 3 seconds to remember what had happened earlier. That's right, Forbidden 006 knocked on the door at night, and then she was knocked unconscious from behind. Did my brother do this? What exactly happened? In this brief moment, Chen Yuru had already figured out that these gunshots weren't aimed at her. It came from outside the window, far away from her. Chen Yuru drew out the silver-plated hunting knife and quietly crawled out from under the hospital bed, sweeping a glance around the empty ward, realizing that Chen Haichuan wasn't there, and a sudden thump echoed in her heart. She couldn't leave the ward at night, that was the rule. Her brother was too reckless. Chen Yuru gently lifted the corner of the drooping curtain with the hunting knife and peeked outside through the gap, trying to see where the gunshots were coming from. Although it was far away, Chen Yuru still recognized the patient's outfit with a gun. It was her own brother, Chen Haichuan. As expected of my brother, he's truly brave. Chen Yuru immediately widened her elegant, beautiful eyes. Then, she saw Chen Haichuan following a dark figure towards the main building of the third hospital. The moment her eyes met the dark figure, Chen Yuru froze. A drop of cold sweat, as big as a bean, slowly rolled down her wheat-colored forehead. She couldn't be mistaken, that was definitely the Forbidden 006. Her own brother, following Forbidden 006 into the third hospital at night? Chen Yuro couldn't help but sigh deeply, as expected of my brother, he really knows how to seek death in all kinds of ways. Just as Chen Yuro was contemplating whether she should follow him, a strange black face suddenly slid down outside her window. In her field of vision, a ghostly head appeared suddenly, and Chen Yuro was so startled that she instinctively swung the hunting knife out. Just as the knife blade was about to touch the window, Chen Yuro realized something was wrong. That thing was outside, and if she struck, the first thing to break would be the glass. Whether she could injure the strange entity outside was another matter, but breaking the glass first would violate the rule of not damaging the third hospital's property. Now, if Nurse Chief Wang Rora heard the sound of broken glass, she would immediately rush in, and Chen Yuro knew that she'd be dead. With this thought in mind, Chen Yuro immediately withdrew the knife and calmly stepped back 2 paces, her eyes fixed on the strange entity outside, but she didn't strike. The entity watched her for a moment, and when it saw that she wasn't affected, it slowly revealed a creepy and horrifying smile. Chen Yuro's head instantly spun, feeling as if the world were spinning around her. At the same time, a strong impulse surged within her. She wanted to open the window and jump down directly. Chapter 91, Resistance to Jumping, Breaking Walls at Midnight. Realizing that she was feeling such a terrifying impulse, Chen Yuro's heart tightened. Mental attack? She bit her tongue hard, the sharp pain jolting her mind back to reality, struggling to shake off the impulse. Chen Yuro was naturally a very intelligent person. Even before joining the Hunter Bureau, she had been a provincial top student. At that time, before the appearance of the strange entities, and before she could see the players' panel, Chen Yuro had no idea her intelligence was naturally high. She had always been focusing on improving her agility to become a qualified hunter. When the players' panel appeared, Chen Yuro realized that her intelligence, which she had never specifically trained, was actually 10 points, twice the average person. Moreover, she had equipped herself with an accessory that provided +5 to all attributes and wristbands that reduced negative status effects by 15%, both items dropped from hunting strange entities. While their attributes weren't very impressive, they were better than nothing, and Chen Yuro had an empty slot, so she equipped them. She didn't expect these items to save her life right now. Chen Yuro took a deep breath, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. She almost fell for it. On her players panel, she noticed a new negative status. Fall damage plus 200%. Seeing this negative status, Chen Yuro sucked in a cold breath. She was on the 5th floor, with her attributes, jumping down might not kill her, but with this negative status, jumping could be deadly. It's definitely over. Seeing that Chen Yuro had actually escaped her mental attack, the eerie presence hanging outside the window let out an unhappy howl. The next moment, Chen Yuro saw that the eerie presence actually jumped down on its own. Immediately, a muffled thud sound came from below. Chen Yuro's eyes twitched, and she slowly walked to the window, looking down. A black-faced eerie in a patient's outfit was limp and collapsed on the hard cement ground below, grinning at Chen Yuro while waving at her. Chen Yuro felt another urge to jump out of the building rise in her mind. She pinched herself hard, forcing the impulse out of her head, and retreated 3 steps, no longer looking at the eerie who had jumped down. Chen Yuro took a deep breath, calming the dread in her heart, and muttered to herself. From the looks of it, the eerie's in the third hospital may not forcibly attack us in the patient rooms. As long as we don't leave the patient room, we can basically guarantee our safety. From the knocking black-haired eerie at the door to now the tempting jump-off eerie, they had all been hovering outside the windows and doors of the patient rooms. Clearly, these windows and doors were old glass, very fragile, and could easily be shattered with a punch. But these eerie's all followed the rule of not damaging the third hospital's property, not forcibly breaking in to kill people. Thinking of this, Chen Yuro felt somewhat relieved. She sat on the bed covered with a white sheet, hesitating and murmuring softly to herself. Should I cover my head with the quilt and stay like this all night? Or should I leave the patient room and go find my brother? Staying here is certainly safe, and I can wait until tomorrow morning to move with the main group. But Chen Haichuan, following behind the Taboo 006 and entering the main building of the third hospital, still made Chen Yuro uneasy. But Chen Yuro thought for a moment inside. From here to the main building, it seems like not much distance, but in reality, it crosses the third hospital square, and the difficulty is definitely not low. He went with Taboo 006 and even specifically knocked me out, clearly not wanting me to take the risk. Although I can't understand how he managed to get mixed up with Taboo 006. But if I go, it seems useless, I might not even find him, and even if I do, I could drag him down. Especially with the mysterious Taboo 006 around. Chen Yuro's mind once again flashed with the terrifying Taboo whose face was mostly obscured by a strange hat. She really didn't want to be scared out of her wits again. Chen Yuro swallowed hard, suppressing her worried emotions, and decided to follow reason and wait for the night to pass in the patient room. Just as she was about to bury her head under the quilt and pretend to be an ostrich, the corridor suddenly echoed with a series of dull sounds. Thud. 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 It sounded as if something was hitting the wall hard. Chen Yuro was startled and quickly drew out the silver-plated hunting knife, looking warily towards the door. Boom! The sound of an explosion came, as if the wall had been shattered. Chen Yuro? What was that? She held her breath, tiptoed to the glass behind the door, and peeked outside. Not looking was one thing, but seeing almost scared her out of her wits. At some point, the hospital corridor had already changed from what Chen Yuro remembered. Grayish-white spider webs were everywhere, covering the walls, floor, and ceiling, as if it was a spider's den. These spider webs, Chen Yuro had seen countless times before, and she might never forget them in the next life. It was the spider webs of Taboo 006. Has this corridor already been marked by Taboo 006 as its nest? Chen Yuro's legs trembled slightly, and for a moment, she forgot to breathe. Then what am I? One of the reserves? In front of Chen Yuro, the image of the eerie inhuman that had been turned into a cocoon by Taboo 006 flashed uncontrollably. Those spider cocoons even occasionally moved, with a tiny human-faced spider crawling out from inside and jumping into Taboo 006's grayish-white spider-gloved hands. The more Chen Yuro thought about it, the more her scalp tingled. Unable to look at myself wrapped in spider silk, my body covered in purple-green spider eggs, in such a miserable state. No, please no. Chen Yuro was so scared that she almost cried out. At this moment, from not far away, on the opposite side, a wall densely covered with spider silk, a fresh gap covered by the silk, almost invisible. A pair of purple-black large hands suddenly reached out from inside. These large hands struggled to pull apart the dense, tough spider silk, creating a big hole. Then, a headless tall man, dressed in a repairman's outfit, struggled out from inside. It was the same headless creature who had been lured out of the elevator by Jiang Yan with ghost coins, then trapped inside the empty ward with spider silk. After the headless creature picked up the ghost coins Jiang Yan left behind, it tried to leave the empty ward. It tried to untangle the spider silk wrapped around the ward's door. But when it untangled one layer of spider silk, 10 new layers appeared underneath. Untangling 10 new layers, and 100 new layers would appear below. The spider silk kept growing, wrapping the ward's door into a thick cocoon of silk. This headless creature, which physically had no brain, clearly couldn't figure out what was wrong with the room. It just wanted to go back to the elevator. Since the door was not an option, it could only smash the wall. After 3 punches, a big hole appeared in the wall, and it crawled out from inside. Chen Yuro looked at the domineering headless creature that appeared and was horrified. She had a gut feeling. This creature was terrifyingly strong. And this terrifying creature didn't follow any rules. This meant that the ward was not a safe zone. Just as Chen Yuro dared not breathe. From the end of the corridor, the sound of high heels came in a panic. Wang Ruru's sharp and angry scream echoed through the 5th floor. Whoever damages the property of the 3rd hospital will die. Chapter 92, An Unexpected Meeting, exactly what I wanted. With Wang Ruru's sharp scream, a red-white blur rushed from the hallway, a pair of sharp ghost claws viciously thrusting into the chest of the headless repairman creature. A damage number floated out, 227. The headless creature was attacked, and a furious roar came from its chest, its large hand like a fan grabbing Wang Ruru's neck, while the hammer in the other hand mercilessly struck Wang Ruru's face. -714. Wang Ruru, as an agile creature, had a high attack speed, and her storm-like attacks landed one after another on the headless creature. Various damage numbers floated out, but because the headless creature's armor was extremely high, the single attack damage was not high, and to the creature's long health bar, it was like a drop in the ocean. Though the headless creature's attack speed was slow, each blow it delivered was very significant. Head nurse Wang Ruru's health bar steadily decreased with each hammer strike from the headless creature. After watching the 2 creatures fight for 3 seconds, Chen Yuro, hiding in the ward, quickly concluded that Wang Ruru was being completely suppressed. If this continued, the head nurse would probably be killed by this repairman. For a moment, Chen Yuro felt a little lost. Even though she was an experienced hunter, she had never seen anything like this before. In the terrifying hospital corridor at midnight, 2 creatures were fighting to the death. Was this a twisted, eerie nature, or a terrifying fall into ruin? Wait. Chen Yuro shook her head heavily and quickly cleared her thoughts. The head nurse is fierce, but she is a maintainer of order. This headless creature is clearly a destroyer of order. If the head nurse dies now, all the wards will no longer be safe, and tomorrow daytime will probably be completely chaotic. In this terrifying hospital, if there are no corresponding rules to utilize, besides the Taboo 006, we are all going to die in here. The head nurse can't die. Thinking of this, Chen Yuro took a deep breath, decisively opened the door to her hospital room. She drew 2 handguns from behind her waist and aimed them at the headless, strange tall figure, pulling the trigger.
Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled gunshots echoed endlessly in the winding corridor.
2 magazines, a total of 14 silver bullets, turned into 2 lines of fire, pouring relentlessly into the headless, strange figure.
-114, -157, -124.
The shooting angle and timing that Wang Hucheng provided were extremely valuable. If Chen Yuru had faced the headless, strange figure alone, there would have been no chance to fire 14 shots. Roar! The headless, strange figure screamed in pain, pushing the head nurse aside, and turned to Chen Yuru with a deep, violent roar. Its shoulders sunk, and it charged fiercely toward Chen Yuru.
Boom, 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 boom. With each step, there was a loud bang, echoing through the corridor.
This was a charging skill. The entire hospital building trembled violently under the heavy stomps of the headless, strange figure, as if experiencing an earthquake. Chen Yuru's scalp tingled, her heart filled with horror. If hit by such a terrifying force, the collision damage alone could kill her, without needing a second strike. She performed a tactical roll, skillfully dodging back into her hospital room. Before she even stood steady, 2 fresh magazines were swiftly loaded by Chen Yuru. Although the corridor walls blocked the line of sight between them, the sound of the headless, strange figure's charge did not stop. Instead, it came crashing at Chen Yuru's hospital room with even greater speed. With this figure's strength, the wall could only block the sight, not its charge. Without hesitation, Chen Yuru jumped into a somersault, shattering the only window in her hospital room, and with one hand pressed against the window ledge, like a nimble cat, she flipped over to the window ledge of the adjacent Forbidden Room 006. Down below, the soft, limp figure of the suicidal creature suddenly raised its head, eagerly looking at Chen Yuru, who had climbed out of the window. Chen Yuru felt a wave of dizziness and was once again overcome by the impulse to jump. But this was already the 3rd time she had endured a mental attack, so she bit her tongue, using the pain to pull herself out of the impulse, then kicked through the glass and jumped directly into the empty hospital room.
A loud crash immediately followed from the room next door.
The outer wall of that hospital room was violently shattered by the headless, strange figure, accompanied by dust, cement, and flying stone fragments. The headless, strange figure, with its tank-like body, tore through the dust, rushing with the force of a mountain split, and it thundered past the spot where Chen Yuru had just been standing. If not for her extensive battle experience and quick thinking, she would have already been crushed, her bones shattered, and died instantly from the collision.
That was too dangerous.
Chen Yuru wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She had been just 1 step away from death. And the result of taking such a risk was only knocking down less than a quarter of the headless, strange figure's health bar.
Die.
You must die. The head nurse Wang Hucheng's sharp scream echoed in the ruined corridor. A red and white afterimage flashed and caught up with the headless, strange figure in Chen Yuru's hospital room, entangling and fighting once more.
Wang Hucheng's health bar was down to only 1/5.
While the headless mechanic's health bar still had more than half left. This one-time adventure clearly wouldn't end this dangerous battle. Chen Yuru took a deep breath, holding her 2 guns, and kicked open the tightly shut door of Forbidden Room 006. In the basement morgue of the main building of the 3rd hospital. Chen Haichuan stared at the blood-red winged symbol on the password door, furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, then shook his head and said,
Angel Foundation? I haven't heard of it. What kind of organization is this?
Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe, slowly exhaling a cloud of green smoke, his eyes hidden under the shadow of a strange hat, cold as the stars. The Angel Foundation is very mysterious, at least from the perspective of Jiang Yan's past life, its presence wasn't strong. But this organization, Jiang Yan kept it in his heart. After the second strange event arrived, Jiang Yan walked through a stroke of luck. A purple treasure chest directly appeared right in front of his face. This was supposed to be an opportunity that would change Jiang Yan's fate. As long as he could get the 100,000 underworld coins inside the purple treasure chest, he could definitely turn his life around. Even if he couldn't become someone at the top of the pyramid, he could still catch up with the big team, fixing the awkward situation of being 1 step behind, continuously falling behind. Unfortunately, just as Jiang Yan's finger barely touched the purple chest, a small exploration team from the Angel Foundation surrounded him. Not only did they hold a gun to the back of Jiang Yan's head, forcing him to give up the treasure chest that was within his reach, but they also counted the resources inside the purple chest right in front of Jiang Yan. Then, they shot Jiang Yan in the head, laughing as they walked away. Jiang Yan looked at the Red Wings, sneering coldly. An unexpected encounter, just as I wished. Chapter 93, The Foundation That Shouldn't Be Seen. Even if personal grudges are put aside, the appearance of the Angel Foundation symbol here is absolutely abnormal. From Jiang Yan's limited knowledge, this organization, although mysterious and not very present, was extremely powerful. Before Jiang Yan died in the 3rd strange event, it seemed that a confrontation between the Strange Hunter Bureau and the Angel Foundation had already begun in the South City. And right now, this 3rd hospital's secret realm showed a twisted historical segment of the hospital from decades ago. And the appearance of the Angel Foundation's symbol in such a mysterious hospital morgue carried a huge amount of information behind it.
Jiang Yan had a clear premonition.
Behind this door, there might be the true secret of the third hospital's secret realm. The door was very heavy, made entirely of hard alloy, and looked like it could be used as a bank vault door. Although Jiang Yan didn't have the password on the door, with his 250 points of strength, he didn't need to follow any password rules.
Creak. The heavy alloy door, in Jiang Yan's hands, was as soft as tofu, easily torn apart into pieces.
Watching the forbidden 006 tear apart the alloy door under the dim light of burning spider silk, Chen Haichuan trembled in the corner by the morgue's freezer.
Though the morgue was very gloomy, it was nothing compared to the threatening aura that the forbidden 006 unknowingly gave off.
Chen Haichuan had a feeling that no matter what was behind this door, he might be ruthlessly killed by the forbidden 006. Soon, a large gap was torn open in the iron door, wide enough for a person to pass through. Jiang Yan lit more spider silk, using the light to see the scene behind the door. In the eerie morgue, a deathly silence had fallen. Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan remained silent for a long time.
Behind the alloy door was a bare cement wall. Nothing? The passage and secret room that Jiang Yan had imagined didn't appear at all.
Jiang Yan tried to chisel at the cement a couple of times, feeling that the texture was very solid.
Moreover, the entire main building of the hospital shook slightly under Jiang Yan's chipping.
This was clearly not a thin cement wall, but the very foundation of the hospital.
But a heavy alloy door installed in a cement foundation? This doesn't make sense. Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. Where is the so-called secret?
After several minutes of silence, Chen Haichuan's tentative voice came from behind Jiang Yan.
After all, this is just a secret realm. Is it possible? This secret realm that is presented is only a part of what was there back then. And behind the gate, is there a part that hasn't been presented? A flash of light appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes. It is indeed possible.
Chen Haichuan continued speaking. I have looked through some archives from the third hospital's history. This place was sealed off for a long time, and then it was flattened. A middle school was quickly built on top of it. The one responsible for the construction was the predecessor of the Shang Group, which was called Longxiang Urban Construction back then, later acquired by Shang Group. There wasn't enough time to rebuild the foundation. If what's behind this gate really exists in the real world, then it should still be in place now. At least, it wouldn't completely disappear.
Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised by the information Chen Haichuan provided.
According to his words, the secret realm presented the third hospital of Nandu more than 50 years ago.
Back then, An Baosheng was still a little kid, so naturally, Shang Group didn't exist yet.
Longxiang Urban Construction had nothing to do with An Baosheng at that time. Later, An Baosheng rose like a comet, acquired Longxiang Urban Construction, and developed the Shang Group based on this company. These things happened at least 10 years later. However, there may still be some archives from back then in Shang Group, since documents in the construction industry are kept for a very long time. After I leave the secret realm, I can have An Baosheng send someone to the old site of the third hospital to dig and take a look.
Maybe they'll uncover something. Jiang Yan slowly nodded, sorting out his thoughts.
In this case, the core of the third hospital's secret realm is just the strange life-cutting spirit child. The Angel Foundation may be something deeper, perhaps related to the cause of all this, but it might not have anything to do with the success or failure of clearing this secret realm. However, Jiang Yan doesn't plan to let go of this clue, nor will he let go of the Angel Foundation. Aside from the personal grudges between the two sides, this mysterious organization seems to have done some unspeakable things in Nandu, otherwise, it wouldn't be so targeted by the Ghost Hunting Bureau.
In that case, let's go back.
Jiang Yan turned around, leading Chen Haichuan back toward the passage they came from. In a dark corner where no one could see, a man-faced ghost spider quietly dropped from Jiang Yan's spider silk gloves, beginning to spread thin spider threads throughout the morgue.
These threads are shapeless and won't obstruct anything. But they allow the man-faced ghost spider left here to control everything happening in this morgue. After the two left the morgue, they quickly toured the main building's various floors, mainly searching for traces of the life-cutting spirit child. But the life-cutting spirit child seemed to be deliberately avoiding Jiang Yan, and after going around, Jiang Yan didn't find any traces. However, from the various examination rooms and operating rooms in the main building, he found many eerie traces. Some surgeries were still being performed by strange doctors during the night, looking very bloody and brutal, more like dismemberment than surgery. Chen Haichuan followed behind Jiang Yan, walking cautiously, his legs trembling.
If it weren't for the forbidden 006 leading the way, Chen Haichuan estimated that if he wandered around the main building, at most, he would have explored 2 floors before encountering an unresolvable, terrifying and eerie presence, and would have been killed on the spot. But Jiang Yan was fearless, walking around the terrifying hospital as if strolling through his own living room.
Along the way, he was stopped by the eerie beings several times. Jiang Yan either deceived the ghosts or used money, and if they were really unyielding, he'd find a dark corner to turn the eerie beings into spider silk cocoons and hang them on the ceiling. When the two finished touring the main building and casually walked out, the skeleton security guard fixed a very concerned look on Chen Haichuan and asked, "Are you done giving birth? So fast?" Chen Haichuan. He wore a face full of helplessness, nodding, and in his heart, he was raging. "What the hell did I give birth to?" The skeleton security guard excitedly said. "Can I see the human-faced spider you gave birth to?" Chen Haichuan. "No." Looking at Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan walking further and further away, the skeleton security guard scratched its head and said, "Such rudeness. The human-faced spider you raised must be very rude, right?" Chapter 94, Who was playing with the building's tremor? On the 5th floor of the hospital building, it was a complete mess. Bang 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 bang. Continuous gunshots echoed, as silver bullets poured into the back of the headless abnormal creature. The headless abnormal creature, engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Wang Ruru, had its health drop by half. But the headless abnormal creature showed no sign of weakness, and instead became more and more frenzied, letting out a fierce and terrifying roar from its chest. This roar emitted a tangible dark red sound wave that reverberated through the corridor. Wang Ruru and Chen Yuro's bodies froze simultaneously, both unexpectedly falling into a stiff state. Skill, Terrifying Roar, Level 3, causes a 0.75 second stun to up to 3 enemy units within 15 meters, cooldown, 60 seconds, mana cost, 125. Seeing that the troublesome sharpshooter was now controlled, the headless abnormal creature casually picked up a broken piece of concrete from the ground and hurled it at Chen Yuro, who had been continuously shooting at it from behind. Boom! The concrete made a terrifying sound as it flew through the air, heading straight for Chen Yuro. Chen Yuro's pupils contracted, and she instinctively tried to dodge to the side, but her stiff body refused to obey. She could only watch helplessly as the terrifyingly fast concrete block charged toward her. With the headless abnormal creature's power, this block of concrete was enough to instantly kill someone like Chen Yuro, who relied on agility. A trace of despair flashed in Chen Yuro's eyes. At the last moment, a figure suddenly sprang from the shadows in the corridor, tackling the stunned Chen Yuro to the ground. He held Chen Yuro, rolling twice on the ground, finally coming to a stop. Boom! The concrete block slammed into the exact spot where Chen Yuro had just stood, crashing through the outer wall of a patient room. Chen Yuro swallowed, then looked at the person holding her and rolling on the ground, her face lit up with surprise as she called out. "Hunter God?" The one who had just saved her life by springing from the shadows was none other than Wang Jia, the Sky Sword Hunter from the Abnormal Hunter Bureau. Wang Jia, holding his sword with one hand, slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on the headless abnormal creature, his face cold as he said in a low voice. "Where did this terrifying abnormal creature come from? Can't you and the head nurse together defeat it?" Even someone as strong as Wang Jia could feel tremendous pressure from the headless abnormal creature. This headless abnormal creature was likely no weaker than the old woman with her head dragging on the floor in the office building. Not long ago, Wang Jia and Xue Manlu had been heading back to their third-floor patient room, but the terrifying shockwaves from the battle on the fifth floor were impossible to ignore. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu both recognized the sound of gunshots mixed in. It was the special handgun of the Abnormal Hunter Bureau. Worried about their comrade's safety, the two of them risked going up to the fifth floor to investigate and immediately saw Chen Yuro in a life-or-death situation. If not for this, Chen Yuro would now be a corpse. Chen Yuro regained some strength, gasped for breath, and climbed up from the ground. Her expression became serious as she said, "I don't know where it came from, but I think the head nurse can't die. Otherwise, tomorrow things could spiral out of control." Wang Jia nodded heavily and said, "You're absolutely right. The head nurse is indeed a very fierce abnormal creature, but at least she is maintaining order, and we can use that to our advantage, avoiding dangers and seizing opportunities. If the head nurse dies, our situation will become far more difficult. You and Manlu, provide me with long-range support, I will go and help the head nurse." After speaking, Wang Jia directly pulled out the sealed peachwood sword and, in a flash, rushed towards the headless abnormal creature. Chen Yuro's heart tightened in alarm. Facing such terrifying and bizarre close-quarter combat is extremely dangerous. A single misstep could result in instant death. Just a moment ago, after a distant shot, I almost got killed by this headless eerie combo. But Wang Jia, with his extraordinary skill and boldness, was not afraid at all. Right now, the situation is different from when he faced the strange old woman in the office building. His hunter teammates, except for the one who jumped to his death, were all in the hospital rooms of the inpatient building. Though 3 others hadn't shown up yet, Wang Jia still believed that these 3 would offer their help at the crucial moment. More importantly, there was also the head nurse, Wang Ruru, engaged in the headless monster's close combat. Although Wang Ruru was almost beaten to death, she had created a great opportunity for Wang Jia. As Wang Jia charged forward with unstoppable momentum, Chen Yuro and Xue Manlu quickly raised their guns, ready to pull the trigger again. Inside a single room of the hospital, a hunter in a blue and white hospital gown crouched in the bed, trembling violently. His face was pale as a sheet, his breath heavy, and his heart raced so violently that it almost leaped out of his mouth. Just a moment ago, he had opened the window and was on the verge of jumping. But suddenly, a loud rumbling came from the 5th floor, shaking the entire hospital building. The nearby window was knocked out by the shock, slamming into the back of the hunter's head. The glass was fragile, and the sharp crack and mild pain didn't harm the hunter, but instead startled him out of the strange mental control. At that moment, one of his feet was already hanging outside. The hunter snapped back to reality, beads of cold sweat breaking out all over his body. He had just been one step away from death. If he had jumped while still under control, his muscles wouldn't have supported him, and the impact would have been entirely absorbed by his bones and internal organs. With the fall damage plus 200% negative status, even if he didn't die from the fall, he would be heavily injured and finished off by the eerie creature downstairs. That was too dangerous, too dangerous. Even a hunter with solid mental strength couldn't help but shudder. His limbs were weak, and he couldn't gather any strength. At that moment, a series of gunshots rang from above. The hunter, still huddled in his blanket, froze for a moment, instantly recognizing the sound as the special pistol of the Hunter Bureau. Damn it! Is it happening on the 5th floor? What's causing such a loud noise? He took a deep breath, quickly calming the fear in his heart, and grabbed his backpack from the bedside. Inside the backpack was the assembly kit for a sniper rifle. He skillfully assembled the parts, and a custom-made sniper rifle from the Hunter Bureau took shape in his hands. Click! The magazine, filled with silver sniper bullets, clicked into place. The hunter's eyes suddenly became deep and unfathomable, as if a layer of mist was swirling within them. Talent, X-ray vision, when activated, can see through obstructions in the field of vision. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. In his eyes, the steel and concrete of the building turned to nothingness, and he could see the layout of each room and the eerie creatures and humans within. The battle situation on the 5th floor was now fully visible to the hunter. The hunter slowly raised his sniper rifle, locking onto the headless eerie creature surrounded by several hunter colleagues, through his scope. With the sniper's power, not only could the building's structure be pierced, but even alloy armor would be penetrated with a single shot, killing the target behind. At the same time, Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan left the main building of the hospital and casually walked back to the bottom of the inpatient building. Looking up at the constant trembling and rumbling of the inpatient building, Jiang Yan clicked his tongue and muttered, "Who's shaking the building?" Chapter 95, Give me a refund. After Wang Jia and Xue Manlu joined the battle circle, the balance of the battlefield finally began to tilt. Wang Ruru, already on the edge of life and death, was given a moment to catch her breath, using her passive blood-sucking ability to drain a few hundred points of life from the headless monster, temporarily escaping the threat of death. Wang Jia's sealing peachwood sword, while not as effective in intimidating the headless monster, still managed to provoke its caution, and for a moment, both he and Wang Ruru suppressed the headless monster, forcing it into a disadvantageous position. Wang Jia's close combat skills also lived up to his title as the Sky Sword Hunter. Every strike dealt significant damage, with a high critical hit rate. Xue Manlu, positioned as a support hunter, could not use his active skills in this secret realm, and was forced to shoot alongside Chen Yuro with his gun. Even though he used silver bullets, each shot still only dealt about 50 points of damage to the headless monster. This headless monster, aside from having high strength and thick armor, likely possessed a passive skill that reduced damage, which was especially evident against Xue Manlu, whose own attributes were not very high. When the headless monster's health dropped to 1/3, a furious roar suddenly erupted from its massive chest, sending dark red ripples through the air. Skill, Terrifying Howl, Level 3, causes 0.75 seconds of stun to up to 3 enemy units within 15 meters. Cooldown, 60 seconds, mana cost, 125. The bodies of Wang Ruru, Wang Jia, and Chen Yuro all stiffened, falling into a stunned state. The headless monster immediately lowered its shoulders and charged ferociously towards Chen Yuro and Xue Manlu through the gap between Wang Jia and Wang Ruru. Skill, Brawn Bull Charge, Level 2, charges at any target within 20 meters, dealing 75 plus 2 times strength damage, causing 1 second of stun. Cooldown, 120 seconds, mana cost, 75. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying explosions echoed down the hallway. While the single-shot damage from these two ranged shooters wasn't high, the overall threat was indeed substantial. Even the headless monster, with its low intelligence, clearly realized that these two ranged shooters were the key to breaking through. Seeing the headless monster charging like a collapsing mountain, Chen Yuro and Xue Manlu both had their pupils contract. Such a dangerous combo. Without hesitation, Xue Manlu grabbed the stunned Chen Yuro and fled. However, Xue Manlu had just recently joined the hunter's ranks, and his attributes weren't high. Carrying Chen Yuro, his movement speed naturally couldn't compare to the headless monster's high-speed charge.
Just as the two hunters were about to be smashed into pancakes by the headless monster's charge, the hunter with the sniper rifle in the third-floor ward, who had activated his piercing vision talent, aimed at the headless monster and pulled the trigger. Boom! The muzzle of the gun flared up, and the flame triggered by the bullet scorched the ceiling. The silver bullet spiraled out from the barrel and punched a straight hole through the cement structure of the floor. The next moment, the hot bullet stream, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, instantly pierced through the fifth-floor corridor floor, entering the headless monster's thigh. The headless monster's tough flesh let out a soft sizzle as it was pierced. Roar! The headless monster let out a furious roar from its chest. Its charge was abruptly interrupted by the sudden shot. A damage number floated up from the headless monster. Critical hit, -854. Hiss. Wang Jia, Chen Yuro, and Xue Manlu, the three hunters, all sucked in a cold breath. What a brutal shot! As expected, high output still relies on the sniper. It must be said, the combination of piercing vision talent and sniper rifle is truly a divine pairing. The 0.75-second control effect quickly wore off, and Wang Jia, Chen Yuro, and Xue Manlu quickly adjusted their positions. Once again, the headless anomaly, trapped in the cooldown of its skills, was dragged into a bitter battle. During the 30 seconds of perspective time, the sniper downstairs fired 3 more shots, but unfortunately, none were critical, only dealing around 400 damage. Even so, these few shots of long-range firepower, piercing through the floors, still made the battle move towards its conclusion faster. As Wang Jia's final sword struck, the headless anomaly's body collapsed heavily onto the ground, emitting a deep sound. Players Wang Jia, Chen Yuru, Xue Manlu, Li Chuanguang have killed the anomaly. The secret realm contributions of the above players have increased. The heavy breathing of the three hunters echoed through the fifth-floor corridor, rising and falling in turn. Every second of this battle teetered on the edge of life and death. Especially for Wang Jia, who had been in close combat with the headless anomaly. One wrong step, and there might be no second chance. This anomaly was truly too strong, especially in this secret realm, where the rule entries had added 30% damage reduction and 50% movement speed, while also preventing human players from using active skills. If it weren't for Wang Rora distracting much of the headless anomaly's attention, they might have been wiped out directly by the anomaly. By now, Wang Roro had only 7% of her health left, Wang Jia had 35%, and Chen Yuru and Xue Manlu, who had taken less damage, both maintained over 80% health. Wang Roro's withered yellow eyes moved away from the headless anomaly's body, looking at the three hunters in front of her. Her hoarse voice coldly said, "Anyone who leaves the ward after the lights are out will die." As she spoke, she did not hesitate to raise her ghost claw, about to pounce on the three of them. Wang Jia and the others immediately gasped in shock, exchanging a glance. This reckless head nurse, who had just fought side by side, now turned on them faster than flipping a book. But now, Wang Roro only had a sliver of health left, so the three hunters had a high chance of winning. However, if they really killed the head nurse, the situation for tomorrow would become full of huge uncertainties. Just as the second battle was about to break out, a low, calm voice slowly came from the corridor. "What are you all doing? I paid 930,000 for this ward, you know? Why is it like this?" Upon hearing this voice, the three hunters froze, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Gulp! Xue Manlu swallowed heavily, looking towards the corridor. In the dark shadow, the ominous 006, surrounded by black mist, slowly walked out of the corridor. Under the low brim of his hat, his gaze was deeply serious as he looked at the disheveled hallway. The original battlefield was around Chen Yuru's ward. Jiang Yan's ward was next door, and it had already been torn apart, with the bed broken into steel pipes and scattered cloth. Wang Roro's withered gaze turned to Jiang Yan, letting out an angry shriek. "Didn't I tell you to go back to your own ward? Why are you still wandering outside? Anyone who leaves the ward after the lights are out will die." Jiang Yan let out a deep laugh, casually pulling out a bottle of golden holy water and stuffing it into Wang Roro's hand, lightly saying, "Don't be so angry. But my ward is gone, you have to give me a refund." Wang Roro's hand holding the holy water suddenly froze in the air. "What? A refund? Refund 930,000? Refunding is impossible, 930,000 will never be refunded in this lifetime. You might as well just kill me now." Chapter 96, Ghost Raising Experiment? Wang Roro's eyes, once filled with murderous intent, quickly became clear. She gently extended her ghost claw, grabbing Jiang Yan's arm, her face full of sincerity as she said, "Don't worry, I'll find you another room. This month, you can sleep in my room." Wang Jia? Chen Yuru? Xue Manlu? Her self-recommendation to share a bed was hardly innocent. Could it be that ominous 006 came to stroll through the secret realm, and now he's taking a wife back? The pleasure of money and anomalies. It exceeded the limits of my imagination. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, then nodded and said,
Alright, then take me to see the room.
He had originally come to smooth things over. The strange, headless death was just that, a death.
Anyway, that silly fool didn't seem to have any clues worth investigating.
But continuing to fight with Wang Ruru and the Hunter Bureau was not good for anyone.
As for sleeping with the head nurse, it was a bit eerie, but there was nothing wrong with it.
He could even use the excuse of sleeping to have a heart-to-heart with the head nurse, maybe uncover more information. Faced with the pressure of refunding 930,000 underworld coins, Wang Ruru completely forgot about punishing the patients who had been wandering around at night, and seeing Jiang Yan agree, she quickly pulled him up to the 7th floor. As soon as Forbidden 006 left without looking back, Chen Haichuan, who had been silently following him, dared not even breathe, slowly stepped out from the shadow of the stairs. The other 3 hunters all focused their gazes on Chen Haichuan, full of scrutiny.
Chen Yuru could roughly guess her brother's actions. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu hadn't seen Chen Haichuan all night.
Had he been there during the previous battle, with this experienced team leader, things would have gone much smoother.
Chen Haichuan's smile was more painful than crying. He lowered his voice and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a successful undercover agent infiltrating next to Forbidden? I've already gained his trust. Once we leave the secret realm and start preparing to seal Forbidden 006, I'll play a crucial role."
Upon hearing this, the 3 hunters fell silent.
Undercover next to such a terrifying Forbidden? And you gained their trust? Captain, you are really amazing. Xue Manlu sincerely gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration.
Wang Jia looked at Chen Haichuan as though looking at a corpse, heavily patting him on the shoulder, sighing.
"Old Chen, you've worked hard."
Wang Jia felt that since Chen Haichuan dared to do this, it was only a matter of time before he heroically sacrificed himself. What a fearless spirit of sacrifice! Such a pity for a team leader.
In Wang Jia's eyes, a fierce battle intent flashed. We absolutely cannot waste Chen Haichuan's heroic sacrifice. We must successfully seal Forbidden 006. Jiang Yan followed Wang Ruru and arrived at the highest floor of the hospital building.
The stairs didn't end but continued upwards.
Jiang Yan looked at the dimly lit hallway and guessed it led to the rooftop. He knowingly asked, "I want to go up and have a look."
The head nurse's footsteps paused, her withered yellow eyes turned to Jiang Yan, and she said sternly,
"Absolutely not."
Jiang Yan was not surprised by her refusal. As he continued to walk with her towards the innermost nurse's rest area, he asked,
"Why?" Wang Ruru was silent for a moment before, as she pushed open the double doors to the rest area, she answered Jiang Yan's question.
"The rooftop is haunted."
Jiang Yan.
"The elevator is haunted, the hallway is haunted, and the rooftop is haunted.
Does your third hospital not have any good places?"
Just as Jiang Yan was silently complaining, a blue and white hospital gown figure suddenly flashed outside the window of the nurse's rest area. It seemed like someone had jumped off the building. Then, a dull thump came from downstairs, sounding like the person who jumped fell to their death on the hard cement ground below.
Wang Ruru pointed out the window, her voice hoarse. "Did you see that? The rooftop is full of these ghosts. Since that incident happened, this hospital has never been peaceful, and people die every day.
In 1 week, 10 people have died from jumping off the building, and various accidents keep happening. It caused a huge scandal, the whole city was in an uproar, the leaders were held accountable, and the director was so scared he died in his own home. And after these people died, their souls never rest, lining up every night to jump off the building. So you must never go up there, you'll really die."
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, lifted the curtain of the rest area window, and looked down.
On the ground below, a strange figure, limp all over, waved at Jiang Yan and grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp, menacing teeth. Jiang Yan saw a brief flash of a mental attack warning on his player panel, but he didn't feel anything unusual. With 250 points of intelligence, Jiang Yan was completely immune to the strange mind control that could drive one to suicide.
A withered, skinny ghostly claw pressed onto Jiang Yan's shoulder, and the head nurse reminded him. "Don't look. Otherwise, you'll become one of them." Wang Ruru pulled hard, and Jiang Yan turned around, moving away from the window.
He remembered that when he and Chen Haichuan went downstairs, they had killed the strange suicide victim, but it seemed there was more than just that one.
"You sleep on that bed." Wang Ruru pointed to a white bed in the break room.
This place was called the head nurse's break room, but there were 6 beds inside, likely for other nurses to rest on. But for now, only Jiang Yan and Wang Ruru were there. If everything were normal, it would have been a wonderful, ambiguous night.
Unfortunately.
Jiang Yan gathered the pillow, sat up against it, took a puff from an old pipe, and asked lightly,
"What exactly do you mean by that thing you mentioned?"
It seemed that everything started to become strange and vicious after that thing. The appearance of the life-taking spirit child was probably also connected to that thing. Wang Ruru glanced at the no-smoking sign on the wall behind Jiang Yan, skillfully ignoring the pipe in his hand and said,
"It was a medical accident.
A woman in her early 30s. It said that her background was not clean. She had worked as a prostitute in her younger years, then was kept by a big boss and got pregnant. She died on the operating table during a cesarean section.
Jiang Yan blew out a green smoke ring, feeling this tragic story was rather ordinary.
It didn't seem anything special for a hospital. He asked further.
And then? Wang Roro was silent for a moment, then said.
She had a younger sister, 9 years old.
I don't know what went wrong.
She kept saying that the surgeon who operated on her sister did it on purpose, that he had used her sister's unborn child for some kind of ghost-raising experiment. Then she stabbed that doctor to death. When the police arrived, that little girl jumped off the hospital's main building roof and died in front of everyone's eyes. And then, the hospital started to go wrong.
The old pipe in Jiang Yan's hand froze in midair. A 9-year-old girl? A life-taking spirit child? Dying from jumping off a building? A ghost-raising experiment?
Once again, Jiang Yan saw in his mind the giant metal doors of the underground morgue, marked with the bloody wing symbol.
The Angel Foundation? Chapter 97, her name was Chen Mimi.
Various pieces of information mixed in Jiang Yan's mind, and the truth of the third hospital slowly began to reveal a small part of its iceberg. The chain of deaths that once occurred in the third hospital was by no means simple. On the surface, the starting point of the incident seemed to be the older sister who died on the operating table and the younger sister who jumped to her death after killing someone. But in reality, the true starting point might have been much earlier than that. It seemed like a hidden big hand was controlling everything behind the scenes.
Wang Rora sighed in a hoarse voice.
The relationship between doctors and patients nowadays is really becoming more and more tense.
Every surgery has its risks, and Dr. Wang didn't do it on purpose. That little girl, she was only 9 years old.
Sigh. A trace of helplessness and melancholy flashed in Wang Ruo's withered yellow eyes, as if she was still the head nurse of the third hospital from before.
A playful smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth.
In Wang Ruo's words, that 9-year-old girl who killed someone and then jumped off the building seemed to have been severely traumatized, causing her mental breakdown. But this was just Wang Ruo's perspective, as the head nurse, a side of the story. To understand the full picture, Jiang Yan had to find the life-taking spirit child and hear her perspective.
Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe and asked.
Earlier you mentioned that after the lights go out, the corridor is haunted, with children randomly appearing and launching attacks.
Do those children appear during the day?
Jiang Yan had wandered around the third hospital for 2/3 of the night and had only encountered the life-taking spirit child in the elevator. The true core of this secret realm, for the most part, seems to be deliberately avoiding Jiang Yan, never revealing any signs of its presence.
Wang Roro nodded and said.
It will, that child occasionally appears in the main building during the day, and every time they appear, someone is bound to be killed. Jiang Yan nodded, as if thinking of something, and casually asked.
What was the name of the woman who died in the medical accident? The head nurse thought for a moment and said. Her name was Chen Mimi.
In Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's hospital room, Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuru, who had lost their rooms, were also present. The danger of the third hospital at night had been fully verified. Without the protection of a hospital room, Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuru might encounter more trouble. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu naturally didn't mind squeezing together with their comrades. In addition, Wang Jia also needed Chen Haichuan's help to organize the materials obtained from the office building. The briefcase they brought back was full of messy, crumpled documents and files. At that time, the old woman had already gotten very close, and Wang Jia had no time to check the contents. He just shoved them in and jumped out the window to escape. The 4 hunters sat on the same hospital bed, their gazes focused on the scattered documents and files in the middle. Chen Haichuan's attention was immediately drawn to a document in the top right corner, where a blood-red wing symbol was marked.
Another Angel Foundation? This name had never entered Chen Haichuan's vision before.
But in the morgue, the Taboo 006 had been so concerned about the Angel Foundation that Chen Haichuan had no choice but to engrave this name deeply into his mind. Chen Haichuan reached out and pulled out the document with the Angel Foundation symbol. Experiment subject number, 3087.
Name, Chen Mimi. Age, 32. Gender, female. What followed was a 13-page experimental report with specific experimental data, including images and text. The report also mentioned recordings, videos, and other experimental records, but these were not in this file.
They might be stored elsewhere, not collected by Wang Jia. But the information in this file alone was already enough to be chilling and horrifying. According to the file, this human female named Chen Mimi, over the course of 10 years, had 2 different kinds of strange entities implanted into her pregnant womb by the Angel Foundation in the operating room of the third hospital. The Angel Foundation did this in an attempt to merge the fetus that Chen Mimi had not yet given birth to with one of these strange entities. The file detailed the specific steps of the surgery and the results produced. The 4 hunters were covered in cold sweat, and for a moment, no one said anything.
Xue Manlu was the first to force a smile and said. This is just some strange creation from the secret realm, something made up to scare people, right? Who would do such a crazy thing?
Wang Jia and Chen Yuru frowned and remained silent, not speaking for a while. Indeed, these strange occurrences in the third hospital's secret realm, while mostly maintaining the trajectory of their actions in life, reeked of sinister and terrifying atmospheres. The file might have been distorted into such madness. Chen Haichuan, however, swallowed heavily. He quickly conducted a simple logical reasoning in his mind. Taboo 006 was definitely real, a terrifying entity that existed in the real world and had entered the third hospital's secret realm. Then, the Angel Foundation, which Taboo 006 was so concerned about, should also exist in the real world, not something twisted and invented within the secret realm. There had indeed been a very major incident at the third hospital back then, or else how could such a large hospital have been directly flattened and then a middle school built on top of it at lightning speed? Rumors in the martial world said that schools had strong yang energy, which could suppress evil spirits, so many schools were built on top of old burial grounds. What if we assume that these things are real? Chen Haichuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In a low voice, he told Wang Jia and the others about what he had seen and heard in the hospital's main building. After hearing this, Wang Jia and the others' faces all changed at once. Xue Manlu swallowed heavily, muttering in a low voice. If all of this is true, then this Angel Foundation is too inhumane. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Wang Jia took a deep breath, and more seriously, carefully read the file from beginning to end, and said in a low voice. According to the records in the file, over the course of 10 years, Chen Mimi was pregnant twice, and they performed 2 bizarre implantations on her, trying to merge the bizarre with the fetus. The first attempt failed, both the bizarre and the fetus disappeared without a trace. But Chen Mimi survived, and began to hide in the east of Nandu, trying to live under a false name. She didn't know that every move she made was under the watchful eye of the Angel Foundation. She thought she had escaped, but in reality, she was always a bird in a cage. 10 years later, during the second attempt, the same Dr. Wang from the third hospital performed the operation, trying to merge a bizarre entity with Chen Mimi's 7-month-old fetus. The surgery failed again, and this time, Chen Mimi died. If, and I mean if, the Angel Foundation really exists. Wang Jia slowly lifted his head and said, word by word, we must kill every single one of these beasts. Chapter 98, Do you really dare to jump in? The Angel Foundation, this mysterious organization, lurked deep in Shenzhou, and even someone like Wang Jia, a high-ranking hunter in the Bureau of Exorcism, did not have any related information at this moment. But if this organization could really do such insane things, trying to merge human fetuses with the bizarre, it would undoubtedly be the Bureau of Exorcism's greatest enemy. We must eliminate them all. Even just reading the things recorded in this file, Wang Jia felt an uncontrollable murderous intent surging in his heart. It was too insane. This file was probably something twisted out of the secret realms, something unreal. After a moment of calm, the 4 hunters flipped through other files, discovering more patients marked as experimental subjects and a few similar experimental records, but none were as detailed as Chen Mimi's case. The other experimental subjects seemed to have died shortly after the experiments began, for various reasons, and their files were hastily archived and sealed. All these surgeries were performed by a Dr. Wang from the third hospital, and the deaths were conveniently recorded as normal deaths by the hospital, causing no stir in Nandu. It was only when it came to Chen Mimi's second surgery, 10 years later, that things went terribly wrong. After reading these files and documents, Wang Jia narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. The logic fits. It might actually be true. Once we get out, we must investigate the Angel Foundation thoroughly. Now that the bazaar has descended, the world is falling apart, we cannot let them continue hiding in the shadows and wreak havoc. But right now, old Chen, what do you think we should do next? Chen Haichuan paused for a moment, then said. I'll take these files to Forbidden 006 tomorrow, what do you guys think? Upon hearing this, the 3 remaining hunters' pupils all shrank. If what Chen Haichuan said was true, the terrifying Forbidden 006 obviously harbored considerable hostility toward the Angel Foundation. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so if we share this information with Forbidden 006, it could save the Bureau of Exorcism a lot of trouble. After all, the 6 hunters still alive together probably can't match even a single finger of Forbidden 006's combat power. After thinking for a moment, Wang Jia slowly nodded, exhaled a breath of foul air, and gave a thumbs up, saying, Old Chen, I really admire you. This courage to dance on the tip of a knife, truly deserving of you. If you're confident, go ahead and do as you said. But I hope. Wang Jia tightly grabbed Chen Haichuan's shoulder, a fleeting tear gleaming in his eyes, and said solemnly, Everything must prioritize your own safety. If you encounter any misfortune, we will all be deeply heartbroken. Chen Yuro lowered her head in sorrow, her elegant face full of desolation. Chen Haichuan smirked, shook his head, and packed the materials into his briefcase. In the nurse's restroom, Jiang Yan leaned against the bed, just closing his eyes, preparing to pretend to nap through the night. With his attributes, sleep was no longer a necessity. Tomorrow during the day, the third hospital might show a different situation, and Jiang Yan still had many things to do. Just as he thought tonight would pass without incident, Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly opened wide. His eyes filled with surprise. Just now, a tiny human-faced spider crawled in through the window crack, leaping into Jiang Yan's ear. In a low voice, it transmitted a piece of information that greatly surprised Jiang Yan.
Just now, a person dressed in a blue and white hospital gown entered the morgue in the basement of the third hospital's main building.
The arrival of this person naturally triggered the subtle spider silk scattered in the morgue, but the hidden human-faced spider in the dark corner was not discovered. This person was holding a strong flashlight, wandering around the morgue, focusing on the heavy alloy door that Jiang Yan had torn apart. At that moment, the person's face clearly changed. However, upon seeing that behind the door was just bare cement, with nothing there, the person's face gradually softened. After looking around, the faint glow on this person flashed, and they suddenly vanished in the morgue, just as abruptly as they had appeared. Listening to the human-faced spider's description, Jiang Yan's eyes slightly narrowed.
Sounds like a flashing talent. Because of the third rule's restrictions, human players cannot use active skills in the secret realm, but talents are not restricted. Some talents need to be actively triggered but can still work, like the sniper's perspective talent from Layer 3.
Based on Jiang Yan's experience from his past life, the flashing talent, like resurrection, invisibility, and perspective, is also a relatively common, run-of-the-mill talent. It has significant practical meaning for certain agile players.
However, in terms of survival ability, players with flashing talents are actually the easiest to survive.
At a critical moment, as long as they can flash through obstacles, they can often escape with the dual effect of visual and spatial separation.
Its flexibility and practicality, in Jiang Yan's view, are much more useful than the resurrection talent. However, the flashing talent is also the most suicidal among common talents. The morgue, obviously not part of the third hospital's normal building structure, was the territory of the Angel Foundation.
Since that's the case, the only possibility for him daring to flash in directly is
he is someone from the Angel Foundation. This secret realm is slowly starting to get interesting.
Jiang Yan slowly sat up from the bed, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he pushed open the head nurse's lounge door.
Chapter 99, Humiliated by a Big Shot with Money.
As Jiang Yan pushed the door open, Nurse Wang Hucheng, who was lying on another bed, was immediately startled, springing up from the bed like a spring, shouting loudly.
What are you doing?
Anyone who leaves the ward after the lights are off must. Before she could say the word die, a stack of golden funeral money slammed into her face with a loud bang. Pretend you didn't see it, Jiang Yan's indifferent voice came from outside the door.
Wang Hucheng was stunned by the blow and instinctively caught the stack of funeral money.
She quickly chased out in high heels.
This is not about money. Come back quickly. Bang. Another stack of funeral money slammed into Wang Hucheng's face. A flicker of anger flashed in Wang Hucheng's yellowed eyes. This direct slap to the face is too humiliating. She clenched the funeral money in her hand tightly and stomp chased in front of Jiang Yan, loudly saying, If you keep doing this, I'm going to be angry. Before the words could finish, another stack of golden funeral money slapped Wang Hucheng's face. Jiang Yan's calm voice came from behind the funeral money. Is it so hard to pretend you didn't see it? Let me remind you, I am a prestigious monthly resident, and I don't even have my own room. I have to stay with you, and it's already quite wronged. If you can't close your eyes, then refund me and I'll leave the third hospital overnight. Wang Hucheng held 3 stacks of golden funeral money with both hands, falling into a long silence. It's already 960,000 funeral money. The feeling of being humiliated with money by a big shot. Really? Too helpless. Wang Hucheng tightly closed her eyes, lowered her head, and took small steps back to her lounge, murmuring, Well, remember to come back early. Her tone sounded like a wronged little wife. Jiang Yan couldn't help but see a hint of humiliation in Wang Hucheng's expression and secretly laughed. At least she knows what's good for her. If Wang Hucheng had continued to bother him just now, Jiang Yan might have hung this head nurse directly on the ceiling. Since I've paid for the privilege, I must enjoy the treatment of paying. If you don't respect money, then I'm somewhat skilled in violence too. Jiang Yan casually walked down the corridor and strolled to the 3rd floor of the inpatient building. The hallway was filled with eerie green light, completely silent. Jiang Yan checked each hospital room, using the face-changing creepy spider from the morgue to look for the human player who had flashed into the morgue earlier. In the rooms of Wang Jia and Xueman Lu, the Chen siblings on one bed, the hunter and the newbie on another. But tonight, these 4 hunters were doomed to only pretend to sleep, unable to actually fall asleep. The third hospital was too sinister, with the terrifying Angel Foundation hidden in the dark. How could anyone sleep peacefully? Just as Chen Yuru was staring at the ceiling with her eyes open.
A shadow in black slowly walked outside the hospital room window and stopped there.
Chen Yuru's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is it another eerie disturbance? This night at the third hospital really won't be peaceful for a moment?
Turning her head to look. Outside the room was a familiar strange hat. The shadow cast by it covered half of the face completely.
What's eerie about this?
It's clearly the most terrifying taboo 006.
Chen Yuru shivered in fear and tightly gripped Chen Haichuan's arm.
Chen Haichuan's eyes, pretending to sleep, suddenly opened, following Chen Yuru's gaze. Seeing the taboo 006 outside the door, Chen Haichuan also shivered, his heart filled with unease.
Is it here to find me? This taboo truly doesn't follow a single rule of the third hospital's dog's hit regulations.
Chen Haichuan sprang up, respectfully saying,
Boss, what do you need from me?
Before his voice even faded, the 4 hunters in the ward saw the taboo 006 outside wave his hand and slowly walk toward the next ward's door. The 4 hunters exchanged looks, their eyes filled with deep shock. Chen Haichuan swallowed his saliva, tiptoed to the door, and peeked sideways, watching taboo 006's movements outside.
He prided himself on becoming taboo 006's lackey.
Before his undercover identity was exposed, his chance of being killed was lower than anyone else's, so naturally, it was him who had to check. In the corridor, Jiang Yan arrived at the next ward's door and peered inside.
The voice of the human-faced spider echoed in Jiang Yan's ear. Boss.
It was him who just flickered into the morgue. Jiang Yan slowly pulled out his pipe, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the young man in the hospital gown in the ward also noticed the shadow outside the door, a shiver running through him.
He looked up. Their eyes met. Scarlet exploded, starting the attack. Boom!
The man instantly felt a loud boom in his mind. His reason shattered in an instant. His thoughts could no longer flow, and all that filled his mind was the terrifying crimson eyes before him. This was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen in his life.
He had to kill him. Immediately. Right now. Ah!
He let out a furious roar from his throat, quickly drew a dagger from behind, and a faint glow flashed over his body. He vanished from the spot. Talent, flicker. The disappearing man appeared instantly behind Jiang Yan and thrust the dagger fiercely toward Jiang Yan's lower back. In that fleeting glance, Jiang Yan recognized the dagger in the man's hand. It was a dagger from the system store, priced around 4,000 hell coins. Besides the basic attack power boost, it also had armor-piercing and critical hit properties, a dream dagger for many agile path players in the early game. For this man to have bought this dagger at this time, he could be considered one of the top players. Even facing hunters from the hunter's lair, he might still have the ability to fight. Though he'd most likely be killed horribly by experienced hunters like Chen Haichuan, he could still make a few moves. However, facing Jiang Yan, a super perverted printing machine, he was simply too weak.
Swish! The dagger struck Jiang Yan. -1.
The man's body erupted with a large -400. Since he was an agile path flicker talent user, his attack speed was naturally extremely fast.
He immediately swung a second blow. -1. -400.
The third strike followed closely. Jiang Yan turned and flicked his body, dodging the blow. The man only had one sliver of health left, and if this strike landed, Jiang Yan would only be able to receive a corpse. Jiang Yan raised his left hand, wearing a spider silk glove. From his palm, a thick grayish-white spider web shot out. At the center of the spider web, there was a strange human face woven into it, and in the eerie green corridor, it seemed to flash a creepy smile, making the scalp tingle. Skill, human-faced spider web, level 4, sprays a spider web that slows the enemy by 24% for 15 seconds if it hits. Consumption, 200 mana. This was the active skill of the human-faced spider. Under Jiang Yan's training, it had already reached level 4, with all its stats significantly improved. And at every node of the spider web, there were tiny human-faced spiders hiding within. Chapter 100, You Are Not Human. The moment the spider web hit the man, it immediately wrapped him up. The sticky and heavy gray-white web, like a large blanket, clung to his body, while the lower half stuck to the ground as if glued. His originally agile movements immediately became sluggish. The next moment, the tiny spiders attached to the gray-white web began to move. Lines of gray-white spider threads. With extreme speed, little spiders sprayed out from the abdomen, and under the weaving of their back legs, they quickly turned this person into a cocoon of spider silk. But these little spiders didn't attack this person, they were only here to tightly control them with their web. Ah! Ah! The effect of the scarlet explosion had already ended, and the person's terrified screams echoed from the spider silk cocoon, reverberating through the dim green hallway. No! No! Help! Help me! Aren't you human? Why are you killing me? We're on the same side. In the next room, Chen Haichuan stood in front, with the other 3 hunters hiding behind him, peeking out, showing the full display of bad at everything and loves to watch. Gulps. Someone unknowingly swallowed their saliva. Poor fool, thinking that the forbidden 006 arriving at the 3rd hospital was a human. He looked human, but how could he be human? He was clearly a terrifying, cold-hearted, merciless taboo that kills without blinking. Unfortunately, such critical information, the hunting bureau would never casually share with anyone, otherwise, the failed forbidden 006, blending in with the crowd, would never tolerate their existence. They could only let these ordinary players fend for themselves in this terrifying misunderstanding. You guys saw that just now, right? Wang Jia whispered. His palm will spray webs. Forbidden 006 is absolutely what I said before, every inch of its body is a combination of countless human-faced spiders. Its true form must be weird and disgusting to the extreme. So much so that even this taboo doesn't like its own true form, which is why it always appears as human. The other 3 hunters had sweat on their foreheads, nodding slightly. By now, they no longer doubted Wang Jia's deduction. The experience of the hunting god was indeed rich, seeing through the essence at a glance. But seeing through it was useless, they couldn't win, simply couldn't win. In the hallway, Jiang Yan grabbed a large bundle of spider silk outside the cocoon and dragged the struggling, wriggling, grayish-white cocoon back toward the 7th floor. Inside the spider silk cocoon, the person was still futilely struggling, their desperate roar echoed through the hospital building. Save me! Someone help me! I will pay 2,000 underworld coins. I mean it. This person is crazy. There's a traitor in our human faction. Hurry, help me crush this hidden danger in its cradle. The desperate voice grew fainter. The entire hospital building fell silent, not a single heroic figure in sight. The 4 hunters in the room followed the forbidden 006 and the struggling, wriggling human-shaped spider cocoon, step by step disappearing at the end of the hallway. Xue Manlu swallowed hard and whispered. Wait, why did forbidden 006 just kill someone? Aren't there supposed to be killing rules for taboos? The other 3 hunters? Right. Why did he suddenly come down and kill the poor guy next door? Did he suddenly feel like it at night? Chen Yuru stammered and said. Did he randomly pick a poor soul to kill just for fun? Could it be that what he said on the car was not a lie? Chen Yuru's voice trembled lightly, almost in tears. Does forbidden 006 killing rule really just mean that he can kill whenever he wants? It's terrifying, a taboo that doesn't follow the rules is really terrifying. Wang Jia patted Chen Haichuan's shoulder heavily, still shaken, and said. Luckily, you were here just now. Otherwise, we might have been chosen as the poor souls by forbidden 006. Hearing this, Chen Yuru and Xue Manlu couldn't help but shudder again. Makes sense. Once again, we narrowly escaped death tonight. Jiang Yan dragged the human-shaped spider cocoon like a dead dog, leisurely returning to the 7th floor nurse's restroom. Wang Rora sat on the white hospital bed, her yellow eyes full of resentment, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yan and the spider cocoon in his hands. Late at night, not only did he leave, but I even caught a sick person back. Catch him if you must, but why drag him in front of me? Can money really make one do anything? Bang! Jiang Yan closed the door, and the small human-faced spider hiding in the web quickly bit through the threads. The spider web crumbled layer by layer, and soon the young man in a patient's uniform struggled to crawl out from inside. Seeing the unfamiliar room in front of him, along with Jiang Yan and Nurse Wang Ro, the young man's face was filled with terror. Using all 4 limbs, he slid backwards on the floor, leaning against the wall before finding some sense of safety. He trembled and asked. What do you want to do? Nurse. Not only was he wandering around the hospital building at night, he also hit me. He violated your rules. Please, kill him. The man looked at Wang Ro with a pleading gaze. Just a moment ago in front of the ward, even though he was under the control of the terrifyingly powerful red shock, he still clearly remembered what had happened. Even when he hit 3 times with a knife, it only caused -1 damage, while every time he was hit, the terrifying man counterattacked with 400 points of damage. This is ridiculous. Is he even human? At that moment, while the man's heart was trembling, Jiang Yan, who was casually sitting on the white hospital bed, saidly, Get me a cup of tea. The man froze, his eyes filled with astonishment. Who is he commanding? Me? Damn, he kidnaps me and now wants me to serve him tea? Is he crazy? What does he think of me? A masochist? I will never obey. The next moment, the man heard Wang Ro reply in a mournful tone from beside him. Okay. Wang Ro walked to a low cabinet, brewed a cup of tea for Jiang Yan, and respectfully presented it in front of him. Jiang Yan took the cup, nodded lightly without a word. The man was stunned, his eyes almost falling out of their sockets. No way? What the hell did I just see?
Why is the fierce nurse Ro serving this guy like a slave? Boom. The man felt as if his brain had been struck by lightning. He had just thought of having Nurse Ro kill this guy. Wait a minute. You're not human. The man raised his trembling finger, his face pale, pointing at Jiang Yan, and shouted in horror. You are also a strange creature. In front of him, this guy's strength was terrifying, and he could control the nurse. The man could not, for the life of him, associate this person, surrounded by black mist, with the word human. He's definitely not human. He's a strange creature among humans. Maybe he's the director of the third hospital. Jiang Yan took a puff of his old pipe and slowly exhaled a ring of blue smoke, saying indifferently, "Who I am doesn't matter. What's your name?" The man steadied himself and whispered, "My name is Bai Tian. You kidnapped me. Do you have any orders?" "I am happy to serve you." Jiang Yan asked another question that shook Bai Tian's body violently. "What is your position in the Angel Foundation?" Bai Tian slowly raised his head, shock in his eyes, staring at the black figure sitting on the white hospital bed, swallowing heavily. How did he know about the Angel Foundation? What else does he know? What foundation? I've never heard of it. Bai Tian's voice trembled slightly, with a barely perceptible quiver. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, snapped his fingers. The human-faced spiders surrounding Bai Tian immediately swarmed in, wrapping him into a spider cocoon. Although they didn't attack, some spiders had already crawled into Bai Tian's ears, nostrils, and even eyes. The feeling of these spiders crawling wildly made Bai Tian scream in a hysterical manner. "No! Don't do this to me," Jiang Yan said coldly. "If you lie again, I'll have my spiders eat one of your legs. Answer my question. What's your position in the Angel Foundation?" Bai Tian, shivering, hastily said, "I'm a T3 level position. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Jiang Yan nodded slowly. At this moment, the Angel Foundation was still in hiding, but as the process of the eerie descent advanced, the Foundation seemed to have noticed something and gradually surfaced, no longer deeply concealing its existence. T3 level was not high in the Angel Foundation. If Jiang Yan remembered correctly, the highest level in the Nandu branch was T7. In his past life, the Angel Squad leader who had stolen his purple treasure chest and shot him in the head was T6. But T3 level was no small fry. It could be considered an elite member. How many people did the Angel Foundation send in this time? Jiang Yan continued questioning. At the same time, the tiny spiders crawling all over Bai Tian's body slowly retreated. Bai Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, still in shock, and answered nervously. "Just me." "What's the purpose?" Jiang Yan asked again. Bai Tian hesitated and said, "I'm not too sure. They told me to investigate the specific situation of the third hospital in this secret realm. And the situation beneath the main building of the third hospital. The Foundation's higher-ups seemed to have a project in the third hospital before, but something reportedly went wrong. Later, the third hospital disappeared from Nandu's map, vanishing completely. Now that the third hospital's secret realm has suddenly opened, the leaders of Nandu's Foundation are very curious about what's inside." Jiang Yan nodded slightly. He didn't fully believe it, but the explanation was logical and fairly credible. "Tell me all the strongholds of the Angel Foundation in Nandu that you know." Hearing this, Bai Tian's entire body trembled. What are you planning to do?" "I don't know the strongholds. We always gather online and never meet in person." Jiang Yan chuckled lightly. The black crow standing on his right shoulder opened its beak and let out a Belto-like curse. "Decay. Plague." Bai Tian's already critical health bar began to shrink again under the effect of the plague curse. And the tiny spiders that had just retreated now crawled all over Bai Tian's body once more. Jiang Yan spoke calmly. "You should know you're dead for sure. The only difference is, do you want a quick death or an unbearably painful one? Give me 3 strongholds, and I'll let you die instantly. If not, you'll watch yourself, bit by bit, get eaten down to the bone by these spiders." A tiny spider opened its mouth and bit off a piece of flesh from Bai Tian's earlobe. Bai Tian shivered violently, nearly breaking down in tears. Just as more and more spiders started devouring his flesh, Bai Tian finally couldn't hold out any longer and desperately spilled out 3 locations. Jiang Yan nodded slowly. The black crow on his shoulder let out a foreboding curse. Death. Annihilation. Thud. Bai Tian collapsed onto the floor of the head nurse's lounge, dead. Jiang Yan waved his hand and said, "Drag him out." Wang Ruru, looking resentful, grabbed Bai Tian's corpse. As she walked out, she secretly took 2 bites, and her emaciated body regained a slight bit of vitality. These 3 Angel Foundation strongholds were an unexpected gain tonight. With these, Jiang Yan could go trouble the Angel Foundation anytime after leaving the secret realm. The night passed in silence.
Jiang Yan stayed in the head nurse's lounge for the entire night until the sky began to brighten. Wang Roro knocked on each hospital room door, instructing all patients to line up neatly downstairs. Among them were both humans who had just been admitted yesterday and eerie beings who seemed to have been living here for a long time, all mixed together, heading toward the main building of the third hospital. It looked like they were about to undergo some kind of treatment process inside the main building. As Jiang Yan moved forward in the crowd, he suddenly felt someone cautiously approaching him. Turning his head slightly, he saw it was his newly recruited follower, Chen Haichuan. Jiang Yan was quite satisfied with this guy's performance last night. Although his combat ability wasn't strong and he didn't seem very brave. But in terms of intelligence and the ability to provide information, he was far superior to any of his other subordinates. In Jiang Yan's team, such a person was indeed useful. Chen Haichuan glanced around, noticing no one was paying attention to him. He immediately took out the briefcase and handed it to Jiang Yan, whispering, "Boss, I have some new findings to report to you. There might be something in here that will interest you." The decision to share the files of the Forbidden 006 Angel Foundation was made by the four hunters together last night. Jiang Yan casually took the briefcase, not expecting much, but when he carefully read through the contents, his steps unconsciously paused. This information was not simple. The details revealed solved many of Jiang Yan's mysteries. The various pieces of information began to piece together in Jiang Yan's mind, and the iceberg of the third hospital gradually became clearer before him. As expected, Wang Roro's one-sided account was not trustworthy. Chen Meimei's death on the operating table could not simply be explained by the words surgical risks. That was already the second time the Angel Foundation had conducted a mad experiment on Chen Meimei. Chapter 102, Hellish Survival Difficulty. Quickly flipping through the materials, Jiang Yan looked up at Chen Haichuan, patted his shoulder, and said, "Good job. Here's your bonus." Jiang Yan casually placed a thick stack of golden ghost money into Chen Haichuan's arms. Chen Haichuan instinctively caught the 10,000 ghost coins, his face full of astonishment. No way? He's giving out a 10,000 bonus just like that? Even the Hunters Bureau didn't give that much for a year-end bonus. At that moment, Chen Haichuan felt two parts guilt for his actions of eating inside and outside. This boss is really too good, can we please not seal him anymore, sob sob sob. Jiang Yan, however, didn't notice Chen Haichuan's strange expression and walked with the rest of the team into the main building of the hospital. The main building of the third hospital looked completely different during the day and at night. At night, the eerie blue lights were off, and although only sunlight from outside filtered through, it couldn't reach the depths and corners of the hospital, but at least it wasn't as dark and ominous as at night. Head nurse Wang Roro stood in the main hall of the building, beginning to assign patients to different doctors. Polio, go to the second floor and find Director Liu. Cervical erosion, go to the third floor and find Dr. Xue. Gigantism. Wang Roro looked at the registration form handed by Wang Jia, paused for a moment, and said, "Please wait." Wang Roro skipped over Wang Jia and started directing the patients to find the corresponding doctors. The ones who were assigned seemed calm. But the humans who were arranged were all terrified, sweating beads of cold sweat. It was obvious that the doctors they were about to see were all weird. Although it was broad daylight, being in the same room with these weird doctors and having them examine you? Was it a checkup or a postmortem? You'd enter standing and leave in pieces, right? These humans, though afraid, could only adapt to the situation now. The hall was filled with weirdness, and even the 6 remaining hunters from the Hunters Bureau had no chance of survival in this strange lineup, let alone regular players. Wang Roro continued assigning patients until she reached Jiang Yan at the end of the line. Looking at his registration form, she said, "Pregnant with a belly full of human-faced ghost spiders." Before Wang Roro could make any arrangements, Jiang Yan spoke first. "I want to see Dr. Wang Hong." This Dr. Wang Hong was the same doctor who had performed 2 surgeries on Chen Meimei, and if Jiang Yan wasn't mistaken, he was one of the Angel Foundation's important personnel buried within the third hospital. Having been caught off guard by Jiang Yan's initiative, Wang Roro froze for a moment, falling into silence. The entire hall fell so silent that a pin could be heard dropping. All the human players turned to look at Jiang Yan in disbelief. "Wait a minute, bro, you've made a request? Aren't you afraid the head nurse will bite your brain out?" Except for the people from the Bureau of Strange Hunters, the rest of the human players were basically all hiding on their sickbeds like ostriches last night, with no awareness of what Jiang Yan had done, and now they were looking at him with the gaze of watching a dead person. Jiang Yan didn't even glance at the silent Wang Roro, who was bowing her head in front of him, and instead, he quietly puffed on his old pipe. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Roro lowered her voice and mumbled, "Director Wang Hong is on sick leave now." Jiang Yan understood. That 9-year-old girl, suspected to be the one who slashed the soul of the child, had killed Wang Hong with a knife before jumping from the third hospital building. But this is a strange, mysterious place, and it seems that in this timeline, after Wang Hong's death, he transformed into a strange entity and still exists.
Since that's the case, I must find him to deliver the baby.
1,000 pieces of indirect evidence can't compare to a single word from the person involved.
I'm a premium monthly subscriber. I want him.
A blue smoke swirled around Jiang Yan's mouth and nose, his deep voice carrying a heavy sense of pressure.
Wang Hucheng's frail body trembled, looking torn for a moment. After a while, she reluctantly nodded and said, I'll think of a way for you. The humans around them all stared in shock. Not possible? How could I see such a feeling of grievance and fear in the eyes of this brutal, savage head nurse? Can't you show the authority of your cannibalistic strange entity, please?
The 6 members of the Bureau of Strange Hunters exchanged looks and nodded in unison.
Sure enough, the Taboo 006 had a clear dominance over this strange entity, the head nurse.
Wang Jia muttered in a low voice.
It looks like after last night, the head nurse has completely turned into the form of Taboo 006. What a terrifying taboo entity.
The head nurse waved her hand, and a group of strange entities dressed in nurse uniforms slowly walked out from the side, each one more frightening than the last. These strange nurses led patients, dispersing towards various consultation rooms in the main building. Then Wang Hucheng pointed to Wang Jia and Xueman Lu, saying, You 3, come with me to the 7th floor to find Director Wang Hong.
Wang Jia. Can I not go see a doctor with Taboo 006? Can my gigantism suddenly be cured, please? Xueman Lu. Go up with Taboo 006, the head nurse, and find the root cause of everything, Wang Hong? What if we have to face the Angel Foundation, the terrifying organization hiding in the shadows?
Based on the information Chen Haichuan shared last night, Taboo 006 specifically chose Wang Hong. It seems like it's not as simple as just visiting him. What if a fight breaks out between the two sides? Wang Jia and Xueman Lu imagined the scene in their minds and both silently screamed in their hearts. Hell level survival difficulty help.
Jiang Yan was completely indifferent, following behind Wang Hucheng.
Wang Jia and Xueman Lu exchanged a look, both seeing helplessness and despair in each other's eyes.
It's probably too late to run now. Adapt to the situation.
Wang Jia said in a deep voice, then stepped forward. Xueman Lu wiped a cold sweat from his forehead, his face as pale as death, following closely behind Wang Jia. The main building had elevators, but Wang Hucheng didn't take the elevator. Instead, she climbed the stairs to the 7th floor. The higher they went, the rarer the strange entities became. By the time they reached the 7th floor, besides a few strange nurses, no other entities were visible. The unlit hallway, even during the day, was still gloomy and dark, with an unknown cold wind blowing from behind to their ears. Both Wang Jia and Xueman Lu shuddered. The sound of the head nurse's high heels echoed through the corridor, sending chills down their spines. The head nurse stopped in front of a consultation room.
The nameplate next to the door read Chief Physician Wang Hong.
Knock, knock, knock.
Wang Hucheng gently knocked on the door twice. No response.
She knocked again, 2 more times. After a long while, the peephole of the consultation room darkened, as if an eye was watching from behind it, but still, no one answered.
Wang Hucheng politely said,
Director Wang Hong, there are 2 patients that the other doctors can't handle.
We can only trouble you. I had no choice, please understand.
A gloomy voice came from the consultation room.
What's the illness? Wang Hucheng said. A gigantism, and 1 pregnant with a human-faced spider.
The room fell silent for a moment, then asked.
2 patients? Then how come, besides you, there are 4 others? Jiang Yan froze for a moment. Several people? Chapter 103, The Weird Director Wang.
Besides the head nurse, it should be just myself, Wang Jia, and Xueman Lu.
Inside the consultation room, how come there are 4 people outside?
Wang Jia and Xueman Lu immediately felt a cold sweat break out on their foreheads.
1 more person is more terrifying than 1 less. Another cold breeze blew from behind, raising goosebumps all over their bodies. In that wind, it seemed there was a smell of disinfectant.
It seemed, they didn't know when, but something had followed behind Xueman Lu.
The wolf ahead and the tiger behind, they were like sandwich cookies. Both of them froze, not daring to look back. Damn it. So terrifying.
Jiang Yan, however, was not going to let it slide.
He immediately turned his head and looked behind.
He saw, behind Xueman Lu, a woman in a tattered white dress. The woman's feet were hanging in the air, her body arched, her messy hair draped down covering her face. Her abdomen was highly swollen, like a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Purple-black blood stains slowly flowed down her bare, pale legs, quietly trickling along her skin.
Such an eerie head.
Jiang Yan immediately saw the soul coins appear on his player panel.
Soul coins plus 5,578. Soul coins plus 874. What the hell? 2 eerie things?
Jiang Yan's gaze flicked to the swollen belly of the eerie woman and he thought.
There's another one inside?
Mother and child, two eerie creatures. This truly fits the theme of a maternal and child hospital.
The blood of a mother is quite thick, huh?
If this eerie thing were outside, it would definitely be a terrifying existence, capable of slaughtering all. But right now, Jiang Yan didn't want this eerie creature to interfere.
Director Wang in the consultation room was clearly very alert. How could he handle someone appearing out of nowhere? Kick them out?
It wasn't impossible, but that would be a last resort. After all, killing the eerie creatures wasn't the priority.
Finding the clues to the soul-chopping child and the Angel Foundation was the real goal. Jiang Yan directly walked up to the mother and child eerie and said coldly, "You've come to the wrong place, sister."
The woman's lowered head lifted slightly, and a pair of vengeful eyes glared at Jiang Yan from under her disheveled hair, speaking coldly.
"That's right. I've come for a follow-up."
The originally deep male voice in the consultation room suddenly screamed.
"Get her out.
I won't treat her."
"Get her out now. I'm on vacation. I won't see any patients."
It seemed this vengeful eerie woman was recognized by him. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows, thought of something, and said,
"What's your name? I'll have the head nurse check if we have your medical record."
If this was Chen Mimi coming for revenge, Jiang Yan wouldn't dare to casually move her. The vengeful ghost woman said coldly,
"My name is Bai Kaiyun."
Jiang Yan thought for a moment, vaguely remembering that he had seen a file for Bai Kaiyun in that stack of papers before.
She was also one of the experimental subjects of the Angel Foundation. Unlike Chen Mimi, Bai Kaiyun died quickly, and her records were very brief.
The chief surgeon who handled her case was also Director Wang. She died in Wang Hong's hands and now came back as an eerie to seek revenge, which made sense.
Jiang Yan nodded and said, "All right, good. Since it wasn't Chen Mimi, then she was just an ordinary eerie."
Jiang Yan reached out with his left hand, grabbed Bai Kaiyun's shoulder, and leaned close to her ear, whispering,
"I've avenged you. But you have to die first." Boom! From the grayish-white spider silk gloves, a wave of human-faced spiders erupted like a tidal wave.
In the blink of an eye, Bai Kaiyun turned into a spider cocoon, shaped like a pregnant woman, and was suspended from the ceiling of the 7th-floor corridor. Wang Jia and Xueman Lu glanced sideways at the scene behind them,
scared to even take a breath.
That pregnant woman just now was strange, clearly not a good person. But in front of Forbidden 006, it was nothing, taken down in less than half a round. The hallway was silent.
Wang Ruru was silent for a moment before saying to the office,
"Director, the patient who came for a follow-up visit has left." Wang Jia and Xueman Lu both swallowed.
"Didn't they leave?" "They left very peacefully." Director Wang Hong in the office asked again. "2 patients, 3 people, but that doesn't add up?" Wang Ruru explained the father-son relationship between Wang Jia and Xueman Lu.
Wang Jia clenched his fists, his face turning red with anger.
Although terrified, he was really angry. When he got outside, he was definitely going to beat Xueman Lu, that little brat, up.
In the office, Director Wang Hong was silent for a moment, then slowly opened the door a crack and said,
"Come in." Wang Ruru entered first, followed by Jiang Yan, Wang Jia, and Xueman Lu.
In the office, the curtains were tightly shut, the light was extremely dim, and there was a small candle burning on the table, casting golden light on the wall.
Jiang Yan's heart stirred.
The walls of this office were actually covered with a thin layer of golden wallpaper. If he wasn't mistaken, this wallpaper was pure gold.
Jiang Yan looked up and found that the ceiling was also covered with pure gold wallpaper.
The floor tiles were also golden, seemingly coated with gold using some special method. Even the curtains that tightly covered the windows were golden, woven with special gold threads. Looking around, there wasn't a single gap, the entire office was completely wrapped in gold. Gold can lock away the strange, but getting a large amount of gold is difficult, especially now after the strange occurrences began. There were no gold products for sale in the system shop, only a small amount of silver products, mainly silver bullets. Such an office, wrapped in gold, would make it hard for the strange to get in if the door were closed. Of course, because the gold here was too thin, it still couldn't guarantee 100% safety. If it were at least 5 centimeters thick, with a layer of alloy steel in between, it would be completely foolproof. But the cost would be absurd, not something an ordinary person could afford. Although Wang Hong was a member of the Angel Foundation, his position didn't seem low, but the wealth he had was enough to afford this level of gold. It's worth noting that this proves the Angel Foundation knew about gold blocking the strange over 50 years ago and had already put it into practice. This foundation, compared to the Monster Hunter Bureau, probably wasn't far behind.
"Close the door."
The figure in the white coat standing in front of the desk spoke in an eerie, grim voice.
Jiang Yan finally looked at the legendary director Wang Hong.
He was a middle-aged man with sparse hair, a pale face, and red eyes. There were 3 deep knife wounds across his chest and abdomen, with purple-black blood flowing from each wound.
There was also an identical knife wound in the middle of his forehead, piercing through his skull all the way to the back of his head. This wound? Jiang Yan was shocked. Even a 9-year-old girl, even with a divine weapon, would never be able to stab through a grown man's skull in one strike, right? Even professional assassins would only manage such a deadly, skull-piercing wound in a frenzied state. This was definitely not something a normal 9-year-old girl could do. Based on Jiang Yan's current guess, the 9-year-old girl who killed Wang Hong was very likely the Deathside Spirit Child. But looking at it now, this Deathside Spirit Child wasn't the terrifying anomaly only after killing Wang Hong and jumping off the building. It seems that the Spirit Child was already abnormal long before that. Jiang Yan's mind quickly flashed with a coincidence in time. The Deathside Spirit Child was 9 years old, and Chen Mimi had undergone 2 surgeries within 10 years to give birth. It can be said that this child who was born after the first time Chen Mimi left the operating table alive might not be her little sister, but the one born at that moment. The child who, under Wang Hong's guidance, fused with the mysterious. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel, a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Soul coin plus 7,746. Director Wang Hong is pretty impressive, huh? Creak. Wang Roro gently closed the door to Wang Hong's office. Inside the golden-wrapped space, only the candlelight flickered gently. Wang Hong sat in his chair, put on the stethoscope, and with his other hand, surprisingly pulled out a surgical knife from the desk, giving Wang Jia a sinister smile. Gigantism? Quite interesting, come, sit down. Wang Hong pointed to a small stool in front of him. Cold sweat poured from Wang Jia's forehead. No, gigantism should be an endocrine disease, but here you are, holding a stethoscope and surgical knife, is this right? Why don't you just swap the stethoscope for a fork and start eating off me? Wang Jia swallowed heavily, gripping the sealed ghost peach with sword's hilt, cautiously sitting down in front of Wang Hong. Wang Hong slowly extended the stethoscope, suddenly pausing in mid-air, and murmured darkly. Strange, why do I smell a human scent from you? Head nurse, come and smell for yourself. Hearing this, Wang Roro, with a suspicious look on her face, leaned in from behind and took a deep sniff at Wang Jia's neck. Standing beside Wang Jia, Shui Manlu's body was visibly trembling, and he discreetly drew out his handgun. In Wang Roro's yellowish eyes, a crimson, vicious gleam rose, and she spoke coldly. Indeed, there is a human scent. If the director hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. Tell me, are you human or a ghost? Wang Roro's ghastly claw landed on Wang Jia's shoulder. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu both had cold sweat on their foreheads without realizing it. This is bad, it's about to turn into a fight. The human identity was discovered by the ghostly, it was bound to end badly. Wang Hong grinned sinisterly. Let's cut open and see, shall we? His surgical knife directly cut towards Wang Jia's neck. Wang Jia's eyes narrowed, and he shouted sternly. Make a move. At this moment, Wang Jia no longer cared about the terrifying Taboo 006 standing behind him. Fight or die. The sealed ghost peach would sword unsheathed, emitting a 7-colored radiance, and slashed towards Wang Hong's head. Wang Hong's sinister laughter echoed through the dim office. He he he. Another new test subject. Head nurse, you kill the one behind. The sharp surgical knife transformed into a cold gleam and suddenly cut towards Wang Jia's chest, its angle tricky, as if it were about to rip open Wang Jia's belly. Wang Jia's eyes were calm. The more intense the battle, the calmer and more selfless he became. This was the battle wolf fostered from years of hunting experience. The sealed ghost peach would sword turned in midair and, just before Wang Hong's surgical knife could cut, it struck Wang Hong's arm. Slash! With a dull thud, black blood splattered, and Wang Hong's arm was slashed open, revealing a deep wound that exposed the bone. Minus 557. Minus 247. 2 damage numbers floated out from Wang Hong's body. His body, stunned for a brief moment by the ghost-repelling power of the sealed peachwood sword. It was in this split-second gap that Wang Jia quickly retreated. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and from Shui Manlu's gun, silver bullets poured out, hitting Wang Hong one after another. Minus 55, minus 64, minus 61. Seeing these damage numbers, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's scalps went numb instantly. Damn, this is tougher than the headless ghost we fought last night. Last night, it took 4 hunters, 1 head nurse, and a sniper to successfully strangle that headless ghost. Now there's only Wang Jia and Shui Manlu, and the head nurse is definitely helping Wang Hong. We're done for. Both Wang Jia and Shui Manlu thought the same thing in their minds. Wait a second, where's the head nurse? A sense of alertness flashed through Wang Jia's mind. If the head nurse had just made a move.
现在薛满楼肯定已经是一具尸体了，但不知道为什么，护士长一直站在原地没动。王家侧目一看，一只戴着灰白色蛛丝手套的手掌，不知道什么时候轻轻摁在了王柔柔肩头。王柔柔脸上满是无助之色，站在原地不知所措。 竞技006站在王柔柔侧后方，悠闲抽着烟斗，青烟弥漫，黑气缭绕，肩上那只阴影黑压的猩红独眼冷冷注视着王红。王家头皮一炸，他顿时想到了看过的档案。王红主任就是陈梅梅的主刀，自然也是天使基金会的人。竞技006果然和天使基金会对上了。我这个小趴菜误入满级大佬战场的既视感，糟老罪了家人们。王红却是没有这么多信息，他受到攻击之后越发狂暴，只想杀了眼前这个人类，痛饮他的鲜血，然后研究一下他的腹腔结构。死！王红发出震慑心灵的尖叫，一双凝恶泛红的眼睛在昏暗的诊室之中化作2道红电，直袭王家而来。手术刀的寒光，目标依旧是王家的胸口，只不过这一次速度快到了极致。王家心尖狂颤，这一刀可能是技能，太快了，他不光挡不住，连逃都无处可逃。就在王家瞳孔骤缩，只能眼睁睁看着这一刀刺向自己胸膛之际，一个黑影悄然闪现在了王家和王红主任中间。低垂的怪帽子，头下的阴影在昏暗的诊室之中越发幽深，看不到一丝表情。手术刀直接捅在了姜岩胸前。-1，王红身上飘出了一个伤害数字。-400。诊室之中一片死寂。握着手术刀的王红主任，一双诡异的眼睛一寸寸圆睁，不可置信看着眼前的姜岩，缓缓吐出一个问题：你干嘛？姜岩沉沉一笑：他欠我25万，1个月利息还没交过，你杀了他，利息你出吗？这么大的贷款，我估计他1年之内是怎么都还不清的。你给我5万冥币当他的利息，我就让你杀他。王红、王家、薛满楼、王柔柔。第105章，猎神成了我的血奴。王红，抢劫！你这绝对是抢劫！开口就是5万冥币，把我当成什么了？猪猪存钱罐吗？王柔柔，原来大佬都是这么赚钱的吗？长见识了。王家，敢动不敢动？王红看着面前这个深浅莫测的存在，眼中的怒火一寸寸消退。虽然脑子让人捅了一刀，但化身诡异的王红没有失去思考能力。自己刚刚那一刀乃是必杀的攻击，可落在这个家伙身上，竟然只打掉了一点生命值，反而自己被反击了400。这打个锤子！王红阴沉着脸，反手拉开了自己的抽屉，从里面掏出5万冥币，甩在了姜岩面前，怒喝道：给你了，让开！姜岩看着地上的5万冥币，陷入了沉思之中。不是，哥们儿，你还真有5万。姜岩之所以替王家挡这一刀，完全是因为他是猎鬼局的猎神，近来清剿第3医院秘境，为的不光是他自己，更是为了南都的无数幸存者不受到斩命灵童的伤害。就算姜岩现在觉得猎鬼局的猎人都挺菜的，还有陈海川这种吃里扒外的家伙，但依旧不妨碍他认可这个身份所代表的勇气和坚毅。单纯从利益来考量的话，王家如果死了，风鬼桃木剑可就是自己的了，姜岩还挺乐意的。就在姜岩沉思自己应该如何反悔的时候，背后的王家扑通一声就跪在了地上。
With a cry in his voice, he shouted loudly, I voluntarily double the interest rate. It was obvious that this forbidden 006 was a terrifying existence driven only by profit. He saved himself purely to earn interest from his own body. At this moment, the only one who could loan 250,000 might be himself, which should be quite rare. But now, the strange King Hong took out 50,000 to pay his interest upfront, and after his death, forbidden 006 wouldn't lose any principal. Anyone could guess that the cold-blooded, heartless, and violent forbidden 006 would definitely back off directly. After all, he is a terrifying taboo who loves money so much. In this desperate moment, the only self-saving strategy Wang Jia could think of was to double the interest rate, to increase his importance in forbidden 006's eyes. As for whether kneeling would work or not, Wang Jia couldn't think too much, he could only kneel first and figure it out later. Jiang Yan tilted his head and glanced at Wang Jia behind him, feeling somewhat helpless. Look at this, the mighty hunter god of the hunting bureau? Not a shred of backbone. Weak and useless, hiding behind me, an ordinary person, to survive in a cowardly manner. Sigh. The hunting bureau really is finished. However, doubling the interest, that's an unexpected joy. Although Jiang Yan, considering the ecological balance of the antique street, only charged a 1% interest, and before the strange events began, the monthly interest rate at the bank was probably about the same. But this is compound interest, and in such a tough survival environment, it's not so easy to repay. Many players who took out loans might earn just enough in a month to barely repay the interest, and then give themselves a few more attributes. Wang Jia took a loan of 250,000 and still dared to promise to double the interest. This isn't a joke. It's settled. Jiang Yan directly handed over a blood-stained strange contract, upgrading the loan terms, increasing the monthly interest rate from 1% to 2%. If you don't take advantage of a good deal, you're a bastard. Hunter God, now work for me obediently.
Wang Jia, at the fastest speed of his life, signed the contract.
This isn't a contract. This is my life.
Jiang Yan took a puff of his old pipe and shrugged at the director Wang Hong in front of him.
You see, now if you want to buy his life, it costs 100,000. Wang Hong. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat this guy, I'd definitely kill him right now. So infuriating. Wang Hong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, if it weren't for the fact that we haven't had a new experiment subject in a long time, I absolutely would not accept your extortion.
Wang Hong opened his drawer again, took out another 50,000 ghost coins, and threw them at Jiang Yan's feet.
Move aside.
Jiang Yan looked at the 100,000 ghost coins in front of him and fell into deep thought again.
This guy really has it.
Behind him, Wang Jia, who had just slowly gotten up with the help of Shui Manlu, had a face full of the relief of having survived a disaster, completely frozen on his face.
Thud.
Wang Jia shoved Shui Manlu away and once again knelt behind Forbidden 006, shouting loudly with a cry in his voice.
I voluntarily double the interest again. Jiang Yan. Doubling it again means 4%. If you don't take advantage of money, you're a bastard, earn it, damn it.
Jiang Yan flipped his hand and handed over the strange blood-stained contract. Wang Jia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and the tears on his cheeks, and signed the contract at the fastest speed of his life.
His life was becoming more and more expensive.
Jiang Yan glanced sideways at Wang Hong in front of him, took a puff of his old pipe, and said calmly.
Now, his life is worth 200,000. Wang Hong? Damn. Wait a minute, something's wrong. I'm killing him, why are you eating from both ends?
Jiang Yan stared at the 100,000 ghost coins at his feet, thought for a moment, and realized that Wang Hong was right. He really was eating from both ends.
But so what?
Poor bastard, you don't have the right to speak. Jiang Yan's tone was full of contempt, with a sense of looking down from above.
Wang Hong's anger was instantly ignited by this sentence. I, the director of the 3rd Hospital of Nandu, joined the Angel Foundation for what? Of course it was for money.
I, Wang Hong, am no longer the ignorant fool I once was.
No one can laugh at me for being a poor fool. No one can.
Wang Hong bent down, twisting the dial of a safe under his desk. With the precise sound of click, 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 the safe opened, and Wang Hong threw 100,000 Ming coins fiercely in front of Jiang Yan.
Take it and make your fortune. He's mine now.
Wang Jia's eyes were about to bleed, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood.
What the hell? I just want to survive. What did I do wrong? Shui Manlu quickly hugged Wang Jia, who had just straightened up, trembling as he said. Brother. Let's think again.
8% of 250,000 Ming coins is a 2,000 Ming coin interest per month.
And it's compound interest. If we miss a month, we may never be able to pay it back. Wang Jia took a deep breath, shoved Shui Manlu aside, and once again knelt down, as if facing death. Boss, please give me one more chance. I can handle 8%.
Wang Jia's eyes were filled with the desire to survive.
Let's get past this hurdle first.
At worst, I'll just post a water drip fundraiser in the Hunters Guild chat. Jiang Yan excitedly rubbed his chin as he handed over the contract. He had discovered an unexpected way to make money. Originally, he just wanted Wang Jia to work for him.
But now,
it looked like this hunter god was about to become his blood slave.
Director Wang, you're a great help. Jiang Yan sneakily glanced at the safe under Wang Hong's desk, thinking to himself.
I hope there's more in his safe. If he doubles it again, that'll be exactly 40,000 Ming coins in interest per month, perfectly covering Chen Haichuan's salary of 40,000 a month. From now on, these two hunter brothers will become each other's perpetual motion machines. Jiang Yan's mouth curled into a sneaky business smile.
Chapter 106, The world is full of human connections and dealings.
Looking at the mysterious smile that peeked out from under the strange hat's shadow, Wang Hong couldn't help but step back, his eyes full of shock and anger.
What do you mean by this? Isn't 200,000 enough to buy his life?
Jiang Yan took a puff from his old pipe and chuckled.
You heard him, he voluntarily raised his monthly interest rate to 8%.
You'll probably have to pay 400,000 Ming coins to take his life. Wang Jia knelt behind Jiang Yan, counting on his fingers, unable to understand why he had borrowed 250,000, but now the interest alone was worth 400,000.
Could it be? This is the legendary financial leverage?
It turns out, using leverage works. Wang Hong trembled with rage, pointing his finger at Jiang Yan's nose and shouting.
You're going too far. I gave real money, and he just says empty words that count? Jiang Yan secretly nodded in agreement. Wang Hong's criticism made sense.
Real money is indeed more valuable than monthly interest, because the former is secure, while the latter comes with huge risks. If Wang Jia were to die as soon as he left, no matter how high the interest, it wouldn't matter. Jiang Yan could only collect the principal through the contract. In comparison, Wang Hong, who could provide so much cash, clearly showed more sincerity.
But what does that matter? Wang Jia is a human, and so am I.
You, Wang Hong, are a strange being, and I don't help people like you, I help humans.
Let alone, Wang Hong was once a traitor to the Angel Foundation, not doing anything human.
Stop saying useless things. If you have no money, get out. Jiang Yan's tone was cold as he looked down at Wang Hong, like he was looking at a useless ant. Wang Hong remained silent for a moment, then decided to swallow his pride and turned to point at Shui Manlu, asking,
"How much for the guy next to me?" "Shui Manlu?
Wait, brother.
I'm just an innocent bystander."
His expression quickly shifted from anxiety to horror. At that moment, he finally understood Wang Jia's previous despair and fear.
Thud.
Without a second thought, Shui Manlu immediately knelt on the ground, crying and pleading.
"Boss. I also took out a loan, boss. I also doubled it. New."
He had to flip it to 120% to make it impossible for Wang Hong to afford.
Damn, earning more than double interest in a month, might as well just die.
In Shui Manlu's eyes, a despair and a grayish hue quickly spread. The next moment, Shui Manlu heard the indifferent voice of Forbidden 006 from ahead.
"You don't need to flip that little bit. The 3 melons and 2 dates you borrowed, they're barely enough to get stuck in your teeth. Let you flip too? You'd be flipping until nightfall."
What's more, Wang Jia is a sky sword hunter god. He can quickly hunt the anomalies, and although the interest of tens of thousands a month is a lot, it's not completely unpayable.
But Shui Manlu is obviously a small fry, probably can't even handle single-handedly hunting anomalies. Giving him a 120% monthly interest rate might just ruin him.
Tears filled Shui Manlu's eyes as he pressed his mouth, trying to keep himself from crying out loud. He understood what Forbidden 006 meant.
You don't deserve it.
This world is real and cold, heartless and terrifying, with no warmth or anything to make people long for it.
Tired, let it be destroyed. I won't come back next life. Shui Manlu slowly lay on the cold floor, wanting to find a moment of peace before death. Wang Hong's mouth curled into a smug, sinister smile.
Before he could speak, Jiang Yan waved his hand and said grandly, "They come as a package deal, not sold separately, 400,000 total, take the money and go."
So what if he's a small fry? A small fry is still a hunter. You can't just kill him off casually, can you? Perfect, now use him as leverage to raise the price.
Jiang Yan whistled happily in his heart, feeling that he was one step closer to his goal of an eternal motion machine.
Wang Jia. No, bro, can you at least add a little? I'm selling myself for 400,000, and with him included, it's still 400,000, so does that mean he's worth nothing? Shui Manlu. Seeing that Wang Jia's 400,000 wasn't going to sell, are they now throwing me into the package deal? Turns out I'm just the bonus in a promotion. In the end, I don't deserve it. Wang Hong stared blankly. Huh? What kind of damn thing is talking business with me?
I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to encounter a business partner like this.
Aminos.
The anomalous brain that was stabbed through quickly operated, so much so that black blood started to flow from the wound on his forehead without him realizing it. The two 400,000, when calculated, come to 200,000 each.
That's much cheaper than before. It's been a long time since I've seen a living person.
It's been so long since I did an experiment, my hands are itching.
Wait, let me count the money.
Wang Hong muttered, squatting in front of the safe, beginning to count the remaining hell coins inside. Jiang Yan, holding a pipe, squatted beside Wang Hong, counting with him. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu saw both parties squatting behind the desk counting money, looking at each other in silence with tears flowing. Damn it, I came in for treatment, but ended up getting auctioned. Wang Hong shot a glance at Jiang Yan, cursing silently in his heart. What kind of damn thing is this? Look at that greedy look, obviously never seen money, poor bastard. The two of them counted the money in the safe and found only 180,000. Adding the 200,000 that was dropped on the floor earlier, there's only 380,000 in total. They're still 20,000 short of the 400,000 price Jiang Yan asked for. There's not enough money. Jiang Yan blew out a lonely smoke ring. What can we do? He and Wang Hong squatted behind the desk, in a visual blind spot, where Wang Jia and Shui Manlu, kneeling on the ground, couldn't see Jiang Yan's actions at all. Jiang Yan casually pulled out 40,000 shiny hell coins and stuffed them into Wang Hong's safe. Looks like I have to add a little more. Wang Hong? Huh? What is this, huh? What the hell are you doing? He looked at Jiang Yan with an extremely shocked expression. Jiang Yan didn't look at Wang Hong at all, just patted his shoulder and said seriously. Just enough for 20,000 more, it's fate. Wang Hong is no fool. He had been involved with the Angel Foundation since over 50 years ago, making shady deals at the third hospital, a true mastermind with a sharp mind, and had seen more under-the-table dealings than he could count.
He instantly understood Jiang Yan's intention.
I'll help you fill in the 400,000, and you'll help me raise the price again.
The extra 20,000. Where is the world of blood and blades? It's all about human relationships, my dear friends. Exactly.
Wang Hong pulled out 200,000 underworld coins, shut his own safe, and placed the 200,000 alongside the previous 200,000, forming an imposing mountain of 400,000 underworld coins.
Deal. Wang Hong's voice roared like thunder, brimming with confidence. Everything on the table was just a show for the piglets.
The butcher's real moves were hidden under the table, never revealed easily. But Wang Hong, after all, had a stabbed brain. If he were alive, he might have realized the true meaning of this game. The purpose of raising the price wasn't to close the deal. Otherwise, Jiang Yan could have reluctantly accepted 380,000, saving 20,000 instead of spending an extra 40,000.
Was Jiang Yan raising the price again to truly sell off Wang Jia and Shui Manlu, the two piglets? No.
In this game, the real piglet was only one from the beginning. His name was Wang Hong. And now he mistakenly believed he was also a butcher.
Chapter 107, Double Win, I Win Twice.
Looking at the 400,000 underworld coins before them, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's faces turned pale as sheets, devoid of the slightest hint of blood.
Just now. What did Wang Hong say? He closed the deal? 400,000 underworld coins, for the two of us, sold as test subjects to Wang Hong?
Once the two of us are cruelly slaughtered on the operating table by this eerie force, Forbidden 006 will still recover the principal through the contract. This transaction, Forbidden 006 has truly struck it rich. A truly, heartless, utterly terrifying cold-blooded taboo. The two hunters exchanged a glance, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes.
Do we have no choice but to embrace this tragic fate?
To think that Chen Haichuan, who was undercover for Forbidden 006, hasn't died yet, and the two of us have already been sold off by Forbidden 006. Fate is unpredictable, like intestines stuffed within each other.
Bang!
A blood-stained contract was flung in front of Wang Jia. Wang Jia froze for a moment, then focused on it. It was another contract with a doubled monthly interest rate.
This time, it was 16%. Wang Jia.
He thought Forbidden 006 was satisfied with the 400,000 profit and wasn't going to offer him another hollow promise.
Who would have thought he was handed another contract? The problem is, damn, 16% on 250,000, the monthly interest alone is a whopping 40,000 underworld coins. Once this contract is signed, it'll be nearly impossible to pay it off. Shui Manlu's eyes welled up with tears, his forehead pressing against Wang Jia's face, his voice trembling as he pleaded. Hunter God, there's no money left in that eerie safe. This is the last time. I'll help you repay it. From now on, my salary, all my earnings, they're yours. Together we'll survive. Wang Jia felt a million curses racing through his mind. Your salary is only 1,300 underworld coins a month. How on earth will you help me repay it? In the end, it'll still be 90% on my shoulders. But, can he refuse to sign? If he doesn't sign, it'll truly be the end. He is the hunter god of Shenzhou. No matter how tough the future, he must stride forward with his sword. Until the last drop of blood is burned away. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, he mustn't die so miserably here. Gritting his teeth, Wang Jia signed his name on the contract. As the eerie contract vanished, Wang Jia felt as if something had been hollowed out of him. He collapsed to the ground, his lifeless eyes staring at the dim ceiling. Jiang Yan chuckled mischievously. This bit of money meant little to Jiang Yan, but the perpetual motion machine between the two hunters delighted him. From now on, most of Wang Jia's hard-earned rewards for hunting eerie forces would go to Jiang Yan, who would redistribute them to Chen Haichuan, turning him into a laborer. Round after round, Jiang Yan would endlessly freeload off the labor of the two hunters. Being a capitalist dog sure feels amazing. Wait, what? Wang Hong, witnessing the scene, felt his stabbed brain struggling to process. What does this mean? Didn't we just close the deal? Why did you sign another contract with them? A bad feeling surged up in Wang Hong's heart. Damn it, seems like I've been played? Jiang Yan sneered coldly, turned around, and opened the consultation room door, shoving Wang Jia and Shui Manlu out. Go make some money. Kill more strange creatures, and the rewards from the secret realm will be higher, Jiang Yan said indifferently before slamming the consultation room door shut. Bang! The muffled sound echoed in the hallway. Wang Jia. Shui Manlu. They hadn't been in the consultation room for long, but it felt like a lifetime had passed. We survived. Shui Manlu's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground like a noodle, crying out loud, Hunter God. We survived.
Wang Jia also slumped to the ground, crying out with Shui Manlu, both of them holding their heads.
Shui Manlu cried for his survival, while Wang Jia cried for his debt. Borrowing money was fun for a moment, but now it's the whole family in the crematorium. Why the hell did I run my mouth and say I had giant syndrome? Why not just say I had AIDS? I ended up in the same consultation room as Forbidden 006. I was asking for death. 16%. That's 16%. This time, Shui Manlu calmed down faster than the experienced Wang Jia. He pulled Wang Jia downstairs, whispering, "Let's get out of here first. The 7th floor is too ominous. If we stay any longer, we might run into other powerful strange creatures." In Wang Hong's consultation room,
Jiang Yan stood at the door, slowly turning around, looking at Wang Hong with a smile that was neither a smile nor a sneer. Wang Hong seemed to snap back to reality, coldly saying,
"You used me? From the start, you never wanted my 400,000? What you wanted was their 16%. Kid, you're a bit too foolish. How could interest compare to cash?"
Jiang Yan laughed softly, took a puff from his old pipe, and said in a low voice as smoke swirled around him,
"This is a win-win deal." Wang Hong was stunned for a moment. Win-win? Who is winning with you?
Jiang Yan pointed at himself.
Win-win, I win twice. What I want is their 16% and your 420,000. Wang Hong was stunned again.
Then he saw Jiang Yan raise his left hand, and from the gray-white spider silk gloves, a ghostly face-shaped web shot out. Countless little spiders densely covered the web, and in an instant, Wang Hong was wrapped in a tight cocoon of spider silk, with only his face exposed.
Wang Hong instantly erupted in rage, struggling violently, but for a moment, he couldn't resist the continuous weaving of so many small spiders and was forced to stay in place.
Jiang Yan, while puffing on his old pipe, squatted under Wang Hong's desk and easily tore open his safe as if unwrapping a chocolate bar. Under Wang Hong's frantic glare, Jiang Yan counted the 420,000 ghost coins that belonged to Wang Hong, stacking them one by one and placing them into his system space. In this secret realm, strange creatures seemed to lack system spaces, and Jiang Yan had seen strange creatures take out wallets more than once.
Death was imminent.
Jiang Yan slowly raised his hand. The frantic attacks from the black crows and the human-faced spider suddenly stopped. Wang Hong clearly sensed the threat of death, his body stiff in the half-destroyed spider web cocoon, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Jiang Yan, who was smoking while leaning against the door of his clinic.
What exactly do you want? That was the money I saved up my whole life.
Jiang Yan took out a stack of golden ghost money and said with a faint smile, "It's not impossible to return it to you.
But you have to answer my question.
Answer truthfully, and I'll give you all 420,000 ghost money."
Hearing this, Wang Hong's spirit immediately lifted. "Ask, I'll tell you everything I know." Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction and then asked a question that made Wang Hong shudder. "How long have you been a member of the Angel Foundation?" Wang Hong's eyes suddenly widened.
His gaze was filled with disbelief.
After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "What Angel Foundation? I've never heard of it."
"I am Wang Hong, the chief physician at the 3rd Hospital of Nandu." Jiang Yan smiled faintly and waved his hand lightly. The dense little spiders on Wang Hong's body once again devoured a third of his life force.
"I'll give you 3 chances. You've already lied once, 2 more to go."
"It's not that I have to get your answer, it's just to confirm some of my guesses. If you keep pretending, I'll have no choice but to kill you, and as for that 420,000, I'll gladly take it." Jiang Yan clapped his hands, the golden ghost money in his hands sparkling. Under the shadow of his brim, a sneer appeared on his face.
Wang Hong's strange body trembled slightly.
A trace of struggle appeared in his eyes.
Jiang Yan raised 3 fingers, coldly counting down, 3, 2.
Wang Hong hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I'll tell you.
I'll tell you. I've been with the Angel Foundation for 11 years. Jiang Yan squinted his eyes slightly and asked again, "How did the Angel Foundation entice you to join?" Wang Hong swallowed and truthfully answered, "Of course, it was money.
I have the ability, I have the skills, and I was young and promising."
"But do you know how much the 3rd hospital paid me? 500 yuan a month. I wanted more. I wanted to live a wealthier life. At that time, the Angel Foundation appeared. They gave me a brand new opportunity." Jiang Yan nodded slowly. 500 yuan a month was considered a decent life 50 years ago. But human greed is endless.
Clearly, this salary wasn't enough to satisfy Wang Hong's ideal life, so when the Angel Foundation came knocking, the two sides struck a deal.
"So, over these 11 years, how much has the Angel Foundation given you?"
Jiang Yan asked with a smile that seemed neither sincere nor mocking. Wang Hong sighed and said, "A few million, but most of it was used to exchange for gold.
I armed this room. This hospital is strange. There are always some ghostly things wandering outside my clinic, sometimes even coming to disturb me. The rest of the money is only the 420,000. You've taken it all.
Wang Hong's voice carried a hint of indignation, and his eyes flashed with anger as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at the ghost money in his hand, his expression full of amusement. It seemed that this money was once universal currency. However, it had been twisted into ghost money within this strange secret realm. And these ghost coins could even be exchanged in Jiang Yan's system store. This unexpected windfall of 420,000 ghost coins from Wang Hong was truly a pleasant surprise. Based on Jiang Yan's previous experiences, the entire secret realm's total production was likely around 500,000 ghost coins, which would then be distributed according to contributions within the realm. But it was only someone like Jiang Yan, a true outlier, who could rob money from someone as powerful and strange as Wang Hong. If it were someone else, they might never leave this consultation room again after stepping in. So, the ghosts at your clinic door, is it this hospital that's wrong, or is it you, Wang Hong? Jiang Yan asked playfully. The experiments the Angel Foundation had you conduct, you know exactly what their purpose was, right? As the chief surgeon of these insane experiments, Wang Hong couldn't possibly be unaware of his own actions. From the way Wang Hong's clinic was arranged, it was clear that he had been dealing with the supernatural long before the third hospital was flattened. However, those eerie beings didn't seem to have gone on a killing spree in the third hospital, they only clung to Wang Hong, the true culprit. And Wang Hong, using the resources at his disposal, covered his clinic in pure gold, managing to avoid fatal harm for quite a long time until the second time Chen Mimi was sent to the operating table by the Angel Foundation. Hearing Jiang Yan's question, Wang Hong fell into silence once again. You even know about this? Wang Hong's voice was filled with disbelief. Who told you? Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said. Right now, I'm the one asking, not you. What was your position in the Angel Foundation? Wang Hong was silent for a moment before lowering his head and saying. I was T6. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed through Jiang Yan's eyes. The highest-ranking leader of the Angel Foundation in Nandu was only a T7. And Wang Hong had already been a T6 50 years ago. This position allowed him access to a significant portion of the Angel Foundation's secrets. Just as Jiang Yan had initially deduced, Wang Hong might have joined the Angel Foundation due to the lure of money, but his ties with them went far beyond that. Seeing how eager you were just now for a living human to conduct experiments on, I assume you fully approve of the experiments the Angel Foundation carried out at the third hospital in Nandu? Jiang Yan took a drag from his old pipe and continued. Wang Hong was silent for a moment before forcing a cold smile and saying. That's right, those experiments were quite interesting. At first, I was a little scared, but before long, I realized that the Angel Foundation and I were truly like-minded. Later, a large portion of these experiments were planned and executed by me alone. Jiang Yan smiled playfully and asked. Including Chen Mimi? The moment this name was spoken, Wang Hong's expression changed drastically. He involuntarily stumbled back 2 steps and shrieked. How do you know that name? Who told you? Chapter 109, Give me my money back. Seeing Wang Hong's face full of horror, Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said. What I want to know is, 10 years ago, when you first performed that kind of surgery on Chen Mimi, attempting to fuse the fetus in her womb with an eerie entity, what exactly happened? Wang Hong stared at Jiang Yan with dead eyes. After a moment, he said. Something's wrong with you. Who the hell are you? Are you from the Foundation too? What's your T level? Jiang Yan chuckled and said. I'll give you one last chance. Right now, I'm the one asking, and you have no right to question me. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and Wang Hong's already precarious health dropped by another third. At this point, he had only 80-something health points left, on the verge of death. If you die, I'll gladly take this 420,000 for myself. As for these secrets, I can always ask someone else. For example, the ones behind the morgue door. I think they know just as much as you do. Beneath the brim of his strange hat, Jiang Yan's eyes locked onto Wang Hong's face. Wang Hong's face darkened even more. Seeing this, Jiang Yan confirmed Chen Haichuan's suspicion. Behind the giant alloy door in the morgue, there was definitely something there, it just wasn't included in this secret realm. Once he left this place, he had to dig deeper into it. With only 80 health points left, Wang Hong no longer dared to act rashly, answering all of Jiang Yan's questions honestly. And the real secret of the third hospital was also revealed to Jiang Yan. 10 years ago, when Wang Hong had just joined the Angel Foundation, he helped the foundation complete the construction of the morgue, which on the surface was funded by Nandu's municipal government. Chen Mimi was one of the most suitable targets for the experiment found by the Angel Foundation in Nandu. Inside the Angel Foundation, there seemed to be a set of mature standards to assess whether a person's physique could potentially merge with the strange. What the specific standards were, and how the Angel Foundation obtained information about Chen Mimi, Wang Hong didn't know. Although he was T6, according to him, the Angel Foundation was a very large organization, and T6 was only just entering the middle-level threshold. In Nandu, he might have been a person of importance, but in the entire Angel Foundation, he was far from being considered a core member. Before Chen Mimi, the Foundation had already chosen several other experimental subjects with good physical conditions for Wang Hong to practice on. Without exception, all of these people died on Wang Hong's operating table due to failed experiments. Soon, it was time for Chen Mimi, the real main event.
With the previous practice, Wang Hong's surgical process became very smooth.
In the end, he successfully merged the strange entity, which the Angel Foundation had collected from somewhere, with the fetus in Chen Mimi's womb, using a mysterious instrument. Jiang Yan, listening to Wang Hong's description, believed that the strange entity might be like the Black Crow, a phantom entity, with its whole form enveloped in blood mist. At that time, the Angel Foundation had already mastered the properties of gold and used a pure gold box to control and transport the strange entity. As for the mysterious instrument that could actually influence the fetus and cause it to merge with the strange, Wang Hong couldn't explain exactly what it was. He only knew that the instrument emitted a ghostly blue light and strictly prohibited anyone from disassembling it.
Wang Hong only had usage rights and never investigated what the instrument actually was. However, after the fetus in Chen Mimi's womb merged with the strange entity, a terrifying event occurred.
Chen Mimi's belly was directly torn open by the fetus, and then a monstrous baby-like creature, surrounded by blood mist, broke out and began to kill wildly in the operating room. Wang Hong couldn't say for sure if it was the strange entity, but it was definitely not human, and it was incredibly angry and extremely destructive. Along with Wang Hong, there were combat personnel from the Angel Foundation performing the surgery, 3 of whom died, yet they still couldn't subdue the strange entity. The strange entity smashed the operating room window and disappeared into the desolate outskirts of Nandu Third Hospital. Later, the Angel Foundation organized a large number of people to search for the strange entity in the area, but they found nothing. As for Wang Hong, he was not chosen as the target by the strange entity and escaped by hiding under the operating table. When he got up, he found that Chen Mimi, though heavily bleeding, was still alive, so he performed a suture on her. Chen Mimi might have survived because of her own physical constitution. Since then, Chen Mimi seemed to have been greatly traumatized and began hiding in various places within Nandu, seemingly aware of the terrifying intentions the Angel Foundation had toward her and the strange experiment. But the Angel Foundation had never lost its surveillance over Chen Mimi, always observing her from a distance, recording, and monitoring more. Even every job Chen Mimi got, behind it was the Angel Foundation exerting influence.